In the tumultuous tides of the early 20th century, a poor lad from a northeastern mountain village, yearning for a better life, plunged headlong into the enigmatic world of northern-style tomb raiding. From the heart-stopping thrill of his initial descent into a tomb to the treacherous navigation among diverse societal factions, he transitioned from an inexperienced youth to a weathered middle-aged man. This narrative offers an unprecedented perspective on tomb raiding, shattering the constraints of traditional storytelling. It is woven with authentic details drawn from the author's personal experiences, intertwining antiques, history, and the secrets of feng shui. Vivid and diverse portrayals of tomb raiders spring to life upon the page, defying the stereotype of mere villains. The straightforward prose unfolds a tumultuous tale, provoking contemplation on the preservation of cultural relics and the duality of human nature. Open the pages of Northern Tomb Raiding Chronicles and join in the exploration of that hidden and astonishing underground legend. I am a poor lad from a northeastern mountain village, and in the early 20th century, in pursuit of success, I joined a northern-style tomb raiding gang. From the south to the north, the myriad forms of the underworld. Throughout these years, I have journeyed from youth to middle age. My tolerance for alcohol has grown, and time has slipped by. I have encountered a plethora of extraordinary individuals and events. Should anyone be interested, feel free to pull up a small stool and listen to the tales of a tomb raider's experiences in the realm. Chapter 1. Departure from Home. I spent 7 years within those walls, and due to my commendable behavior, I was granted a commutation of my sentence. On the day of my release, I received a mobile phone and was met with several unfamiliar calls. They were from various former associates, eager to persuade me to rejoin them in their endeavors. Some offered salaries reaching $100,000 a month, while others promised $200,000 along with the vehicle. Most of the calls originated from 2 locations, Panjiayuan in Beijing and Xinyang Road in Tianjin. After some contemplation, I ultimately chose to decline them all. My initial foray into this profession was a misstep despite the allure of sudden wealth. It came at a significant cost. Over the span of 7 years, I transformed from a youthful, fair-skinned lad into a middle-aged man with a protruding belly. The girls I once knew have now borne children of their own. Alone and without kin, I eventually opted to relocate to Dali. There, by the shores of Arai Lake, I acquired a modest storefront and established a small supermarket. On languid days devoid of customers, I would stroll along the beach, savoring the sea breeze, and life became pleasantly unhurried. My little supermarket is situated on Songshan East Road, adjacent to Lomart. Should any friends wish to visit, I shall welcome them with tea. 2 terms remain inextricably linked to my experiences: antiques and tomb raiding. A few years ago, the popularity of Ghost Blows Out the Light, tomb raiding notes, and golden eyes surged, and now, with some leisure time at hand, I find myself compelled to recount tales from this realm. Though I have yet to witness the Yunding Tiangong or the Qinling Divine Tree, and I do not possess the fabled golden eyes, I embarked on my journey in the antique trade at the tender age of 16, and I have indeed witnessed many events beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Let us begin from the very start. I was born in a small village in northeast China, near Mo, where winters are frigid enough to claim lives. Raised by my grandmother, I have never encountered my parents, nor have I felt the inclination to inquire about their names. An old adage suggests that grandparents are often closer to their grandchildren, and in my youth, I was quite mischievous. I disregarded my teacher's admonitions, and my academic performance was dismal, consistently ranking at the bottom of my class. The National Poverty Alleviation Policy was commendable at that time. The village provided me with a subsistence allowance of over 80 yuan monthly, along with some special subs. IDs for orphans and impoverished households, amounting to over 100 yuan each month. My family was struggling to survive. I consistently deceived my grandmother, claiming that the school required me to purchase study materials. She would then give me money, which I would promptly take to the bookstore to buy antiquities-related books. The first book I remember reading was The 50 Treasures of Ancient Coins, a rather thick volume. Ancient coins, referred to as purple money in our region, opened my eyes to a new world, igniting a fervent passion for antiques within me. I rummaged through our home and persuaded classmates to borrow copper coins from their homes, offering them 50 cents each for their treasures. I practiced frugality, never ordering any dishes from the cafeteria. Eventually, I sold a stack of textbooks for 7 yuan. My academic performance was dismal. My teacher would often sigh, lamenting my future as a potential societal burden. I dismissed her words with disdain, dreaming of wealth, convinced that even if I became a burden, I would still be a wealthy one. When I turned 18, my grandmother suffered an unfortunate accident while shoveling snow in the yard, resulting in a broken leg. The medical and surgical expenses totaled over 3,000 yuan. Our family situation was such that we could scarcely gather 600 yuan. I vividly remember my grandmother lying on the bed, covered with thick blankets, often crying at night. My great-aunt, who ran several agritourism businesses in the snowy town of Mo, was doing quite well. I decided to approach her for a loan to help my grandmother purchase medicine. Though it was not explicitly stated, I once overheard my uncle disparagingly refer to me as a harbinger of misfortune, lamenting our family's impoverished state. He callously suggested that the money lent to us was as good as lost and advised my aunt to minimize her interactions with us. One frigid winter night, I sat alone on a stone for 3 hours. Despite being warmly clad, the temperature plummeting below 30 degrees in Mo rendered my efforts futile. In my youthful arrogance, the words of relatives shattered the pride of a young boy into countless fragments. Clutching the borrowed money tightly, I swore to myself, I, Xiang Yunfeng, shall rise above. Eventually, I dropped out of school. To be precise, I do not even possess a junior high school diploma. My education culminated at the elementary level. Out of the 3,000 yuan, apart from the funds allocated for my grandmother's surgery and medication, I discreetly retained 753 yuan. With this modest sum, I not only collected copper coins, but also ventured to neighboring villages to acquire porcelain and silver dollars. Villagers primarily valued silver dollars, showing little regard for vases, bowls, and other porcelain items. By diligently studying books and watching appraisal programs, I gradually developed a discerning eye. I acquired a pair of late Qing dynasty foreign blue feather dusters for 100 yuan, procured several Republican-era pastel lady figurine salt jars for under 200 yuan, and obtained 3 mid-Qing dynasty folk kiln blue and white bowls for 180 yuan. Regrettably, these bowls bore chicken claw patterns and were poorly preserved, each suffering from cracks. Previously, I had saved a small pouch of copper coins, totaling approximately 200, predominantly comprised of coins from the Song and Qing dynasties. Among them, those from the Daowang, Guangxu, Qianlong, Huansong, and Yuanfeng eras were most abundant. I was aware of their commonality and thus their limited monetary value. Yet I took particular delight in possessing 3 exceptionally well-preserved Yongzheng coins. Although I understood that Yongzheng Tongbao could fetch a decent price, I was unaware of its precise worth at the time. After purchasing these items, my total expenditure amounted to over 500, leaving me with merely 240, while the average monthly wage hovered just above 300. During this period, I maintained a cordial relationship with a female classmate who kindly assisted me by lending 2 large 30-inch rolling suitcases. In total, I had collected 11 pieces of porcelain and a small bag of copper coins, which I meticulously wrapped in bedding, fearing they might shatter, and filled with ample foam. For protection, ultimately, I managed to fill both large suitcases and a backpack to the brim. My grandmother could not comprehend my actions, criticizing me for neglecting my responsibilities and lamenting that she had raised me in vain. My great-aunt became aware of the situation, and the villagers often whispered and pointed fingers at me behind my back. Enduring their disdain, burdened with shame and misunderstanding, on the morning of the 17th day of the 12th lunar month, I departed from Mo with my collection. At that time, I held the belief that the wealthiest individuals resided in Beijing, and naturally, my antiques were destined to be sold to them. My longing for the legendary Panjiayuan had already taken root in my heart. There were no direct trains from Mo to Beijing, so I first took a train to Saiping, and from there, I would continue to Beijing West. The entire journey spanned over 2,000 kilometers and required more than 50 hours to economize. I opted for the most affordable hard seat available. Carrying 2 large-wheeled suitcases and with a hefty backpack slung over my shoulders, I felt the weight of the world upon me. My hair was unkempt, and my attire rather shabby, drawing the curious glances and whispers of fellow travelers at the station. This was my inaugural journey, having never ventured far from home before, and I found myself aboard a train, utterly alone. After purchasing my ticket, I was left with a mere 100 yuan if my goods failed to sell. I would be unable to afford a return ticket, let alone a meal. The food on the train was exorbitantly priced, so I refrained from indulging and resorted to continuously sipping hot water from the cup I had brought. When hunger became unbearable, I purchased a bag of fried dough twists for 2 yuan 50. As a rural child visiting Beijing for the first time, everything was a marvel to me. Even the security scanners at the station were a revelation. Though I was quite young, I possessed a fearless spirit and was unafraid to engage with strangers. I inquired of a passerby how to reach the Panjiyuan antique market. The ticket seller was exceedingly kind, instructing me to take the subway and guiding me on the necessary transfer. Airs from Beijing West Station, I took Line 9, alighted at Lilikio to switch to Line 10, and finally disembarked at Panjiyuan Station. Fortunately, my memory served me well, and I did not stray far from my path. At that time, subway fares were merely 2 yuan, and as long as one remained within the station, there were no restrictions. Upon exiting the subway, I was confronted with a sidewalk punctuated by anti-slip pits, and the burden of my luggage made my progress laborious. After traversing the Huawei Bridge, I finally caught sight of the grand signpost standing at the north gate. Panjiyuan Flea Market. At last, I have arrived. Chapter 2. Selling Goods. As I dragged my suitcases through the north gate into the market, the first sight that greeted me was the vast canopy area. It was a Saturday, and the crowd was so dense it could only be described as a sea of humanity. In the vibrant realm of antique markets, one can find an eclectic array of treasures, from the revered Bodhi seeds and honey-colored amber to turquoise, porcelain curiosities, jade, gemstones, and copper artifacts, as well as weaponry, stone carvings, and exquisite embroidery. The sheer variety is truly astounding, leaving me in a state of awe and bewilderment. However, it is worth noting that the authenticity of these items is often questionable, with genuine artifacts being a rare find amidst the myriad of imitations that populate the SD. Alls, amused by the realization that the wares before me were predominantly counterfeit, I mused to myself, here lies a sea of fakes, while I possess genuine antiques collected through my own endeavors. Surely, they shall sell swiftly. Spotting an unoccupied stall, I resolved to display my own items. Hey, what do you think you're doing? A bald stall owner interjected, halting my intentions. Am setting up a stall? I replied confidently. Setting up? Is this your stall? You can't just do that. Get lost, kid. With determination, I retorted, I intend to set up my stall. Is this yours? I'll pay you. How much do you want? The bald man's eyes darted around, and with a sly grin, he declared, 100 yuan. Pay 100, and you can set up. What, 100 yuan? Why so exorbitant? He shot me a sideways glance. That's the price. If you're not paying, then scram. Don't obstruct my business. With less than 100 yuan left in my pocket, I gritted my teeth and, after some haggling, handed him 90. Now, I was left with a mere 3 yuan to my name. The bald man accepted the payment, a grin plastered across his face. However, as I began to lay out my items, only halfway through the display, the loudspeaker of the antique market blared to life. Attention all travelers and merchants. The Panjiyuan antique market has reached closing time. We kindly ask all visitors to gather their belongings and exit the market in an orderly manner. We wish you a pleasant shopping experience and prosperous business. As the horn sounded, the vendors around me began to pack up their stalls. At that moment, I was utterly stunned. I had yet to set up my own display. Fuming, I confronted the bald man, demanding, refund my money. The market is closing, and I haven't even started. Bah! He spat disdainfully, his countenance icy as he retorted, how can you say you haven't set up? Your cloth is already stretched out. That counts as setting up. There's no way you're getting a refund. My vision blurred with anger. I gripped his arm, refusing to let go, insisting he return my money. Go to hell, you little brat. He snarled, delivering a sharp kick to my stomach. I was still quite young and stood no chance against this man. The pain doubled me over. As the crowd thinned, the vendors finished packing their wares and departed, including the bald man who had just assaulted me. In the frigid winter of Beijing, while it may not compare to the cold of Mo, the nights were still bitterly chilly. The market security, accompanied by a large dog, urged me to hurry as I was taking too long to pack up, warning that I would incur a fine if I lingered. With days short and nights long, by the time I dragged my suitcase out of the market, darkness had enveloped the sky. Cold and hungry, I discovered I had only 3 yuan left. After sitting on a bench by the roadside for half an hour, I learned of an internet CAF located about 2 kilometers away in Wawakio West. I trudged toward the CF, only to find that the cheapest machines for an overnight stay would cost 10 yuan, a sum I could not afford. My hopes of lodging at the CAF were dashed. Unable to endure the bitter cold outside any longer, I sought refuge in an ATM self-service bank, dragging my suitcase along with me. Occasionally, individuals enter to withdraw money, casting peculiar glances in my direction. The ground is quite cold, and discomfort prevents me from finding rest. Therefore, I don the hood of my padded coat and curl up in a corner against the wall. After a couple of hours in a daze, someone gently tapped me. I lifted my gaze to discover a woman in her 50s, accompanied by a small white dog, likely a resident from the nearby community. "Young man, why are you sleeping here on such a cold day?" she inquired. "I just bought 2 sesame pancakes, still warm. If you don't mind, you can have them," she replied, shaking her head as she placed a plastic bag atop a red metal box containing a fire extinguisher. After leaving her offering, she departed. My stomach grumbled in hunger, and I ultimately retrieved the plastic bag. The pancakes, adorned with sesame seeds, were crisp and fragrant. As I savored the food, tears streamed down my face. Is this truly how I give up? No, it cannot be. I repeatedly encouraged myself. Xiang Yinfeng, you are destined to become a wealthy man. At 8 in the morning, I returned to Panjiayuan. Lacking the funds to pay for a stall, I could only drag my cart in endless circles. Whenever I observed someone perusing ceramics, I would approach them, asking, "Sir, would you care to see my ceramics? They're all antiques and reasonably priced." At that moment, the market's loudspeaker blared again. "Dear visitors, please be cautious of unscrupulous vendors trailing you, and ensure your belongings are secure to avoid falling victim to scams." Upon hearing this announcement, the expressions of those around me shifted, and they hurriedly fled. I inquired with several individuals, who all presumed me to be an illicit figure, a purveyor of scams. Subsequently, with a sense of trepidation, I ventured into an antique shop, posing the question of whether the proprietor would be interested in purchasing porcelain. The shopkeeper, with an indifferent demeanor, replied, "What do you have?" Let me see that a glimmer of hope ignited within me as I proceeded to unfasten my wheeled suitcase and lay it flat. These items aren't particularly impressive, they are all rather old. How much do you intend to sell this pair of blue and white vases? The owner gestured towards a pair of Qing Dynasty vases nestled within my suitcase. Swallowing hard, I cautiously proposed, "They are from the late Qing period. Could I possibly get 800 for the pair?" "What on earth? 800? The owner's eyes widened in disbelief. "The most I can offer you is 150. Will you sell or not?" 150 for the pair? A chill ran down my spine. I had traveled over 2,000 kilometers by hard seat on a train, enduring the bitter cold and hunger to procure these pieces, and he was suggesting a mere 100. Had I truly only earned 50 yuan? Fury surged within me, reddening my face, and I began to repack my items. Sensing my intent to leave, the proprietor hastily added, "Wait. Don't rush off. I can add 20 more. How about 170? Suppressing my rage, I believed my offer to be reasonable, yet I found myself subjected to such indignity. "Keep your 20, spend it as you wish." In moments of anger, one is often impervious to reason, and my youthful ire only intensified. Ignoring all else, I grasped my suitcase and exited the porcelain shop. I have not yet relinquished my aspirations that I resolved to set up a stall outside in the market. But upon venturing out, I was met with the disheartening sight of city officials confiscating goods. Several individuals engaged in the clandestine sale of counterfeit items had their possessions seized. Alarmed, I instantly abandoned this idea. Yet, hope is not entirely extinguished. In my moment of despair, I encountered an elderly gentleman who remarked, "Young man, the Panjian market is bustling with activity on Sunda." "Why, yes, but the stalls are quite costly. You might consider trying the Baeguosi temple. I have heard that there, the stalls incur no fees." Upon hearing this encouraging news, I was filled with elation. I hurriedly gathered my belongings and made my way to the Guangaman Baeguosi temple. The prospect of securing a free stall at Baeguosi temple represented my final opportunity.
Chapter 3. A reversal of fortune at that time. The Baeguosi area was bustling with street vendors, primarily selling coins and porcelain fragments. It is said that the renowned Baichia in Beijing originated from Baeguosi. Coincidentally, I had brought along porcelain and copper coins, perfectly aligned with the market's offerings. which instantly lifted my spirits and bolstered my confidence. I truly could not believe that no one would be interested in my antiques. Fortuitously, I managed to secure a small patch of ground right in front of a stall, and with my last 3 coins, I purchased 2 chicken sausages. As I savored the sausages, I pondered whether I would perish from hunger and cold in Beijing or enjoy a life of indulgence. The outcome hinged upon today. To my astonishment, scarcely 10 minutes after setting up my stall, a throng gathered before me. "Boss, how much for this Song Dynasty coin and that Qing Dynasty one? Boss, may I see that small pink and green salt jar?" Suddenly, I found myself in a whirlwind of activity. "Boss, what is the price for that pair of blue and white vases? Just give me your lowest price, and if it's reasonable, I'll take them." In a flurry, I glanced at my wares and casually replied, "For that pair of blue and white vases, the minimum is 800. All right, wrap them up. I'll take them. How shall I pay you?" The man nodded, signaling me to package the items. "Hold on, don't rush. I'll offer you 803, suddenly interjected another bidder, raising the stakes. "Ma Lao-san, I senti this against the rules?" The first man retorted coldly. "Rules? You haven't even paid yet. The little boss can sell to whomever he pleases. You dare lecture me on rules? Song, the old items are becoming increasingly scarce, and this type of dowry vase 1 lakh for buyers. Just pair it with a box and place it in your shop. It could fetch a handsome price. Boss Song, don't you have any sense of the situation?" Boss Song slammed his thigh in frustration. "Damn it, Ma Lao Lu, how much I sell is none of your business. Look at these 2. They're on the verge of a fight, so I hurriedly intervened. Please, no fighting. There are other items to consider. Look at this exquisite porcelain salt cellar. It may lack a lid, but the artistry is remarkable." Boss Song fixed his gaze on the salt cellar in my hand and boomed. "Young man, you mentioned selling it to me for 800 earlier. Now, who are you intending to sell it to?" I thought to myself, how could something no one wanted in Panjiayuan suddenly become sought after here? After a moment of contemplation, I replied, "Brother, since we initially agreed on 800 for that pair of vases, I will honor that price. I cannot go back on my word." "Ha! Excellent." The man laughed heartily and patted his beer belly, casting a triumphant glance at Ma Lao Lu. He quickly surveyed the other items on my stall. "All right, young man, you are quite straightforward. I shall reciprocate with my own decisiveness. I'll take everything you have here. One-shot deal." "What?" I was momentarily taken aback by the audacity of this Beijing businessman. "All right, no more selling. Pack up your stall and follow Boss Song to the shop to collect your payment," said a nearby vendor sister enviously. "Oh, yes, of course." I hurriedly began to dismantle my stall. I followed the rotund Boss Song into the store, where he instructed me to leave the box behind, assuring me that the cost of the box would be included in the total. In the end, for the porcelain, copper coins, and the box, the portly boss handed me 4,700 in cash. This amount was equivalent to the annual savings of an ordinary worker back in those days. It was quite an extraordinary moment. The big boss directly settled the entire bill and even purchased a suitcase for me. Exiting the Temple of National Defense with empty hands, I felt the thick wad of 100 yuan notes nestled within my clothing, my face nearly splitting from joy. Standing on the Guangenmen Bridge, I brandished my fortune and proclaimed loudly, "Heaven does not forsake those who strive. Though my academic pursuits may falter, I am inherently destined for business." My uncle's humble countryside restaurant seemed trivial in comparison. I aspired to become the most distinguished antique dealer in the nation. Passers-by regarded me with curious glances. Now, 15 or 16 years have elapsed, and each time I reminisce about this scene, I find myself laughing anew, feeling rather foolish. On that venture, I netted over 4,000 yuan. With ample reserves in my pocket, I felt secure. Naturally, the first priority was to satiate my hunger. The village children had hearty appetites. I devoured 2 bowls of knife-cut noodles and ordered a cold dish, leaving me thoroughly satisfied. After the meal, picking at my teeth with a toothpick, I began to devise my next steps. Yes, this avenue seems promising. After deducting what I owe my uncle, I still had some left. This amount should suffice as capital. On my next journey, I wouldn't need to repay my uncle. If I acquired more items, earning 4,000 on a single trip, then what if I made 10 trips? Wouldn't that yield 40,000? Later that evening at the West Station, I was persuaded by a middle-aged woman to stay at a modest inn, costing 60 yuan per night. Once settled in, the innkeeper's wife approached me discreetly, inquiring, "Young man, would you like me to find you a companion?" Realizing her intent, I hastily waved my hands, exclaiming, "No, no, I do not require a companion." The innkeeper's wife persisted, and ultimately, I had no choice but to give her an additional 20 yuan to cease her entreaties. As the old adage goes, when one ventures into the world, it is prudent to keep one's wealth concealed. This saying resonates deeply with me, particularly the memory of the innkeeper's gaze fixated upon my stack of red bills. That evening, exhausted, I succumbed to slumber, my mind clouded with weariness. In a bid to safeguard my money, I had deliberately tucked the plastic bag containing my cash beneath my pillow. However, upon awakening, I was met with a chilling reality. The money was gone. The hard-earned sum of over 4,000 was vanished. Where is my money? Panic seized me, draining the color from my face as I frantically rummaged through the sheets and pillows. Yet I found nothing but the crumpled black plastic bag. Terrified, I rushed to confront the innkeeper, urging her to check the surveillance footage, asserting that my money was stolen and I intended to report it to the authorities. The outcome was all too predictable. To this day, I harbor an aversion towards small inns near train stations. Over a decade has passed, and I suspect that establishment has long since ceased to exist. Could I truly claim to harbor hatred? Perhaps not. Had my money not vanished, I might have become a small antique shop owner by now, perhaps even married with children. My life's trajectory could have been irrevocably altered. Yet, none among us are granted a second chance. Had my money remained intact, there would be no place for me within my circle, nor would the moniker Divine I Peak have come to be. Left with empty hands and a heavy heart, I felt utterly humiliated. I lamented that I had earned 4,000, yet the villagers would scarcely believe me. Standing on the overpass outside the West Station, there was a fleeting moment when I contemplated leaping into the abyss below, wishing for an end to my existence. Orphaned and uncared for, I felt like a wild child, unloved and unprotected, thinking perhaps that an early death might lead to a better rebirth. Such immature thoughts in youth can be profoundly unsettling. At that moment, I was prepared to leap off the overpass. Even if I survived the fall, I would likely be crushed by the passing trucks. My legs were already dangling off the edge. Just then, a hand tapped me on the shoulder from behind. Chapter 4. Joining the fray. Hey there, young man. So full of life, what troubles you? It was an elderly gentleman who informed me that the stall at the Temple of the Nation was free of charge. I noticed you selling items at Panjiayuan yesterday. If I'm not mistaken, have you lost some money? The old man was clad in casual attire, with a few strands of white hair at his temples, yet he appeared quite spirited. At that moment, I did not reflect much. My eyes were red as I nodded in affirmation, confessing that my selling money had been stolen and that I no longer wished to live. He shook his head with a gentle laugh. How much did you lose, young man? I lost over 4,000 yuan, I replied. With a chuckle, he held up one finger. 4,000 yuan? Is that what you call money? If you work with me, I can help you earn 20,000 yuan in no time. I stared blankly at his lone finger and asked, how long will that take? A year? The old man shook his head. A month? He again shook his head. A week? Haha, I'm not joking. Just a minute. As long as you are quick on your feet, you can make thousands in the blink of an eye. I found his claim hard to believe. I suspected he might be a trafficker attempting to deceive me into selling a kidney. If it involved selling a kidney, I would refuse. Dying would be preferable, as I had heard that surviving such a procedure would render one unable to father children, leading to a life of infidelity for one's wife. He left me with a parting remark and turned to leave. Indeed, for my impoverished family, 4,000 yuan was an astronomical sum, while for him it was merely a trifle. This individual is the master who introduced me to this profession. His path to wealth lies in tomb raiding. To seek dragons, one must observe the entwined mountains. Each layer of entanglement presents a barrier, and if there are 1,000 locks on the gate, surely a noble dwells within. From the moment I descended the overpass with him, I considered myself initiated into this realm. Shortly after my entry, I came to realize that the old man's words rang true. A few thousand yuan is but a trifling sum, easily earned in mere moments. Are you often privy to discussions surrounding the four renowned factions of tomb raiders? The Mo Jin Shao Wei, the Banshan Dao Ren, the Xiaoling Li Shi, and the Fho Jiang Jun. In truth, however, these factions have long since faded into the annals of history. Presently, tomb raiders can be broadly classified into two categories: the northern faction and the southern faction, with some humorously dubbing them the bold faction and the timid faction. The northern faction is characterized by their audacity and adventurous spirit. Equipped with a Luoyang shovel, they are willing to excavate anything. However, they tend to lack proficiency in navigating water caves, particularly in the southern regions such as Hunan, Guizhou, and Zhejiang, where the conditions are arduous, either perpetually dry or perpetually wet. The challenges presented by water caves are formidable, requiring individuals with exceptional aquatic skills, akin to those possessed by water monkeys. For particularly deep water caves, specialized scuba diving equipment is essential. It is neither an exaggeration nor a slander. The northern faction is predominantly composed of landlubbers, impressive above ground, yet inept below the surface. Conversely, many among the southern faction operate within familial lines, with fathers guiding sons and grandfathers mentoring grandsons. They typically refrain from engaging with unfamiliar outsiders, often labeled as the timid faction. This practice is, of course, precaution against betrayal. This industry is rife with a motley crew of characters, ranging from the inconsequential to the truly formidable. The genuine experts are remarkably skilled, capable of reciting burial scriptures from memory and identifying burial sites with a mere glance. This is no exaggeration. There are also those charlatans, the kind who wield a spade and dare to disturb the graves. Such individuals meet their demise swiftly, as they are the ones most frequently apprehended. In contrast, those who operate within the ranks of legitimate organizations are seldom caught. Allow me to elaborate. In a 6-member tomb raiding crew, the one who profits the most is the eye leader, a term denoting the individual responsible for locating and identifying graves, an occupation that requires considerable skill. A proficient eye leader is highly sought after, no matter where they go. There are also the merchants of rice, a code name within the profession, where rice refers to money. In some regions, they are also known as hawkers. This individual is tasked with converting the acquired loot into cash, a role that necessitates extensive connections. They have their own networks, whether from the south or the north. It is crucial that the items sold cannot be traced back to them. Additionally, there are the diggers, whose work relies heavily on experience. With a Luoyang shovel, one can ascertain the age of a tomb by examining the soil layers brought to the surface. Beneath the diggers are the scouts, whose role is self-explanatory. They must possess keen eyesight and be attuned to their surroundings. Such individuals should not be underestimated, as the success of a significant operation often hinges on the effectiveness of the scouts. Some scouts may even begin their preparations a year in advance, establishing rapport with local residents under the guise of opening a supermarket, thereby earning their trust. Lastly, there is the logistics officer, typically a solitary figure who does not descend into the pits but is responsible for procuring and managing equipment. Items such as rat clothing, golden shovels, small whirlwind tools, gas masks, Luoyang shovels, fire starters, waterproof flashlights, walkie-talkies, tents, bedding, kitchenware, toothbrushes, and toothpaste must all be sourced by this individual. This centralized procurement is intended to minimize exposure and safeguard their identities. Lastly, there exists a task known as scattering soil. My initial foray into this profession involved scattering soil. The remuneration for such work is the least among all, yet even this modest sum far exceeds the earnings of conventional labor. The more individuals engaged in scattering soil, the better. It was precisely my commonplace visage that led to my selection. With an unremarkable appearance, who would take the time to observe me closely? On the contrary, if one is either excessively handsome or unattractive, they may find themselves unable to proceed, as there is a chance that the soil in their possession may be discovered before it is dispersed. One must discreetly carry a small amount, feigning a leisurely stroll with a dog, allowing the soil to trickle down the pant leg, leaving no trace behind. Subsequently, we divide the earnings in secrecy, unnoticed by others. The elder who introduced me to this trade is known as Wang Xiansheng, affectionately referred to as Wang the leader among those in the field. It is rumored that he has excavated thousands of grand tombs throughout his lifetime, spanning from the Han dynasty to the pre-Qin era, and extending through the Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties. Among the two tombs most favored by those in the industry, one is the Han tomb, and the other is from the Western Zhou period. The rationale is simple. Bronze artifacts and ancient jade are exceedingly valuable. It is often said that 9 out of 10 Han tombs are empty, and this assertion holds true. The grand tombs of the Western Zhou period are even more remarkable. During the era of the feudal lords, widespread opulent burials were in vogue. Should fortune favor you, and you discover a vast pit brimming with bronze vessels belonging to a Western Zhou king, congratulations. You and your descendants may never need to work again. Similarly, the Western Zhou tombs are buried deeper than those of any other dynasty. Following Qin Shi Huang's unification of the Six Kingdoms and the establishment of the Qin Mausoleum, the practice of earthen mounds became the norm. With the passage of time, the landscape has transformed. Typically, Western Zhou tombs lie over 15 meters underground, lacking earthen mounds, making them difficult to locate and even more challenging to excavate. On the surface, the relevant authorities prohibit the trade of bronze artifacts. However, we all understand the unspoken truth. Where do those bronze vessels showcased on television appraisal programs originate? The surviving bronze pieces constitute a mere fraction of the total quantity. Are the rest simply conjured into existence? Their origins are all too clear. They stem from our industry. Initially, Wang, the leader, took me away from Beijing and advised me to refrain from external contact for the time being. My first assignment took place in Shund, where I was tasked with excavating a Western Zhou tomb. Due to a severe shortage of manpower, I caught Wang's attention, leading him to assign me the task of sifting through soil, as I was the youngest member of the group at that time. Upon arrival in Shund, Wang handed me 1,000 yuan, stating it was customary, a red envelope for entering the trade. He urged me to spend it freely, even suggesting I could seek the company of a girl. At that age, I was too timid to pursue such endeavors. My expenditures on food and drink were modest. I savored the local delicacies, including water snake soup, 4 cups of chicken, pan-fried fish cakes, and steamed pork from Junin, all of which were delectable. After wandering around Shund for 2 days, Wang summoned me and inquired, "Yunfeng, tonight we have work to do. Are you prepared? Have you remembered everything I taught you?" I nodded affirmatively, recalling the lessons. No excavation at dawn, no excavation with vehicles present, no excavation in parks, and no excavation in crowded areas. Wang nodded in satisfaction and then asked, "So, where do you plan to conduct the excavation?" He chuckled, adding, I haven't taught you that yet, but it's good to see your quick wit. Stay sharp and follow our lead. I'll ensure you become the wealthiest in your village within 2 years. Understood?" My face lit up and I readily agreed. Chapter 5. The shovel that evening at the inn, for individuals gradually arrived, comprising 3 men and 1 woman. The woman, responsible for our logistics, was in her 30s, and her smile carried a hint of mischief. She had a distinctive black mole beneath her eye, earning her the nickname Mole. I later heard that her ambition was to engage with 100 men before turning 40. "Oh, we have a newcomer. How delightful. I wonder if he is as small as he looks," she said with a playful grin directed at me. All right, Xiaohong, don't frighten him. He is still young and perceptive. With a couple of years of guidance, he might just blossom," Wang Baotou interjected, coming to my defense. The 3 men were brothers, all sharing the surname Sun. They were arranged by age. Sun the eldest, Sun the second, and Sun the youngest. Wang Baotou informed me that Sun the second and Sun the youngest were well known in their field, adept at wielding the Luoyang shovel with remarkable skill, particularly excelling in a technique known as the flying needle for soil probing, especially effective for deep pits, a testament to their extensive experience. Sun the eldest, on the other hand, held a dual role in both reconnaissance and sales. My initial impression of him was one of steadiness and sincerity. However, I later learned that those who appear most honest often possess a cunning mind, with an acute awareness of their surroundings. In the event of an emergency, they could be relied upon to handle the situation effectively. To the southwest of Shun's Shunfeng Mountain Park lies a small ravine, locally referred to as Moth Mountain. The old master mentioned that a large pit was situated halfway up Moth Mountain. I inquired, "Master, how do you know there is a large pit at the halfway point?" He exhaled a puff of smoke, squinting as he replied, "Yunfeng, with its locks and crossbars, distinctly divides the 2 sides. High mountains and flat ground conceal the cavity, with the large pit lying in the midst. At that moment, I was utterly bewildered, feeling as though Wang was reciting tongue twisters that I simply could not comprehend. Later, after I memorized the burial scriptures, Wang imparted his experience in locating dragon veins to me. It was then that I finally grasped the profound wisdom encapsulated in Wang's succinct phrases regarding the advantageous feng shui of Fei Mountain. That night, just past 1 o'clock, a few of us, burdened with heavy packs, reached the mountainside of Fei Mountain. Upon sighting an ancient cedar tree, the old master stomped his foot and exclaimed with excitement, "San, this is it. Let us take a sample to test the flavor. If there are stones, we'll proceed with the needle." Sun Air nodded in agreement and pressed a button on the small intercom attached to his shoulder. We're about to eat. There are no guests around, right?" The intercom's red light flickered, and Sun's deep voice responded, "All is calm. Let us start cooking." With the knowledge that there was no one nearby, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Sun Air's eyes. He removed his backpack and extracted a short stick and a curved shovel from within. Wang turned to me and said, "Yunfeng, this is our dining apparatus. As times progress, we must keep pace. The Luoyang shovel has been fashioned into a segmented pipe, easily concealed in our packs." With a series of clicks, Sun Air adeptly assembled the Luoyang shovel, which extended impressively to over 8 meters. "Ergu, this is a deep pit. Is this length sufficient? If not, I have more in my bag," inquired Sun-san. "No need to worry, San. If it's any longer, we won't be able to maneuver it. Let us first examine the soil structure beneath and sample the flavor," replied Sun Air. "Yunfeng, come over and lend me a hand." Sun Air beckoned to me. I hastened to assist him in stabilizing the Luoyang shovel. Subsequently, Sun Lao Air unfastened his trousers and, in my presence, relieved himself. After he finished, he shuddered and fastened his trousers. Crouching down, Sun Lao Air scrutinized the spot where he had urinated for a moment. Then, with a furrowed brow, he declared, "No good. There are stones beneath. We need to find another spot to dig. Xiao Yunfeng, where you're standing, relieve yourself there now." Although I didn't comprehend, I complied and began to urinate. "Heh." Sun Lao Air chuckled. "This young man is indeed vigorous. Look at that yellow urine." He observed the ground where I had urinated for 2 minutes. Sun Lao Air nodded. "This spot is it. Fewer stones beneath. Let's get to work." His strength was immense, each thrust of the shovel penetrating 10 centimeters. The Luoyang shovel incessantly brought up soil. As the shovel delved deeper, I noticed a change in the color of the soil. It had become somewhat black. I inquired, "Second brother, look quickly, the soil has turned black. Have we reached the destination?" "Not yet. This black soil is not what we seek. It's a decayed root fertilization layer, useless." The small hole delved deeper and deeper. "Damn, truly remarkable. The pole is not long enough. Lao-san, lengthen it." As the shaft was extended, the Luoyang shovel continued its descent. After an hour, the shovel extracted a layer of white soil, with a touch of green soil attached. Sun Lao Air sniffed the soil and suddenly became intensely excited. "Damn! Wan Ba Tu! Yunfeng, this kid is a lucky star. It's been 2 years since I've seen such a large pit." A shovel struck the rammed earth layer. White clay connected to green clay, either a noble from the Western Zhou dynasty or a minor feudal lord. "We are destined for fortune." "Hush, brother Air. Lower your voice," Sun Lao San cautioned, frowning. However, Sun Lao Air remained unfazed, waving his hand dismissively. "Primarily, it has been several years since I last encountered a fresh grave, and I hope this one is untouched." The term fresh grave signifies that this tomb has not been previously looted, thus providing an opportunity for substantial wealth. At this moment, the old head whispered quietly, "That's all a matter of luck. Even if it were a remnant grave, as long as there are a couple of valuable items inside, our journey would not be in vain. This is a Western Zhou tomb. What if we were to unearth a 4-sheep square zun or a bronze blood square vessel?" "Haha, old head, you dare to dream. If such artifacts were truly found, we would not dare to sell them. We would face dire consequences." After finishing his statement, Sun Lao Air pressed the intercom and said, "Boss, the old head mentioned that there might be a 4-sheep square zun in this tomb. Do you have any connections for disposal?" The red light on the intercom blinked, and a crackling voice responded, "A zun? I would rather avoid a bullet. Let us get to work." The Sun brothers were renowned in their trade, relying on their genuine skills. By analyzing the layers of soil with their shovels, they could roughly envision the situation of the vast pit below. Given the great antiquity of the tomb, such sites typically exhibit collapses, making it nearly impossible to excavate straight to the main burial chamber with eyes closed. One might inadvertently veer off course and miss the accompanying treasures. Therefore, the safest approach is to dig down along the tomb passage and then choose whether to proceed to the side chambers or the main chamber. As the second and third brothers joined forces, accompanied by the whirlwind shovel, it was time for me to take center stage in this endeavor. My task was to disperse the soil, yet not just any soil would suffice. Otherwise, how could I possibly carry away the considerable amount resulting from a theft pit that plunged over 10 meters deep? The soil that matched the surrounding hue could be scattered in situ, nearly rendering it invisible. My responsibility lay in dispersing the earth excavated from the compacted layers, specifically the white and blue clays. The stark contrast in color between the azure mud and the white clay mixed with the soil made it imperative that I scatter this portion seamlessly around, leaving no trace at the original site. Given the agricultural activities pervasive in these mountains, the azure and white soil brought up by the whirlwind shovel could not be carelessly discarded. Instead, it had to be heaped aside, awaiting the dawn for proper disposal. Chapter 6. The turn of events. Yunfeng, find a suitable spot to pile it up. Do not foolishly deposit it in someone else's field. Rest assured, brother 2. I am aware. The azure and white soil was not in abundance. I retrieved 7 or 8 small bags from my backpack, meticulously separating and stacking them together. Suddenly, in the pit, Sun Air's whirlwind shovel came to an abrupt halt. Brother Air, what is amiss? I inquired from above. Look here, he said, reaching down to grasp a handful of soil. The deeper I go, the wetter it becomes. This is not a favorable sign. We may very well have standing water beneath. Wang Batu furrowed his brow. A water pit? Surely it cannot be this shallow. Dig down another 20 centimeters and see. Sun Air nodded and resumed his excavation. Brother 2, we cannot proceed any further. Below lies the burial passage. There is undoubtedly standing water. Sun San exclaimed urgently. If there is water in the burial passage, even if we dig deeper, the theft pit will be submerged. This situation is utterly untenable. The leader couldn't help but exclaim a curse. Damn it, I never anticipated this turn of events. The second and third are already ahead, and we lack the time to probe the waterhole. The Sun brothers swiftly launched a whirlwind excavation, followed by stretching their legs to crawl up from the hidden tunnel. The leader remarked, I can guarantee that if we dig down another 1.5 meters, we will certainly encounter the burial chamber. The term burial chamber refers to the stone tomb's apex, while the brick tombs from the Ming and Qing dynasties are referred to as crown tops. Sun Air lit a cigarette, gazing at the tunnel he had just excavated. Squinting as he said, Leader, since we've come this far, should we take a gamble? What do you mean, ergo? He flicked the ash from his cigarette and replied coldly, Request a water pump and a small generator to be sent over. I concur with the leader's assessment. It's evident that there is water accumulation in the tomb passage, and if there's too much water, a single pump will not suffice. Sun San voiced his concerns. Then what the hell do we do? It's like being able to smell the roast meat but not being able to taste it. Wang, the leader, stroked his chin in contemplation for a moment before abruptly turning to me and asking, Yunfeng, what do you think? Should we retreat or press on? The two brothers also turned their gazes towards me. Huh? I was squatting on the ground, sifting through the soil, and hadn't expected him to ask me so suddenly. After a moment's thought, I replied, Leader, I want to make money. Astute. Sun Air laughed heartily. Fortune favors the bold and starves the timid. If this little lad is unafraid, why should we be daunted? As soon as the red light on the intercom illuminated, the leader promptly instructed, Contact our associate and have her deliver the items within an hour. If she is late by even a minute, she shall receive 1 less percentage of the profits. Time is of the essence in military operations. This was my first encounter with the logistical prowess of the support office. Within less than an hour, a water pump and a small generator were delivered to us punctually. Upon the arrival of the water pump, Sun Air rolled up his trousers and descended into the excavation site with a shovel. Soon, clumps of soil began to be hurled upwards, increasingly saturated with water. Several minutes later, We heard Sun Air's voice echoing from the pit. Holy cow, there's a deluge. As he emerged, the accumulated water had already risen to over half of the excavation. After connecting the generator and the hoses, the leader swiftly cast the pump into the excavation. Water gurgled up from below, while above we tirelessly drained it away. Fortunately, our luck held. Shortly after the pump began its operation, the water level receded, sparing the freshly dug tunnel from collapse. The leader retrieved the pump and commanded, "Air, descend directly and breach the ceiling." The needle is a specialized, sharp tool used in tomb raiding, crafted from diamond to penetrate ceilings with formidable strength. The sound of chiseling echoed from the depths of the excavation. Sun Air's voice soon followed. "Leader, it's clear." A smile spread across the leader's face as he noted the time. "The water extraction has consumed considerable time. Yunfeng, you should descend as well. The more hands, the better. Let us seize the opportunity and gather as much as we can." At that moment, I was momentarily taken aback and inquired, "Leader, shouldn't we be cautious? What if there is no air down there?" Chuckling, the foreman jested, "Oh, you Yunfeng, consider this. Would so much water infiltrate a tomb if it were properly sealed? Rest assured, the air circulation below is uncompromised." Subsequently, donning my headlamp, I descended into a robber's shaft for the first time in my life. The crown had been breached by Sun Lao air, creating a sizable opening. With my legs braced against either side of the shaft, I gradually lowered myself. Noticing the considerable distance of 2 or 3 meters between the crown and the tomb passage below, a wave of trepidation washed over me, and I hesitated to leap. The tomb passage was partially flooded, the water reaching the lower part of one's legs. The Sun brothers stood in the water. "Leap, Yunfeng, it's not that high. We'll help you up later," Sun Lao air exclaimed, his headlamp pointed upward. Without delay, I silently implored the heavens for protection and jumped. The impact was less than graceful, resulting in an undignified sprawl and a mouthful of stagnant water. "Yunfeng, you'll need to practice in the future. You see, you're so slender and delicate. Are you all right?" Sun Lao air asked, chuckling as he helped me to my feet. The tomb passage was cruciform in shape, and our current position was at the intersection. Ahead, there were turns to the left and right, leading to the east and west side chambers. Proceeding straight ahead would lead to the main burial chamber. Sun Lao air rubbed his hands together and exclaimed, "Our luck is holding out. The tomb passage hasn't collapsed. Judging by its design, it dates back to the early to mid-Western Zhou dynasty. Given this rank, the main burial chamber will undoubtedly have a sealing stone. If it had collapsed, we wouldn't have to exert any effort. Even if the sealing stone is still in place, it doesn't matter. Lao San is adept at dealing with such things. Isn't that right, Lao San?" "You exaggerate, second brother," Sun Lao San replied, his gaze fixed on the darkness ahead. "I can manage any sealing stone weighing less than 3 tons, provided there isn't a self-locking mechanism inside." First, we intended to explore the main tomb chamber, followed by the eastern and western side chambers. The 3 of us waded through the water, when suddenly, something red floated towards us from the depths ahead. "What on earth is this?" Sun Lao San retrieved the object from the water. Upon unfolding it, we discovered that it was a pink towel, clearly used by modern individuals, emblazoned with a brand logo. The sight of this towel rendered the Sun brothers' faces grim. Sun Lao San lifted his gaze, illuminating the ceiling with his headlamp. It became evident that in the northwestern corner of the ceiling, there was a small hole that had been drilled directly through. The surrounding stones bore numerous cracks, a testament to the forceful intrusion. "Damn it!" exclaimed Sun Lao air, flinging the towel aside in disgust. He stared at the small hole in the ceiling, declaring, "This was created by a percussion drill. There must have been explosives inside. Those bastards lacked the proper tools and attempted to blast through the ceiling. This towel was used to muffle the explosion's noise. The Western Zhou tomb had been compromised. It was undoubtedly the work of that group from the south. After all our efforts, we had stumbled upon a ruined venture." Chapter 7. The Great Malevolence. As Sun Lao air spoke, his anger escalated, veins bulging on his forehead, suggesting he was on the verge of violence. Sun Lao San shook his head in dismay, then pressed his walkie-talkie, saying, "Captain, we have a new development. This pit has already been disturbed." Silence reigned on the walkie-talkie for a minute, before Wang, The captain responded coldly. When was it disturbed? Did you enter the main tomb chamber? No, we are still in the tomb passage. Just now, a towel was swept in by the floodwaters. Without a doubt, it must have been stolen not long ago. Wang, the leader, pondered for a moment and said, Ergu, here's the plan. You all go into the main burial chamber and take a look. If there's nothing in the main chamber, there's no need to check the side chambers. Just tidy up the tools and come back. Understood, boss, Sun Er replied, putting down the walkie-talkie. I do not smoke, but my sense of smell is quite acute. At that moment, I suddenly caught a whiff of a faint fragrance. Ergu. Why is there a scent of incense? I asked, perplexed. Upon hearing my remark, Sun Er exaggeratedly sniffed towards the front. Then he turned to Sun Er-san, his eyes flashing with surprise. Indeed, we overlooked it earlier. This is sandalwood, he said, his expression suddenly becoming serious. Ergu, Sangu, what's wrong? Is there something unusual about this sandalwood? Seeing their grave expressions, I felt somewhat bewildered. I thought to myself, wealthy individuals often used golden thread sandalwood coffins upon their passing. Is it not normal for sandalwood to have a scent? The relaxed expressions of the Sun brothers vanished. Yunfeng, give me your hand. Ah? Why do you need my hand? I asked, confused, extending my hand toward him. Ergu, what are you doing? I exclaimed in pain as he swiftly cut my fingertip with a sharp dagger. Crimson blood flowed forth, and the Sun brothers, one in front and the other behind, smeared a bit of my blood on their wrists. Ergu, Sangu, what are you doing with my blood? I lamented with my injured finger. Sun Lair had once told me, Yunfeng, in our line of work, grave robbing, we must be wary of the 4 great evils and the 6 minor evils. The squint-eyed tomb guardian, the faintly fragrant agarwood, the indestructible red lacquer coffin, and the everlasting lamp that never runs out of oil. These constitute the 4 great evils. It is an ancient principle that blood can dispel evil. His words were enigmatic, yet I regarded them with skepticism, thinking he was merely trying to frighten me like a child. I muttered in grievance, then why don't you cut your own fingers? Why must you cut mine? Sun Lair patted my head, grinning sinisterly. Our blood won't suffice. It must be the blood of a young boy. Yunfeng, you surely have never even held a girl's delicate hand. Have you? I was at a loss for words, fumbling in my response. I then deliberately shifted the topic, defiantly inquiring, what about the 6 minor evils? Sun Laosan shook his head and replied, Yunfeng, you are still inexperienced in this field. You see, these are terms passed down from the older generation of grave robbers. The shifting sands of the tomb, the fire from heaven, a decaying corpse that remains intact, orbs blocking the 7 orifices, a coffin larger than the sarcophagus, and rats nesting within the coffin. These comprise the 6 minor evils as spoken of by grave robbers in the old society. In every profession, there are unique skills. In the old society, we were referred to as the unconventional 8th door, whereas in this new society, we are labeled as criminals. The proper path is while we belong to the lower streams, alongside the shadowy 7th door that deals with the dead. Old Sun continued, Yunfeng, now that you are engaged in this line of work, you must familiarize yourself with these matters to avoid embarrassment when others inquire and you are left ignorant, tarnishing the reputation of our northern sect. The so-called 7 doors of the underworld encompass the following: the seamstress of corpses, the executioner, the corpse chaser, the grave blower, the paper doll maker, the bone collector, and the little coffin maker, who specializes in crafting coffins for deceased children. These are the 7 doors of the underworld, and Yunfeng, you must remember them as you navigate the rivers and lakes of our world. At the time, I truly struggled to retain such disjointed information, feeling overwhelmed by the hodgepodge of terms. What were these 7 and 8 doors he spoke of? All right, old 3, enough with the details. It's pointless to say so much. Let us proceed to the main burial chamber ahead. Old Sun Er interjected, gesturing with a flick of his wrist. We carry Yunfeng's youthful blood. It wards off evil. After trudging through the murky water for another 2 or 3 minutes, we still had not encountered the main burial chamber. As we approached, I illuminated the path with my headlamp, only to find a stone wall ahead, not the main chamber we sought. At that moment, an unexpected gust of wind swept in from nowhere, chilling my feet submerged in the murky water. Arriving at the stone wall, old Sun Air looked up. Above us, on the ceiling of the burial passage, a large, dark hole was distinctly visible, from which the cold breeze emanated. The hole was irregularly shaped, and old Sun Sen frowned as he observed it, stating, "This was caused by that previous group. The section of the ceiling we passed earlier was not blasted open. It appears they chose a different point to detonate, and judging by the shape of this hole, they must have used explosives." Sun Laosan pressed the intercom. "Captain, straight ahead lies a stone wall, contrary to our expectations. This is not the main burial chamber, and we have yet to discover any funerary items." The red light of the intercom illuminated, and Wang Baotou directed remotely. "A tomb with green clay is not likely to lack a main burial chamber. Please search further, and inspect the western side chamber." "Understood, Captain. How much time do we have left?" "There are 2 hours and 45 minutes until safe daylight. Please expedite your efforts." With a nod, Sun Lar released the intercom and led me and Sun Laosan around the stone wall, making our way toward the western side chamber. It was my first encounter with a tomb side chamber, which resembled a hollowed-out small room. Observing the waterline marks on the walls, it was evident that this area had previously been submerged. What did I see at that moment? At first glance, I beheld a multitude of bronze artifacts, a considerable assemblage haphazardly strewn across the floor of the western side chamber. Among these bronze items were both damaged and intact pieces, including small round tripods, square tripods, bronze grains, bronze vessels, and bronze goblets. Upon cursory inspection, there were dozens of them. "We've struck gold. We've struck gold," Sun Lar exclaimed with reddened eyes, speaking excitedly into the intercom. "Captain, we found a treasure. There are dozens of bronze artifacts in the western side chamber. Black lacquered ancient mercury rust. Genuine Western Zhou relics." Wang Baotou, seasoned by tumultuous experiences, calmly instructed through the intercom. "Transport them in batches. Retrieve everything." "Understood," Sun Lar replied, pulling out a snakeskin bag he carried, while jokingly remarking, "Have those rats to the south decided to become vegetarians? To my astonishment, they have left us with such an abundance of meat. I am truly grateful to their ancestors for this bounty." Sun Laosan, with his composed demeanor, furrowed his brow and spoke in a low voice, "Second brother, I can't shake off this unsettling feeling. The rodents from the south possess noses as keen as ours. There is no way they would fail to detect this copious amount of meat. It simply doesn't add up." He did not hesitate to add, "Laosan, I have noticed that your courage seems to be waning. Why ponder so much? Let me ask you, if a group of female university students were to disrobe and lie on the ground, what would you do? Surely that would be a matter for another day." Chapter 8. The water jar. I too retrieved a snakeskin bag and crouched down to stuff in bronze vessels. The round and square ding were quite heavy, making it laborious for me to carry, so third brother kindly suggested that I select the smaller items. Thus, I filled my bag with bronze dough and diminutive bronze Jew. It was not unusual to find such bronze artifacts together, as during the Western Zhou and spring and autumn periods, these items were commonplace kitchen utensils. The bronze ding was utilized for boiling meat, the Jew for drinking wine, and the bronze dough for storing salt and seasonings. The function of the dough is akin to that of a modern dipping dish for vinegar when eating dumplings. What does it mean to collect wealth with a sack? At that moment, I was indeed gathering riches in such a manner. Being somewhat slender and not particularly strong, I decided my bag was nearly full and prepared to make my first trip up. As I turned my head from side to side, my headlamp illuminated a corner of the ear chamber. What is that? A water jar? Second brother, quickly look. There is a jar. Sun Lar, who had been intently stuffing the bronze ding into his bag, was startled by my sudden exclamation. By heavens, Yunfeng, what are you shouting about? You startled me greatly. I said to my second brother, there is a large vat in the corner, quite substantial. Without lifting his head, he replied, that is merely an earthenware vessel. It pales in comparison to the value of bronze artifacts. Its size renders it impossible to transport down the mountain. Selling it for a mere 1,000 or 1,800 is hardly worth the effort. We shall not bother with such a thing. After hearing the words of Sun Air, I glanced again at the large water vat covered with a stone lid and still found myself reluctant to approach it. I twisted the snakeskin bag filled with bronze artifacts a few times, securing it with a rope, and then began to hoist the snakeskin bag upwards, with my companion pulling from above. For the following hour or so, we labored diligently, successfully transporting 8 full bags of bronze artifacts. At that moment, a voice crackled through the intercom, urging us forward. "You three, hurry up. Dawn is swiftly approaching. We must descend the mountain without delay." Are you familiar with the concept of stacking? The Sun brothers were even more formidable. Upon reaching the summit, they eschewed the use of ropes and simply climbed up the theft hole using their feet. Once they emerged, the smile on Sun Air's face was utterly uncontainable. He gazed at the numerous bulging snakeskin bags and cheerfully inquired, "Boss, how many points do you reckon this amounts to?" Wang, the leader, shook his head with a smile, stating, "Each profession has its own expertise. This matter of points should be directed to the elder brother, as he can assess it accurately." It was later that I comprehended that the points they referred to denoted tens of thousands. 1 point equated to 10,000, and 100 points to 1,000,000. Given the salary levels of the year 2000, many individuals struggled to earn even a single point in a year. Sun Lauda was engaged in the realms of scouting and sales. As long as there are no unusual circumstances, he typically refrains from speaking over the intercom. Conversely, should the elder son take the initiative to communicate via the intercom while working, it undoubtedly indicates the presence of strangers nearby. This is merely one west chamber, and there exists an east chamber as well. It is indeed peculiar that the main burial chamber remains unseen. I believe we must establish a base here, as we have yet to locate the primary burial chamber. Heaven knows how many treasures lie within. Completing this task will undoubtedly take at least 10 to 8 days. In the realm of tomb raiding, a base specifically refers to a situation where one encounters a grand tomb, necessitating the establishment of a base when it cannot be thoroughly explored in a day or two. In earlier years, acquaintances in the tomb raiding community would often inquire, "I heard you managed to set up 2 significant bases last year?" Establishing a base carries inherent risks, as it is easy to be discovered. If an elderly person were to whimsically take a stroll up the mountain and inadvertently fall into our excavation site, it would spell disaster for us. Thus, the potential for profit is directly proportional to the risk involved. To achieve greater rewards, one must be willing to take greater risks. After careful consideration, Wang nodded in agreement, stating, "The value of Western Zhou artifacts has skyrocketed in the black market over the past few years. I believe it is worth taking this risk to establish a base." Upon realizing our intentions, Elder Sun immediately reached out to the mole, requesting that they send personnel to assist in transporting items and concealing the excavation site. This mole is a remarkable woman, and through several interactions, I have come to understand that many of her associates possess considerable backgrounds. She not only provides logistical support for Wang but is also said to manage logistics for other groups part-time. Logically speaking, such actions are undoubtedly against the rules, yet the influential figure, known as the mole, chose to turn a blind eye, deliberately feigning ignorance. This scenario resembles the conduct of professional managers in large corporations, who often hold significant positions in multiple companies simultaneously. The mole supports several young individuals, who, with unwavering loyalty, willingly follow him. Under the cover of night, they deliver generators and water pumps, assisting in concealing illicit tunnels, all orchestrated by the mole's devoted subordinates. Without the mole, our organization would have struggled to function effectively. These illicit operations resemble ticking time bombs. Many have met their downfall on such treacherous ground. A notable example is the infamous tomb raiding group from Beijing's Babaishan, which was dismantled when a wandering elderly woman stumbled upon a small pile of blue and white soil hidden in the mountains, leading to the group's ultimate demise and years of incarceration. The following day, upon returning to a modest inn in Shund, I found myself brushing my teeth by the sink, contemplating how to dispose of the blue and white soil. Suddenly, a loud slap resounded as someone struck my backside. While brushing my teeth, I inadvertently swallowed the mouthwash in surprise. With indignation, I turned to discover the mole, clad in a tank top, laughing heartily. Although the mole was a decade my senior, her figure was impeccably maintained, a testament to her wealth and access to the finest skincare products. The sight of her exposed thighs beneath the pink tank top left my throat parched. With a teasing smile, the mole remarked, "Xiao Yunfeng, I heard from Lao Air yesterday that you haven't even touched a young girl's hand? Is that true?" With a flushed face, I remarked, "What business is it of yours?" The mole, seeing my shyness, burst into a fit of laughter, her mirth rippling like waves. She beckoned me with a playful finger. Xiang Yunfeng, would you like to be my 45th man? At that tender age, I was naive to the complexities of human relationships, and I retorted I would rather not. By the time you reach 40, I would be burdened with 99 green hats. You shameless woman, do not even think of ensnaring me. Xiang Yunfeng, offended by my words, the mole became incensed, wielding a mop from the inn and chasing me around the courtyard. Around noon, seizing the lunchtime opportunity, I donned the guise of a high school student, my black backpack slung over my shoulder, and wandered aimlessly through Shun City. The bag was filled to the brim with a quantity of clay, and I sought a suitable place to dispose of it. As I strolled, a singular thought occupied my mind. Something felt amiss. Chapter 9. Electric fishing in Nanfeng district of Shund. Numerous small eateries lined the streets, bustling with patrons enjoying their meals. After much deliberation and several false starts, I hesitated to scatter the clay. Despite my initial confidence, apprehension gripped me in that moment. I feared the presence of an officer in uniform might approach, inquiring about my intentions. Ultimately, I found myself meandering to the banks of a small river. Upon sighting the waterway, a spark ignited within me, and a plan began to form. Shund, renowned for its aquatic bounty, boasted abundant water resources. I reasoned that if the clay were to enter the river, it would turn to mud, and certainly no one would detect it. Observing that the surroundings were devoid of anyone, I hastily unfastened my backpack, preparing to dispose of the soil into the river. Suddenly, a melodious yet commanding voice pierced the air behind me, startling me to the brink of falling into the water. Turning around in trepidation, I beheld a girl with her hands on her hips, glaring at me. "It's you I'm addressing. What are you staring at? Were you about to toss something into the river? Is it refuse?" With the zipper of my backpack still undone, panic seized me, and I frantically waved my hands in denial. No, I wasn't disposing of any garbage. Preposterous. I saw it with my own eyes. "What do you have in that bag? Show me," she exclaimed, advancing towards me. The sight of her approaching sent my spirit into a frenzy, and in a moment of irrationality, I seized my backpack and bolted. "Stop right there," she shouted, pursuing me relentlessly as we dashed along the embankment of the moat. In my haste, I slipped and plunged directly into the water. The soil in my bag sank immediately upon contact with the water. I could not swim, and in a state of panic, I flailed about, inadvertently gulping several mouthfuls of river water while shouting for help. Ultimately, it was this girl who rescued me. Her name was Li Jing, a local from Shund, and at the time, she was a second-year student at Shun No. 3 High School. That day, she was working in place of her mother, who was responsible for managing the waste on the surface of the moat. Once pulled from the water, I was drenched like a drowned rat, but I secretly breathed a sigh of relief, for my bag of soil had dispersed and evaded detection. Soaked to the bone from rescuing me, the girl clutched my shirt and demanded, "Why were you running? You can't even swim. Are you reckless with your life? What exactly is in your bag?" With a flush creeping up my cheeks, I stammered. It was merely a misstep. I inadvertently tumbled into the river. The contents of my bag were just books. Their loss is inconsequential, as they can be readily replaced. She regarded me with a dubious gaze, her skepticism palpable. "I suspect you harbor a secret. There has been an uptick in illegal electrofishing nearby. You must accompany me to my mother. Only her approval will suffice for your departure." Without awaiting a response, she seized my garment and propelled me forward. I gesticulated wildly, vociferously proclaiming, "I am not engaged in electrofishing. I am not." Of course, divulging the truth was out of the question. Confessing to tomb raiding would be far more damning than electrofishing. Several times I contemplated flight, but ultimately desisted, knowing that such an act would likely implicate my entire cohort, given the girl's unwavering nature. Li Jing's abode was situated adjacent to the moat, accessible via an elevated footbridge. Upon the bridge, a motley assortment of vendors had established their stalls, peddling children's toys, insoles, and socks. Yet, one particular stall commanded attention, that of a fortune teller. The diviner, a man in his late 50s, sported circular sunglasses and kept a packet of inexpensive cigarettes close at hand, perpetually lighting one cigarette from the ember of another. Ah, little Li Jing proves even more capable than her mother. Has she apprehended yet another miscreant engaged in illicit waste disposal? The fortune teller quipped from his stool, a genial smile gracing his lips. The compliment visibly pleased the girl, and a hint of smugness crept into her countenance as she retorted, "Indeed, Li Banzian, this fellow took flight upon sighting me, even plunging into the river. I suspect he is involved in electrofishing." The fortune teller, surrounded by a cloud of smoke, was nearly obscured by his own haze. "Ah, the electric fish," he murmured, "young man, this is not good. The fortunes of one who fishes with electricity shall surely suffer retribution." The girl, Li Jing, chuckled softly and remarked, "Li Lao Lu, I merely called you Li Banzian, and you truly believe yourself to be a sage? It's utterly amusing. Last time you prophesied for Aunt Li, you claimed her pigs would conceive within a month. And what transpired? Those pigs succumbed to diarrhea and perished within 3 days. Where are the piglets?" The fortune teller cleared his throat and replied, "That was merely a stroke of bad luck for that particular pig. It is not my fault that the prediction was inaccurate. If you doubt me, shall I cast your fortune anew?" The girl doubled over with laughter, pointing at him. "No, I dare not let you read my fortune. You must have gone days without a client. If you must, read for him instead. Tell me if he is indeed an electric fisherman." She suddenly directed her finger towards me. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I found myself inexplicably compelled to allow him to read my fortune. The fortune teller first inquired about my date of birth, then produced a tortoise shell containing 3 ancient copper coins from the Qianlong era. He shook the shell in various directions, and soon the 3 coins tumbled out onto the table. Strangely, all 3 coins landed on their reverse sides, with 2 stacked atop one another, while the third lay solitary on the side, the distance between them rather substantial. The impression was profound. The fortune teller's playful demeanor vanished as he gazed at the 3 copper coins, somewhat dazed, his attention lingering for an extended period until the cigarette in his hand burned down to the filter. Once he regained his composure, he glanced at Li Jing and then at me, sighing and shaking his head incessantly. The girl, smiling, inquired, "Li Lao Lu, what have you discerned? Is this fellow involved in illegal fishing?" The fortune teller lit another cigarette, inhaling deeply, and looked at me with a significant expression, saying, "Young man, you are not as simple as you appear." Feeling a twinge of guilt, I cautiously asked him what he had discovered. He chuckled softly and replied, "The waters are deep, yet the pool is shallow. In a shallow pool there are many turtles. You are the most valuable turtle in this pool, yet you cannot escape your ultimate fate, destined to be slaughtered and turned into a bowl of turtle soup." At that moment, hearing him refer to me as a turtle was infuriating. Each word was a pearl of wisdom. If I could meet him again, I would gladly spend a fortune to have him divine my future, to ascertain if I, Xiang Yunfeng, would ever settle down and to determine my path ahead. Chapter 10. Li Jing. Although Li Jing's mother was just over 40, her hair had already turned considerably gray, and her forehead bore many lines, reflecting a life filled with hardships. "Li Jing. Who is this? Is he your classmate?" "No, Mom," Li Jing replied, tugging at my arm. "I just caught this fellow by the moat. He looks suspicious and clearly isn't a good person. I suspect he is involved in illegal fishing." "Illegal fishing?" Li Jing's mother asked me, perplexed. "Young man, are you involved in illegal fishing?" I hurriedly explained that this was all a misunderstanding and that I was not involved in any illegal fishing. Li Jing's mother looked at me kindly, shaking her head with a smile, saying, "I don't believe you resemble a poacher, dear student. Xiao Jing, you have made a mistake this time. You have brought someone innocent here. Apologize to him at once." Eventually, I grasped the situation and understood why Li Jing had mistaken me for a poacher. This was due to a bounty issued by the Shunned Forestry Bureau, as the ecological destruction of the Yangtze River had reached alarming levels, putting the Chinese sturgeon and the Yangtze River dolphin on the brink of extinction. There was a resolute commitment from the authorities to protect the inland water environment, and this initiative extended to Shunned. Anyone who captured a poacher could claim a reward from the Forestry Bureau, with a handsome sum of 500 yuan for each apprehended individual. Thus, Li Jing had clung to me, believing I was a poacher, intending to turn me in for the reward, as her family was in need of money. Under her mother's insistence, Li Jing reluctantly apologized to me, saying, "I'm sorry, classmate." Li Jing's mother, being warm and hospitable, invited me to stay for lunch as a gesture of goodwill. It was nearly 2 o'clock, and my stomach was growling, so I accepted her invitation. For lunch we had steamed rice, accompanied by 3 dishes: scrambled eggs with chives, stir-fried zucchini with green beans, and cold lotus root slices. These homely dishes were authentically prepared and quite delectable. As I eagerly devoured my meal, Li Jing watched me with a cold gaze, occasionally striking her porcelain bowl with her chopsticks to create a loud clatter, which caused her mother to frown repeatedly. She seemed to resent that I had eaten her family's eggs. Li Jing's mother scolded her. "Xiao Jing, how can you be so rude? What has this young student done to deserve your disdain?" Li Jing bit the tip of her chopsticks, pouting as she remarked, "I haven't provoked him, yet I simply find this fellow displeasing." I felt a surge of anger at that moment. Though I was born of humble origins, with no parental guidance and a family in disarray, I possessed a strong sense of self-respect. I set down my bowl and chopsticks, rising to bid farewell to Li's mother. In my heart, I thought angrily, what do I care for your family's eggs? There were 6 or 7 individuals, all in their 20s or 30s, wielding paint buckets, and some even carried sticks. Where is Li Dequan? Come out, Li Dequan. If you don't, I swear I'll harm your wife and child. They appeared menacing, and having never encountered such a scene before, I was instantly petrified. Li Jing and her mother were equally pale, their faces drained of color. One man, carrying a paint bucket, entered the house, and upon seeing the spread of food on the table, he let out a cold laugh. "Damn, you've got the money to eat eggs. If you can afford to eat eggs, you can pay me back." With that, he tipped over the bucket, splattering a table full of red paint. The pungent stench of the paint filled the air, instantly covering the dishes with a thick layer of red. Li's mother looked on in terror, while Li Jing kept her head bowed in silence. "Heh." The man chuckled, "So you want to eat eggs? Huh? No money, is it?" He poked the paint-covered scrambled eggs with chives toward Li Jing. "Go on, eat up. Aren't eggs delicious? If you finish this plate, we'll leave." "Ah." The others joined in, laughing heartily. "What are you doing?" I could no longer stand by. This was sheer bullying. Well, the man chuckled, eyeing me up and down. "And who might you be, little brother?" I inhaled deeply, retorting, "I'm Li Jing's classmate. If you dare to cause any trouble, I'll call the authorities." "Oh, call the authorities?" A wave of uproarious laughter erupted around us. "It's only natural to repay debts. You little whelp," threatening to call the authorities. With that, he swung the cudgel in his hand, aiming a fierce blow at my head. Instinctively, I raised my arm in a futile attempt to shield myself, but my reaction was too slow. The cudgel landed squarely on my head. A sticky sensation spread across my scalp. I reached up and touched it, realizing that my head had been split open and blood was flowing freely. A dizzying sensation overwhelmed me. "Stop it. I'll eat. Li Jing, who had been hanging her head low, suddenly looked up. Her eyes reddened with distress, and cried out. Li's mother continued to wipe away her tears. Li Jing grabbed the eggs from the plate and began stuffing them into her mouth. The eggs were coated in paint, their pungent odor assaulting her senses. After just one bite, Li Jing gagged and retched. "Haha, is that all you've got? Finish them all." "Did you not hear me?" I said. "Finish them all. Are you deaf?" Li Jing resumed grabbing the eggs and forcing them into her mouth. 5 minutes later, the plate was empty. Heh, amusing. It seems our trip wasn't in vain. We've been treated to quite a spectacle. And remember to tell Li Dequan that if the money isn't ready when we return, things won't be so simple. With those parting words, the group of men departed, hurling insults as they went. My head, having been struck, was bleeding profusely, and I lay on the ground, writhing in discomfort. "Are you all right?" Li Jing, wiping the paint from her lips, gingerly helped me up. Li's mother fetched some gauze and gently bandaged my head. I lay on their bed, resting for over an hour until I began to recover. "Little classmate, I'm so sorry for the trouble. I didn't mean for you to get hurt," Li's mother said, her face filled with guilt. "Auntie, what were those people doing?" I inquired, suppressing the pain in my head. "My father's business failed, and he owes them a significant sum," Li Jing explained. "Failed in business?" How much does he owe? I pressed further. Sighing, Li's mother shook her head. 50,000 yuan. 50,000. That's a staggering amount, I exclaimed, taken aback by the figure. Such a sum would take years to repay, even if one were to forego all expenses. No, I don't need to go to school. I can walk back by myself, I insisted. As I stepped outside, Li Jing accompanied me. Hey, I'm really sorry about earlier, she said, her head lowered as she walked beside me. It's fine. It's all in the past, I replied with a wave of my hand and a smile, attempting to appear magnanimous. You're not from our school, are you? Which school do you attend? I'll come find you to hang out, Li Jing suddenly asked. That. I stammered, lying. I'm in the second year at number 1 high school. Oh, number 1 high school. You must be doing quite well academically, Li Jing remarked with a smile. My face flushed, and I dared not respond. My grades consistently lingered among the bottom 3. Back then, when pagers were just becoming popular, ordinary students couldn't afford mobile phones, so I had no contact number to share. Nonetheless, Li Jing invited me to visit her and even asked me to help her with her studies. Upon returning to the inn, I found Wang sipping tea. Upon seeing my head wrapped in bandages, he nearly spat out his tea. Wang, addressing me loudly, inquired, Yunfeng, what on earth has happened to you? Did you fall into a pit while scattering soil? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I replied, Boss, I was beaten up. Chapter 11. Wrap up after listening to my lament. Wang shook his head and said, Yunfeng, this time you have acted recklessly. In our line of work, one must exercise utmost caution. One fears being caught by the slightest clue. I apologized. I'm sorry, boss. I will certainly be more careful next time. Without hesitation, I instinctively blurted out, Boss, I feel I have suffered a loss. Wang took a sip of his tea, covered the cup, and stated, Just yesterday we established our base. Our conduct must now be discreet. My personal advice is to bide your time. Once we complete this job and leave Shund, I will have a word with a certain mole. She has connections in the field. I nodded in agreement. In the small storage room of our rented inn, there were still several bags of clay. However, Wang did not assign me to scatter the soil. Instead, he arranged for me to assist with another task in the afternoon, instructing me to follow Boss Sun and help him process the batch of bronze artifacts from yesterday. As we approached the storage room, I suddenly caught a strong whiff of cumin seasoning. Upon closer inspection, I discovered someone had set up a charcoal barbecue grill at the entrance, where meat was being grilled and lavishly brushed with spices. Boss Sun was responsible for the conversion of goods, but first the work had to be done properly. Brother Sun, I am Yunfeng. The boss has sent me to assist, I said as I knocked on the storage door. Master Sun opened the door for me, clad in a white protective suit, accompanied by leather gloves and plastic goggles. Upon entering the warehouse, I beheld several bronze artifacts displayed upon the ground, alongside a large white leather barrel containing a half-full semi-transparent liquid, whose pungent odor was quite overwhelming. He tossed me a set of protective gear, instructing Yunfeng, put this on. Although I could not comprehend the situation, I complied and donned the equipment. Brother, what are you doing? I inquired, observing him cast a bronze wine goblet, tarnished with red mercurial rust, into the barrel. As the corroded bronze touched the liquid, it began to bubble vigorously, and the previously potent odor intensified, reminiscent of urea. Master Sun pointed at the bronze goblet submerged in the liquid, stating, Yunfeng, in our trade, this technique is referred to as killing the green. The chemical composition of this liquid was expertly crafted by a specialist. Killing the green? What does that mean, brother? I asked, perplexed. Master Sun chuckled and explained. Killing the green means removing the black skin. The mercurial rust in this water is deeply penetrating, and such pervasive corrosion can easily obscure inscriptions and characters. Should that occur, we would incur significant losses. Old Master Sun continued, stating, those in the southern regions refer to this task as killing rust, while we in the north term it killing green. Yunfeng, remember, for bronze vessels from the Western Zhou and Warring States periods, square tripods command a price 5 times that of round ones. Vessels inscribed with characters are 10-fold more valuable than those without. For inscriptions exceeding 5 characters, each additional character adds an extra 30,000. This tomb dates back to the early to mid-Western Zhou period, Judging by the style of the burial chamber and the substantial number of bronze artifacts interred alongside, the tomb's master must have been a minor lord from the southern regions. Old Master Sun meticulously analyzed the situation for me. Should we unearth any inscriptions indicating the identity of the tomb's occupant, and if fortune smiles upon us, discovering that this minor lord is mentioned in historical texts, it would indeed be a remarkable find. Upon hearing Old Master Sun's elucidation, I suddenly grasped the intricacies involved. The barbecue stall outside was, in fact, a deliberate diversion orchestrated by Old Master Sun to mask the pungent odor associated with the killing green process. The gloves were worn due to the corrosive nature of the solution, serving to safeguard oneself. This liquid used for treating the bronze artifacts, if accidentally splashed into the eyes, could be far more damaging than any copper-nickel alloy. The artifacts must be soaked for over 20 minutes before using a stiff-bristled shoe brush to remove the rust, being careful not to brush too aggressively nor eradicate all the mercury rust. Once it is confirmed that a piece lacks inscriptions, one should cease brushing. With gloves on, I took the shoe brush and diligently scrubbed several bronze artifacts, scrutinizing them closely, yet to my dismay, I did not uncover a single character. This left me feeling somewhat dejected. Seeing my dejection, Sun Lauda chuckled while polishing a bronze grain. Yunfeng, there's no need to feel disheartened. Such matters are all about fate. When the time comes, it will reveal itself. If it is not meant to be, we cannot force it. At that moment, I was engrossed in polishing a small bronze bean, and as I scrubbed its interior with my shoe brush, I thought I glimpsed a faint golden hue in the strokes. "What is this?" I exclaimed, lifting the bronze bean and scrubbing it vigorously once more. Brother, look, I've uncovered some writing. There are inscriptions within this bronze bean. The strokes are intricate, resembling cryptic symbols." I called out to Sun Lauda with excitement. He took the bronze bean, examining it closely. After a moment, Sun Lauda furrowed his brow, observing the gilded inscriptions on the surface of the bronze artifact. This script is neither bird seal nor oracle bone script. It is a form of ancient gold script known as six-fold seal, even predating oracle bone script. How could it possibly appear on a Western Zhou bronze? His eyes brimmed with confusion. Ancient gold script is not of the Jin dynasty. It is an archaic form of writing that may trace its origins back even before oracle bone script, during the Shang dynasty. With his extensive knowledge, Sun Lauda immediately recognized that the markings on the bronze bean were not bird seal, but rather the rare six-fold seal from ancient gold script. After his initial frown, excitement took over. Yunfeng, continue polishing the rest. The inscriptions in this ancient gold script are exceedingly rare, and there are few in the world who can translate such texts. I must hasten to seek assistance to decipher the meaning of these inscriptions. Master Sun placed the inscribed bronze vessel into a wooden box and subsequently exited with it in hand. Even until the cleanup was complete, I had not encountered another inscribed bronze artifact. It was the sole piece that had emerged. Without pausing for conversation, Master Sun hurried to the table, seized the teapot, and drank nearly half its contents in one go. Wiping his mouth, he turned to Wang and said, "I've leveraged some connections at the Archaeological Research Institute, and those 6 inscriptions have been translated." "Oh, what do they say?" Wang inquired. Master Sun opened the wooden box and, touching the bronze piece within, coldly uttered 4 words, "Geodaizi." Chapter 12. The White Bones Brother. What is Geodaizi? Is it a type of seaweed? Master Sun did not smile. Instead, he looked at me and replied, "It is not seaweed, but rather a person's name." There were only scant references about this individual in the records. Who would have thought we would stumble upon this? So what do you think, Wang? Shall we proceed tonight? I see that the second and third brothers are already prepared. Wang, with a serious demeanor, asked, "Is there any trouble at the base?" Master Sun nodded. "No, the young men under a certain mole are quite astute. Boss, let us hold off on releasing this batch, especially the bronze piece. If news spreads from Shund, their essay high probability will attract wolves." "The wolves from the south?" Master Sun inquired, his expression darkening. "I fear it is not solely the southern wolves. Currently, wolves abound and the meat is scarce. They are all scavenging for bones. If we do not secure our cover tightly, the scent of our meat may very well draw the wild wolves to us." The leader declared, "I've made up my mind. Wang extended his arm in a commanding gesture, insisting 5 days. We shall reduce the time frame to 5 days. Extract everything we need. And once we have secured it, we shall swiftly depart from Shund and seek refuge elsewhere. From the exchange between Wang and the leader, Sun, I could sense their apprehension, as if they were wary of some unseen threat. As the hour of the rat passed, on the treacherous Fei Mountain, Sun Air crouched on the ground, smoking, while Sun San busily counted the sacks. The atmosphere was tranquil. It was time to commence. The voice of Sun Lauda crackled through the walkie-talkie. Yunfeng, how many sacks do you have? Second brother, I have 4 remaining. That should suffice. Upon finishing his words, Sun Air extinguished the cigarette in his hand. At that moment, eerie calls of strange birds echoed from within Fei Mountain, their cries unsettling in the stillness of the night. Truly ominous, Wang muttered as he cast a glance at the shadowy mountain behind him, cursing the ill fate it seemed to embody. He remarked that these birds were harbingers of sorrow, ill omens. The so-called harbinger of sorrow was none other than the owl, historically referred to as the night owl, frequently sighted in burial grounds, leading to its ominous moniker. Damn those cursed birds. Sun Air spat in the direction of the mountain several times. Once the calls of the owl subsided, we began our operation. The previously prepared tunnel, expertly concealed by one of Ji's subordinates, was nearly flawless. A layer of pristine yellow grass covered the entrance, supported by 4 wooden poles, rendering it nearly indistinguishable from the surrounding terrain. After clearing away the concealment and equipping ourselves with headlamps, the Sun brothers descended into the tunnel, with me exerting considerable effort to be the last to follow. The murky water in the grave pit beneath the canopy has diminished significantly, no longer sufficient to submerge one's feet. Only a thin layer of soft mud remains, making each step feel slightly sticky. The tomb passage is dim and damp, with a temperature noticeably cooler than above. Adjusting his headlamp, Sun Air remarked, "You are right. We must hasten our pace. Yunfeng, please check the western ear room from yesterday and see if anything has been overlooked in the corners. If all is well, return to assist us in the eastern section." After giving these instructions, I temporarily parted ways with the Sun brothers, who headed right towards the eastern ear room, while I turned left to the western ear room. Alone in the tomb at this late hour, a sense of trepidation began to creep in. I clutched my headlamp, silently reciting, do not blame, dear host. I merely seek a modest fortune. Amidst. People light candles, while spirits extinguish them. I had once inquired of the headman, is it true that we should not disturb the grave before dawn? Even if we are not grave robbers, for our safety, should we not light a white candle within the tomb? I had heard that if the candle were to go out, it signified the displeasure of the tomb's owner, compelling us to leave lest we encounter a ghost. The old headman had chuckled heartily, saying, Yunfeng, you have watched too many movies and dramas. A candle extinguishing signifies the owner's displeasure? And if it burns brightly, does that mean the owner welcomes us to excavate his grave? What a farce. Moreover, Yunfeng, consider this. Indeed, ancient grave robbers would light a white candle within the tomb, but that was for illumination. Otherwise, how could one navigate in pitch darkness? It is not that they wish to light candles. Rather, it is due to the absence of electricity, for without illumination, one cannot perceive their surroundings. In our possession are headlamps and flashlights. Why resort to candles? In some graves, the corpses have decayed, leaving behind methane, which, upon encountering an open flame, could potentially explode. Do you comprehend this, Yunfeng? These were the exact words conveyed to me by Wang Baotou, which sounded somewhat humorous at first. However, upon further reflection, I found them to possess a certain logic. After walking for several minutes without incident, I arrived at the western ear chamber. In the northwest corner of the chamber, the large water vat, covered with a stone slab, remained solitary. My second brother mentioned that the vat holds little value, yet. Could there be any burial artifacts within? Contemplating this, I resolved to investigate further. Indeed, as my brother had stated, upon closer inspection, I discovered that this vessel was fashioned from fired clay. The earliest porcelain emerged during the Eastern Han Dynasty, characterized by primitive celadone. Prior to this era, coarse pottery and bronze wares were predominantly utilized, which aligns with my findings. However, I was perplexed by the sheer size of the vat and how it had been fired. The stone slab covering it was composed of bluestone. Initially, I attempted to push it with one hand, but it proved too heavy. Acknowledging its weight, I employed both hands. The slab scraped against the vat, emitting a series of jarring sounds as I gradually pushed the bluestone aside. But what was that foul odor? Previously, while the slab was in place, the scent had been barely perceptible. Now, however, it was unmistakably pungent. At that moment, I sensed something peculiar about this Western Zhou tomb. Upon my descent, there had been a faint fragrance, yet now I was confronted with an acrid stench reminiscent of spoiled boiled eggs in the sweltering summer. I adjusted my headlamp and lowered my neck to peer into the vat. Beneath the large vat, I discovered a hole no wider than 20 centimeters, with nothing else in sight. The unpleasant odor, reminiscent of rotten eggs, emanated from this opening. As I shone my headlamp, I realized I could not see beneath the dark abyss. Feeling a sense of curiosity, I leaned over the edge of the vat, extending my right hand into the shadowy cavity below. What is this? After a prolonged search, I encountered a hard, elongated object. Could it possibly be a gold bar? No, that would be too light for gold. Gripping the object firmly, I adjusted my position and gradually pulled it out. It was a white object. Upon closer inspection with my headlamp, it revealed itself to be a human thigh bone. Startled, I let out a scream and hastily discarded the bone. Could this be the remains of the tomb's occupant, remarkably preserved since the Western Zhou period? In my moment of panic, I overlooked something crucial, the marrow within that thigh bone. Chapter 13. Injury. Being inexperienced in such work, I mistakenly assumed that the bone belonged to the tomb's owner. Given the specifications of this burial site, if the remains were indeed those of the owner, there should have been accompanying artifacts. I envisioned small bronze seals, exquisite ancient jade ornaments, and possibly gold items as well. Greed triumphed over fear, and I continuously reassured myself. It's nothing. It's nothing. Perhaps in this dark abyss, there lies the private seal of a feudal lord. If fortune smiles upon me and I unearth it, I could strike it rich. Summoning my courage, I reached again into the depths of the jar. Suddenly, my index finger felt as though it had been bitten by something. The pain was intense. My immediate reaction was to believe I had been bitten by a snake. Uncertain if it was venomous, panic surged within me, and I clutched my finger, shouting and dashing towards the eastern chamber. Second brother. Third brother. Help! The floor of the eastern chamber was scattered with a few burial artifacts, far fewer in number than those in the western chamber. The Sun brothers were crouched down, sorting through items to determine their value. Yunfeng, why are you making such a commotion? Have you seen a ghost or something? Who would want to harm you? I showed him my finger, which had ceased bleeding, and exclaimed urgently, Second brother, I've been bitten by a venomous snake. I'm about to succumb to the poison. What? A venomous snake? Sun Air immediately panicked. He grasped my finger and examined it for a moment, then inquired with confusion, Old Third. Yunfeng, is this wound on your finger really from a snake bite? Sun San pondered for a moment, then shook his head. It resembles one, but it feels somewhat off, Second brother. Look at how narrow Yunfeng's finger is. The spacing of this wound is far too small for a snake's head. Sun San pressed gently on my wound, and instantly, bright red blood oozed forth. It's nothing, Yunfeng. Look at the color of the blood. It's so vibrant. Whatever bit you was certainly not a snake, let alone a venomous one. I reckon it might have been a mouse, a smaller one at that. Mouse? Do mice still bite people, third brother? Of course they do, Yunfeng. You simply haven't seen enough. In ancient times, during rodent infestations, mice could even devour humans. Yunfeng, are you not feeling dizzy, lightheaded, or nauseous? I shook my head and replied, Third brother, not at all. Do not overthink it. There is nothing to worry about. Come, lend a hand. If you remain uneasy, you can go to the hospital tomorrow during the day for a rabies shot. Oh, I nodded in agreement, feeling considerably relieved knowing it wasn't a venomous snake. Strangely, the number of burial items in the eastern chamber is far fewer than those in the western chamber. Logically, it should be equitable, with both chambers containing a similar quantity of burial artifacts. However, after a lengthy search, we only uncovered 6 or 7 bronze items of minor value, while the rest were significantly damaged, fragmented to the point where their original forms were nearly unrecognizable. Alas, we even brought so many bags, expecting to reap a bountiful harvest. Instead, we are left with mere scraps. Sun Lair bitterly lamented. He pressed the intercom and reported the situation. Head, what a disappointment. The Eastern Chamber holds a pitifully small amount of valuable items. Most are trinkets. After a 2-minute silence on the intercom, Wang, the leader, gave the next command, count what you have and let it be. Quickly move on to locate the main burial chamber. The contents of the coffin will be the most valuable. A flurry of voices mixed with radio static echoed back. It is inconceivable that affluent and powerful individuals in ancient times would not construct a grand sepulchre for themselves upon their demise. We still had some time, so we continued our quest for the main tomb. A true main tomb would encompass a coffin, a sarcophagus, a corpse, and accompanying burial treasures. Regrettably, after an extensive search, we were unable to locate the main tomb. Having packed the few items from the Western Zhou dynasty, we decided to conclude our endeavors for the day. On our way back, Wang could not help but shake his head in disbelief, proclaiming that it was impossible and illogical. Noticing a discomfort in my right hand, I glanced down to find my right index finger remarkably swollen, nearly as thick as 2 fingers combined. Furthermore, the 2 small punctures at the wound were oozing pus. The swelling was substantial, yet there was no pain or itchiness. Fearful, I touched it, only to find that I had lost all sensation. Alarmed, I caught the attention of Sun Lao Er, who was equally startled. He inquired about my activities that morning, bewildered as to how I had developed such a condition. Sun Lao San urged that we seek medical attention immediately. They called for Sun Lauda, who was more familiar with the area, and he escorted me to a small clinic not far from our lodging. The doctor at the clinic was taken aback. He confessed that in his 20 years of practice, he had never seen a finger swell to such an extent. He hesitated to treat me, uncertain of what had caused the swelling, and refrained from administering any anti-inflammatory medication. He insisted that we promptly visit a larger hospital, warning that such swelling could lead to amputation. The mere thought of amputation terrified me. Ergu speculated that a rat had bitten me, to which I retorted that a mere rat bite could not possibly necessitate amputation. Could it be a venomous rat? I found myself compelled to visit the shunned First People's Hospital once more. The emergency room physician frowned as he examined my swollen fingers. Your temperature is normal and there are no signs of infection, he remarked. Let us conduct an X-ray to ascertain whether there is fluid accumulation or some other issue causing this swelling. After the X-ray was completed and handed to the doctor, he reviewed the images and concluded, it appears to be fluid accumulation. The wound is somewhat inflamed. He inquired if I felt any discomfort, to which I shook my head in negation. Subsequently, the doctor employed a large needle from the acupuncture kit, pricking my finger twice, yet I felt no pain. A gentle squeeze prompted a considerable amount of yellowish-white liquid to flow forth. Is your hand all right now, Yunfeng? The head elder asked me. I glanced at my now decreased swelling and sighed in relief, responding, it should be fine now, head elder. There is neither pain nor itchiness. The elder Wang nodded in agreement and turned to Sun Lao, saying, Lao, I conducted a thorough examination this morning and consulted with several of our colleagues. Our consensus is that the fluid accumulation may have caused the collapse of the main burial chamber, or it is possible that something remains buried elsewhere. Yunfeng, you should rest for now. Lao, accompany me, we need to discuss further. Upon returning to my room, I ingested some anti-inflammatory medication and lay down on my bed, feeling somewhat fatigued. I soon drifted into slumber. In my dreams, I beheld the solitary large water vat. A hand, grotesquely decayed, slowly emerged from a gaping hole, seizing my wrist. I awoke from this nightmare, my back drenched in sweat. Sensing something unusual in my hand, I lowered my gaze. At that moment, my fingers had swollen once more with fluid accumulation. Moreover, it appeared to be more severe than before. Chapter 14. Aunt Lu. I hurried back to the hospital. I had just visited in the morning and returned in the afternoon. When the doctor saw my swollen finger, she was taken aback. This time, in addition to administering an injection, the doctor drew blood, stating that a pathological examination was necessary to ascertain whether an infection had occurred. The test results would not be available until the following day at the earliest. The doctor instructed me to take the anti-inflammatory medication on time, and sensing that amoxicillin might not suffice, she prescribed another expensive anti-inflammatory medication with its packaging inscribed in English. In the latter part of the night, my bitten finger swelled again. This time, not only did it swell and exude a white fluid, but it also began to ache. The pain was intermittent, occurring approximately every 20 minutes. We had rented a small inn, which now accommodated only 2 guests, myself and a solitary mole. I was aware that the Sun brothers and the head were searching for the main tomb chamber, and I dared not disturb them. In the latter part of the night, I clutched my swollen index finger, tossing and turning in agony, utterly unable to sleep. I stealthily slipped out, hoping to see if any pharmacies were still open nearby, as I sought some pain relief medication. At that time, online shopping was not yet widespread, nor was there a service for online pharmacy delivery. I was unfamiliar with Shund, so I simply ventured north from the inn, asking passers-by if there were any pharmacies still in operation. Although I gathered some information, upon reaching the location, I discovered the pharmacy had already closed, with number 24-hour establishments in sight. Coincidentally, I realized that my location was not far from Li Jing's residence in Nanshan district. I could see the arched bridge over the moat from where I stood. Li Jing is a local, and I was hoping to see if they had any painkillers at her house. Otherwise, I would have to endure a long journey to the hospital. Upon arriving, I knocked a few times on the door, which was opened by Li's mother. Xiao Xiong? What brings you here at such a late hour? Li's mother inquired, surprised to see me. Hello, Auntie, is Li Jing home? I was passing by and thought I might borrow some painkillers, I replied. Painkillers? Oh yes, come with me, she said, leading me into the house. Xiao Jing, are you asleep? Open the door. Li's mother knocked a few times before turning to me and saying the medicine was in Li Jing's room, specifically in her drawer. To avoid startling anyone, I kept my hands in my pockets, and thus, Li's mother did not notice my discomfort. Coming, Mom. What are you doing up at this hour? Li Jing, wearing a Donald Duck pajama set and rubbing her eyes, opened the door. Xiang Yunfeng? What brings you here? Li Jing exclaimed, surprised to see me. Your classmate came to borrow some painkillers. Mom remembers there are some in the cabinet under your desk. Please help Xiang find them. I need to check on the water boiling on the stove, Li's mother instructed before turning to leave. Li Jing's pajama set was rather short, barely covering her thighs, and as she bent down to search for the medication in the drawer, I averted my gaze due to the angle. At that moment, being an inexperienced young man, I felt increasingly embarrassed for not looking, ultimately turning my face a deep shade of red. Just as I was about to speak, a sharp pain surged through my finger, akin to a knife slicing into my flesh. And nothing. I'm just in pain. Sweat began to bead on my forehead. I should be going. I seized the medicine bottle from Li Jing's hand and hastily exited her home. Not far from her residence, there was a faucet, its origin unknown, yet it provided water. I directly drank 3 pain relievers under the flow of the tap. After a brief respite, the pain persisted, prompting me to consume 2 more tablets, which finally alleviated my discomfort. Leaning against the sink, an unsettling chill enveloped my body. My head felt heavy, my eyelids began to flutter, and I was utterly devoid of strength. In that moment, a harrowing thought crossed my mind. Was I on the brink of death? I curled up beside the sink, my teeth chattering from the cold, beads of sweat forming on my brow, and then I succumbed to unconsciousness. I had not slept for long when I awoke to find myself in Li Jing's bedroom. You're awake. What happened to your hand? You terrified me, she exclaimed, her expression a mixture of fear and relief. If I hadn't sensed something was amiss and stepped outside to check, you could have been in grave danger. At that moment, Li Jing's mother entered with a bowl of water, glancing at me with concern. Xiang, why didn't you say anything earlier? What happened to your hand? I stammered. Auntie, I think I might have been bitten by a snake. A snake? Which snake? Li Jing's mother inquired, her face a mask of astonishment. I shook my head, admitting my ignorance. This is unacceptable. We have no vehicle, and the hospital is quite distant. It's still the dead of night, and all the clinics and pharmacies are closed. Xiao Xiang, we cannot delay this matter. Xiao Jing, help Xiao Xiang. We shall seek Lu Pe for assistance. While we were on the road, Li Jing explained to me that Lu Pe was from Guangxi, having married in from the Miao village in the 10,000 Great Mountains. Lu Pe has her own supply of medicinal herbs and is quite adept at treating snake bites. There was a case in which someone was bitten by a 5-step snake, and the hospital happened to be out of the necessary antivenom. Remarkably, Lu Pe managed to cure him with her herbs in no time at all. The walk from Li Jing's home to Lu Pe's took us 40 minutes, during which I experienced another bout of pain. The 5 painkillers still had some effect, allowing me to endure it, albeit with difficulty. Lu Pe's house was quite old, and Li Jing mentioned that it might be demolished as a dangerous structure after the new year. Li Mu knocked on the door for quite a while before an elderly woman slowly opened it for us. Li Mu got straight to the point, explaining our situation. Upon hearing that I had been bitten by a snake, Lu Pe quickly invited us inside. Over 70 years old, Lu Pe's home had a distinct odor, reminiscent of unwashed linens. There was an elderly man lying on the bed, covered with a heavy quilt, looking rather unwell. After examining my swollen finger, which resembled a sun finger, and the 2 small puncture marks left by the bite, Lu Pe's expression gradually darkened. "Young man," she inquired, "are you certain that what bit you was a snake? Where exactly were you bitten?" I certainly could not confess in front of Li Jing that I had been bitten while grave robbing, so I hesitantly fabricated a lie, stating I was bitten at home. At home? Lu Pe scrutinized me, her gaze laden with meaning. "I don't believe such snakes are found in your household." She gestured for Li Jing and Li Mu to step outside, indicating that she wished to speak with me privately. After they temporarily stepped out, Granny Lu looked at me and shook her head, saying, "Young one, let me be frank. The creature that bit you is not a snake. Have you visited the hospital? What did the doctor tell you?" "Granny, the doctor initially said it was edema, but later he ordered a blood test, mentioning something about a bacterial pathology examination to check for infection." Upon hearing my words, Granny Lu let out a cold laugh. "By the time they uncover the cause, your body will likely be beyond saving. Such creatures cannot possibly exist at home. They are not even found in desolate mountains or forests. What bit you is a type of white-antlered insect known among the older Miao people as the corpse beetle. They thrive only in the presence of corpses." Chapter 15. Treatment corpse beetle? I have never heard of such a thing, I thought, my heart sinking further into fear. "Granny, can you cure me? I am willing to pay. I do not wish to die," I said in trepidation. Internally conflicted, I pondered the implications of revealing my identity. I knew that doing so could entangle not just myself but also implicate Brother Tu and the Sun family. It was Tu who had prevented me from leaping off the bridge, willing to nurture a mere child like me and provide sustenance, for which I held deep gratitude, though I had never articulated it. Betraying them was not an option I could entertain. Furthermore, if word got out, and Li Jing learned of my criminal background, she would surely distance herself from me. After weighing my options, I took a deep breath and said, "Granny, while I desire to be cured, there are certain things I cannot disclose." Lu Pe gazed at me in surprise for quite some time. After a prolonged silence, she shook her head and said, "All right, I understand. Follow me." "Grandma, where are we going?" I inquired. "Of course, we are going to treat you. Do you wish to perish?" "But you just mentioned." Lu Pe adjusted the blanket over her ailing husband before turning to me with a smile. "In the world of mingling, certain qualities are indeed rare and precious." That evening, Lu Pe led me to the east room, where numerous large black jars were scattered across the floor, resembling those typically used for pickling vegetables. She instructed me to turn around and not look. I then heard the sound of a jar being opened, followed by the rhythmic pounding of what seemed to be medicinal ingredients. Later, Lu Pe returned with some gauze, applying a generous amount of a thick black medicinal paste to my swollen fingers. The concoction emitted a strong, fishy odor. To be honest, even now, I remain uncertain about the contents of that black jar. I once speculated it might contain something like scorpions or geckos. Lu Pe saved my life, and so did Li Jing. I felt an overwhelming desire to repay their kindness. Stealthily, I called Li Jing aside and said, "Thank you, Li Jing. I Xiang Yunfeng will assist you. I will help you and your mother repay that 50,000 yuan using my own funds." Li Jing burst into laughter. "Xiang Yunfeng, Are you speaking nonsense? 50,000 yuan? Your own money? You wouldn't earn enough in 10 years. I didn't blame her for her skepticism. I quietly committed this matter to memory. Later, I inquired about her father's situation, asking what kind of business he had been involved in that led to such significant losses. Upon hearing my inquiry, Li Jing's countenance immediately darkened. After much insistence on my part, she finally divulged the truth. Li Jing's father, Li Mingquan, was formerly the director of a brick factory in Shund. In recent years, a government project had emerged in Shund, which involved the extensive construction of public toilets and garbage transfer stations around the city's moat, aimed at preventing individuals from carelessly discarding waste and relieving themselves in the river. One must not underestimate the significance of a public toilet. If managed effectively, its profitability can rival that of many hollow pipe projects, especially given the sheer number of toilets and garbage stations involved. Through this project, Li Mingquan amassed considerable wealth, roughly estimating a profit nearing 100,000. For the Li family, this was initially a fortuitous development. However, Li Mingquan harbored a penchant for antiquities, and he epitomized the type who feigned expertise without possessing true knowledge. At that time, the domestic antique market was experiencing a significant surge, with many items appreciating in value annually. As news of Li Mingquan's newfound wealth and his passion for antiquities spread, 3 individuals conspired to deceive him. The scheme they devised was simple: to orchestrate a ruse. These 3 were vendors from the nearby antique market, who first arranged for a large pit to be excavated on the northern Gaoshan. Subsequently, they dug a tomb-like passage within the pit and procured a multitude of counterfeit antiques from the market, including gold artifacts, jade pieces, porcelain, stone carvings, and wooden sculptures. Of course, the gold was merely copper. The jade was a concoction of stone powder pressed into shape, and the porcelain and stone carvings were all modern forgeries. To enhance the illusion of authenticity, they would dig drainage ditches on the mountain during rainstorms, channeling copious amounts of rainwater into the fake tomb. As the water seeped in, the tomb became a quagmire, and a great heap of counterfeit antiques lay buried within the mud. After months of meticulous planning, the conspirators decided the time was ripe and approached Li Quanming. Although Li was not particularly discerning, he understood one thing: genuine antiques could fetch a handsome sum. The trio led him to the faux tomb, and as they revealed the glimmering golden artifacts protruding from the grave's mire, Li was captivated. They boldly declared their price. "Mr. Li, if you desire these treasures, we shall part with everything in this tomb for a flat fee of 200,000. After some haggling, Li settled on a price of 160,000. In his eagerness to acquire these items, he depleted his savings and borrowed several thousand more from external sources. Once the items were procured, the 3 men vanished without a trace. Li, hoping to sell a few pieces initially, was met with disheartening results. No one showed interest in his wares. Within the tomb lay nearly 100 burial artifacts, all of which were fraudulent, collectively worth no more than 1,000. With no sales to generate income, the debt he accrued became burdensome, with interest compounding to a total of 50,000 within 6 months. The creditors relentlessly pursued him, and feeling cornered, he ultimately abandoned Li Jing and her daughter, disappearing into obscurity. Naturally, Li Jing and her daughter became prime targets for debt collectors, for while the monk may flee, the temple remains. Thus, it was only the day before that I witnessed the harrowing scene of their harassment. After discussing her father's matters, Li Jing lowered her head and said, "Xiang Yunfeng, I plan to cease my studies after high school and seek employment at an electronics factory. I know a sister who mentioned that one can earn 600 yuan a month there." Wang Baotou and Sun Laosan were at the inn, while Sun Lair and Amol had seemingly vanished without a trace. Noticing Wang Baotou's grim expression, I inquired about his well-being, asking if he had discovered the main tomb chamber. Both Sun Laosan and Wang Baotou were smoking, their faces shrouded in a foreboding gloom that instilled fear in those who beheld them. Sun Laosan discarded his cigarette, clenched his fist, and stated, "Ergu is missing. He disappeared last night in the pit." Chapter 16. Reinforcements missing? How could a living person simply vanish? It took me a moment to grasp the gravity of the situation. Wang Baotou and Sun Laosan wore somber expressions, burdened by their thoughts. Sun Laosan recounted the sequence of events in fragmented sentences. In contrast to the eastern ear chamber, the western ear chamber yielded nothing of significance. Sun Lair had been unsettled by this matter, leading him to split from the group while working that night. He speculated that perhaps beneath the western ear chamber lay hidden subterranean chambers, where those bronze and jade artifacts might be concealed. Sun Laosan remained relatively composed, mocking his brother by saying, "It seems you have become obsessed." Wang Baotou theorized about this peculiar incident, firmly believing that the main tomb chamber and its coffin could not have vanished into thin air. He surmised that perhaps due to an earthquake and years of water seepage, the main tomb chamber might have collapsed, suggesting that the primary tomb of the Western Zhou dynasty likely still lay buried underground. This situation thus evolved into that of a tomb within a tomb, complicating matters further. What is meant by a tomb within a tomb? In truth, such occurrences are not as rare as one might think, particularly in regions historically plagued by seismic activity. To put it plainly, this is a manifestation of natural calamities evolving. A quintessential example of this phenomenon is the significant deviation of burial ritual pits caused by earthquakes, resulting in tombs within tombs. Consequently, the fortunate generations of the 90s and aughts are able to witness the unearthing of the golden mask of the ancient Shu kingdom. Sun Air mysteriously vanished within the pit, and in the western ear chamber, it remains a mystery whether he has fallen into some concealed abyss or perhaps encountered a type of springboard trap. The uncertainty of Sun Air's fate weighs heavily, and as his elder brothers, the first and third are undoubtedly compelled to search for him. They believe that living beings should be found, and the deceased should be identified. They spent a sleepless night, during which Sun San expressed his fervent desire to descend into the tomb alone in search of his brother. However, he was thwarted by Wang Ba, who asserted, "San, as the leader of our team, I am even more anxious about Air's disappearance than you are, but that does not justify reckless actions. You have always been the epitome of composure. Let me ask you, are there not numerous instances in our line of work where individuals have encountered peril under similar circumstances? Therefore, we must seek assistance." "What? Seek assistance?" I inquired with curiosity. "Are we really going to call the police? Do we intend to have the authorities search for Air?" Wang Ba shot me a disapproving glare. "Yun Feng, has a donkey kicked your head? Call the police? Do you wish to be incarcerated for a decade?" Stung by his reprimand, I found myself at a loss for words. Wang Ba insisted that we refrain from acting recklessly, stating that he would seek help, and he specifically instructed me to keep an eye on Sun San to prevent him from sneaking off into the tomb alone, assuring me that his reinforcements would arrive shortly. Having barely slept through the night, I found myself brushing my teeth in the yard come morning, only to notice the absence of that troublesome woman, her whereabouts unknown. After spitting out the mouthwash, I turned to Sangu and insisted, "You must remain under my watch until your helper arrives." Sun Laosan's expression shifted between shades of anger and despair, and in a fit of rage, he kicked over the garbage bin in the yard. Throughout the morning, I acted as a vigilant sentinel, shadowing him wherever he went, rigorously adhering to the task bestowed upon me by my leader, ensuring he did not sneak off to seek assistance. To my surprise, I witnessed a rare display of emotion as Sun Laosan lay weeping at the table, murmuring softly, "No matter where you are, Ergu, you must hold on. I know you will be fine." Around 3 in the afternoon, 2 individuals arrived at the inn, a man and a woman. The man, sporting sunglasses and a buzz cut, was lean and wiry, while the woman appeared to be in her 30s, her expression frosty. Upon meeting my leader, he introduced them, saying, "Yun Feng, allow me to present the Yao siblings, renowned in our circles. Their uncle, Yao Shirye, is a legendary figure in our profession." In that moment, I sensed the formidable presence of the pair, their aura distinctively commanding. At the time, I was unaware of Yao Shirye's significance, only later having the fortune to encounter him on a few occasions. He was indeed an extraordinary individual, having risen from humble beginnings, though his eventual fate was not as fortunate. Should anyone be intrigued, I encourage you to delve into the tales of Yao Shirye. His adventures in tomb raiding are worthy of publication. I possess greater knowledge of him than you might realize, and should we speak solely of this remarkable man, we could converse for 3 days and nights without exhausting the topic. The reason Wang sought out these 2 individuals primarily revolves around the woman. This lady has pursued advanced studies in international archaeology abroad, and possesses profound knowledge regarding the intricate mechanisms and traps within grand tombs. including diamond-sealed doors, quicksand, and fireboards. Such expertise could prove invaluable to our endeavors. Do not dismiss my claims as fanciful. It is merely that the majority of people have never witnessed these phenomena. The mechanisms, trapstones, and quicksand found within those grand tombs are indeed real, with many still functioning to this day. Consider two contemporary examples of anti-theft measures employed in grand tombs. The tomb of the first emperor, with its mercury rivers and a burial mound that stands an astonishing 150 meters high, continues to exhibit mercury levels over 300 times the normal standard, even after 2 millennia. This serves as a testament to the effectiveness of ancient theft prevention. Without gas masks, ancient tomb raiders would succumb to fatal poison merely 5 minutes after breaching the tomb. Let us also discuss the Qianling tomb, where Empress Wu Zetian and Emperor Gaozong are interred. To this day, I maintain that the Qianling tomb represents the pinnacle of anti-theft design among imperial tombs, even surpassing that of the first emperor's mausoleum. Who among us in the field would not yearn to glimpse the interior of the Qianling tomb? To speak of the treasures within, let us consider Wang Shiji's Lantingyi Su, which is believed to be 80% housed within the coffin of Li Ji. Should anyone manage to gain access, it could be said that their descendants would never need to worry about sustenance for 30 generations. However, the stark reality is that entry is nearly impossible. The Qianling tomb spans across the terrains of Rushan and Liangshan. On a particular night when I was 24, I clandestinely ventured to observe it. Standing atop Rushan, if the stars graced the sky that evening, one could discern that the contours of Rushan and Liangshan align perfectly with the orientation of the Big Dipper. What might one call this alignment? From the perspective of feng shui and astrology, this is referred to as the realm of eternal longevity. It is said that the blueprints for Qianling were drawn by Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng, both of whom were esteemed geomancers and also served under Empress Wu Zetian in the highest institution responsible for celestial observations, safeguarding the nation's fortunes, and averting calamities, known as the Court of Astronomical Observations. Historically, there have been over 70 documented attempts to plunder Qianling, with 17 of these being particularly infamous. One notable instance involved the military governor Wen Tao, who led 3 battalions to excavate Qianling, only to be struck by a thunderstorm that resulted in the demise of several men. During the Huang Chao rebellion, rebels, lacking military funds, mobilized 400,000 troops wielding hoes to dig at Qianling. However, they only succeeded in splitting Liangshan in 2, finding nothing of value, and to this day, the area is still known as Huang Chao Ditch. This exemplifies the notion of being impregnable. Chapter 17. A chance encounter in this narrative. There is a man named Yao Wentz and a woman named Yao Yuman. Sun Laosan explained the situation to them, while Wang Batu also shared his perspective. After listening, Yao Yuman nodded and remarked, "Wang Batu, you are correct. Our thoughts align closely. A living person cannot simply vanish without a trace. It is likely they have fallen somewhere below." Wang Batu, with a serious demeanor, inquired, "Miss Yao, are you suggesting that there is still space beneath the western ear chamber? Why, then, did Laosan not discover this while on the surface?" Yao Yuman shook her head and replied, "Not necessarily, Wang Batu. Look here." She produced paper and a pen, sketching a cross shape on the blank sheet. Pointing to the diagram, she explained, "Wang Batu, this represents the conventional layout of the Western Zhou tomb. You mentioned that aside from the east and west ear chambers, the path ahead is obstructed and that you have not identified the main burial chamber, correct? Thus, it is not a cross but rather a T-shape, correct?" Wang Baotou gazed thoughtfully at the sketch upon the paper and mused, "Are you suggesting that the front end has sunk down?" "That cannot be the case," the woman replied, her expression stern. "Have you ever heard of the soul burial method or the sheep intestine burial technique?" Sheep intestine. I could not contain my astonishment. How could this be? That method of anti-theft burial was only invented during the Han Dynasty. This is a Western Zhou tomb. The woman glanced at me, perhaps surprised by my youth, and after listening to my remarks, she chuckled and said, "You are quite knowledgeable for a young one. Let me enlighten you. What you stated is not entirely accurate. The sheep intestine technique flourished during the Han Dynasty. Note, it flourished, not invented. The rudimentary form of this method had already emerged in the late Shang Dynasty and was employed in the early Western Zhou. The sheep intestine technique of the Han Dynasty pales in comparison to that of the Western Zhou." Her words expanded my understanding, revealing a gap in my knowledge that was not covered in any book. I found myself questioning whether this woman was merely speaking fancifully, yet I dared not underestimate her, for she was a skilled individual sought by Wang Baotou. At this moment, the man wearing sunglasses, who had been silently listening, interjected. He shook his head and remarked, "Perhaps you are mistaken in your direction. You have only examined the sides and overlooked the stone wall directly in front of you." Wang Baotou opened his mouth to speak. "I believe you. If that is the case, shall we proceed with our plans tonight? You may not have brought sufficient tools in your haste. What do you require?" I instructed someone to make preparations. The man shook his head and said, "There is no need for tools. We are already prepared. We are unaware of the circumstances below, so make sure to bring ample provisions. It is better to be safe than sorry. When night falls, we will descend into the pit." "Are you not going?" I inquired with curiosity. He shook his head and replied, "I cannot go. I have a nagging feeling that someone has been keeping an eye on the inn these past few days. For the safety of our team, I must remain above to coordinate the overall situation." "Oh, very well," I nodded, half understanding. Wang generously handed me 1,000 yuan, instructing me to purchase provisions and supplies, as well as several of the finest waterproof flashlights and knives. He said this expedition would be lengthy, and in case the headlamp malfunctioned, we would need backups. We cannot afford to operate in darkness. In the afternoon, I took the 1,000 yuan and rushed out to buy supplies. 200 meters behind Shund No. 3 Middle School, there was a large hardware store, the biggest in Shund. I directly approached the owner and stated my desire to purchase the best waterproof flashlight available. The shopkeeper, a middle-aged man, unexpectedly replied, "Young student, the finest waterproof flashlight is a German brand, military grade, and it does not come cheap, over 200 yuan each." Without hesitation, I produced a thick stack of money and declared my intention to buy four. The owner widened his eyes in astonishment and said, "You are quite wealthy. Please wait here while I fetch them for you." Xiang Yunfeng. Upon seeing the hefty wad of cash in my hand, Li Jing exclaimed in surprise, "Xiang Yunfeng, you are so affluent. What business does your family engage in?" After she spoke, her female classmate regarded me with curiosity. I stammered, my face flushed crimson, momentarily at a loss for words. I had not anticipated encountering Li Jing at this moment. I waved my hand dismissively and lied. "It's nothing. My parents merely engage in the clothing business," chuckling awkwardly. "Oh, is that so?" Li Jing exclaimed as she dashed out of the hardware store. Glancing around, she beckoned to me, saying, "Xiang Yunfeng, come here. I need to speak with you." "What is it, Li Jing?" I inquired as she pulled me into a secluded corner. To my astonishment, she suddenly grasped my hand. The girl looked up at me with tear-filled eyes, saying, "Xiang Yunfeng, I know your family is affluent. Could you possibly lend me 50,000 yuan?" Her voice dwindled to a whisper by the end of her plea. Before I could respond, Li Jing bit her lip and continued, "If you lend me the money, I will be yours." "What?" I felt as though I had been struck by lightning. She suddenly enveloped me in an embrace, sobbing, "I beg you. They came to collect the debt again last night, and they even hit my mother, threatening to throw her into the river if I do not repay them." This was my first experience holding a girl, yet I had never imagined it would occur in such a context. Li Jing's tears flowed more freely, her fear palpable. After all, she was still a girl of barely 18. She must have assumed that I could effortlessly produce 1,000 yuan, believing my family to be engaged in significant business ventures. Noticing my silence, she gritted her teeth and said, "If you are unwilling to help me, then I will resort to selling myself. I will become a courtesan, accompanying older men to bed." I was taken aback and quickly replied, "Please, do not take such a drastic step. I will help you." Listening to me, Li Jing stopped crying. She touched my hand and asked, "So, when can you lend me 50,000 yuan? Could you wait a week?" My plan was to first venture into the pit and, once I found ergu, borrow money from the leader. Li Jing immediately replied in a panicked tone, "No. They said we only have 3 days. 2 days have already passed. I need it tonight. I had no money, let alone 50,000 yuan. However, Li Jing and her mother had once saved me. After a moment of contemplation, I nodded and placed the bag on the table. The leader was seated, sipping tea while exhaling softly. I hesitated multiple times, struggling to find the words. Chapter 18. Enlightenment at 8:30 that evening, 3 hours before our departure. I knelt on the ground, unable to meet the leader Wang's gaze. There was no need for concealment. I conveyed the predicament faced by Li Jing's family truthfully. The bulb in the room emitted a dim, yellow light, and Wang held a cigarette, his expression impassive as he regarded me, casting a heavy atmosphere between us. Gritting my teeth, I decided to be forthright. I bowed deeply to Wang, saying, "Leader, the Li mother and daughter saved my life. They are now in dire straits, and I, Xiang Yunfeng, wish to repay their kindness. I am uncertain of the consequences of my descent into the pit tonight, but I truly wish to assist them. I beseech you to lend me 50,000 yuan. After my plea, I bowed once more. Upon hearing my words, Wang extinguished his cigarette, shook his head, and replied in a low voice, "Yunfeng, 50,000 yuan is no trivial amount. It represents nearly a decade's savings for an ordinary family. I am willing to lend it to you, but you must agree to one condition." "Please listen carefully," he said, his gaze earnest. "As for the conditions, you need not concern yourself with them just yet. All you must remember is that you owe a debt, and in due time you shall repay Wang Xianxing. Do you consent?" Wang gazed at me with clear eyes, and I, motivated by my feelings for Li Jing, agreed. Wang gently placed the plastic bag onto the table. "Yunfeng, this is 50,000, every penny intact. Take it." He pushed the bag towards me. Its weight was palpable. Within the black plastic lay cash wrapped in layers of newspaper. Cautiously, I peeled back a corner of the newspaper. It was my first encounter with such a sum of money, causing my heart to race. I hastily covered the newspaper again, too apprehensive to look further. "Moreover, in our world, fairness is paramount," he continued. "I provide you with money, and you owe Wang Xianxing a debt. Likewise, the girl you assisted is indebted to you. I cannot guarantee your safety in this venture. In our line of work, one must be open-minded, daring, and unrestrained. Yunfeng, should you find this arrangement unworthy, then take her." Wang's tone was nonchalant, yet his words left me in turmoil. Should I heed Wang's advice? If I did, would I not be reduced to a petty hoodlum? Wang spoke of rules governing our dealings, yet was this truly a rule? Gripping the bag filled with money, I traversed the path ahead, my mind burdened with a myriad of emotions. Excitement, fear, exhilaration, and worry. Visions of Li Jing clad in her Donald Duck pajamas bending over occasionally surfaced in my mind, along with her words from that afternoon. With a sudden determination, I knocked on her door, the sound echoing in the stillness. The door creaked open a crack, revealing half of Li Jing's face. Holding a plastic bag in my hand, I beamed with excitement and exclaimed, "Li Jing, I've brought the money. You need not fear anyone coming to demand repayment. Come on, let us step outside." Her expression brightened instantly, and she grasped my hand, leading me toward the arch bridge. Beneath the gently flowing river, under the crescent moon, stood a young man and woman. "Li Jing, look at this 50,000 yuan. If you return it to those people, you and your mother will be safe," I said as I handed her the plastic bag. Bathed in moonlight, she opened the bag and glanced at the newspaper inside. As she looked, her eyes began to glisten with tears. Li Jing enveloped me in a tight embrace, saying, "Xiang Yunfeng, thank you. You are truly wonderful." She held me tightly, and I could distinctly feel the warmth of her body, soft and curvaceous. My face flushed a deep crimson. With her head nestled against my chest, she whispered softly, I keep my promises. I am yours now." This may sound somewhat melodramatic in hindsight, but at that moment, it was entirely genuine, given our youthful innocence. If this were to occur today, it would hardly raise an eyebrow. Just try bringing a brand new iPhone to a high school, and you'll find that even young girls are quite bold. A mere hug could leave them blushing, unlike someone as timid as I. That night, well, somehow, I found myself, in a daze, accompanying Li Jing to a small inn. I shall refrain from elaborating on the amusing incidents in between. Suffice it to say, I eventually fled. At 12:14 midnight in Shund, the entire city lay shrouded in darkness, save for 2 flickering red dots halfway up Moth Mountain. Boss Sun flicked the ash from his cigarette and spoke in a grave tone. "Enough of this. The matter is settled. Let us check the intercom batteries. I will descend with you to search for our missing person. The second brother is my sibling, and I cannot remain idle. As for the firewatch duty, I entrust you, Wang, to arrange it. Wang, the leader, remained silent but nodded in agreement. Thus, the five of us, myself, boss, the third brother, and the Yao siblings, descended into the pit, leaving the safety above to Wang. We slid down the thieves' tunnel, the darkness enveloping us. I adjusted the brightness of my headlamp as we reached the grand tombstone ceiling. At that moment, Yao Yuman, the woman among us, halted. She crouched down to touch the stone ceiling and let out a soft gasp. Yao Jie, what's the matter? I sweetly called out. She shot me a disdainful glance. Hey, you should call me Yu Jie, not Yao Jie. That sounds dreadful. I quickly corrected myself. Oh, Yu Jie, is there something wrong with this stone ceiling? She bluntly replied, this Western Zhou tomb is quite peculiar. This type of green shale is rare in the southern regions, almost non-existent. It must have originated from the Luoyang or Shaanxi areas. I pondered her words deeply, and the more I considered them, the more alarmed I became. Indeed, we had been so captivated by the funeral artifacts that we had failed to notice this detail. This woman possesses an extraordinary level of observation. This stone bears a resemblance to those found in the caves near Longmen and Yungang. Its hardness is relatively low, yet it exhibits remarkable expansibility, which translates to its stability. Under the influence of thermal expansion and contraction, it remains uncracked. I am astounded by the principle of thermal expansion. Could it be that the craftsmen of the Western Zhou, 3 millennia ago, possessed such knowledge? The bronze vessel discovered in the Western Chamber bears an inscription that reads Jiehou Dai Zi. The elder claims that he had a connection to someone at the Archaeological Research Institute who translated it, and it should be accurate. Such stone is non-existent in the southern regions, and stones do not sprout legs to traverse thousands of miles on their own. The only plausible explanation is human transportation. The undertaking of transporting this vast quantity of bluestone across a distance of several thousand kilometers, spanning both sides of the Yangtze River, would require an immense amount of manpower and resources. Historical records indicate that Jiehou was a minor vassal of the early to mid-Western Zhou period in the south, yet there are no records of his fief or descendants. If that is the case, how could such a minor lord possess such considerable wealth and resources? The imposing bluestone structure before me serves as evidence to the contrary. I privately speculate that the true identity of Jiehou may have been misinterpreted. In other words, the historical accounts may be erroneous. Chapter 19, The Beetle. Tomb raiding is not child's play. It necessitates a discourse on scientific validation, far removed from the sensationalized portrayals of reanimated corpses and bouncing zongzi depicted in television dramas. Over the span of millennia, most bones would have disintegrated into dust. It is often said in the tomb raiding community that Master Yao is impressive, and merely observing Yao Yuman reveals her extraordinary capabilities. Upon reaching the end of the burial passage, she scrutinized the stone wall for a moment, and then uncovered a new issue. Look here, she called us over, crouching at the northwest corner of the stone wall. Yuman, is this an inscription? The previously reticent Yao Wen spoke at that moment. Curiously, I crouched down to observe. There, at the spot indicated by Sister Yu, a portion of the stone skin had flaked away. After the pooled water receded, some mud had dried at the corner, and I vaguely discerned what appeared to be characters. She retrieved a bottle of water from her bag and poured a little onto the wall. This is ancient gold script. The 9-fold seal. Once Old Sun discerned the inscription, he exclaimed in astonishment. Sister Yu furrowed her brow. A curious tomb. To my knowledge, this script had already fallen out of use by the late Shang dynasty. How could it persist into the Western Zhou? We poured more water. Soon, we discovered that the entire stone wall was intricately adorned, completely inscribed with ancient gold script in the 9-fold seal. Everyone was taken aback. An Old Sun immediately proposed a hypothesis. Could this possibly be the epitaph of the tomb's owner? Indeed, could it be an epitaph? Old Three echoed in agreement. After a moment of shock, Sister Yu shook her head. Unlikely, epitaphs had not yet become fashionable during the Western Zhou. Have you considered that this wall might actually be a door? A door? What do you mean? I was perplexed. Sister Yu took out a powerful flashlight from her bag, carefully running her fingers over the stone wall, inch by inch. The rest of us followed suit and assisted in the search. Old Sun coldly remarked, Old 3. Do you have detonators in your bag? Brother, I brought 4. Install them and blow it open for me. A glint of cold light flickered in Old Son's eyes. Are you insane? Sister, you stood up to intervene. Using explosives to breach the tomb is one thing, but this is a burial passage. Do you want to entomb us all alive? What shall we do then? Sun Lao San maintained his composure. Let us search nearby. If it is indeed a stone door, the artisans of the Western Zhou dynasty must have installed a mechanism for access when sealing it. There ought to be hidden compartments left by the craftsmen. Otherwise, they would have trapped themselves inside. You! Sister, you! I raised my hand, eager to speak. The others turned to look at me, taking a deep breath. I pointed towards the west and said, Sister, you, in the corner of the west ear chamber, there is a large ceramic jar, and beneath it, there appears to be a deep black hole. Let us go and investigate. She nodded and proceeded towards the west ear chamber. Upon arrival, we found the large jar, and Sun Lauda approached to lift the stone slab covering it. Moreover, brother, there are corpse beetles lurking beneath, so please do not reach in. Sun Lao San inquired, puzzled. What are corpse beetles? Is it not the snakes that bite your hand? No, it is not. I shook my head vigorously. I can assure you it is certainly not a snake. Xiao Yunfeng, are you referring to a beetle with a single white antenna atop its head? Something akin to an oversized rhinoceros beetle? Sister Yu's expression turned grave as she regarded me. I had not encountered such a creature that night. Yet Lupa had mentioned it to me, describing how the corpse beetle possesses a white antenna. This aligned with her description. After a moment of contemplation, I replied, perhaps that is the case. Upon seeing my nod, Sister Yu and Yao Wence's faces turned ashen. A stark transformation. What is the matter, Miss Yao? Sun Lao San inquired. Taking a deep breath, she gazed at me and remarked, you may refer to that creature as the corpse-horned beetle. I have heard my uncle speak of it. Its lifespan is merely 2 to 3 months, and it can survive solely on decaying flesh, making it an exceedingly rare burrowing toxic insect. This could only indicate one thing. With a frosty expression, she pointed at the earthen jar and stated, beneath this, there is a 90% likelihood of there being a corpse, and the time of death surely does not exceed 3 months. Step aside, Yao Wentz declared as he retrieved a tubular iron rod from his bag. The rod was not particularly long and had an opening at one end, the purpose of which eluded me. He took hold of the end of the rod and thrust it toward the bottom of the jar. To our astonishment, the tip of the rod emerged with 2 flat, large beetles. We were all taken aback, for these beetles possessed a bizarre appearance that none of us had ever encountered before. These 2 flat beetles boasted numerous legs, rivaling those of a centipede, and apart from their mandibles, each had a white antenna about a centimeter long, reminiscent of an elder's white beard. The overall sight was both grotesque and strange. Exercise caution. Do not let them bite you. These creatures are venomous, reminded Sister Yu. The crew-cut man, Yao Wenkai, brandished the rod and, with a swift motion, crushed the beetles underfoot. They exploded, releasing a foul, yellow-green liquid that emitted an unbearable stench. Sun Laosan swallowed hard and inquired, what's next? Are we to burrow down through this? The jar's diameter was substantial. I estimated that, barring anyone particularly portly, a person of average build could manage to squeeze through. I pondered whether perhaps my second brother had ventured in himself. Burrow? Are you all out of your minds? This beetle is poisonous, and who knows how many more lie beneath. Are you suggesting we venture down to meet our doom? Yu Jie shook her head, deriding Sun Laosan. Sun Laosan, perhaps a tad irked, squinted and inquired, oh, Miss Yao, what insightful thoughts do you possess? Yu Jie retorted with a disdainful snort. Indeed, I accepted Wang Baoto's payment, but my brother and I are here solely out of respect for my uncle. I am here to assist in the search, not to partake in the folly of risking our lives alongside you. If anyone is to descend into this pit, it shall be you. My brother and I will not follow. What's the matter? Just a moment ago everything was fine. Why the sudden quarrel? Noticing the tension between the two, I hurried to intervene. How about we start a fire? Perhaps we can incinerate these loathsome insects entirely? I proposed. That night, a peculiar sight unfolded on the mountainside of Moth Mountain. It seemed as though someone's ancestral grave was emitting smoke. Chapter 20. The underground palace, we were burning the leaves and branches atop the pit, some of which were not entirely dry, resulting in a modest fire and considerable smoke. Holding a cloth to my nose, I remarked, "Is that sufficient, Sangu?" There was quite a blaze just now. After half an hour, the was mostly blackened from the smoke. Yao once prodded it with a stick, and this time no corpse beetles were brought up. It should be effective. Who will descend first? The eldest inquired solemnly. I will. Allow me. Sun Laosan gritted his teeth, declaring, I shall go down first to scout the way. Perhaps Ergu is below, and I can rescue him. He clung to the rim of the jar, cautiously testing the depth with his leg. It wasn't very deep. It seemed to be nearly touching the ground. Suddenly, a sudden sound of collapsing gravel echoed below, causing Sun Laosan to exclaim in alarm. Hold on. Don't move. I've got you, Laosan. Yunfeng. Come help. I hurried over to grasp Sun Laosan's other arm, and upon witnessing the commotion, the Yao siblings rushed to assist as well. Together, we managed to pull Sun Laosan, whose feet dangled in midair, back up. What happened, Laosan? Once we hoisted him to safety, he gasped, still shaken. That was close. I must have stepped on a weak spot. Yao Yuman shone his flashlight downward, revealing an abyss beneath the clay vat, utterly shrouded in darkness. Undeterred, Sun Laosan suggested that we tie a rope and lower it down. Uncertain of the depth below, we secured a climbing rope around his waist. Be cautious, third brother. If anything seems amiss, shout out, and we will haul you back up immediately. Sun Laosan nodded, donning his headlamp, and began to descend slowly down the vat. 2 meters, 3 meters, 5 meters, soon the rope extended to 10 meters. Yao Yuman frowned and mused. Could it be a subterranean chamber? How could it be so deep? At last, when the climbing rope reached 18 meters, it ceased to descend further, indicating that Sun Laosan had reached his limit below. Sun Laosan's brother, unable to contain his anxiety, exclaimed, After all, it's my brother who is missing down there. Speculating from up here is futile. What if there was an ancient earthquake that caused a sinkhole of 18 meters? You hold on to the safety rope. I will go down to find Laosan, Sun Laosan's brother declared, as he began to wrap the rope around his own waist. I'll be fine, brother. Come down quickly and take a look. My heavens! I have never seen anything like this. The voice of Sun Laosan rang out from below. One by one, we began to descend, with me being the third last, followed by the Yao siblings at the rear. My grip on the climbing rope was not particularly strong, and it was digging painfully into my hands. The cave was shrouded in darkness, and halfway down, I glanced upward. On the inner wall beneath the cave entrance, a few flat beetles were crawling. These were the carcasses of the scarab beetles that had escaped the flames earlier. As I shone my light on them, they remained utterly motionless. I cautioned the Yao siblings above, then continued my descent, inching down the rope. Upon reaching the bottom, I was struck by the vastness of the space. Not only I but also the Yao siblings and the Sun brothers were left in awe. The darkness was profound, compelling me to shine my flashlight in all directions. The surrounding area was cavernous, with stone walls, indicating that this underground space was undoubtedly man-made. The obscurity made it difficult to see clearly, and the limited range of the flashlight meant that Sun Laosan, who was ahead, was the first to notice something amiss. Suddenly, he urged us to halt, stating that there were human bones scattered on the ground ahead. The presence of bones in a burial site was not surprising. However, what struck us as odd was that the scattered white bones did not appear to be very old, as they were still quite pristine. Upon closer inspection, there were leg bones, arm bones, and phalanges, yet notably absent was a skull. Yu Jie, possessing a brave spirit, crouched down for a closer look and remarked, These bones must be a few months to half a year old. The time is not long. Nearby, I discovered an empty bottle of Nongfu Spring. Although many questions arose, such as the absence of a skull and clothing, the mysteries lingered. However, as a few individuals whispered among themselves and reached a consensus, everyone temporarily acquiesced to the thoughts of Sun Laosan. His conjecture was thus. On the very night we descended into the pit, we stumbled upon a hole created by an explosive device on the ceiling of the burial passage. Initially, we believed this expedition to be fruitless, assuming that a local tomb raiding gang from the south had arrived first and made off with the accompanying treasures below. Yet, the reality was quite the opposite. We discovered modern towels and traces of others who had ventured down, while the western chamber remained replete with valuable artifacts. We filled 7 or 8 large burlap sacks, and at that moment, Urge remarked that the southern rats had turned vegetarian, generously leaving us such bountiful spoils. Now, as we descended here and encountered bottles from Nongfu Spring and these bones, we speculated that it must be connected to the band of tomb raiders from several months prior. How they met their demise and how they ended up in this place eludes our understanding, with the only plausible explanation being that they had engaged in mutual treachery. At this juncture, Yao Yumin retrieved a compass from her bag and began to kneel down, fiddling with it. "Sister Yu, what is this?" I inquired, unable to comprehend. "Don't ask foolish questions, just don't distract my sister now. There is much you remain unaware of." Her brother, Yao Wentz, shot me a cold glance. The compass featured 2 long needles and 1 short needle, and strangely, despite no one touching the compass, the short needle oscillated back and forth on its own. "Over there." Yao Yumin pointed towards the northwest. At the time, I did not understand, but having been in the field for a while now, I can tell you that such a compass is specially crafted. The short needle is made of a material known as heavenly iron, a term used by ancient peoples, which we now refer to as meteorite. This compass is specifically utilized by the disciples of the Phaedo school for selecting burial sites in the southern regions, relying on the observation of mountains and the discerning of auspicious colors, with positioning dependent on silver needles. The intricacies of feng shui and the magnetic fields involved are far too complex to elucidate in just a few sentences. A few individuals followed Yao Yumin as they ventured northwest, and along the way, I beheld several stone oil lamp pedestals, leading me to surmise that this place must have been illuminated thousands of years ago. After walking for more than 10 minutes, we were confronted by a formidable stone gate that obstructed our path. The surface of the gate was adorned with numerous intricate patterns and inscriptions, densely packed to the point of being largely inscrutable, as if it depicted the culture of another realm. Centrally positioned on the stone gate were 4 characters, distinct from the previously mentioned 9-fold seal, likely representing the bird seal, which was quite prominent. "Are you familiar with the bird seal?" Sun Lauda casually inquired as he observed Yao Yumin, who was transfixed by the grand stone gate. "This is where we must stop. We cannot proceed any further," she stated with a tone of resignation. Sun Lauda furrowed his brow and asked, "What do you mean? Are you considering retreating?" Yao Yumin, her complexion pale, nodded faintly. "This level exceeds that of the Mwangdui Han tomb. Those 4 characters signify the Palace of Mustard Seed. Behind this stone gate lies several tons of natural stone, which, with just the few of us, is utterly impossible to open from the outside. You have inadvertently stumbled upon something extraordinary. This is a national-level mausoleum." Chapter 21. Resignation. A national-level mausoleum was the precise phrase uttered by Yao Yumin at that moment. The term national level implies that the artifacts unearthed from this site are undoubtedly of national significance. What constitutes a national-level cultural relic? It is likely that many of you have had little exposure to antiques. Thus, allow me to enlighten you. These are unparalleled treasures, monumental artifacts of a great nation. This is what we refer to as national-level cultural relics. According to the classifications of the Palace Museum, they are categorized as first-class A relics, first-class relics, second-class relics, third-class relics, and general relics. The gold-threaded jade burial suit, for instance, is only classified as a first-class A relic. This is due to the fact that it is not unique. Thus far, a total of 21 half-gold-threaded jade burial suits have been discovered. Those national-level relics surpass even the gold-threaded jade burial suits, as well as items like the Changshin Palace Lantern. They are singular masterpieces of the nation. Examples include the Simu Ding, the 4-sheep square Zun, the Zhang Ho Ebel set, the bronze blood square Lu, and the galloping horse treading on a flying swallow. These are all exemplary. Why did Yao Yumin contemplate withdrawing? In this era, such items cannot possibly leave the country. They can only circulate within the domestic market, yet no one dares to accept them, for regardless of how prominent the buyers or collectors at any major auction may be, the outcome is often the same. They will ultimately be permanently housed in a national museum. Once such items emerge, the authorities will inevitably conduct thorough investigations, and in the end, one might receive an additional lifetime imprisonment package. Yao Wenzhong, known as the Ghost Eye, who has traversed the tomb raiding world for 46 years, was shot on October 17, 2017. What ordinary people do not realize is that this was due to his meddling with something he should not have touched. Yao Yuman's desire to withdraw stemmed from her fear, yet this displeased the Sun brothers. The atmosphere at that time was intensely charged, with Yao Wentz, sporting a flat-top haircut, appearing grim and apprehensive, as both parties held divergent opinions, leading to a standoff. Were you to ask me if I was afraid at that moment? To speak candidly, at that moment, I felt 7 parts fear and 3 parts curiosity. The source of my fear is unnecessary to elaborate, yet my curiosity lay in what lay beyond the stone door of the underground palace. It was as if I faced an unknown realm, harboring treasures of national significance yet to be unveiled. We were merely a modest team from the north, amidst a plethora of formidable factions on the road. Even if we were to unlock the door to the underground palace and decipher the means to enter, we could scarcely bear the consequences of what we might retrieve. The contents behind that stone door resembled a ticking time bomb. Once you dared to extract and sell them, it would spell disaster. The signal on the intercom was poor, yet I managed to relay the unfolding events to Captain Wang. A prolonged silence enveloped the intercom. Suddenly, with the illumination of a red light, Captain Wang's voice resonated through the device. Boss, third brother Yunfeng and the Yao girl were correct. This matter has surpassed the limits of our safe escape. You should ascend immediately. Second brother. Second brother is no longer searching. Upon hearing Captain Wang's words, the typically composed third brother son began to frantically rub his hair. His eyes reddened as if consumed by madness. He relentlessly kicked the massive stone door, exclaiming, "Damn it! Damn it!" The colossal stone door remained unyielding, while only a faint dust settled in the air. Exhausted, third brother son slumped before the stone door, tugging at his hair in despair. A wave of emotion washed over me. It pained me to think of second brother, the jester of our team, who had suddenly vanished under such grim circumstances. We yearned to rescue him, yet we could find not a trace of his presence. He had seemingly disappeared without a trace within this Western Zhou tomb. Aside from the aforementioned pressures, our inability to enter was also attributed to a very tangible reason: the presence of the tombstone behind the door. This tombstone, known as the sealing stone, is one of the fundamental methods employed in ancient tomb robbery prevention, frequently found in various burial sites. For instance, the tomb of Emperor Shenzong, Zhuijuan, also known as the Wanli Emperor, contains a sealing stone measuring approximately 1.6 meters in length, exemplifying the intricate mechanisms of tomb construction. As some have dedicated themselves to devising these mechanisms, others have equally sought to unravel them. To bypass such formidable barriers, there are generally 2 approaches: the astute use of tools akin to a cow's nose ring or sheer brute force. A notable incident occurred when Sun Dianying attempted to rob the tomb of Empress Dowager Cixi, where he encountered a sealing stone. Employing brute force, he relied on a battalion of strong men and ultimately detonated the entrance with hundreds of pounds of military explosives, shattering the sealing stone and absconding with priceless treasures such as the luminous pearl, jade cabbage, and the 9-dragon sword. The alternative method, known in the field as the cow's nose ring diversion technique, was later imparted to me by Sun Laosan. You may be familiar with the iron rings used to guide cattle, characterized by a hollow center and small holes on either side for securing a rope. The technique involves carefully identifying the position of the sealing stone behind the door, then chiseling the surface of the door into the shape of a cow's nose using a hammer and chisel. This allows one to glimpse the sealing stone bracing against the interior. Subsequently, a self-made tool referred to as the semicircular dragon claw, known as Ban Yuan Long Zhao in the northern tradition and Guai Zizhan in the southern tradition, is employed. Initially, the National Archaeological Team exhausted every conceivable method, excluding explosives, to remove the hefty 1.5-ton stone door behind the Dingling tomb. Ultimately, they resorted to ancient texts for guidance, and some say they even enlisted the assistance of a grave robber serving time in prison, which enabled them to open the tomb intact. The names half-circle dragon claw and hooked nail may sound intricate at first, yet their underlying principle is quite straightforward. The hooked nail, a metal implement featuring a long handle on one end and a semicircular shape on the other, was inserted through the crevice of the door. The circular portion was then placed over the stone, and a rope was threaded through the groove fashioned for a bull's nose. By exerting force to pull the rope left or right from the outside, the position of the stone would shift, thereby disarming the security mechanism and allowing the stone door to be pushed open. The stone door is merely one of the most common mechanisms found in ancient tombs. For centuries, since the time people began to believe in resting peacefully in the earth, the activities of grave robbers and their adversaries have continued unabated. The one with superior skills ultimately prevails. In the dead of night, shortly after 3 o'clock, our group emerged from the tunnel. The expression on Wang's face was far from pleasant. As someone who had navigated this line of work for half a lifetime, he maintained a sense of discretion regarding certain matters. A stone door weighing over 2 or 3 tons could not be moved by just the 3 of us, even with the hooked nails and ropes. Wang sternly cautioned us not to disclose the events of the night, lest we invite the wrath of the law upon ourselves. Growing up together, the 3 Sun brothers, who shared drinks and fortunes, now find themselves suddenly diminished by 1. Under the urging of their leader, the eldest brother, Sun, reluctantly embarks on the task of selling rice wine, striving to liquidate their collection of bronze artifacts. The uncertainty of when these treasures will convert to currency renders the days of waiting painfully slow. Meanwhile, the youngest brother drowns his sorrows in a haze of intoxication, often seen muttering to himself while clutching a bottle. In happier times, it was his second brother who would fill the air with exuberant shouts, eagerly anticipating the division of their spoils. Second brother, where are you now? Chapter 22. Celebrating a birthday before departing, the eldest brother took only 1 bronze artifact, claiming it was merely a sample for display. This time, however, the haul consisted of dozens of artifacts, far too many for those lacking sufficient strength to manage. The leader, Wang, envisioned a swift disposal, eager to convert their findings into cash and flee the area. To our dismay, days passed without any news, leaving our team in a state of anxious uncertainty, questioning whether something had gone awry or if the eldest brother had been captured. In recent days, the youngest brother seldom ventured outside, isolating himself in a hotel room where he tirelessly sketched on blank sheets of paper. I have glimpsed his work several times and can discern that the lines he draws depict the stone doors of a tomb. Having previously dealt with the intricacies of such stones, he now finds himself at a loss, confronted with an immense and weighty challenge. I understand that his fixation on the ceiling stones serves as a means of self-illusion and consolation. How could he, alone, accomplish what we collectively struggle to achieve? He is exhibiting symptoms of hysteria. To illustrate with a commonplace example, consider an individual possessing merely 10 yuan. Yet this person chooses to wander through the most extravagant designer boutiques. The staff, aware of the situation, cannot evict him, so he remains in the store, trying on various garments that are beyond his financial reach. Sun Laosan finds himself in a similar predicament, and we are at a loss as to how to guide him. On the 3rd day, I decided to visit Li Jing, as I suddenly remembered that it was her birthday. I was uncertain whether her family was still facing any debt collectors, and since I had nothing to do at the hotel but wait idly, I resolved to assist Li Jing in celebrating her special day and to present her with a birthday gift. At that time, 2 songs were particularly popular. One was Mei Fei Say Wu by Sammy Chung, a catchy tune that was truly infectious. The other was The Girl Across the Street, Look Over Here, sung by Ren Xianxi. The later hits, Mouse Loves Rice and Seeking Buddha, would not emerge until years later. I spent several hundred yuan at a music store purchasing a Sony portable cassette player, and of course I had to buy the tapes as well. They were quite expensive, and the Japanese really profited immensely from selling such items back then. This money came from the funds my boss had given me. I had saved it up, feeling a twinge of regret for spending it. As the millennium approached, the Zhang AI family style became all the rage, with the Sham-8 look characterized by flamboyant hairstyles paired with ripped jeans. Truly absurd. Yet Li Jing seemed particularly intrigued by these trends. Upon arriving, I found that Li Jing's mother was at work at the river management office, leaving Li Jing home alone. I greeted her with a cheerful happy birthday, may you grow more beautiful with each passing year, and promptly handed her the portable cassette player as a gift. Thank you, Li Jing accepted the portable music player. Her cheeks flushed. For a moment, an air of awkwardness enveloped us, as both of us recalled the events that transpired that night in the small inn. I had fled in fear, unable to face the situation. After a brief silence, Li Jing suddenly looked up at me and said, Yunfeng, you study at Yizhong, right? I'm working on some exercises, and there are a few math equations I can't solve. Could you help me? My mother also mentioned that you should take some time to tutor me. At that moment, my expression darkened. I was hardly proficient in mathematics. In truth, I was not even a student at Yizhong. I had fabricated that information. I was clueless about math equations, although I possessed knowledge about tomb raiding, yet that was not something I could teach her. As I took the paper, I stared at the indecipherable symbols that adorned it, my forehead beaded with sweat, utterly bewildered. She handed me a ballpoint pen and asked, How do I solve this, Yunfeng? Please write down the steps for me. I recall that I scribbled something on the paper, though the specifics elude me now. I believe I first drew a circle, then a square, essentially just writing nonsense. Upon witnessing my masterpiece, Li Jing's mouth fell open in astonishment. She puzzledly inquired about my method. I deceived her, claiming, This is part of the advanced curriculum. You haven't learned it yet, but once you do, it will make sense. As our conversation unfolded, 2 classmates of Li Jing arrived to celebrate her birthday, 2 boys, one of whom had dyed his hair entirely red, save for a tuft at his forehead that was yellow. He wore pants adorned with chains, embodying the essence of a punk youth. Li Jing, happy birthday. The boy with the yellow hair cheerfully presented a small cake. Li Jing promptly took over, expressing her gratitude to Wang Chong for his generosity, especially for purchasing a cake for her. The young man with blonde hair nonchalantly brushed his bangs aside, dismissing the gesture as trivial, stating that it was nothing significant. Observing this youth, who was nearly my age, I felt a surge of indignation. It was merely a cake, costing at most 30 yuan, while my Sony portable music player had cost over 800. Li Jing hadn't even mentioned the expense regarding that. What did this cake amount to? Come, allow me to arrange something. We shall go to the Star Restaurant by the school entrance. I'll treat you, Xiao Jing, the young man declared, looking quite satisfied with himself. Thank you, Wang Chong. I haven't eaten yet either. Let's go together, Yunfeng, Li Jing said, pulling me by the arm. This prompted a slight frown from the blonde youth, who shot me a few disapproving glances. The Star Restaurant, located directly across from the 3rd middle school, primarily catered to school officials and affluent students, earning its reputation as a luxurious dining establishment, second only to KFC in the eyes of the students. In an effort to win Li Jing's favor, the young man was clearly making a considerable investment. I later estimated that this meal likely cost him a week's worth of allowances. An amusing incident occurred during the ordering process, which I must share with you. I swear it resembled a skit by Xiao Shenyang. When we began to order, the young man requested a plate of garlic scallops. The waiter responded, I'm sorry, but we've run out of scallops today. Frowning, he then requested a plate of white-cut chicken, only to be met with the waiter's apology. I'm sorry, but the market is closed today, and we were unable to procure any chicken. Xiao Huangmao slapped the menu and inquired, What do you offer at the Starry Hotel? The waiter smiled and replied, We serve authentic home-style dishes. Thus, we ordered 5 such dishes: sweet and sour shredded potatoes, mapo tofu, kung pao chicken, braised eggplant, and stir-fried eggs with chives, along with 3 bottles of Gatorade. There were 4 of us, and it was evident that Xiao Huangmao had not ordered Gatorade for me. Come on, let us toast to Xiao Jing's birthday. As the dishes were served, Xiao Huangmao insisted on clinking glasses with Li Jing. Yunfeng, you can drink mine. Li Jing offered her bottle to me. No need, I can buy my own, I replied, pushing it back to her. Observing our quiet conversation, Xiao Huangmao mockingly remarked, Hey, look at you in those ragged clothes and that shabby hairstyle. Have you ever had Gatorade? Haha. My expression turned icy, and I was about to rise in indignation when a familiar voice echoed from the entrance of the restaurant. Yunfeng, what brings you here? You looked unwell just now. What's the matter? Seeing a few individuals approaching, I quickly stood up from my chair. There's nothing, Yujia. I'm just having a meal with friends. Chapter 23. Brotherhood. Yao Yuman was accompanied by 3 composed men, all dressed in suits and wearing sunglasses. Their hair was meticulously styled, and they stood silently. Yunfeng, is this your classmate? Yao Yuman gazed at me with profound meaning. I desperately tried to signal to her with my eyes. She smiled gently and said, Since we've met here today, Yunfeng, why don't you join us for a meal? There are some things I'd like to discuss with you privately. After speaking, she pulled out her flip phone and made a call. Yes, it's me, brother. We'll be about half an hour late. The moment the phone appeared, many people in the restaurant glanced over, including the young punk. At that time, owning such a device was seen as a sign of wealth, especially since Yao Yuman was accompanied by 3 men in suits who looked like they were from the underworld. Instantly, the young punk swallowed hard and dared not provoke me further. Your friend is calling you, go ahead, Yunfeng. We'll meet later, Li Jing, understanding my thoughts, generously allowed me to leave. In the luxurious private room on the 2nd floor of the Star Restaurant, dishes were served one after another, featuring delicacies like fish and shrimp. Yao Yuman poured herself a glass of wine, took a sip, and looked at me. Yunfeng, what are your team's next plans? My chopsticks paused mid-air as I cautiously glanced at the 3 men in suits beside us. It's all right. They're with us, Yao Yuman reassured, setting down her glass. Sister Yu, the boss has already started working. The head's intention is to withdraw as soon as possible and leave this place, I said earnestly. Puzzled, I asked her why. After taking a bite of her food, she put down her chopsticks and explained, our line of work is like the martial arts world in novels, filled with strategists, warriors, and all sorts of schemes. You entered this world young, and as long as you remain loyal to Wang Xianxing, your future is bright. Then, abruptly changing the subject, she asked, do you believe in the existence of mountain spirits and ghosts in this world? I shook my head, unconvinced. When a person dies, their spirit ascends. If they do not die, they endure for eternity. What existence is there for ghosts or deities? Though my youthful visage belied my words, they carried an air of somber wisdom, eliciting a smile from Yao Yuman. She produced a divinatory compass, effortlessly holding it before my gaze. For reasons unknown, the 3 pointers on the compass suddenly aligned, all pointing decisively behind me. Observing my bewilderment, Yao Yuman teased, Yunfeng, there stands a famished, toothless old woman right behind you. Perhaps it was a psychological suggestion, but her words sent a chill down my spine. A gentleman in a suit removed his sunglasses and shook his head, saying, enough, Yuman. This lad's countenance is not that of an ordinary person. Spare him your jests. She then gifted me a necklace, a simple string of red cord adorned with a small gao box at its end, which contained a crumpled bundle of yellow and red paper. Thank you, Sister Yu, I said, trying it around my neck. It fit quite well, and when covered by my clothing, only a portion of the red cord remained visible. We conversed for a while longer, during which Yao Yuman recounted tales of the former Wang Batu, filling me with admiration and a yearning to one day command such respect in the world of the Tao. On my way home, I frequently retrieved the talisman to admire it, finding my affection for it deepening with each glance. Third brother? Third brother? Before me lay the hotel floor strewn with crumpled white paper, and there lay Sun Laosan, sprawled upon the cement, surrounded by a sea of paper. I casually unwrapped a crumpled piece of paper and glimpsed at it. The white sheet was adorned with numerous angles sketched in pencil, along with a repeatedly drawn rope. Third brother, what is this? I inquired, surveying the chaotic scene before me. Sun Laosan's complexion turned pale as he gazed at the ceiling, suddenly bursting into laughter. I found it. I found it. Cloud Peak. I have discovered the method to unlock the stone door. He abruptly sat up, seizing my shoulders with fervent excitement. His face was ashen, eyes bloodshot, and before I could utter a word, he eagerly elaborated. A heavy hook. A reinforced heavy hook can pry it open. I shook my head. No, third brother, even if the hook is reinforced, it remains merely a tool, and tools require human effort. We simply do not have enough people. I was not speaking whimsically. To access the subterranean chamber of the Grand Tomb beneath Moth Mountain, we could consider 3 approaches. Firstly, gather 40 or 50 individuals to pull together. Secondly, employ hundreds of pounds of explosives to blast it open, though there is no guarantee it would succeed and the risk of being buried alive is significant. Thirdly, report to the National Archaeological Team and request their intervention. At present, none of these options were feasible, and with my mind set on retreat, I felt that Sun Laosan's tinkering was futile. Wait, wait, Sun Laosan exclaimed, picking up a sheet of paper from the ground, excitedly urging me to look. I observed with confusion as the white paper depicted a large basket along with 3 little calves. Connecting this to the thick rope he had previously drawn, a thunderous realization struck me. Are you suggesting? He chuckled. Precisely. With the combined strength of a man and 3 oxen, coupled with a reinforced crowbar and sturdy ropes, we can certainly dislodge the adamant stone. I was taken aback by the sheer audacity of his idea. 3 calves? Are they strong enough? I inquired. We'll nurture them, Sun Lao-san exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Think about it, Yunfeng, the entrance to that cavern is quite narrow. Anything of considerable size won't fit through. We can lower the calves down in baskets and let them mature on feed. I reached out to touch his forehead. Are you all right, Sangu? Do you have a fever? He seized my hand. Are you in, Yunfeng? Join Lauda and me. Seeing his earnestness, I grimaced. What about Batu? He's resolute in his decision to withdraw, Sangu. Forget about Batu. It'll just be the 3 of us. This, behind Batu's back? Is that wise? Later that evening, past 1 o'clock, Sun Lao-san led me, unbeknownst to Wang Batu, to a clandestine location. Upon entering, I saw Sun Lauda, whom I hadn't seen in days, and to my surprise, the woman with the mole, with 3 incense sticks burning, and under the watchful gaze of the woman with the mole, Lauda Lao-san, and I knelt on the ground. Sun Lao-san clasped his hands together before the incense burner and intoned. The future of this endeavor is uncertain, its fate perilous. Should we meet our end in the subterranean palace, we shall have no regrets. Should we emerge, and every law enforcement officer in the land seeks our capture, we shall not complain. The Sun family believes in the sanctity of burial. Even if second brother has become a mere pile of bones, we will ensure he returns to his ancestral soil. I Sun Lientian, I Sun Lianxing, I Xiang Yunfeng. The 3 of us spoke in unison. In this day and age, let us forge a brotherhood, sharing blessings and bearing hardships together. We bowed deeply to the ground. A singular mark revealed a glimmer of extraordinary brilliance within the eye. Indeed, this was a thought that dared not be conceived by others, an undertaking that few would dare to pursue. Fully aware of the lurking dangers, we nevertheless ventured boldly towards them. Chapter 24. The plan. At that moment, I was overwhelmed with excitement. This signified a profound transformation in a man's spirit. 3 fearless souls, unafraid of heaven or earth, we whimsically began to devise our plans. All cautionary advice from Yao Yuman and the apprehensions of Wang Batu were swiftly cast aside. Our collective ambition was clear. We were determined to break through that stone door and uncover its secrets. Subsequently, the trove of bronze artifacts was halved by Sun Lauda's dealings, with the remaining pieces, including the bronze vessel inscribed with the 4-character seal, Jie Ho Dai Zi, entrusted to Wang Batu. On the day of the profit-sharing, we gathered as a group, with Wang Batu blissfully unaware of our clandestine scheme. It was my first encounter with such a substantial sum of money, all neatly packaged in large plastic bags, with each stack amounting to 10,000 yuan, meticulously arranged. At that time, we were still using the 4th series of the renminbi. Those blue 100 yuan notes featuring 4 portraits, bundled into 10,000 yuan stacks and bound with white paper. Old 3, this is for you. Oldest brother, this is for you. Xiao Hong, this is for you and your subordinates. Your efforts are much appreciated. A mark on my skin brushed against the plastic bag, and I smiled, saying, Thank you, Batu. Wang nodded slightly as he observed me pushing over a plastic bag. Yunfeng, you have just entered the industry and contributed significantly. This is for you. Do not deem it insignificant. As I gazed at the bulging plastic bag, I swallowed hard. How much is this? 130,000, he replied calmly. My hands trembled even more. I had never seen such a sum of money before, nor had I ever imagined I would. But I still owe you 50,000, I said, preparing to open the bag to take the money. No need, he interjected, gesturing to stop me. For your first deal, how can you give it to someone else? It is inauspicious. Keep it for now, we will discuss that 50,000 later. I nodded silently and accepted it. This marked the first significant fortune of my life. This single transaction's earnings equated to 3 or 4 years of income from my uncle's agritourism business. Each has their own path. I, Xiang Yunfeng, have struck it rich. I was somewhat curious about who purchased our items, so I later inquired with the boss. He mentioned that the buyer was quite mysterious, a runner. In those days, runners referred to individuals who acted on behalf of others, handling errands. The actual buyers remained behind the scenes, with the runners managing the transactions. This was due to the differing laws between Hong Kong and the mainland at that time. In Hong Kong, bronze artifacts could be auctioned directly and legally, which is why Christie's and Sotheby's had their headquarters there. That region was, without a doubt, the largest dumping ground for tomb-raiding artifacts in the country. The earliest individuals who amassed wealth through the trade of antiques in the country have become quite familiar in Hong Kong, including several prominent figures frequently seen on television. I am acquainted with many of them. This is not an attempt to disparage those individuals, but rather a reflection on the fact that those who have thrived in this business often lack a pristine reputation. After the division of profits, Wang, the leader, was poised to leave Shund and inquired about our next destination. With ulterior motives, we naturally refrained from revealing the truth. Big Sun spoke up, saying, "Boss, the third brother Yunfeng and I have discussed it, and we plan to visit Dongguan for a while, perhaps 5 to 6 months. When the time comes, we will await your instructions for our next endeavor." "Oh, you three are heading to Dongguan together?" The leader regarded the three of us with a hint of surprise. "Indeed, it's true. Look, boss, Yunfeng is quite grown up now, yet he still lacks worldly experience. We wish to broaden his horizons." In 1999, the Beijing Chongqing Thai Catering Group was established, a fact unbeknownst to many. The female proprietor of this group primarily operated from Dongguan, and Beijing Chongqing later became known as Tianshang Rinjian. At that time, it upheld the highest service standards in the nation, with one branch in Dongguan and another in Beijing, which is why Big Sun deliberately mentioned a trip to Dongguan. As for the rest of us, we naturally remained in Shund to pursue our plans, merely changing our place of residence without venturing elsewhere. On Famau Mountain, near the burial site, there lay over 20 acres of rice paddies. The boss, feigning the role of an external investor, managed to acquire all of it in less than 20 days. Money certainly facilitates matters. Having acquired the nearby paddy fields, we commissioned the construction of a fence in the vicinity. Our abode is nestled at the foot of Fei Mountain, where once stood a few humble dwellings, now long dismantled to transform the area into the verdant expanse of Shunfeng Park. That evening we procured 3 calves, specifically selected by a certain individual known as Ikuji, who introduced us to the Charolais breed, renowned for its rapid growth and considerable strength. We calculated that, when fed a nourishing diet, a Charolais calf could reach maturity in as little as 5 months, and should it assist in hauling stones, it might achieve this milestone in approximately 4 months. Ikuji also brought along a winter tent and various essential supplies. That night, we endeavored to lower the calves down with ropes. Although they were calves, each weighed over 100 pounds, and their resistance proved challenging as they kicked and butted with vigor. We exerted considerable effort, emerging from the task drenched in sweat. The opening below was just large enough for the calves. Had they been any larger, it would not have sufficed. We erected the tent below, securing a peg into the ground to tether the calves. For the ensuing months, these 3 calves became our cherished charges. We lavished them with care, ensuring they received ample nourishment. 8 meals a day was our commitment, never settling for merely 5. We aimed to keep them well fed, as the ground outside the tomb was perpetually damp and humid. Each night, Sun Laosan would emerge from the tent to check on the well-being of the calves. I would occasionally descend, but most of the time, I would stealthily deliver water, food, and cattle feed under the cover of night, concealing the entrance to our hideaway with grass once the provisions were delivered. During the day, I typically slumber in the bungalow. I possess a small telescope, and whenever I find a spare moment, I use it to idly observe, checking if our fence has collapsed. Occasionally, when Mole is available to stand in for me, I venture out to visit Li Jing. 2 months later, Li Jing entered her final year of high school. I purchased 3 jean of sponge cake, and as usual, I carried it to her house to play with her, only to discover her sitting on the bed, clutching her leg, her complexion pallid. "Xiao Jing. What's wrong? I brought you sponge cake." Li Jing's fair face was ashen, and she bit her lip, staring intently at me. Suddenly, she hurled a pillow at me. "Xiang Yunfeng, why did you deceive me? Wang Chong told me everything. You're not a student at number 1 high school at all. You're not even from Shund. You liar, liar." she shouted, her eyes bloodshot. I retreated a couple of steps, my hand trembling, and the sponge cake fell to the ground, scattering everywhere. Chapter 25. The revelation leaving Li Jing's house. I felt dejected. Ultimately, I couldn't bring myself to tell her the truth. I wasn't some brilliant student from one high school. I was merely a tomb raider, a criminal, someone no peer would dare befriend. I can't forget the look in Li Jing's eyes as I departed. I forced a wry smile and said, "It's nothing. The wind is just making my eyes water." Mole supported an apple with one hand, scrutinizing me with suspicion. She chuckled. "You haven't even grown all your hair yet, and you already know what heartbreak is? Just forget about it." She laughed uproariously. Irritated, I glared at her and said, "Eat your apple, and don't speak carelessly if you don't know the situation." My anger did not stem from her calling me a brat, but from her making me forget Li Jing. How could one simply forget a perfectly good person? However, back then, QQ spaces were indeed flooded with a wave of non-mainstream photos. Melancholic eyes, disheveled hair, photos with a touch of special effects, accompanied by the words, "Forgotten love." For over a month, everything was calm, and I dared not seek out Li Jing again. The calves we were raising under the pit grew day by day. Fed with the finest fodder, they grew remarkably fast. The thick hook needle had long been procured, crafted by a master from Luoyang, perfectly matching our expectations in size and specifications. While tending to the cattle below, third brother would occasionally take up his hammer and chisel, chipping away at the stone door. After about 2 months, he finally carved out a bullnose groove on the stone door. That night, we gathered below the pit, everything ready, each of us wearing a grave expression, for tonight was the real deal. Using this fantastical method to pull open the self-locking stone, success hinged entirely on this night. Brother Sun patted the little yellow cow. No, it could no longer be called a calf, as the 3 cows were now only slightly shorter than me, quite large indeed. Perhaps because they were well fed, one of the cows even stretched out its head to nuzzle third brother Sunday. "It's up to you, buddy," he said, stroking the cow's head. The mole had procured the highest quality climbing rope available on the market at the time. After several attempts, Brother Sun finally managed to wedge the hook needle through the door crack to catch the self-locking stone behind. Securing the hook needle to the bullnose ring and tying it with the climbing rope, we were set. The rope was first looped around the neck of the 3 cows, after which we all gathered the remaining length of it. After 100 days of raising cattle, one must utilize them at the right moment. With a fierce roar, Sun Lauda shouted from behind the rope, "Pull!" Instantly, the rope tightened. "Pull! Pull!" The 3 cows bellowed as they pushed backward, and like a stubborn mole, I exerted every ounce of strength. My face flushed crimson. Suddenly, a cloud of dust descended from the stone gate. "Hold on. Put in more effort. Open, for heaven's sake." With that final roar, a tremendous noise emanated from the massive stone door behind us. The self-raising stone that had been bracing against the tomb's entrance finally toppled under our combined force. We collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath, while Sun Laosan, having dwelled in this lightless tomb for several months, could hardly contain his excitement. "We did it! We did it!" he repeatedly exclaimed. Months of perseverance culminated in the downfall of the self-raising stone, dissipating like smoke. Without the stone, pushing open the stone door became a simple task. Regaining our composure, we collectively placed our hands on the stone door. With a united effort, it creaked open a narrow gap. The sound of the door scraping was reminiscent of the ancient chimes ringing from 3 millennia ago, deeply resonant. Once we had pushed it wide enough for a person to pass through, we paused. Peering inside, we were met with complete darkness. A fragrant aroma wafted towards me, akin to the scent I had encountered during my initial descent into the tomb, though this time it was markedly more potent, filling the air. Lauda had previously warned that such a fragrance was not a good omen. After allowing some time to ensure the air circulation was adequate, Sun Lauda led the way, and we all ventured inside. It was shrouded in darkness, yet our leader had anticipated this moment, and we ignited the torches we had previously prepared. Holding the torches aloft, I was struck speechless by the sight before me. What lay in our midst was an assemblage of timber. More precisely, a vast quantity of meticulously crafted wooden beams, each measuring approximately 1 meter in length, numbering in the thousands. These beams were systematically interwoven, rising over 10 meters high and spanning more than 20 meters in width, layered upon one another like the quills of a hedgehog. The surface of each beam was coated with a black substance that resembled a form of preservative varnish, emanating a fragrant aroma of sandalwood. Sun Laosen stood mesmerized before the wooden mountain, muttering, yellow intestines arrangement. Indeed, this intricate, hedgehog-like structure of interlocking timber was what Yao Yuman had previously alluded to as the yellow intestines arrangement. The Han Dynasty's version of the yellow intestines arrangement pales in comparison to the spectacle before us, akin to contrasting a tractor with a Ferrari. The grandeur was simply beyond comparison. None of us had ever encountered the Western Zhou's iteration of this arrangement. If we were to judge by the standards of the later Han Dynasty, the innermost section of this timber might very well house the coffin of the tomb's master. In other words, the very ground upon which we stood could be the site of the main burial chamber that had vanished above us. These beams, interlocked like a great hedgehog, obstructed our path. Frowning, I inquired, "Third brother, with this wooden mountain blocking the way, how shall we gain entry?" Given his extensive experience, Sun Laosen contemplated for a moment before remarking, "Yunfeng, don't fret. This artifact is undoubtedly man-made by the artisans. Upon completion of their work, they would have needed a discreet means of egress, an inconspicuous route to abscond." Having spoken, Sun Laoda brandished his torch and meticulously began to seek out any aperture large enough for a person to squeeze through. We, too, advanced to assist in the search. From a greater distance, I had been oblivious, but as I drew nearer, I suddenly espied that many of the timbers of the Huangchang Tiku were host to an abundance of black fungi. Unlike the edible variety found at home, these mushrooms were of bizarre configuration, their crowns bearing a striking resemblance to the visage of an aged man, replete with wrinkles, and upon closer inspection, even a semblance of a nose and eyes. Ikuji, too, discerned this fungal growth upon the timbers and reached out to pluck one for closer examination. "Desist! Do not touch that!" Lauda exclaimed, his voice laced with admonition. "It is inadvisable to handle it. If my conjecture holds true, this particular fungus is something specifically mentioned in the Burial Sutra. It is called Huangbai Laolian, a remarkably rare species of hypogeal medicinal fungus." "Huangbai Laolian? A medicinal ingredient?" I queried, for I had never before heard of such a thing. Ikuji retreated a couple of paces, inquiring, "Laosan, did you not say it was a medicinal ingredient? Why, then, is it forbidden to touch, even though its appearance is somewhat peculiar?" "It is not as simple as that," Sun Laosan intoned solemnly. "Few have ever laid eyes upon this entity. I surmise that even Yao Yuman has not encountered it. The Burial Sutra posits that this plant thrives in extremely in locations. In folk legends, it is employed by Miao shamans for the purpose of summoning souls." Chapter 26. Summoning Souls. In the 1970s, Jilin University published a book entitled A Guide to World Fungi. Due to poor sales, only the first edition was printed. On page 142, there is a depiction of a peculiar fungus known as Huangbai Laolian, which, according to local lore in the Wuling Mountains of Guangxi, is said to be used for soul summoning. Such folk taboos are open to interpretation. Although I am not a professional Taoist priest or sorcerer, I have witnessed certain events that I may share with you at a later time. With a slight frown, I took a step back and shot a glare at Big Sun. "Could you refrain from uttering ominous words? Do you not consider our current surroundings?" Following this remark, we all distanced ourselves from the fungi on the timber. At that moment, I felt a twinge of curiosity. The tomb initially exuded the fragrance of camphor wood, yet the timber, crafted by Western Zhou artisans into a structure resembling a pile of yellow intestines, was evidently cypress. The longevity of cypress wood can be attributed to its inherent preservative properties and the protective coating applied to it. These two factors could indeed account for the wood's millennia-long durability. However, where did the scent of camphor wood originate? Could it be that the coffin of the tomb's occupant was made of camphor? I found myself perplexed. We then dispersed in search of gaps between the timbers wide enough for a person to squeeze through, perhaps a route left by the artisans for themselves. Big Sun, holding a torch, addressed us. "Let us split up for now." We fanned out, maintaining a distance of about 6 or 7 meters from one another, yet still able to see each other clearly. I raised the torch and searched the southwestern corner of the wooden hill. I rubbed my eyes vigorously, convinced I was seeing things, for I thought I had glimpsed a curled black shadow amidst the crevices of the wood. After a thorough rub and a steady gaze, I found nothing but timber. Being still quite young and of timid disposition, a sense of trepidation crept over me, prompting me to instinctively step back a couple of paces. "Third brother, eldest brother," I called out twice. The torch illuminated only a small patch before me, leaving the surroundings shrouded in darkness. They had vanished, Son the elder, and Son the third, gone without a trace. At that moment, a chilling breeze swept through, making my pupils dilate with fear. Trembling, I shouted, "Third brother, eldest brother, Hongjia." The enveloping darkness pressed in around me. My mind raced with the notion that I had encountered a ghostly barrier. I recalled tales from the village elders in my childhood, speaking of spirits that ensnared wanderers, leading them to stumble and drown, forever trapped in a cycle of confusion. Fear gripped me, cold sweat beating on my forehead. "Yunfeng, what are you doing there?" Suddenly, a voice called out from behind me, this familiar tone. I would never forget it. It was second brother. Yet, behind me lay only an abyss of darkness. My pallid face retreated a couple of steps as I reached into my pocket for the talisman given to me by Yao Yuman, clutching it tightly in my palm. The small talisman bore the warmth of my own body, providing a semblance of comfort. "Yunfeng, I'm here, hurry and find me," came second brother's voice again. Crouched on the ground, I plugged my ears, leaning against the wooden hill, too frightened to make a sound. I glanced around in terror, desperately seeking the presence of others. Leaning against the wooden hill, I suddenly felt a tug at the back of my clothing. I was startled into a frenzy, scrambling to my feet and fleeing. With a thud, I dashed recklessly, colliding with something flesh-like. In the darkness, the face of Sun Laosan gradually materialized. "Yunfeng, have you lost your mind? Why are you running about?" he gasped, gingerly massaging his chest. A torch flickered into view, revealing a birthmark and Sun Lauda once more before me. Upon seeing these familiar faces, I nearly broke into tears. I wiped the cold sweat from my forehead. "Where have you all been? I didn't see any of you just now." Sun Lauda cast a suspicious glance my way. "What on earth, Yunfeng? Don't scare us. We've been searching for the entrance too." Taking a deep breath, I replied, "Brother. Just now, I think I saw Urge." "What? Impossible!" Sun Laosan exclaimed. "Where did you see him, Yunfeng? There's no one else here but us. Are you seeing things?" "No, he isn't hallucinating," a birthmark interjected, her complexion paling as she looked at Sun Laosan and nodded. "I think I also saw Urge. One person might have been mistaken, but now both I and the birthmark were saying the same thing, causing Sun Lauda's brow to furrow in concern. Is it possible that we're haunted, brother?" I summoned my courage to ask. The mention of ghosts caused the birthmark's face to blanch further. Master Sun meticulously surveyed his surroundings, ultimately fixing his gaze upon the clusters of yellow fungus. Shaking his head, he spoke in a hushed tone, "Fear not. It is not a haunting." He gestured towards the yellow fungi adorning the wood, adding, "Even if it were a haunting, it is these creatures that would be responsible." He glanced at me before shifting his attention to a mole. "Xiaohong, Yunfeng, have you not realized? You two were the first to discover the yellow fungus and were also the closest to it." The mole, quick-witted, looked at the fungi and incredulously asked, "Boss, are you suggesting that what Yunfeng and I saw earlier was merely an illusion? That the true culprit is these black mushrooms?" "Indeed, that appears to be the case," Master Sun replied with a nod. "After all, rumors suggested that these fungi were used for soul summoning, and it would not be surprising if they possessed some hallucinogenic properties." In a moment of impulsiveness, I blurted out, "Then, brother, do you think it's possible that the spirit of second brother has truly been summoned?" "What nonsense are you spouting?" Sun Air slapped the back of my head, admonishing, "Stop speaking recklessly. We do not even know if second brother is dead." Realizing I might have misspoken, I quickly apologized. Not holding it against me, Master Sun declared, "Enough of these trivial matters. Follow me. I have discovered something." He led us to the northwestern corner of the wooden hill. Without needing his direction, I noticed the difference. Though the outer layer of wood appeared the same, from this angle, the interior seemed to open up slightly, revealing a more spacious expanse within the yellowed wood. Compared to the compactness found elsewhere, this space might just manage to accommodate a single individual. From here, one can penetrate into the wooden mountain, entering the realm of the yellow intestine tomb. With a sharp dagger, I gradually pried open the outermost layers of the cedar wood. Brother Sun turned to gaze at us, instructing everyone to remain vigilant and alert for any unusual occurrences. I ventured inside first to investigate. Chapter 27. The Sacrificial Person Taking the Lead. Brother Sun and our group huddled closely as we pressed onward. Due to the constraints of our surroundings, we did not carry torches. Instead, each of us relied on a flashlight for illumination, reminiscent of a military training maneuver. The cedars of the yellow intestine tomb were coated with dust and cobwebs. As we advanced, Brother Sun, who was in the lead, suddenly halted. "What is it, boss?" inquired a companion. Brother Sun turned, illuminating the area with his flashlight, the brightness momentarily blinding. He remarked, "Have you noticed that it seems to be getting lower? Are we descending?" Surrounded by wood, and having been too preoccupied to notice earlier, I glanced down at his words and realized he was indeed correct. The place we had just traversed had transformed into a slight incline. This revelation left everyone perplexed. "Stop overthinking it. Let us proceed to the end first," Brother Sun advised, resuming our crawl inward. The deeper we ventured, the more apprehensive we became. What had initially been a gentle slope was now increasingly steep. Although the Sun brothers had engaged in various tasks before, this peculiar design was undoubtedly a novel experience for them. I found myself at the rear of the group, directly behind a companion. The space was constricted, and she donned jeans, her movements drawing my attention in an unexpected manner. After approximately 10 minutes of climbing, the space ahead gradually expanded. "Be cautious and watch your head. Avoid colliding with the wooden beams," instructed Sun, the leader, as he attempted to rise. The darkness enveloped us, and once everyone emerged, Sun illuminated the surroundings with a powerful flashlight. His hand, holding the flashlight, froze in midair, and as we followed the beam of light, our pupils dilated in astonishment. There were no coffins, only sarcophagi, arranged in rows. The sheer number was unfathomable. Some of these sarcophagi had decayed, others had collapsed into flat shapes, while a few remained relatively intact. The fragrance of sandalwood was now strikingly pronounced, lingering in the air. Dozens of coffins were haphazardly piled together, with no discernible burial artifacts on the ground, entirely inconsistent with the funerary customs of any known dynasty. Third brother furrowed his brow and remarked, "Elder brother, with so many concentrated coffins, could this possibly be a sacrificial burial pit from the Western Zhou?" His inquiry was indeed reasonable. Apart from the Shang dynasty and the early Western Zhou, such sacrificial practices ceased to exist, barring voluntary instances. Forcibly compelling the living to accompany the dead would have been a violation of the laws of the time. Sun, the third brother, wore a grim expression as he stepped cautiously towards one of the coffins. This particular coffin was not severely damaged, merely somewhat flattened. I swallowed hard, holding the flashlight and fixating my gaze on third brother. "Elder brother, pass me the crowbar," he said, his tone grave. The two of them then coordinated seamlessly, with the elder brother tossing the small crowbar to him. Without a moment's hesitation, upon receiving the crowbar, third brother prepared to pry open the coffin. "Wait a moment, third brother. Have you counted them? How many coffin nails are there?" asked the elder brother, furrowing his brow. Sun Lao San adjusted the flashlight and peered inside. Some areas were entirely decayed, making it difficult to ascertain the exact number, but it could possibly be 6. 6 coffin nails? Be cautious, Lao San. Do not get too close. If there are indeed 6, that is acceptable, but I dread the thought of there being 5. A small mole, thumping his chest, murmured, "As long as it's not 5, that is a relief." Regarding this notion, I later delved into the subject. The funerary customs of ancient times have undergone continuous evolution, yet certain aspects have remained relatively unchanged over millennia. For instance, the practice of resting in peace within a coffin, sealed with coffin nails to separate the realms of the living and the dead. It is entirely ordinary for a coffin to be secured with 6 or 7 nails. However, should there be fewer than 6, it is considered ill-fated. A coffin with 5 nails is referred to as a soul-sealing nail, while 4 nails are known as spirit-quieting nails. In the lexicon of traditional culture, these are deemed ominous for both the deceased and the living. Sun Lao-san, possessing considerable courage from his many years as a grave digger, had encountered countless coffins and appeared undaunted by such matters. He wedged a crowbar into the seams of the coffin. The sealing nails had succumbed to decay, and with a little effort, he pried it open. "What's inside, Lao-san?" the small mole inquired softly. "Nothing of significance, just a piece of gold thread about an inch long and a handful of white chocolate. Come and take a look." He beckoned, inviting us closer. Upon inspection, we found that the coffin held no burial goods of note. Aside from 2 short strands of gold thread, there were only a few scattered bones. The white chocolate he referred to was, in fact, these scattered remnants of human remains. The strands of gold are but a mere hint, certainly not remnants of the golden silk burial garments. After inspecting the site, Master Sun shook his head, observing that the conditions beneath appeared quite favorable. Remarkably, after 2,600 years, the bones still remained intact. In the northern regions, one would be fortunate to find even a couple of teeth preserved. "Excuse me, could you lift your leg?" As he spoke, Master Sun picked up a leg bone from the deceased and tossed it onto the coffin's lid. "What is this?" After moving aside the bones, he pried at the ground with a small crowbar, revealing a large mass of black, spherical objects. Upon closer inspection, it resembled a round stone caked in mud, its surface coated with some seeds that had not yet decayed. Could these be melon seeds? A furrow formed on his brow. Indeed, they were melon seeds. "Damn it, I know what this is," Master Sun exclaimed, discarding the round stone and incessantly rubbing his hands on his clothing. "This is a rear orifice pearl, a tormenting artifact from ancient times. If the owner of this tomb was truly a figure akin to a mustard seed, then he was certainly no benevolent soul. What a dreadful item." Subsequently, Master Sun pointed to the skeletal remains within the coffin and shared his conjectures with us. The practice of slave burial had actually been abolished at the inception of the Western Zhou dynasty. However, during the era of the Zhou monarch's extensive feudal grants, many remote lords persisted in the antiquated custom of live human sacrifice, a remnant from the Shang dynasty. Unlike the present day, women held a lowly status in society, and they constituted a significant proportion of those sacrificed. The pile of bones before us in the coffin was likely that of a woman, a hypothesis put forth by Third Brother. During the sweltering summer of the Western Zhou dynasty, 3 millennia ago, the hired female weavers took a respite from their labor, gathering to engage in light-hearted conversation. Suddenly, the master of the house, in a moment of unexpected benevolence, summoned a cart laden with fragrant melons to refresh the weary workers. Unbeknownst to them, these melons were laced with a soporific, and upon consuming the fruit, the women succumbed to unconsciousness. In a cruel twist of fate, the master then produced a stone ball, which was forcibly inserted into the unfortunate women, some of whom may have awakened in agony, but their suffering was in vain as they were subsequently sealed within coffins, left to die in torment. This horrific and inhumane method of sacrifice, where one is left to perish in sheer agony, finds its roots in the ancient customs of the Yu state. The macabre practice did not end there. Following the insertion, golden threads were used to stitch their mouths shut, symbolizing a vow of silence and loyalty to their master. The scant remnants of this golden thread were repurposed to seal the lips of the maidens. After this grim ritual, a considerable number of women remained alive, yet with their mouths sewn shut, they were rendered voiceless within their coffins, unable to cry out as darkness enveloped them, leading to their tragic demise days later. Chapter 28. The 2 gates confronted with the remains of those who perished 2 millennia ago, I felt an unsettling discomfort. However, the Sun brothers appeared unfazed. Their expressions hinted at their inner thoughts, though I could not discern them fully. Sun Lao-san gazed at the skeletal remains within the coffin and sighed, uttering, "Dust to dust, earth to earth. I passed through this esteemed ground with no intention of causing offense. I apologize for the disturbance. I hope that you may soon find rebirth." With that, he offered a respectful bow to the surrounding coffins. "Be cautious. Do not disturb these coffins. Let us proceed forward and investigate. It is indeed peculiar that we cannot seem to locate the coffin of the sacrificed maiden. Could it be that this main tomb has ascended to the heavens?" As Sun Laosen spoke, he continued to lead the way. The youth, still in the bloom of adolescence, felt a sense of trepidation. The Sun brothers were accustomed to the presence of the deceased. They referred to those bones as white chocolate. However, I was different. I felt a chill in my heart, for the surroundings were rife with the remains of the dead and decaying coffins. With my head bowed, I dared not look around, suppressing even my breath. After just a few minutes of walking, we came upon a small stone tablet standing on the ground, faint inscriptions barely visible upon its surface. He crouched down, illuminating it with a flashlight, and extended his right hand to wipe away the thick layer of dust. "What does it say, Laosan?" asked Yike. Sun Laosan shook his head, noting it was in the six-fold seal script, utterly incomprehensible. However, I surmised that the inscriptions likely pertained to the sacrificed maidens. He glanced back at the coffins behind him. At that moment, Yike suddenly let out a sharp scream, startling everyone. Sun Laoda quickly shone the flashlight in her direction, exclaiming, "Xiao Hong, what is the matter?" Yike rushed over to us, her face pale as a ghost. "Someone just touched my backside. It was a human hand, not a bone. I could feel it." Upon finishing her words, her complexion grew even paler. Sun Laoda shielded Yike behind him, frowning as he directed the flashlight toward the area she indicated. Hand, brother. It's a human hand." I was the first to notice, my keen eyes catching the sight. In a secluded spot, there lay a grave, behind which stood a coffin, slightly ajar. A decaying arm, not yet fully decomposed, dangled from the edge of the coffin, limp and feeble. The arm was severely rotted, with numerous white maggots wriggling in and out of its flesh. Sun Laosan, pinching his nose, leaned closer to inspect, and upon doing so, his complexion darkened considerably. The body within the coffin, discernible by its outline and attire, appeared to be that of a male, dressed in contemporary clothing. Subsequently, Sun Laosan, still covering his nose with one hand, extracted a small copper plate with a clasp from the waist area of the corpse. Upon closer examination, the front of the plate bore the inscription Jigua Chen. Sun Laosan scrutinized the copper plate intently before glancing back at Sun Laoda, who nodded grimly, indicating it was from the southern region. Through their intermittent conversation, I gleaned some information. Within the factions of tomb raiders, the northern school included roles such as captains, rice sellers, laborers, logistics personnel, and those who scattered soil. In contrast, the southern faction, known for their unique terminology, had individuals responsible for locating graves referred to as Jigua, previously known as Yuanliang before the Qing dynasty. The nature of their work was akin to that of the northern captains. Furthermore, they had specialists for gold panning and labor, along with dedicated logistics support, paralleling the northern operations. The Sun brothers also shared a set of archaic slang from the southern tomb raiding circles of the old society. Today, inquiring about Yuanliang Jigua, one might say, a river flows to behold two scenic views, chopping wood on the mountain while kindling fire below. With nothing to do, one cannot ascend the three treasures hall. May I inquire how many earthen gates you have dismantled and what yield you have obtained? After confirming the identity of the corpse with the small bronze plate, Big Sun stroked his chin and speculated, "Old 3, might this be a case of betrayal within the ranks? Although we are unfamiliar with this possible Chun, the very term suggests a position of considerable standing within their faction." It's hard to say. The group from the south arrived before us, yet their point of descent remains unknown, and they have already suffered significant losses. Brother, we must exercise caution. Indeed, Big Sun nodded in agreement. This subterranean chamber is predominantly rectangular, with a vast expanse ahead, the destination of which remains a mystery. Our group traversed the sacrificial zone and moved forward. After scarcely 2 minutes, we were confronted by another stone door blocking our path. Unlike the previous one, this door was slightly smaller, flanked by 2 peculiar stone sculptures on either side. As I ponder how to describe these 2 sculptures, they bore the semblance of a triangular-headed canine, with a greenish visage and protruding fangs, a body akin to that of a chelan, human ears, and wings tucked against its chelan-like torso. Its hind legs were firmly planted on the ground, while the left forepaw was raised slightly. The sculptures stood approximately 7 to 8 feet tall, exuding an aura of ferocity, as if to warn any intruders of the tomb. such fearsome guardians of the burial site. Third brother shone his flashlight around, illuminating the surroundings. The guardians of tombs are peculiar and bizarre, often conjured from the imaginations of the deceased during their lifetimes. Much like the concept of flight, they are an integral part of funerary culture. These fantastical and grotesque creations are both sinister and unsightly. In the past, within the antiquities trade, two items were particularly despised: the tomb guardians and the ceramic soul cocoons. Setting aside the prestigious bronze artifacts of national significance, I surmise that even if these two stone tomb guardians were to be illicitly acquired and placed in a museum, the institution would hesitate to exhibit them, for they might frighten children into tears. Old Son's expression was grave. The cross-eyed tomb guardian was ominous. Such a thing was decidedly inauspicious. Don't stare at it. Let us move swiftly. Move? Where shall we go, old three? There is a barrier in our way, I sentí there? Spoke the freckle. This vast underground palace has merely two doors. It's not surprising. I'm confident I can unlock it. At most, it will take a day, Old Son replied, exhibiting a calm demeanor. A mere day, the freckle exclaimed. Old three, have you grown accustomed to living down here for months? Ah, little red one cannot speak so lightly. We are not Sun Wukong, nor do we possess the skill to walk through walls. Old three is correct. It is said that our predecessors could breach the 11th mound door, so we are nothing extraordinary, she continued, casting a disdainful glance at the Sun brothers and falling silent. Peering through a narrow crack, she observed that the obstructive stone door also bore a sealing stone, though it was significantly smaller and lighter than the previous one. According to the Sun brothers' understanding, the outer door was akin to a grand entrance, while the one before them resembled a bedroom door. Only by opening this bedroom door could they hope to encounter the rightful owner. Chapter 29. The mural with fervent determination, the Sun brothers tirelessly labored at the pointed hammer, their efforts harmoniously synchronized. The quality of the bluestone was relatively soft. Thus, what should have taken a full day was accomplished in merely a few hours through their collective diligence. The cownose groove was meticulously carved, adhering to the previously established method of threading the rope through the hook. Upon my command, we exerted our strength. This task seemed considerably diminished in scale, and success appeared imminent. Sun Laosan was the first to grasp the rope, and we promptly followed suit. Taking a deep breath, he lowered his voice. 3, 2, 1. In an instant, the rope was taut, our pulling directed to the left. A thunderous crash reverberated as the stone within fell to the ground. Sun Laosan's estimation proved accurate. Armed with the experience from the initial attempt, we had discovered the correct approach and achieved success in one go. Adhering to the principle of caution, Sun Laosan first lit a white candle in the crevice of the door, a measure to assess the oxygen levels within the space. The candle stood on the ground, its flame flickering uncertainly. Although there was no perceptible breeze, the flame tilted toward one side. Is everything all right, third brother? I inquired softly. He gestured for me to observe for a couple more minutes. After a few moments, the candle continued to burn as before, showing no sudden diminishment, indicating that the oxygen levels remained stable. Watch your step, he advised, and together we pushed open the second stone door. The temperature within was markedly lower. Upon entering, one could instantly feel the chill. Despite our thick clothing, the cold was palpable, and the exhaled breath formed visible clouds. BRR. It's freezing, third brother. The temperature difference must be over 10 degrees, I remarked, rubbing my hands together to stave off the cold. Sun Laosan felt puzzled and remarked, the temperature near Fei Mo Mountain is relatively stable. I did not expect such peculiarities here. It is beyond my comprehension. If it baffles you, do not dwell on it. Laosan, none of us are geologists. Let us explore the path ahead. Sun Laoda offered his perspective. Elder brother, third brother, look up quickly, he exclaimed while waving a flashlight. I have suddenly discovered something. In the southwest corner of the stone wall, vivid and colorful murals remained. Murals. This does not seem to be in the style of the Western Zhou, Sun Laosan said, raising the flashlight to illuminate the artwork, his expression one of disbelief. Not Western Zhou? What does that mean? He took another look. The murals on the stone wall predominantly featured dark red hues, with numerous images, nearly all of which were illuminated by the flashlight. The themes of the murals were eclectic and strange. They depicted men adorned in ancient attire and hats, women bearing their chests, and children bound upside down to wooden structures. At the center of the composition lay a pure white coffin, surrounded by ragged individuals kneeling on the ground, seemingly in reverence to the coffin. The overall style of the mural suggested elements of cult worship. Sun Lao-san speculated that the murals might not belong to the Western Zhou period due to the mineral pigments used, as common knowledge dictates that such mineral red hues had not emerged during the early Western Zhou, becoming prevalent only later in the Warring States period, particularly in the region of Chu. The existence of a tomb with murals not representative of the Western Zhou period creates an insurmountable contradiction. Moreover, whose white coffin is depicted in the mural? Thus far, we have yet to encounter any notable burial artifacts. Yao Yuman firmly asserted that this is a national-level grand tomb, surpassing even the specifications of the Mwangdui site. She speculated that it contains invaluable state treasures that must not be disturbed. But where are they?
Lao-san,
Hurry over. A mole suddenly called out. The group hurriedly rushed to take a look. In the northwest corner of the stone wall, an oddly styled mural had emerged. Upon discerning the content of the mural, all our faces, including mine, turned ashen. I beheld a mural, partially peeling, showcasing 3 men and 1 woman. The artwork was strikingly lifelike. 2 men appeared to be in their 40s, the woman in her 30s, and the last man was noticeably much younger. In the mural, these modern figures were holding flashlights, gathered around a white coffin. I glanced back in terror, only to find the space behind me empty, devoid of any white coffin. The 4 individuals depicted in the mural unmistakably resembled our group. San-go, my voice trembled slightly. Suddenly, Sun Lao-san slapped himself hard. It's impossible, it must be an illusion. He turned pale and looked at a mole. Xiaohong, what did you see? A mole, trembling, replied, I saw the 4 of us, and there was also a monster with horns on its head. A monster with horns? I rubbed my eyes vigorously, but no, there were no horned monsters atop my head. What I distinctly saw was a white coffin. Sun Lao-san took a deep breath and remarked, what I perceive is the 4 of us encircling 2 poisonous serpents entwined with one another. Sun Lauda shook his head as well, stating, what I behold differs from yours. I see a child crouching on the ground, immersed in tears. After this exchange, the 4 of us locked gazes, each discerning disbelief in the other's eyes. It was a peculiar mural. All 4 of us beheld it simultaneously, yet we discerned 4 disparate images. I saw the coffin. A mole perceived a horned monstrosity. Sun Lao-san witnessed 2 serpents coiling around each other, while Sun Lauda beheld a weeping child with his head buried in despair. Sun Lao-san had encountered many strange occurrences before, yet the scenario before us, a painting depicting 4 scenes, clearly transcended his comprehension. At that moment, the only rational explanation we could muster was that we were experiencing a collective hallucination. Something was amiss. We should sit down and remain still. Sun Lao-san urged us to stay put. After several minutes of contemplation, Sun Lao-san retrieved a small round iron box from his backpack. The box was modest in size, crafted from an antique bronze material, devoid of any distinguishing patterns or trademarks. He unscrewed the box and carefully poured a small amount of yellow powder into the palm of his hand. The pungent aroma of this yellow powder was sharp, reminiscent of realgar, yet even more intense. Sun Lao-san instructed us to extend our right hands, pouring a bit into each of our palms. He then raised his hand to his nose, saying, inhale deeply, drawing it in through your nostrils. He was the first to speak. Achoo! Damn it, that's potent! He exclaimed, taking 2 sharp inhales while vigorously shaking his head. The moment I inhaled this substance, a sudden chill enveloped my mind. The invigorating effect was immense, far surpassing that of menthol or floral water. It belonged to an entirely different realm. After consuming this yellow powder, we focused our gaze. The mural no longer depicted weeping children or monstrous creatures with horns and venomous snakes. Instead, we were met with a uniform pattern. Only some eccentrically dressed ancient figures adorned the wall, devoid of any animals or coffins. Thank goodness I had taken precautions before arriving and procured some spirit-reviving medicine from a local practitioner. After cursing, Sun Lao-san straightened up and glanced back at the path we had traversed. The group from the south, like us, must have been ensnared by illusions, leading them to engage in a deadly conflict amongst themselves. Fortunately, my preparations were thorough, and we had discovered the truth early on. Sun Laosan looked up at the murals. Had we waited just 5 more minutes, we wouldn't have known how we perished. This is a ploy to incite murder. Chapter 30. Sudden change. Third brother. This stuff is quite formidable. You mentioned borrowing it from a friend in the Taoist community? Which friend? I inquired with curiosity. Sun Laosan shook his head. This, my friend, was borrowed from the 8 oddities of lame fragrance. Thankfully, I was well prepared. Many have heard of the term bewitching incense. In ancient dramas, unscrupulous individuals would pierce a hole in the paper of a window and use a hollow bamboo tube to blow smoke inside. This is not mere coincidence. The fragrance emanating from the underground palace has endured for millennia, leaving one utterly astonished. Prior to the Republic of China, those who navigated the underworld, particularly among the 8 doors and the 17 doors, also included the 8 oddities of the Tianqiao. What are the 8 oddities of the Tianqiao, you may ask? They encompass the golden skin and colorful hangings, as well as the fragrant willow of the review troupe. The limping man, referred to by the third brother as the lame fragrance, ranks just above the fragrant willow, which is associated with the Yao sister, known for her dealings in fleshly commodities. Waiting for the effects of the drug to dissipate requires about half an hour. Out of curiosity regarding the 8 oddities he mentioned, I seized the opportunity to learn a bit more. The third brother informed me that some of the inheritors of the 8 oddities still exist today, while others have vanished, akin to the lost practices of the gold-removing and mountain-moving clans among tomb raiders. In those days, individuals in the underworld were often known by their nicknames. The lame fragrance was merely one among many peculiar characters. There were the dashing beggar known as Flower Sword Lu, the sugar gluer Zhang Xiaohong, Su Qin with his sword on his back, the pear flower drum performer Xiao Songrong, Wei Guotong, the master of falling chess from Fengtian, Bai Yuqing, the storyteller from Tianjin, the shooting star Wang Xiaoyuan from Beiping, and the agile swallow Li, among others. Each was a master of their craft. At that time, even as a lowly grave robber, I found it disheartening that few could be called by name. I silently noted these names, pondering that one day I might have the chance to encounter such remarkable figures of the underworld. Third brother, how vast do you reckon this underground palace is, considering how small Fei Mo Mountain is? I inquired, feeling that the effects of the drug were beginning to fade. With a resigned shake of his head, Sun Laosan replied, I do not know. We shall take it one step at a time. Yunfeng, dear brother, the effects of the medication should have subsided by now. Let us press forward. In this Western Zhou mausoleum, if we do not unravel its mysteries, all our months of toil will have been in vain. After a brief moment of regrouping, we continued our advance. Approximately 10 minutes later, we stumbled upon a remarkably peculiar structure. At the very heart of the mausoleum lay a desiccated circular depression, its edges polished smooth, within which stood 3 headless humanoid stone statues, draped in long robes. The clean-cut necks of these figures suggested that their heads had been intentionally omitted during their creation. Had they been deliberately vandalized, the severed necks would not have exhibited such a neat appearance. This depression resembled a cistern, unmistakably the result of deliberate excavation by previous hands. Curiously, numerous small holes dotted the vicinity. What purpose could they serve? Suddenly, a blemish on the edge of the pool caught my eye. Indeed, as the blemish had indicated, a multitude of tiny apertures surrounded the concave water basin, their function remaining a mystery. Bold as ever, third brother was the first to leap into the pool. Upon reaching its center, he furrowed his brow, fixated on the 3 headless statues. What troubles you, third brother? Have you uncovered something? We inquired, following suit and joining him in the pool. Eldest brother, look here. Third brother gestured towards the chest of one of the headless figures. I too observed that a subtle indentation marred the stone figure's breast. Though not immediately apparent, it became discernible upon closer inspection. Third brother, wait, don't touch it. Alas, it was too late. Almost simultaneously, Sun Laosan pressed down with his right hand. Eldest brother remarked that it was a few seconds too late, as we witnessed the chest of the stone figure collapse inward. We stood frozen in place, scarcely daring to breathe. Crack, crack. I was the first to hear it. A series of sounds emanated from the bottom of the pool, reminiscent of large iron chains being pulled taut. Almost in tandem, the ground beneath our feet suddenly began to sink. Run! Sun Lao San reacted with remarkable swiftness, barely sensing the initial tremors before he leapt out of the pool with 3 great strides, closely followed by eldest brother. The sound of iron chains grew increasingly pronounced. At that moment, the 3 headless stone figures abruptly turned to face me. Yun Feng, Xiao Hong, quickly, jump up, third brother shouted in desperation. The entire concave reservoir was descending rapidly. In the brief moment I hesitated, it had already sunk nearly 2 meters. Given my current leaping ability, it was too late for me to ascend. The rope! Eldest brother! Quickly, the rope! Achi Ji cried out anxiously, her voice echoing upwards. Suddenly, there was another crack, akin to the sound of iron chains breaking. Before eldest brother could lower the climbing rope, the descent of the reservoir accelerated even further. Come over, Yun Feng. Achi Ji's forehead glistened with sweat. There is no time. Crouch down. Hold onto the stone sculpture. She demonstrated urgently. A profound sense of weightlessness enveloped my entire being. I could no longer see eldest brother or third brother above me, and I stood paralyzed with fear, utterly at a loss. Noticing my daze, Achi Ji bit her lip and hurried over, tugging me along. At this moment, I suddenly realized and hurriedly embraced the stone figure alongside a mole. I mimicked the mole's posture, slightly bending my knees. It was then that I noticed the thick bronze chains adorning the surrounding stone walls, numbering in the hundreds. Clinging to each other's arms with the mole, we found ourselves utterly powerless, merely watching as we, along with the reservoir, began to descend. A tremendous splash echoed around us, the force of the impact overwhelming. I could no longer maintain my grip on the stone figure and was thrown backward, landing on the ground. Initially, my back felt a chill, which quickly spread, engulfing my entire body in the frigid waters of an underground river. The water rose swiftly, and as my head swam in confusion, I failed to react in time. Just as I attempted to flee, it was already too late. Unable to swim, I gulped down several mouthfuls of water and, summoning every ounce of strength within me, I cried out for help. In a frenzy, I kicked and waved my arms, shouting incoherently as my body began to sink. I felt as if my lungs were on the verge of bursting, submerged in water while bubbles escaped from my mouth. In a daze, my mind flickered through a rapid succession of memories. My grandmother's figure, my uncle's gaze, the teachings of my headmaster, and Li Jing's smile. I desperately tried to grasp hold of these fleeting images, yet none could I seize. My consciousness began to wane. At that moment, whether it was an illusion before death, I suddenly felt someone embrace me from behind. Chapter 31, The Sphere. After losing consciousness, I lost all sense of time, awakening to a numbing chill in my back and a painful ache in my chest, unsure if a rib had fractured. You are awake. I lay on the ground, turning my head to see a mole adjusting her damp hair. Both she and I were utterly soaked. The sound of the flowing river reached my ears, and I, enduring a pang in my chest, inquired, Red, Sister Hong, have we survived? Indeed, I possess a strong constitution, she replied, devoid of any inclination to jest. Struggling to rise from the ground, I felt a sharp pain in my ribs with the movement. Be gentle, I've examined your wound. Your ribs are not fractured, merely sprained. The mole assisted me in standing. With a moment to spare, I surveyed my surroundings. Before us lay an underground river, and our position could barely be considered the riverbank. The space was limited, scarcely 2 meters wide. My backpack was lost, likely swept away by the current, but fortunately, the mole's bag remained intact. It contained some biscuits for sustenance and emergency tools. Leaning against a stone, I looked at her and said, Sister Hong, I am grateful for your saving my life. I cannot swim. Had it not been for you, I would have surely drowned. The mole, seemingly indifferent, began to undress. I hastily averted my gaze. Her voice reached me. There's nothing here to burn, no way to make a fire. Save your thanks for later. Quickly remove your clothes and wring them out, or you will succumb to hypothermia. Observing my hesitation, she shook her head and chuckled. What kind of big guns have I not seen? Am I to fear your innocence? Hurry up. Thus, 5 minutes later, I was left in nothing but my briefs, hands shielding my modesty, resolutely refusing to undress any further despite her insistence. This was my last act of defiance. Alas, it seems futile. A mole had ensnared my clothing, yet she refrained from insisting that I remove my undergarments. Below us lay a cavernous formation, and the walkie-talkie in her bag proved useless, for at that time, there were no satellite phones available. The second communication satellite of the Beidou system was not launched until 2007, rendering us unable to reach our elder brothers in the immediate future. Thus, we were left to rely solely on ourselves. The biscuits in my backpack had absorbed moisture, yet to replenish our strength we had no choice but to consume them. The softened biscuits were cool and crumbled, dissolving in my mouth as if I were sipping broth. After resting for over an hour and donning my clothes, the mole inquired whether I could walk. Gritting my teeth, I affirmed that I could. Together, we began our unsteady journey along the narrow riverbank. This subterranean river flowed from west to east, and we ventured in the same direction. The platform resembling a reservoir was now out of sight, likely having sunk to the riverbed due to its weight. Along the way, I pondered deeply. To be frank, I still could not comprehend it. The robust bronze chains left a profound impression on me. I was aware that during the Western Zhou dynasty, bronze casting employed the lost wax method much later. The mold casting technique was employed using the core pulling method. The bronze chains, interlinked and enduring for 2 millennia, seemed inconceivable to me, as the technological limitations of the Western Zhou period would render such lengths impossible. As we continued, the water grew increasingly turbulent, and the riverbank narrowed. Initially, we could walk side by side, but soon, fearing a slip into the water, we decided to traverse one in front of the other, with her leading and me following. Fortunately, I had previously purchased a high-quality waterproof flashlight, which proved to be immensely helpful at that moment. A cool breeze wafted through, and I sensed its presence. This was a positive sign. I believed that if I followed the underground river ahead, I would surely find an exit. Suddenly, she halted her steps. "What's the matter, Hongjie? Yunfeng, do you see that object?" She turned her body, illuminating the path ahead with the flashlight. The beam was limited in range, and at a distance, I could only discern vague circular shadows, resembling spheres suspended from the cave's ceiling. "What is that?" I too struggled to see clearly. "Be cautious, let us approach to investigate," a small voice advised me. As we drew closer, clarity emerged. It was some form of elongated, trapezoidal bronze vessel. In front of these bronze artifacts, many round clay balls were suspended by thin copper chains, their purpose utterly inscrutable. "Yunfeng, don't these resemble chime bells?" she remarked, furrowing her brow. "Chime bells? Trapezoidal bronze chime bells?" I was taken aback. Her observation made the resemblance increasingly striking. Ancient bronze artifacts are diverse, with approximately 34 distinct types, and chime bells are merely one category among them, which includes round, square, cap, and trapezoidal chime bells. Why, beneath the Moth Mountain, were such a vast array of bronze chime bells suspended in this underground cavern? What purpose did those round clay balls serve? Humanity is perpetually curious about the unknown. "Let us knock one down and take a look," she suggested, picking up a small stone from the side. She raised her hand and tossed it forcefully, akin to striking a fruit, but alas, her first attempt missed the mark. Undeterred, she endeavored once more, yet still failed to hit those spherical forms. "Allow me to give it a try, Hongjie," I offered, taking a small stone from her grasp. In my youth, I frequently employed a slingshot to hunt birds, so I still possessed a modicum of aim. This time I summoned all my strength. With a splash, the round clay ball plunged into the river. I had struck Hongjie. A small mole cast me an incredulous glance. As the fallen sphere drifted towards the center of the underground river, the mole swiftly discarded her top and turned to me, saying, "Wait here, I shall retrieve it." With a splash, before I could even warn her to be cautious, she leapt into the water. 2 minutes passed. The surface of the water remained calm, and I had yet to catch a glimpse of her. That elusive ball had vanished as well. "Hongjie! Hongjie!" I shouted anxiously from the riverbank. A round object was pushed to my feet by the water, while the mole had seemingly disappeared. Panic seized me, leaving me frozen in place. Suddenly, a figure emerged from beneath the water. Upon recognizing her, I breathed a sigh of relief. It was the mole. As she swam ashore, Her expression fluctuated between joy and despair. "Are you hurt, Hongjia? What's the matter?" I inquired, noting her pallor. After a moment of catching her breath, she turned to me and said, "There's something beneath the water." I couldn't see it clearly, but it resembled a man-made carousel. "What? A carousel? What do you mean?" "I don't know, let us not dwell on that for now. Let us first examine what this object is." She pointed to the spherical item at my feet. Oh, very well. This object is remarkably hard, comparable in size to a football. After striking it repeatedly with a sharp stone, I finally managed to create a small fissure. It resembled the act of opening a coconut. I reached my hand inside, attempting to pry it open with force. My initial attempt was futile, yet the opening widened, prompting me to shine my flashlight inside. There lay a white object, and as I ventured to touch it, my expression shifted dramatically. It felt as though my fingers had encountered two hollow cavities. What could this be? A voice inquired. A human head. Chapter 32, Luine Death. It is a skull. The moment my fingers grazed those two cavities, the realization dawned upon me. The sphere encased a human skull. The woman's face, marked by a subtle change in color, revealed her composure, albeit slightly shaken. She mustered her courage and declared, "Yunfeng, you are a man of stature, a tomb raider no less. What is there to fear from a skull? If Er were here, he would dare to kiss it. Step aside. Allow me." With her delicate brows furrowing slightly, she took matters into her own hands. Thanks to the significant fissure I had created earlier, she exerted little effort, striking the stone a few times until the sphere was fully opened. What lay before us was indeed a skull, validating my earlier suspicions. The bone had weathered in certain areas, yet what struck me as peculiar was the presence of a gilded layer adorning the skull's surface. These gilded patterns were intricately arranged, resembling symbols rather than text. In my knowledge of ancient craftsmanship, I had encountered various gilding techniques: copper, silver, thin gold, mixed gold and silver threads, but I had never heard of such a technique applied to a human skull. The gilded rim encircling the eye sockets of the skull gleamed resplendently, creating an eerie contrast with the pure blackness of the skull itself. She gazed upward at the trapezoidal bronze vessels suspended from the ceiling and remarked, "Yunfeng, your aim is quite remarkable. There must be dozens of these artifacts upon a cursory glance. Why not strike one down so we may examine it?" I nodded in agreement. Given the height, leaping was futile, so I resorted to my usual method of using a stone. I specifically selected a larger rock. With a resounding thud, the sound echoed, confirming my prior suspicion. This row of trapezoidal bronze vessels was indeed, with 90% certainty, a set of chimes. With a bit more effort, I raised my gaze. Another strike. This time, the impact was substantial. With a splash, the chime plummeted into the river, but she was prepared. Within a minute, she had retrieved it. Once retrieved, we began our examination. The bronze artifact was narrower at the top and wider at the bottom, adorned with red spots and green patina. Furthermore, the waistline, decorative lines, and cloud and thunder motifs were all executed with precision, indicating it was an authentic relic from the Western Zhou period. I lifted it, noticing its surprisingly light weight. "Hongjia, give it a try. It feels off to me," I suggested. She reached out and remarked, "How peculiar, it is so light. Could this not be bronze?" A year or two my senior, she had long been entrenched in this field and had encountered far more artifacts than I. She scraped at the green patina with her nail, which flaked away effortlessly. Beneath the patina, a dark gray base emerged from within the trapezoidal chime. A mole furrowed her brow and remarked, "This is not bronze. It is indeed a fine specimen. If I am not mistaken, it should be heavenly iron." My eyes widened in disbelief as I responded, "Sister Hong, were there iron artifacts during the Western Zhou dynasty?" "Surely not. Have you mistaken it?" She shook her head, clarifying, "You have misunderstood. I am referring to heavenly iron, not wrought iron. Iron tools emerged in the late spring and autumn period. To put it simply, heavenly iron is meteoric iron, derived from meteorites. No wonder it felt so unusually heavy upon touch. The assertion that the trapezoidal chime was crafted from meteoric iron is not without foundation. A few years back, in 1996, The Hunan Provincial Institute of Cultural Relics and Archaeology collaborated with the Sanmenxia Cultural Relics team. They conducted a salvage excavation at the Gua State Tombs in Shangkunling, Sanmenxia City, where they ultimately uncovered 2 rusted iron swords. These short swords originated from the tomb of Guozhong, and through X-ray fluorescence analysis, the archaeological team discovered numerous unidentified elements resembling high-concentration nickel on the blades. Consequently, these 2 swords from the Bronze Age were classified as meteoric swords by the National Archaeological Team. Sister Hong, you mentioned that such a treasure is exceedingly rare. Should we not carry it out? Realizing the chime's value ignited a flicker of greed within me. I pondered that rather than leaving it in this lightless underground river, it would be better to take it with me. After all, that would not be considered wasteful, would it? A mole glanced at the chime on the ground, and she too appeared somewhat tempted. It wasn't overly heavy, so shall we take it with us? This place is likely to remain untouched for centuries. She shook her head, indicating for me to carry the chime. I removed my shirt and twisted it into a cord, unbothered by the chill of the bronze bells. I secured the bells behind me with the fabric and tied a knot at my chest, deeming the task complete. I shook myself slightly. They remained perfectly still, secure in place. Is it uncomfortable at the chest? No issues now, Sister Hong. I reassured her as I patted my back, carrying hundreds of thousands without a hint of pain. Everything feels fine. A mole chuckled. Don't panic. Once we're out, I'll find some assistance. We'll call on the boss and the third. We can transport this whole setup. That sounds splendid. I tightened the straps of my garment across my chest. After walking approximately 200 meters from this place, I felt a sudden warmth in my nose and, without warning, began to bleed. Wait, Sister Hong, I exclaimed, tilting my head back and calling for her to halt. You're bleeding too. I noticed that the mole had also begun to bleed from her nose. She didn't offer to help me wipe it away. Instead, she hurriedly tilted her head back, using a strip of cloth to staunch the flow. Just then, a deep metallic clang resonated behind us, reminiscent of the sound produced by striking bronze bells. In that instant, every hair on my body stood on end. Bubbles erupted from the underground river, and the copper chains adorned with skulls began to swiftly move. The skulls, seemingly animated by some underwater mechanism, began to operate autonomously, and the bronze bells commenced an ancient melody from over 2 millennia ago. Bang! The deep tones of the bells grew louder, penetrating the very depths of the soul, causing my scalp to tighten in response. From less than 200 meters away, as I listened to the sound, I began to feel a pressure in my eyes. My heart constricted, and the veins on either side of my temples started to throb. The nosebleed I had just experienced was now uncontrollable, flowing more profusely by the moment. A girl, much like me, was also unable to stop her nosebleed. Her eyes were swollen and red, and the veins on her forehead were visibly engorged. As she shouted in anger, Yunfeng, run! We are going to die. Many are unaware that a chime does not produce sound on its own. Rather, it vibrates when struck by a mallet, with the vibrations traveling through the invisible medium of air before reaching the human ear. Thus, the chime creates its melodic resonance. Years later, in my quest to comprehend this phenomenon, I spent a sum of money to impersonate a leader of an arts troupe from Hong Kong. I sought out Professor Wang Dan, a former technician at the National 703 Instrument Factory, who had personally overseen the complete restoration of the Zhang Hoi chime set. I inquired of her whether, under certain circumstances, the sound of the chime could indeed be lethal. Professor Wang was taken aback by my question and asked for my reasoning, to which I replied it was purely out of curiosity. Ultimately, she informed me that it was indeed possible. She provided an example of how high decibel sounds could shatter glass, suggesting that chimes could similarly possess such lethal potential. This was a concert that could claim lives, performed by dozens of skulls adorned with gilded runes, with instruments crafted from meteoric iron during the Western Zhou period. And the host who invited me and Hongjie to listen was presumably Jiao Ho. Chapter 33. The eccentric I stumbled forward along the banks of the subterranean river, supported by a birthmark, as we both ran with faltering steps. Behind us, the chime of bells resonated melodiously. The waters of the underground river surged ominously, and a small whirlpool began to form on the surface. Just as the birthmark had predicted, beneath the water lay a colossal mechanism resembling a wheel. This underwater will activated bronze chains, which in turn propelled a gilded skull, ultimately causing the skull to strike the bells. I pressed my hand firmly against my nose, yet the crimson blood seeped through my fingers, dripping steadily downwards. Drop! The bell! The birthmark's garment was already soaked with her own blood, her voice frail, enduring the piercing pain in my ears. I unfastened my clothing and hurled the bell I had been carrying into the subterranean river with a sudden force. Almost simultaneously, the sound of the bell ceased abruptly. The gilded skulls suspended by the bronze chains lost their source of power, swaying slightly with inertia before coming to a halt. The underground river returned to tranquility, as if nothing had transpired. The birthmark and I lay side by side on the ground, gasping for breath. Her complexion was pallid, and her garment was drenched in vivid red. Weakly, she articulated her conjecture. This subterranean river was enclosed in a long tubular shape, allowing sound to travel rapidly. We could never outrun it. Moreover, she had previously submerged herself in the water, and the bell's ringing depended entirely on the mechanism and the current. The reason it was triggered was solely due to my earlier action of striking it down. Meteorites exert a mutual gravitational attraction, establishing a delicate equilibrium. The absence of one would disrupt this balance, revealing a remarkably intricate mechanism. I speculate that perhaps over 2 millennia ago, this subterranean river did not exist, and the great turntable might have been exposed above ground. During the era of King I of Zhou, the I Ching had only recently been composed, yet the art of Chimenduanjia had long since taken shape. The notion that Chimenduanjia is a derivative of the I Ching is fundamentally flawed. It must have predated the latter. Subsequently, we entered the Warring States period, a time when the I Ching had yet to gain widespread recognition. Even as the strategies of the Zongheng masters, the principles of military strategists, the laws of the power brokers, and the mechanisms of the Mahists flourished, giving rise to a plethora of formidable figures such as Giguzi, Sun Bin, Yingzhang, Yanning, and Bai Qi. This vast assemblage of head-turning, bell-like mechanisms undoubtedly drew upon the mechanical expertise of the Mahists and the Yingyang school from the Western Zhou period. Viewed from another perspective, this aligns with what Yao Yuman referred to as a national treasure of monumental significance. Regrettably, we cannot carry it away. Should we remove any one of these bells, it would inevitably trigger the submerged turntable, jeopardizing the lives of the living. Hongjie, do you think we might be trapped here, doomed to perish in this underground river? I wiped the blood from my nose. Hongjie, Hongjie, straining to rise, I beheld her furrowed brow, her complexion pale, and she had succumbed to unconsciousness. Hongjie, Hongjie, please awaken. Quickly, wake up. I shook her desperately. Her upper body swayed with my efforts, yet she remained unresponsive. I offered Hongjie water, rummaging through my bag for a bottle of mineral water, but it was futile. The liquid trickled from the corner of her lips, unconsumed. Frantic, with tears welling, I implored, "Eat, Hongjie. Please have some biscuits." The biscuits, soaked and softened, were of a semi-liquid consistency, yet I was equally unable to administer them. Ikezi's breathing was now faint. We must persevere, we must escape this place. We still have to find eldest brother, second brother, and third brother. Let us go. With gritted teeth, I strained to hoist Ikezi onto my back. The flashlight, its power waning, cast a feeble beam. Bare-chested, I stooped, supporting her weight, and proceeded along the subterranean riverbank. Perspiration cascaded from my brow, stinging my eyes. I advanced in fits and starts, pausing intermittently. When parched, I quenched my thirst with river water. When hungry, I consumed the sodden biscuits. Never once did the thought of abandoning Ikezi cross my mind. I was determined to save my comrade. Bereft of sun and moon, I was oblivious to whether it was day or night outside. Burdened with Ikezi, I trudged on, chilled, famished, and with trembling legs. After an indeterminate period, a faint glimmer of firelight materialized in the distance. My legs buckled, and I succumbed to unconsciousness. A semblance of warmth enveloped me, and I gradually opened my eyes. The crackling of burning firewood resonated nearby, and an enticing fragrance permeated the air. Abruptly, a hirsute face loomed into view. I recoiled, startled, and stumbled backward. I was taken aback. I thought I had encountered a cannibalistic savage. Who are you? I inquired warily, maintaining a safe distance. He imitated my speech, saying, "You. Who are you?" I took 2 steps back and pointed at him, retorting, "I ask you who you are. Why are you mimicking me?" To my surprise, he 2 stepped back and pointed at me, stating, "I ask you who you are. Why are you mimicking me?" I couldn't help but exclaim, "Are you a fool?" The man, with a face full of hair, echoed, "Are you a fool?" I was at a loss for words and hastily turned my attention to a mole on my skin. Taking a deep breath, I turned to this individual and said, "Regardless of anything, I must thank you for saving me and my friend." Yet he continued to mimic my words. We had not yet exited the underground river, and I was still unaware of where he had procured the dry wood. Gazing at the sizzling fish over the fire, I instinctively swallowed hard. "May I have some fish?" I inquired. "May I have some fish?" He echoed. This peculiar individual incessantly imitated me, prompting a spark of inspiration in me. "Go ahead, don't be shy," I suggested. True to form, he replied, "You go ahead, don't be shy." Elated, I thought, then I shall indulge. It had been a day or 2 since I had eaten anything warm, and I began to devour the fish with fervor. Though I had intended to eat a little, I ultimately consumed an entire fish, leaving only the bones. After finishing the last bite, I spat out a fishbone and said, "You should eat some too." I anticipated that he would mimic me once more. However, I noticed that this strange man seemed to be lost in thought for a moment before vigorously shaking his head. I was astonished to observe that the man's gaze had transformed slightly compared to before, a feeling I could scarcely articulate. He cast his eyes downward, surveying the scattered fish bones, before gradually lifting his head again. "Damn it, who are you?" "I'm in the midst of grilling fish." Chapter 34. Damp shade still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, I gazed at the multitude of broken fish bones and murmured, "I sincerely apologize, brother. My hunger overwhelmed me, and I couldn't resist consuming everything." Suddenly, he sprang to his feet with remarkable swiftness, nearly toppling a burning log in the process. I hastily exclaimed, "Don't resort to violence. Let us converse amicably." His fists clenched tightly as he fixed his gaze upon me. "Do you have any idea how long I've been trapped here? Damn it, is it easy for me to catch a fish?" To my utter astonishment, he began to weep as he spoke. I took a few cautious steps closer and crouched beside him, gently placing my hand on his shoulder. "Brother, you mentioned you've been stuck here for a considerable time. Where did you come from before this? You didn't fall from above, did you?" I gestured towards the ceiling of the cave as I spoke. "Don't try to get chummy with me. Don't think for a moment that I'm unaware. You must be from the north, just another tunnel rat. Don't delude yourself into thinking you're a pet cat." His words were blunt, and his voice resonated loudly, starkly contrasting with the foolish persona he had displayed moments prior. I squinted my eyes and tentatively responded. "A river reflects the scenery of 2 banks. The mountains are for gathering firewood, while the valleys provide the flames. May I inquire, Yuan Liang, how many hill gates have you dismantled?" As soon as I finished speaking, his expression momentarily froze before transforming into one of sheer delight. "Ha! I say, you lad, not even fully matured yet, dare to engage in a battle of wits with me? Listen up, kid. A bag of soil to the southwest, a shovel to dig. The partridge descends the ridge by waterway, light-footed over water, the little earth dragon in the soil." Hearing this, I breathed a sigh of relief. This was the secret jargon of tomb raiders. Although our methods differed, we shared one thing in common: we were both tomb raiders. Through conversation with this man, I gradually pieced together some clues. It turned out that this man was a southern faction tomb raider skilled in navigating water caves. His name was Chen Jianxing. Within the southern faction, he held a mid-level position as a digger. According to him, he had been living in this underground river cave for 6 or 7 months. With his agility and swimming skills, he survived by catching river fish and rodents. I asked him, "What about the others in your group?" "Dead," he said nonchalantly. "Dead? An entire group dead? How?" The thought of the common underworld betrayal crossed my mind, and I immediately became wary of this man. With Sister Hong unconscious, if I were to be harmed, both of us would be doomed. Seeing my tense demeanor, the man mocked, "Look at you, kid, trembling like a coward. Aren't you afraid of shaming your northern faction? How they died is none of your concern. It wasn't me who killed them, anyway. By the way, kid, Who is your leader? Give me a name. Wang Xianxing? Boss Wang? He rubbed his head, as if he had heard the name a few times. All right, I've introduced myself. What is the name of your southern faction's leader? Wait, do not speak just yet. Allow me to guess. Is it a man named Ji Guichan? The fire crackles incessantly, its flames dancing in the night, while the subterranean river flows languidly beneath us. He lowers his gaze, enveloped in silence, and for a moment, we are both ensnared in a profound stillness. After what feels like 5 or 6 minutes, he suddenly lifts his head to look at me. Have you seen old Chen's corpse? He inquires. I nod, affirming that I have indeed seen it, lying within the coffin, though the body has begun to decay, rendering it rather unappealing. Upon hearing my words, his eyes redden with emotion as he murmurs, Chan Ba, you have endured for so long, yet I never imagined that in the end. He lets out a bitter laugh, adding, the way out? You think I haven't searched? The space beneath this Western Zhou tomb is entirely crafted by the tomb owner, akin to their private garden. Enough of this, lad. Let us go. Take this woman with you. If you are not disheartened, I shall lead you to see it for yourself, and then you shall truly understand. Thus, I hoist Hong Jie onto my back once more and follow this man further along our path. The scent of Huang Bai and the fragrance of that rare Chinon wood can induce hallucinations. Our survival is attributed to our swift awakening, aided by the medicinal powder procured by Third Brother from his friends in the underworld. If one were to ponder this, could it be that this band of southern tomb raiders also succumbed to illusions? Lacking such medicinal powder, did they ultimately turn upon one another? At times, this man speaks in a mad, foolish manner, mimicking others, while at other moments he seems entirely lucid. Could it be that he bears the aftereffects of these hallucinations? Following the underground river for over an hour, I suddenly encountered a bifurcation where the water split into 2 smaller streams, one flowing east and the other west, while a stone-laden dead end lay in between. Observing the scene before me, I furrowed my brow and remarked, the structure above this Western Zhou tomb mirrors this arrangement. Overall, it resembles a T-shape, aligning closely with the course of the subterranean river. He clapped his hands in approval, saying, You possess quite a discerning eye. Indeed, the feng shui layout of this tomb, from top to bottom, was intentionally crafted by its master. This is the hidden dragon vein beneath Fei Mountain. Furthermore, the cave has remained dark and damp for centuries, ultimately transforming into what feng shui practitioners refer to as a wet shady ground. It seems likely that the tomb owner sought to harness the nourishing properties of this dragon vein and wet shady ground in hopes of experiencing life anew. As he guided me forward, he continued to muse aloud. The more I listened from behind, the more astonished I became, my heart racing with trepidation at the possibility of his words being true. It is a common belief that after death, hair and nails continue to grow until burial, a notion familiar to many. However, some have misconstrued this phenomenon over time, leading to the legend of the zombie. Yet, it is crucial to distinguish between a corpse and a zombie. The latter, often depicted as leaping about in early Hong Kong cinema, bears little resemblance to the former, which is decidedly more sinister. From my understanding, corpse, wet shady ground, and undecayed body refer to the same concept, with detailed accounts preserved in both the Tang and Song dynasty burial texts. The text discusses the ominous concept of corpses, which are said to manifest in various forms based on their conditions. It describes how a dry corpse, if left undisturbed for an extended period, can lead to the resurgence of hair, while the mouth's opening can dictate the extent of calamity inflicted upon descendants. A mouth ajar by half an inch can wreak havoc on 3 generations, while an inch can disrupt 6, and 3 inches may lead to the extinction of lineage. Conversely, a wet corpse situated against the mountain, with its head oriented towards the shadow and feet on the dark ground, is termed a great evil. Upon discovery, it is advised that the living should maintain their distance, and wise individuals should not intervene, a caution to be remembered by future generations, as stated in the ancient burial scriptures. In a moment of confrontation, a man, casting a sidelong glance at me, inquires if I am afraid. Not at all. What is there to fear? I retorted with unwavering conviction. It is merely about the dead, just ancient tales spun by superstitious minds. I am not frightened. However, what he failed to notice was that while speaking to him, my legs were trembling uncontrollably. Chapter 35. Opponent before me lay a fork in the road. We were traversing the left path along the riverbank, as the man insisted on leading me to a particular location. Although Hongjie was of ample stature, her height was modest, and I estimated her weight to be around 110 pounds at most. While not excessively heavy, carrying her over several miles along this treacherous underground riverbank posed a risk of stumbling, which inhibited my pace. "Stop, let us pause here," the man suddenly declared, halting in his tracks. He gestured towards the opposite bank of the river. There, illuminated by the faint beam of a flashlight, I discerned a crack in the rock face across the river. The fissure appeared to be several centimeters wide and extended vertically, but its depth remained obscured from view. "What is it?" I inquired, gazing across the river with a puzzled expression. "What other recourse is there?" "To swim across to the opposite bank," he said, his eyes half closed as he regarded the stone crevice. "I am no swimmer. Moreover, Sister Hong has yet to awaken. How would she traverse it?" I remarked that his suggestion was preposterous. "If we are to proceed, it must be after Sister Hong regains consciousness." The man cast a glance at me, then at Sister Hong, who lay unconscious on my back. He ultimately sighed, muttering a curse under his breath. He gently set Sister Hong down. I and the man leaned against the rock wall, conserving our energy. I wished to wait for Sister Hong to awaken before proceeding, safety being paramount. Fatigue overtook me, and I drifted into slumber. As the adage goes, one's thoughts by day manifest in dreams by night, and I experienced a peculiar dream. In this dream, I found myself within a resplendent palace, its floors adorned with plush fur carpets. Flanking the palace were 6 colossal bronze lamps, their flames flickering. Gradually, a multitude of lithe, graceful dancers, clad in gossamer veils, entered the palace. They danced in trios, their movements ethereal. These exquisite maidens, with eyebrows like painted mountains, their veils swirling, all gazed towards the dais above. I followed their gaze. There, ascending 29 steps, a massive bronze bed stood at the center. At each corner of the bed were cast 8 ferocious, writhing chimeras, their serpentine bodies coiled like springs. Their visages were fierce, each chimera facing a different cardinal direction. Upon the bronze dragon bed, a man of regal attire, crowned and adorned in finery, reclined, an empty bronze goblet in his hand, paying no heed to the dancers behind him. As the individuals stood with their back turned, I was unable to discern their visage. I yearned to approach for a closer look, yet found my body unresponsive. Suddenly, within the immense bronze palace lantern, the flames of the burning candles transitioned gradually from a pale yellow to a delicate green, and ultimately morphed into a deep emerald hue. In an instant, the opulent palace vanished from sight, the verdant glow enveloping me as if I had entered the realm of the dead. At that moment, the exquisite faces of the dancers began to contort into grotesque visages. It was then that the man reclining upon the bronze dragon bed slowly turned his head towards me. This man possessed a ghastly countenance. His skin a sickly green, his nose flat, and his face perpetually oozing with pus, resembling a bloated visage, with features squished towards the center. 2 elongated fangs pressed firmly against his lower lip, and a few strands of hair hung loosely from his forehead. Startled, I abruptly awoke, drenched in sweat, gasping for breath, my heart racing in fear. Had I dreamt of a specter? The man leaned against the stone wall, his eyes opening as he inquired with an indifferent tone. "What is it?" "And nothing, just a dream," I stammered, hastily wiping the cold sweat from my brow. The vividness of the dream was so striking that I could even discern the intricate patterns on the bronze lanterns. It was astonishingly lifelike. At that moment, Hongjie had yet to awaken, but I noticed a hint of color returning to her face, suggesting that her condition was improving, and she would soon regain consciousness. Indeed, my intuition proved correct. Hongjie awoke later that night. Upon opening her eyes, she immediately requested water. She was quite weak, and I feared she might suffer from diarrhea if she drank river water. Thus, I retrieved the last remaining small portion of mineral water from my bag and offered it to her. "At long last, you have awakened, dear Hongjie." I gently wiped her mouth, my heart brimming with joy. Alas! I nearly succumbed to despair, and she grasped my hand, expressing her gratitude. "Thank you, Yun Feng. You have saved my life." You did not abandon me to flee alone. Her words resonated with truth. Indeed, you are a man of deep loyalty. She no longer referred to me as a mere child, but rather as a man. In truth, it was nothing extraordinary. We were merely assisting one another. Embarrassed, I scratched my head. Who are you? She suddenly inquired, noticing the rugged man resting in the southwest corner, his eyes closed in contemplation. As he opened his eyes, he acknowledged her with a nod and introduced himself. I am Qian Jianxing from the Southern School of Earthworks, specializing in gold point. The two exchanged nods, and thereafter ceased their conversation, which signified a mutual recognition among peers. Historically, the southern and northern factions have been at odds. Thus, to merely exchange names and greetings is a significant improvement. In a clash of paths, the brave shall prevail, I mused. If the leaders of the southern and northern factions were to encounter one another in the same tomb, it could very well result in bloodshed. They may be rivals, but I must not stoke the flames of discord. I endeavored to maintain a calm dialogue between them, as we were all in this precarious situation together, akin to grasshoppers on the same string. Our foremost priority was to find a way out. I relayed our plan to cross the river to the opposite bank to Hongjia. Upon hearing this, she furrowed her brow and said, Yun Feng, how can you be so trusting of others? What if some among them harbor ill intentions against you? Humph, remarked the man nearby, crossing his arms. It is said that a narrow-minded person measures a gentleman's heart with their own petty motives. Only women and scoundrels are difficult to nurture. You, a mole, filled with fury, surged to her feet. Dare you utter another insult? She challenged. The man, a smirk adorning his lips, retorted coolly, It is only women and knaves that are difficult to handle. Stop. Do not act impulsively, Sister Hong. I attempted to grasp her arm, but I was a moment too late. I failed to catch her. It was all over. Calamity was imminent. You, rodent of the south, rise this instant. The mole charged forward with fierce determination. At that moment, I noticed a shift in the man's demeanor. His initial fury faded into a state of bewilderment. He towered over Sister Hong, exuding a certain authority as he stood. Then, scratching his head, he echoed, You, rodent of the south, rise this instant. Sister Hong's expression shifted dramatically. With hands on her hips, she barked, Dare you mimic my words? The man immediately mirrored her stance, retorting, Dare you mimic my words? South's filthy rodent, wretched rodent, rotten rodent. Sister Hong's temples throbbed with rage, her fury palpable. The man, grinning foolishly, repeated, South's filthy rodent, wretched rodent, rotten rodent. Chapter 36. The garden Sister Hong and Chen Jianxing were both in their 30s or 40s. Their quarrel, so easily ignited, would certainly lead outsiders to remark on their lack of decorum. However, I held a different perspective. They were both individuals of the underworld, products of the streets, embodying the roughness of the lower strata of society, a trait that is exceedingly difficult to alter. After several attempts at explanation, Sister Hong finally grasped the situation. She sneered derisively, I see now. No wonder you mimic the speech of others. Turns out you are merely a simpleton. Very well. I shall not stoop to the level of this foolish southerner. That's more like it. Then, pointing across the river, I asked, Sister Hong, how do we get across? She frowned and replied, Why cross? Do you really believe what that fool said? After a moment of thought, I nodded. Sister Hong, haven't you noticed? Where did all that dry wood come from? I think what he said might be true. There might be other secrets hidden here. Chen Jianxing was still acting foolishly, mimicking our words. Sister Hong glanced at him, gritted her teeth and said, All right, Yun Feng, if you believe him, I believe in you. Let's swim over and see if there's another world inside. Yun Feng, you're not good at swimming, are you? I grimaced, well, not just not good. I can't even dog paddle. She sighed. I'm not criticizing you, Yun Feng, but if we find our way out with the others, you really need to practice swimming. In this line of work, not knowing how to swim will surely get you into trouble sooner or later. Hold on to me tightly from behind. I'll take you across. I quickly nodded in agreement. Hey, lower your hands a bit. Where are you putting them? Oh, sorry, Sister Hong. I hurriedly adjusted my hands. Worrying over nothing. She said coldly, "Southern soil workers, if they die, they die. No need to care about them." Oh, I dared not argue. Taking a deep breath, I glanced back at the man. With a splash, holding on to Sister Hong, we jumped into the underground river. The water was colder than I had imagined, and within seconds, my hands and feet were numb from the cold. Focusing intently, I held on tightly as Hong Jie carried me, gradually swimming towards the riverbank. Our fortune smiled upon us. This time, we encountered no obstacles, and within 10 minutes, we safely reached the shore. After wringing out our clothes, we approached a crevice before us. This mountain fissure towered over 10 meters high, appearing exceedingly deep from the outside, with a width that permitted only a single person to pass at a time. Checking the battery of my flashlight, I found it still functional, though the beam had become quite diffuse. Hong Jie and I exchanged a glance, and I nodded, taking the lead as I turned sideways and slipped inside. As I maneuvered deeper into the crevice, I kept my abdomen drawn in, mindful of the protruding stones that jutted out. I stumbled against them a few times, causing discomfort. After traversing approximately 300 meters, a glimmer of light appeared ahead, igniting a flicker of joy within me, prompting me to quicken my pace. Upon emerging, I stood transfixed, gazing at the scene before me, utterly astonished. I had assumed that after navigating through this fissure, I would find myself in another subterranean cave. Yet I was mistaken. Back in middle school, I had read a text titled The Peach Blossom Spring, penned by an author whose name I have unfortunately forgotten. In that tale, the Peach Blossom Spring was inhabited by reclusive individuals. However, before me was an absence of humanity. Not a single soul was present. Instead, my gaze met an expanse of vegetation, an abundance of flora. Towering trees soared over 20 meters high, alongside wild grasses and flowers, entwined vines, and withered tendrils. This realm had been isolated from the world for over 3,000 years, existing in a vibrant, verdant sanctuary. No wonder Chun Jianxing from the southern faction had remarked that this place below was the garden of the tomb's master. Yet this garden seemed rather too vast, stretching endlessly before me, as if it had hollowed out the entire subterranean space of Fei Yi Mountain. Both I and a mole were utterly dumbfounded, at a loss for words, able only to marvel at the sublime artistry of nature. That Chun Jianxing could subsist here for half a year, I surmise, is largely attributable to this idyllic sanctuary. I inquired Hong Jie, "What exactly is transpiring here?" She stooped to pluck a sprig of wild grass, examined it, then surveyed the surroundings, and intoned in a deep voice, "In my estimation, the ancients regarded death as they did life. Qin Shi Huang constructed an army of 10,000 terracotta warriors, used mercury for lakes and seas, and transformed pearls into constellations. We have underestimated the scope of the ancients' vision." At that precise moment, applause echoed from behind us. Clap, clap. Indeed, the vision was limited. I concur. It was Chun Jianxing of the southern faction. He was drenched, his expression impassive, revealing nothing. Chun Foreman, you've recovered? I felt somewhat guilty, after all. He was the one who told Hong Jie and me about this place, but we had abandoned him earlier. Humph. A mole snorted, displaying no affability. Hey, northern lad, what transpired just now? How did you manage to abandon me and rush in here while I was momentarily distracted? I thought to myself, brother, please refrain from speaking. You're mentally unwell and require treatment. Ahem. I deliberately coughed to mask my embarrassment, then said, It's nothing at all. A minor incident occurred earlier, but it's resolved now. The three of us are reunited. Let's continue to collaborate and contemplate how to escape. Upon hearing my words, Chun Jianxing gazed at a mole and remarked, Chun Hong from the northern faction's logistics, right? What this lad says is correct. Having stayed here for several months, I know a bit more than you all. Our ultimate goal is to get out. As for the grudges in the martial world, we can settle them later in the martial world. Do you agree? Sister Hong, rubbing her temples wearily, responded, Agreed. But I fear some might suddenly fall ill, dragging me and Yunfeng down. Fall ill? Who's sick? What illness? Are there others here? Chun Jianxing asked, looking around in confusion. I quickly stepped forward, saying, No one is sick. Everyone is fine. Chun, since you're familiar with the area, where do you suggest we go next? All right, follow me. I've previously spotted a few suspicious places. More heads mean more ideas. I'll take you there and we can brainstorm together. Otherwise, we're just waiting for trouble, he said. Chapter 37. Lunar Eclipso? Some things are not to be touched. What things? Isn't this place just flora and fauna? I inquired. Chun Jianxing shook his head as he walked, explaining. After about 10 minutes, he stopped in front of a large tree, about 10 meters tall with a peculiar appearance. It had limbs and a trunk but was completely devoid of leaves, starkly bare. Pointing at the tree, he turned and said, "Look, I used this tree as a landmark because it's easily recognizable. I named it the Bachelor Tree. It faces the exit of the cave's crevice. As long as you can see it, you won't get lost inside." "Indeed, Carpenter Chun, this is a commendable approach," I praised. A mole looked up at the large tree in a daze for several minutes, then said in a deep voice, "When I was in university, out of interest, I specifically took a course in botany. I heard an old professor talk about this tree. It's not called the Bachelor Tree, it has a name. It's called the Yunyang Tree." "Oh, I didn't expect Logistics Chun to be a university student," Chun Jianxing laughed. "I don't know about the Yunyang Tree. It doesn't have a single hair. I think calling it the Bachelor Tree is more fitting." "Don't speak nonsense if you're uncultured." Sister Hong glared at him. "Yunyang is what the ancients called it. This tree was actually grafted unintentionally by the ancients, discovered by a scholar named Yunyang. Hence it was referred to as the Yunyang Tree in the records of strange things. But all this is because the ancients didn't understand grafting techniques well. So according to you, this Bachelor Tree, no, this Yunyang Tree was artificially planted?" "Definitely not. I've been here several times, not to mention people. I haven't even seen a ghostly shadow. You must be mistaken." Chun Jianxing kept shaking his head in denial upon hearing that the tree might have been artificially grafted. "All right, Earthworker Chun, whether this tree is wild or grafted, it doesn't matter. Let's hurry to the place you wanted to show us." "All right, let's go. Take the left. Watch out for the weeds underfoot. Some of them have thorns." He led us further, and along the way, I saw many plants I had never seen before. From time to time, Hong Jie would explain to me, "This flower is called aconitum. Do not touch it, for it will cause an itchy sensation upon contact. That is called strictness, and over there is the red coxcomb flower. These are all rather uncommon flora." Suddenly, my attention was drawn to a vibrant red coxcomb flower, upon which rested a small, entirely dark yellow insect. This creature bore a striking resemblance to the cicadas often found in the rural fields. With a swift motion, I captured it with my hand. Holding the insect, I examined it closely and inquired with curiosity, "What is this? It is not a cicada. Why does it lack legs?" I pondered how I was able to catch it so easily, realizing that it was legless and incapable of scuttling away. "Chun Tugong, do you know what kind of insect this is?" I asked with intrigue. He glanced at it, scratching his head, and replied, "I have no idea. Asking me is futile. I certainly haven't seen everything, and there are countless peculiar little insects around here." This insect appeared silent, adorned with a pair of eyes resembling black sesame seeds, its appearance quite strange. Chun Jianxing admitted he had never encountered it before, and Hong Jie likewise shook her head in unfamiliarity. She mentioned her expertise lay with plants, while her knowledge of insects was quite limited. I paid it little mind and casually tucked the insect into my pocket, for it posed no threat of biting, and being legless it wouldn't wander off. My curiosity stemmed purely from its oddity, as I had never seen anything like it before. "By the way, are you hungry now?" Chun Jianxing suddenly turned and asked. "I am all right. I can continue walking, not feeling particularly hungry," I replied honestly. He rolled his eyes, remarking, "Of course you're not hungry. You devoured the fish I caught." Feeling a touch of embarrassment, I awkwardly rubbed my hands together. "All right, we've just arrived at this spot. Let us take a moment to rest." He gestured towards a small tree on the right, saying, "The red fruits on this tree are edible. I have tasted them before, and they are harmless. There isn't much to eat around here, so I will pluck a few to satisfy my hunger." As he spoke, he confidently approached the fruit tree. Here, he offered me one of the fruits. Who knows if it's safe to eat? If not, I won tea. Red, however, chose not to accept it. "Ah, then you shall remain hungry, Chun Ho Chin." He wiped one of the fruits on his clothing and then took a substantial bite, the juice bursting forth, exuding a delightful aroma. I instinctively swallowed, my throat responding to the sight. Noticing my lapse in composure, He shook his head and tossed me 2 fruits. After a moment's hesitation, I cautiously took a bite. The texture resembled that of an apple, crisp, yet it was sweeter and more succulent than any apple one had encountered. It's fine, red. You should try one. They are quite delicious. You haven't eaten much, and since we still have a journey ahead, a bit of sugar will do you good, I suggested, handing her a fruit. This time, she accepted it. Hey, the man chuckled. So, Chun Ho Chin, how does it taste? Sweet, I assenti it? Fragrant? After indulging in the fruits, we felt a refreshing relief in our throats, the dryness dissipating. Chun Jianxing found a clear patch of ground and suggested, let us sit for a while, take a breather. There's no rush, we can afford to linger for a moment. I inquired with a sense of perplexity, Chen Tujuan, we haven't ventured too far since our arrival, have we? He waved his hand dismissively and replied, young man, there are certain things you are unaware of. Trust me, if you sit here for a while, you will soon understand. I'll show you something remarkable. His words were enigmatic and lacked context. Reluctantly, I complied, for if the guide insisted on a moment's respite, I had no choice but to acquiesce. I was also curious about the intriguing thing he promised to reveal. The others remained silent, and we sat idly on the ground. From time to time, Chun Jiansheng would glance upward, seemingly lost in thought. After what felt like an hour, my patience waned, and I abruptly rose to my feet, demanding to know how much longer we were to wait and when we would resume our purpose. Hongjie also turned to look at him. At that moment, Chun Jianxing reclined backward, propped up by his hands, a strand of grass clenched between his teeth. Spitting out the grass, he said, that scene is one I can never forget. Do not be anxious. Twilight is approaching, and soon, very soon. Twilight, here? I surveyed my surroundings. The environment appeared akin to dusk, with insufficient light yet still allowing visibility. Suddenly, Chun Jianxing pointed toward the path we had just traversed, exclaiming, look, it's happening. To our astonishment, the area we had just crossed was gradually succumbing to darkness, as if enveloped by a lunar eclipse, transitioning from evening to night. Moreover, this darkness, reminiscent of ominous clouds, was in a state of flux, creeping toward us. In merely 3 minutes, the space around us plunged into darkness, transforming into an impenetrable blackness where I could not discern my own fingers. Chun Tugong, it's too dark to see anyone, I shouted. What do you intend for us to behold? Chapter 38. Footprints to show you the night scenery, he retorted, his voice tinged with irritation. In the obscurity, I could only hear Chun Jianxing's complaints. In my panic, I fumbled for a flashlight, nearly cursing, what night scenery are you talking about? Before I could switch on the flashlight, a scene unfolded before my eyes, leaving me utterly speechless. A spark capable of igniting a prairie fire. What I beheld was no ordinary flame, nor was it a mere firefly. It was a cluster of vegetation radiating a soft golden light. As I gazed around, countless flowers, grasses, and trees emitted flickering yellow glimmers, creating a sea of stars. The impression was indelibly etched in my memory. This moment I shall never forget. The entire spectacle lasted less than 3 minutes. As the darkness receded, we were once again able to see one another. Both Hongjie and I were astounded by this brief yet profound experience, while Chun Jianxing wore an expression of exhilaration. How about that? I didn't deceive you, did I? Such a wondrous sight is rare in this world. Some of my friends might wonder how trees and flowers could emit a yellow light, and some may dismiss my words as nonsense. However, a single mole provided me with the answer. After recovering from her astonishment, she rose and walked forward, plucking a small flower, her brow furrowed as she gazed at it in a daze. Subsequently, she extended the flower towards me, inviting me to take a closer look. At the edge of this crimson blossom, a delicate layer of moss enveloped it, so fine that one might easily overlook it unless closely examined. She gently scraped a bit of this moss with her fingernail and carefully tucked it into her clothing. After observing it, Hongjie expressed her astonishment, stating, "It emits a faint yellow glow. If I am not mistaken, this could be the elusive wandering gold moss." What exactly is wandering gold moss? Most ordinary individuals may never have heard of it, yet I believe that those with a profound appreciation for floral artistry might possess some knowledge of it. During the 5 Dynasties and 10 Kingdoms period, A certain moss-like plant was once presented to the imperial court, characterized by its pale green hue, which shone like stars at night. When cast upon the water's surface, it shimmered with a golden brilliance, as recorded in the miscellaneous records of Yuyang. Moreover, the ancient text records of lost treasures by Wang Jia mentions. The Liang kingdom presented wandering gold moss, golden in color, drifting upon the waves, radiating light that illuminated the sun. Those fortunate enough among the palace attendants would receive a reward of 2 coins, placed upon a lacquered tray, casting a glow throughout the room. This remarkable plant could be aptly dubbed the night-bright moss. Numerous ancient texts have documented this moss, and those who have never encountered it might dismiss these accounts as mere exaggerations of antiquity. However, I have seen it. As has Hongjie, and even more so, Qin Jianxing. What do you think? Isn't it a wondrous sight? You've never seen anything like it before, right? Qin Jianxing exclaimed with pride. Hongjie wiped her hands and surveyed her surroundings, remarking, I never imagined such a rare treasure could exist in the world. My eyes have been truly opened. Indeed, it goes without saying. I was equally startled the first time I witnessed it. Qin Jianxing replied. Come, let me take you to see the next remarkable find. With that, he brushed the dirt from his clothing and continued to lead the way. As we journeyed, Hongjie furrowed her brow, appearing deeply troubled. I inquired about her distress. She turned to me and whispered, Yunfeng, it is possible that Yao Yuman and the leader were not mistaken. We have ventured into a place we ought not to be. Alas, it is too late now. We must proceed step by step. An hour later, Qin Jianxing led us to a location, a small earthen mound, no higher than a meter, resembling the modest burial mounds of a forgotten graveyard. Wait here. I shall fetch something for you to see, he proclaimed before advancing to excavate the soil with his bare hands. Where could it have gone? He exclaimed in dismay. I distinctly remember hiding it here last time. What could have happened? He frantically rummaged through the dirt. Chen, what on earth are you doing? What have you concealed here? The ceremonial dagger, or yu, prevalent during the late Shang dynasty and early Western Zhou, was predominantly crafted from bronze with few rare jade specimens. Its status was akin to that of the later Tiger Tally, a highly esteemed artifact. The system dictated that the Son of Heaven possessed 9 tripods, for horses, and 1 dagger, a hierarchy that no ordinary feudal lord would dare to transgress, especially during the robust early Western Zhou period. If Chun's claims hold true and he has indeed discovered a yu, it would imply a significant revelation. The tomb's owner was unafraid of the Zhou monarch. Should the tomb's occupant be that of the Marquis of Jie, it would succinctly signify a disregard for the Zhou emperor's authority, boldly asserting his own rank by claiming the 9 tripods, for horses and 1 dagger. Yet, one aspect eludes my understanding. How could such a pivotal artifact be so casually unearthed by Qin Jianxing? He also mentioned that the dagger bore an engraving of a map. What sort of map could it possibly be? Might it be a map leading to an escape? All of this remains inconclusive until the object is physically encountered. Perhaps he has been untruthful, which is certainly a possibility. Where on earth could it have vanished to? I had even marked the spot, yet it has disappeared. Qin Jianxing rummaged through the small mound of earth, yet he could not locate the item he had mentioned. I expressed my confusion. Qin, could it be that you have mistaken it for something else? Is it possible you misidentified another object as the axe? Surely, in a tomb that does not belong to Emperor Zhou, such an artifact would not be present. He glared at me. I have been in this profession for over a decade. How could I possibly misidentify such a thing? Hongjie nodded in agreement, emphasizing the lack of evidence. Noticing our disbelief, Chan grew frustrated, exclaiming, Fine, believe what you wish. I refuse to accept that it cannot be found. He prepared to excavate further. I shook my head and turned my gaze around. The light was poor, casting a dim gloom over the surroundings. In the indistinct shadows, I thought I discerned a short figure wearing a hat, approximately 100 meters ahead, hidden behind a large tree, watching our group. Who is there? In my panic, I switched on my flashlight. What is it, Yunfeng? Did you see something? Hongjie was startled by my sudden outburst. Upon looking again, there was nothing beneath the tree. Hongjie, I saw a shadowy figure with a hat, quite short, under 1.50 meters, I said anxiously. A figure with a hat? Short in stature? Yunfeng, Could it be that you are overly fatigued and imagining things? Hong Jie glanced at the tree and shook her head, clearly skeptical of my claim. One is most aware of one's own circumstances. I assert with unwavering conviction that I did not misinterpret what I just witnessed. I was not delusional. There was indeed a small figure, clad in a hat, surreptitiously observing us. Ultimately, I managed to persuade Hongjie, and we resolved to investigate near the great tree. Upon arrival, we found nothing but flora surrounding us, and there was no sign of the hat-wearing little man. Young man, I dare say your eyes are playing tricks on you. What little man? Shall we expect Snow White to appear as well? Chen Jianxing jested. Anger surged within me, and I was about to retort when Hongjie interjected. Wait. You all look over there. What is that? Are those footprints? Following Hongjie's pointed direction, I beheld a pair of exceedingly tiny footprints imprinted in the soft earth, smaller than the traditional 3-inch golden lotus, resembling those of a child no older than 5 or 6 years. These prints bore no shoes, revealing merely 4 toes, lacking the presence of a big toe. Chapter 39. Peeping Tom gazing upon the imprints left behind, I swallowed hard, anxiety gripping me. Hongjie and Chen Jianxing wore equally troubled expressions. We had been spied upon. What was even more disconcerting was the uncertainty surrounding the nature of this presence, be it human or specter. This implied that we were not alone in this vicinity. Something else lurked nearby. Fear stems from the unknown, and the more we pondered, the more apprehensive we became. Chen Jianxing, too, ceased his boisterous demeanor. Chen. Engineer Chen, could it be that one of your companions is involved? Are there any dwarfs or individuals with disabilities within your group? I tentatively inquired. No. Chen Jianxing frowned and said, previously, aside from myself and Chen Jigua, the other brothers have encountered misfortunes. Moreover, our team does not include anyone with such disabilities. Given the sudden turn of events, we cannot recklessly continue our journey. After a brief discussion among the 3 of us, we decided to rest for the night to regain our strength. Chen Jianxing kindled a fire using a fire stick. There was an abundance of combustible materials around. We gathered several decayed branches and logs. Our makeshift resting place was adjacent to a small mound, as this area had relatively sparse vegetation. Guarding the fire, around 2 in the early morning, my eyelids became heavy with sleep, but it was my turn to keep watch. I repeatedly told myself to stay awake. When I could no longer resist the fatigue, I pinched my thigh hard. Hongjie and Chen Jianxing were sound asleep. After adding 2 more pieces of dry wood to the fire, I still struggled to stay awake, my head nodding repeatedly. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck the back of my head. I was hit by a small clod of earth. As I looked down at the clump that had rolled away, my drowsiness vanished in an instant. A cold sweat broke out on my back, startled by the unexpected event. Illuminated by the firelight, I cautiously turned my head to look behind me. There, about 30 meters away, stood a diminutive figure. He wore an oversized wide-brimmed hat and was draped in tattered black garments, caked in dirt, worn and old, as if they had been stripped from a corpse. It must be a dream. Surely, I was dreaming. I pinched the webbing of my hand, and a wave of pain surged through me. With a sudden thud, the little dwarf hurled another clod of earth in my direction. Yet this time, his aim faltered, and I remained unscathed. Overwhelmed by fear, I gradually retreated, inching my way towards Chen Jianxing. Hesitant to speak, I gently prodded him in an attempt to rouse him from slumber. Initially, he remained unresponsive, prompting a surge of anxiety within me, compelling me to pinch him. What on earth are you doing? Are you out of your mind? He exclaimed as he jolted awake. I gazed at him, my face ashen, and silently gestured behind me. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, Chen Jianxing cast a glance over my shoulder. In an instant, his complexion drained of color. Lowering his gaze, his lips trembled as he whispered, "Don't make a sound. Just sleep. Pretend you haven't seen anything." With that, he lay down on the floor, closing his eyes. The night passed in silence. The following morning, Hongjie inquired, "Did you not rest last night? Why do you both look so pale?" My complexion was ghostly, and Chen Jianxing's was similar, for we had both witnessed that entity the previous night. I hesitated, reluctant to divulge the matter to Hongjie. It was Chen Jianxing who ultimately spoke of the encounter. After recounting his experience, Hong Jie turned to me, her brow furrowed in concern. Yunfeng, is it true? Clenching my fists, I nodded. Chun Jiansheng, his expression grave, scanned our surroundings before lowering his voice. I found it peculiar. The axe I buried could not have sprouted legs and run off on its own. It must have been that creature meddling. Were you able to see its face? Hong Jie inquired, her frown deepening. No, I did not catch a glimpse. Subsequently, the three of us conspired for a while, devising a clandestine plan. Initially, I was gripped by fear, urging Hong Jie to hasten our departure, regardless of the nature of the enigma surrounding us. However, she shook her head, insisting that the myriad mysteries within demanded our continued investigation. Her intuition guided her to pursue this thread further. During the daylight hours, we endeavored to keep our gazes lowered, speaking in hushed tones as we navigated our surroundings, wary of consuming anything other than the meager fruits we relied upon for sustenance. As night fell, we gathered our customary fire, with no one standing watch. The three of us reclined around the flames, eyes shut tight. Yet, unlike the previous night, slumber eluded us. We feigned sleep. Each passing moment stretched into eternity until, in the stillness of the night, the fire dwindled to embers due to the lack of fuel. Then, with a soft thud, something was tossed in our direction. A small clod of earth, testing our resolve. We remained motionless, eyes shut, not daring to stir. Clenching the makeshift club hidden beneath my arm, terror coursed through me. Moments later, another clod landed nearby. We continued our charade of slumber, ignoring the disturbance. After what felt like an hour, faint footsteps approached. I squinted through barely parted eyelids, lying still, cautiously observing. Before me stood the diminutive figure from the previous night, brandishing a small stone, advancing toward the fire with a peculiar, shuffling gait reminiscent of an elderly woman. It approached slowly and cautiously, inching closer with each deliberate step. Fearing detection, I hastily closed my eyes and refrained from further observation. The footsteps drew nearer, and I sensed that the creature had reached my side. Chun Jiansheng sprang up from the ground with remarkable vigor, letting out a fierce shout as he brandished a sharpened wooden stick, thrusting it forward with determination. Hong Jie also abruptly rose, aiming her dagger directly at the diminutive figure, plunging it forth with intent. Squeak! The creature emitted a strange, rodent-like screech and immediately turned to flee. After painstakingly laying in wait for an entire night, this moment was what we had anticipated. There was no way we would allow it to escape. Being the closest, I swiftly grasped the creature's calf, holding on with all my might. Quick! I've got it! I shouted desperately. The creature, ensnared by my grip, became frenzied, leaping and thrashing with considerable force, nearly breaking free from my hold. Suddenly, Hong Jie's dagger pierced the creature's abdomen, embedding itself deep within. It bled profusely, the blood a dark crimson hue. In agony, the creature charged wildly, narrowly evading Chun Jiansheng's strike, causing my wrist to nearly dislocate. Within moments, less than a minute had passed, and with a thud, the creature collapsed to the ground, the dagger still lodged in its belly, twitching sporadically as blood pooled around it. Witnessing this, the three of us exchanged pallid glances, our eyes communicating an unspoken agreement. Who would dare remove the creature's hat to ascertain if it was truly deceased? Chapter 40. Mountain Ghost. The fire's embers dwindled, prompting Chun Jiansheng to kick 2 dry branches into the flames, rekindling the blaze. Yunfeng, you go and remove the hat, Hong Jie instructed, handing me the dagger. All right. With both hands gripping the dagger, I cautiously approached step by step. Taking a deep breath, I delivered a swift kick to dislodge the oversized hat that covered the creature's head. Beneath the hat, there lay a visage reminiscent of a monkey. No, to be more precise, it cannot be definitively termed a monkey's face. Rather, it merely resembles one. We exchanged bewildered glances, each of us displaying an expression of astonishment. This peculiar entity possessed an elongated and pointed facial structure, with a pronounced nose and crimson fur adorning the sides of its mouth. A layer of white fur cloaked its forehead, while its eyes were diminutive, presenting an exceedingly bizarre countenance. At this moment, its eyes were closed, and its mouth slightly ajar, indicating that it had passed away. Could this creature be that which we suspect? Chen Jianxing abruptly turned to Hongjie. After scrutinizing the creature, Hongjie furrowed her brow and remarked, "I cannot ascertain. I have never encountered such a thing before." Observing their cryptic exchange, I felt a twinge of urgency and inquired if Hongjie possessed any insights. She informed me that this entity might be the legendary Shanxiao, a woodland spirit or wild creature from folklore. Hongjie proceeded to share her knowledge regarding this being. The Shanxiao, in some regions, is also referred to as a mountain ghost or deity. There exist male and female Shanxiao, with the male known for its penchant for human flesh and lewd behavior, while the female delights in trickery, often masquerading as a child to mingle with humans, engaging in games with children, and, if the merriment escalates, abducting them. This creature stands just over a meter tall and is fond of concealing itself beneath a large hat, making it appear indistinguishable from children at a distance. Furthermore, regarding the Shanxiao's hat, some elders have asserted that it possesses the ability to render its wearer invisible. Should a person don it, they would become concealed from view. Of course, the notion of the Shanxiao's hat granting invisibility is likely a fanciful tale. I can assert this confidently, for I have tried it myself. In the presence of Hongjie and Chen Jianxing, I mustered my courage and picked up the hat, attempting to place it upon my head. The hat emitted a foul odor, and after donning it I inquired, "Hongjie Chen Tujian, am I invisible now? Can you see me?" Chen Jianxing, with his eyelids drooping, regarded me apathetically and replied, "Indeed, you've become invisible. You could wear that hat to rob a bank, and I assure you no one would notice you. Furthermore, you could even enter the women's bathhouse. The cameras wouldn't catch a glimpse of you." I curled my lip in disdain and discarded the wretched hat, fully aware of the mocking undertones in his words. As for the origin of the hat, we were oblivious. However, during our search, Chen Jianxing suddenly recognized the garments adorning the mountain demon, for they had been donned in reverse. He rummaged through the inner pocket of the clothing and extracted a plastic bag, which he opened to reveal a lighter and half a pack of Woodwood Jinhua cigarettes. His countenance turned ashen, and he kicked the corpse vehemently 5 or 6 times. "Damn it! This beast! This clothing belonged to someone from our team," he exclaimed, furious, as he unleashed further kicks. "Enough already. They are all dead. Why are you losing your mind?" Hongjie admonished, shaking her head. "Let us search for something else and see if that item you mentioned is concealed on the body." I joined the effort, meticulously scouring once more, but failed to locate the jade ritual vessel Chen Jianxing had referred to. Suddenly, with a sharp clap of his hands, he startled me. Hongjie furrowed her brow, questioning his intentions. He clutched the cigarette box, pointed to the sky, and suddenly exclaimed with great excitement, "My brother was involved in something up there. I witnessed it with my own eyes." That brute stripped off his clothes and donned them himself, then made his way to the back garden of the grave owner. "Chun Ho Chin, what does this signify?" After a moment of contemplation, Hongjie replied thoughtfully, "There is a path." Indeed, Chen Jianxing first pointed to the heavens and then the earth, affirming, "There must be a passage connecting the above and the below. If we can discover this route, we will be able to ascend." I too felt an exhilarating thrill, for if what Chen Jianxing claimed were true, we could escape from this place, ascend, and reunite with our elder brother and third brother. However, the pressing question remained. Where was the path down which the mountain demon descended? Certain matters were beginning to take shape. The verdant underground space within this mountain crevice could very well be the private garden of the grave's owner. If the owner was the Marquis of Jiao, he might have leveraged the influence of the feudal lords to procure a myriad of rare and precious flora to cultivate in his garden for his posthumous enjoyment. There is a slight distinction, however. While Sima Qian explicitly documented the mausoleum of the first emperor of Qin in his historical records, the Marquis of Jiao is scarcely mentioned in any historical or unofficial texts. Regarding the means of locating the path upwards, Hongjie devised a strategy. Although the mountain demon is malevolent, it still retains some primal monkey-like traits. Hongjie speculated that they are social creatures. If one member of the mountain demon tribe is missing, might they send someone to search for it? It cannot truly be termed a plan. Chen Jianxing had been trapped in this predicament for half a year. When a person is cornered with no alternatives, they are inclined to explore any feasible solution. We propped up the lifeless mountain gibbon against a tree, adorned it with a hat, and dressed it appropriately. Subsequently, We withdrew 100 meters, concealing ourselves behind a grand tree, surreptitiously observing the movements around us. Thanks to our meticulous arrangement, from a distance, the gibbon no longer appeared lifeless. Rather, it seemed to be resting against the trunk. After waiting for over an hour, we finally beheld what we had anticipated. I was on the brink of slumber when Hongjie nudged me, signaling that something was amiss, urging me to remain alert. Peeking from behind the tree, I caught a glimpse that startled me. Approximately 300 to 400 meters ahead, amidst the hazy white mist, a multitude of diminutive black figures emerged. Their features indistinct, yet numerous hats were discernible. There were about a dozen of them, clad in an assortment of garments, some black, others white, their origins a mystery. These figures mimicked human locomotion, swaying as they approached. The scene was reminiscent of an ethereal sequence from an old Hong Kong film, evoking the eerie sensation of a night parade of spirits. I swallowed several times, my heart racing. Soon enough, these entities discovered the corpse of their companion. They circled around it, examining one another like a swarm of mice, chattering in a cacophony of squeaks. After a while, they seemed to reach a consensus, and in groups of 4, they hoisted the deceased gibbon, swaying as they prepared to depart. Following suit, Chen Jianxing stealthily crept forward. The distance remained steadfastly over 100 meters, and with the advantageous geographical environment, teeming with flowers, grasses, and trees, we would swiftly conceal ourselves in the nearby thickets at the slightest hint of something amiss ahead. It is uncertain how long we traversed, twisting and turning, but eventually, we arrived at the entrance of a secluded cave. The cave was shrouded in dense underbrush, effectively concealing its mouth. Had we not witnessed these creatures burrowing in one by one, we would have remained oblivious. Observing these diminutive beings as they entered, I lowered my voice. Chun Tujuan, you have been here for quite some time. Have you ever discovered this place before? Chun Jiansheng, hidden among the foliage, cautiously peeked out and surveyed the area. Such a tiny mouse hole, covered with grass. How could I have found it? Chapter 41. The altar. As the last of them disappeared into the cave, we too commenced our movement. Initially, the cave's interior was cramped and low, necessitating that we crouch as we walked. Any careless rise would result in a bump to our heads. With the figures no longer visible, we quickened our pace. As we proceeded, the space gradually expanded. Ahead, an exit resembling a door emerged, with a faint light filtering through. Is this the end? Chen Jianxing inquired. Hongjie shook her head, uncertain. Hurry over and take a look. Don't fall behind. I, being nimble, sprinted ahead. However, I failed to halt in time and nearly stumbled into an abyss. Loose stones tumbled down, and Chun Jianxing swiftly grasped me from behind. What are you panicking for? Do you wish to throw away your life? Heart racing, I took a couple of steps back. Before us, the chasm from this cavern to the ground below loomed at least 20 meters high. A vine-crafted rope dangled down, evidently the sole means of descent. Chun Ho-chin, with your slender arms and legs, can you manage? Chun Jiansheng inquired, turning his head. Just don't fall to your demise. You needn't concern yourself with others, Hongjie retorted. Very well, he replied, grasping the vine. I shall descend first to scout the way for you. His descent revealed his expertise. He adeptly utilized his legs to brace against the walls, thereby modulating his speed. In a mere 5 or 6 minutes, he reached the bottom from the considerable height. Chun Jianxing released the rope below and gestured for me and Hongjie to follow. Hongjie descended next. Her pace was steadier than Chun Jianxing's, indicating her proficiency. In contrast, I appeared somewhat clumsy. Lacking technique, I found the vine painfully constricting my hands during the slide, and upon reaching the ground, I discovered my palms had been scraped raw. Observing my plight, Chun Jianxing jested. Young man, you ought to practice more. When sliding down, use your legs instead of gripping the rope so tightly. The 3 of us continued onward. The space beneath was expansive, with traces of human excavation on the walls, and 2 stone pillars stood majestically in the center, flanking a staircase leading further underground. Is the flashlight still operational? Hongjie inquired. I switched it on and tested it. There's a bit of power left, Hongjie, but I estimate it won't last more than an hour. She frowned as she gazed at the stairs leading down into the depths below. With resolve, we commenced our descent. Initially, we illuminated our path with flashlights, But as we progressed, a flickering light from torches emerged ahead. Chun Jianshang cursed under his breath, remarking on the eerie nature of this place. He mused about whether these creatures could cook, expressing a morbid curiosity about the taste of their culinary creations. The stone pathway beneath our feet extended into the darkness, and after a few moments of walking, Hongjie suddenly cautioned us, "Hold on, listen. Do you hear that?" Ahead lay a bend, and I strained my ears to discern the source of a faint chittering sound. It was unmistakably those creatures, lurking just around the corner. We cautiously leaned forward to peer into the shadows, where we beheld the diminutive beings chattering incessantly. Before them lay a circular stone platform, upon which the lifeless form rested. Abruptly, their cacophony ceased, as if they had reached a silent consensus. One creature leapt onto the stone platform, rummaging through its own body until it produced a pale blue object resembling a small X. Chun Jianqing's eyes widened in astonishment, and he suppressed his excitement, exclaiming, "Look! Do you see it? That's exactly what I mentioned earlier. Those brutes have pilfered it. That is a ceremonial X. This proves I was not deceiving you. Come, take a look." With a swift motion, the creature raised the axe high upon witnessing the scene. The others surged forward, clambering onto the stone platform, heedless of their hats, and began to voraciously consume the yellowish-white substance. This spectacle was not only terrifying but also revolting. The air was thick with the stench of blood, causing my stomach to churn violently, eliciting a wave of nausea. Hongjie was no better off. Both of us were overwhelmed by disgust when unexpectedly, I heard Chun Jianqing mutter, "What on earth are they doing? Feasting on tofu pudding?" After they had licked the surface clean, these creatures gradually moved forward in pairs, disappearing into the shadows. Once they departed, the three of us emerged. On the circular stone platform, the head of the creature lay in a pitiful state, completely devoured by its companions, with some remnants of the yellowish-white substance still visible. Chun Jianqing was the first to notice. He discovered traces of inscriptions on the stone platform. These markings appeared to be bird script, but due to the passage of time, some characters had become illegible. Gritting our teeth against the nausea, we pushed the corpse aside, revealing a row of bird script beneath which was clearer to see. "Hongjie, do you recognize it?" I inquired. "Ritual?" I asked curiously, "Is it for sacrifice?" "Yes." She nodded gravely. Given this context, it seemed evident that this place served as an altar, Chun Jianqing remarked after surveying the surroundings. The tradition of rituals has existed since ancient times and continues to this day. As seen in practices like burning paper during Qingming or lighting incense in temples, which can also be considered forms of worship. However, during the Shang and early Western Zhou dynasties, the term ritual was synonymous with blood and death. Due to the prevalence of slavery, animal sacrifices were rare in that era. Instead, human sacrifices were alarmingly common. Slaves were beheaded upon the sacrificial altar, their severed heads subsequently placed within a bronze vessel known as a lian. Within this bronze receptacle, the officiating shaman would procure a knife and pierce a small circular hole in the crown of the head. This act was predicated on the belief that the heavens were spherical. The intention behind this ritual was to present offerings, liberate the spirits of the sacrifices, and dedicate them to the celestial deities. This represents but one of the numerous applications of sacrificial altars during the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Fundamentally, they all pertain to the cruel and sinister practices of sorcery. In Western Zhou tombs, a discernible pattern emerges. Upon the discovery of a sacrificial altar, within a 5-meter radius surrounding it, one invariably encounters headless burial pits or pits containing human bones. Indeed, we have uncovered such a sacrificial pit, situated to the northwest of the circular altar. Chapter 42, Soul Repository. The sacrificial pit is rectangular, scattered with human bones, which upon superficial inspection reveal significant calcification, with some still retaining their postures from before death, seemingly undisturbed for centuries. Hongjie gazed at the white bones within the sacrificial pit and sighed. One can only imagine that 2 millennia ago, these were vibrant lives. Generally speaking, sacrificial pits from the Shang and Zhou dynasties would not contain burial items, as slaves were deemed unworthy of such honors. However, this instance deviates from the norm. Keen-eyed Chun Jianqing noticed a clay pot resembling a chicken's head lying horizontally in the pit. half buried in the earth. Given that pottery holds little value, Hongjie suggested they move on in search of an exit, urging against lingering. Chen Jiansheng, however, shook his head, insisting they should not rush. Chen Huoqin, you must not have examined it closely. Take another look at that pot, he indicated towards the pit below. I too have returned to this viewing, this time with a more discerning eye. What is that? Is it not a chicken-headed pottery jar? I faintly discerned a small clay figurine on the jar's surface, with only a portion of it protruding from the ground. Surprised, perhaps? Not encountered such a sight before? Chen Jiansheng, with an air of nonchalance, remarked. Indeed, while pottery may lack monetary value, its worth is contingent upon its classification. The grade of this artifact within the pit is notably high, for it is a soul jar, a first-grade relic. The soul jars from the Western Zhou period differ significantly. Due to their ancient provenance, pottery items are fragile and challenging to preserve. Thus, Western Zhou soul jars are scarce, and rarity begets value, indeed fetching a handsome price. I later encountered several feng shui practitioners from Hong Kong who hold a particular fondness for these Western Zhou soul jars. Upon hearing of their availability, they would readily pay exorbitant sums for acquisition. It is said, through hearsay, that these jars can ensnare the 3 souls and 7 spirits of those who met untimely deaths. Should rituals be performed and the initial 7 days pass, the intact body may regain its spirit on that fateful night. I cautioned him, yet he paid no heed. Such is the nature of grave robbers. They seldom depart empty-handed, and upon encountering a rare treasure, they become fixated, devising countless schemes to procure it. To leave without it would feel akin to forfeiting a fortune. The profession of tomb raiding is not one that can be dismissed with a mere banner and a modest cash sum. Chen Jiansheng leapt into the sacrificial pit. Gazing at the skeletal remains, he said, Gentlemen, I implore your forgiveness for borrowing a few items. With that, he lowered his gaze and felt the buried soul jar. Ah, how remarkably heavy! He lifted it, his expression one of astonishment. The soul jar from the Western Zhou period undoubtedly contains something other than mere grains. As for its true contents, almost no one can say. The burden was indeed substantial. One might wonder if it contained gold bricks. With great effort, he hoisted the soul repository, his expression strained. Quickly, help me down. I cannot ascend, he urged. I hurried to the edge of the pit, grasped his hand, and pulled him up. The lid of the soul repository was sealed, appearing to be in its original state, untouched. Chen Jiansheng brushed the dirt off his knees and inquired, What do you think? Should we open it now? This is a genuine artifact. There are precious few like it, and many seasoned veterans in the field have never encountered one. Hongjie scoffed. What high-grade items could possibly emerge from a sacrificial pit? It might be filled with the remains of those from 2 millennia ago, petrified into balls. Chen Jiansheng felt a tinge of embarrassment at having his hard-earned find dismissed by Hongjie as mere refuse. Chen Holuan certainly has a knack for humor. How about this? Lend me your little dagger, and I shall pry this open to see what lies within. Observing Chen Jiansheng's demeanor as he spoke, I shook my head. I sensed a noticeable shift in his attitude towards Hongjie compared to their initial encounter. Throughout our journey, she had relentlessly berated him, calling him a southern rat. Yet Chen Jiansheng merely grumbled a few complaints in response. Curiosity piqued. I speculated whether this old fellow harbored some unspoken affection for Hongjie. I imagined the implications. Could it be that Chen, the earthworker, was poised to take control of the alpine grasslands? It was rumored among those in the field that a single blemish might signify a nature of openness, and I suspected this old chap was still unaware of the truth. Taking the dagger, Chen Jiansheng crouched down, positioned the soul repository correctly, and began to pry it open with his knife. At the edge of the soul repository, there lay a layer of pale yellow substance, resembling a waxy coating used for waterproofing. After 2 millennia, this waxy layer had hardened like stone. With a mere poke of a dagger, it merely left a white mark, proving to be exceedingly tough. Thanks to the dagger's sharpness, after more than 10 minutes of effort, beads of sweat formed on his forehead, and he finally pried open a small crack. Instantly, a fragrant aroma of wine wafted forth. Chen Jiansheng's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that the soul repository contained wine? Wine that had aged for over 2,000 years. He took a step back, immediately shaking his head in denial. No, that cannot be right. Distilled spirits of such potency did not exist in that era. The scent of the wine. Sister Hong, too, was struck by curiosity. She glanced at the sole repository on the ground and remarked, in the Han tomb at Dabiotai, a well-preserved Celadon plum vase was unearthed, which contained wine. Although such occurrences are rare, they have happened before, just not seen by many. Upon hearing this, Chen Jianxing, perhaps seeking to impress or boast, suddenly proclaimed, "Today, Chen Jianxing, am fortunate. Once the lid is opened, it will evaporate quickly. No, this is a rare opportunity. I must take a sip of this wine and savor its flavor. No way, Chen Tugu, you intend to drink it? I never anticipated he would be so audacious." He stroked his chin and chuckled. "I am quite the wine enthusiast. It has been half a year since I last tasted a drop. A millennium-old wine. Just the thought of it is tantalizing. Let me ask you, do you know what the highest realm of drinking is?" I shook my head, admitting my ignorance, as I replied that I do not drink. He glanced at Hong Jie and proclaimed boisterously, "The ultimate attainment in drinking is to imbibe to the point of liver cancer. Reaching this stage signifies the consummation of one's cultivation." I nearly failed to contain myself, thinking, indeed, consummation achieved, leading directly to the crematorium for a change of residence. Hong Jie retorted speechlessly, "Nincompoop." Chuckling, I watched as he consumed the liquor. He pried open the soul cellar's entire oil-sealed layer and directly scooped out a bit. Smacking his lips, his brow furrowed, his expression appearing less than pleased. "What's wrong? Chintuti, what's the flavor?" He remained silent, leading me to suspect he had been poisoned. Chen Jianxing swallowed, frowning, and said, "What is this liquor? It smells distinctly of alcohol, yet it tastes so peculiar, as sweet as sugar water." Within a mere 3 minutes, I noticed his complexion beginning to flush, growing increasingly crimson, akin to having red paint brushed across his face. He vigorously shook his head. Chapter 43. Identity. Ordinarily, with the exception of distilled spirits, the longer a beverage ages, the more the alcohol evaporates. Rice wines, in particular, with their inherently low alcohol content, would become as bland as water after decades, even with a lid. Yet, the liquor within the soul cellar was different. I even began to suspect it was not liquor at all. Chen Jianxing, a seasoned imbiber, sampled just a touch with his hand and immediately displayed signs of inebriation. Slurring his speech, his face alarmingly flushed. "Chintuti, are you all right? Can you still walk?" I inquired, steadying him as he seemed unsteady on his feet. Of course, I can. Fine liquor. Truly fine liquor. Potent," he exclaimed, his face flushed, his speech slurred. "Truly foolish," Hong Jie remarked, rolling her eyes. Chen Jianxing staggered forward, clutching his precious soul cellar. "I'm not even drunk. This wine. I intend to take it with me. Each drop is worth 100,000. Unable to dissuade him, I cautioned, "Chen, do mind your step. Don't fall." To the northwest of the sacrificial pit, a narrow path led to a cave, the only route available. It was evidently a man-made trail from years past, and we were oblivious to where it might lead, only aware that those peculiar items had entered through here. Chen Jianxing, swaying with his soul cellar in tow, trudged ahead, while Hong Jie and I followed closely behind. This path appeared flat at first, but after a few meters it began to incline. A flicker of hope ignited within me. This was a promising sign, suggesting we might ascend higher. Suddenly, an array of chattering sounds akin to monkeys erupted from all directions. Out of nowhere, a group of diminutive, hat-wearing mountain goblins materialized before us. They blocked the path, screeching wildly, each brandishing stones the size of a child's fist. Hong Jie and I were taken aback by this unexpected spectacle, instinctively beginning to retreat. As the saying goes, if the enemy does not move, I shall not move. Ultimately, these creatures belong to the primate family, and any sign of fear on our part would be perceived as weakness. "Be careful, Hong Jie." In an instant, a stone hurtled toward her forehead. Hong Jie reacted swiftly. In a flash, she twisted her neck, narrowly avoiding a fist-sized stone that grazed her hair before crashing against the wall, splitting in two, revealing the immense force behind the blow. Had it struck her head, it would have surely resulted in a gruesome outcome. Recognizing the peril of the situation, She urged us to retreat immediately. Let's go. I pulled the dazed Chen Jianxing along as we fled. Almost simultaneously, a deluge of debris rained down upon us. A fragment struck my arm, causing a jolt of pain that made me break into a sweat. Once we made our escape, the falling debris ceased for the moment. Noticing the blood trickling from my arm, Hong Jie anxiously inquired about my condition, asking if I was in pain. Of course it hurts, I replied, clutching my arm and mustering a brave facade. I insisted, it's nothing serious, just a superficial wound. The bone should be intact. I attempted to lift my left arm, but it was utterly powerless. Any effort sent sharp pangs of pain through me, leading me to suspect a fracture. It's all your fault. Hong Jie glared at Chen Jianxing. What were you thinking, bringing that useless urinal? Just that delay caused this mess. Chen Jianxing's face flushed. Whether from the effects of alcohol or embarrassment, it was hard to tell. He shook his head in defiance, muttering, "They're just a bunch of monkeys. Hand me the knife, and I'll take them all down. Don't be reckless, Chen Tujuan." I winced through the pain. We cannot underestimate these beasts. Such actions would be tantamount to courting death. This uphill path was likely the only route available to us, and after considerable effort in locating it, to be thwarted by a horde of wild creatures was an incredibly frustrating predicament. If only there were a firearm at hand. Had I possessed one of those weapons back then, a single volley would surely have transformed him into a sieve. We conferred amongst ourselves, deliberating on how to tackle these creatures and devise a means of escape. Hong Jie proposed an idea. One person could enter first to divert the attention of these beings, luring them away. Thus, as long as they remained undetected, the remaining two could pass through safely. Given the current circumstances, this indeed appeared to be a viable strategy. But then arose the pressing question: who would undertake such a perilous task? Hong Jie fixed her gaze on Chen Jianxing. "You shall go. The burden of this situation rests heavily upon you," she asserted with a stern countenance. I expected Chen Jianxing to protest, considering the grave dangers involved. Yet, to my surprise, he lowered his head. "Very well, I shall take on this task. You all hide behind." His swift acquiescence caught Hong Jie off guard. As if emerging from a stupor, Chen Jianxing clasped his hands and declared, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Chen Ho-chin. The responsibility for this predicament lies with me, and should we meet our demise by a falling stone, it would be a fitting end. However, there is something else you ought to know. I am not merely a grave robber. I am also a descendant of the esteemed Bai Chuandian." Hong Jie looked taken aback. "Bai Chuandian? Are you claiming to be a descendant of the 8 Small Doors?" Chen Jianxing nodded affirmatively. "Indeed. I mean no other harm. I merely wish to acknowledge my lineage." I too was taken aback by this revelation, for the lore of the 8 Small Doors is scarcely known to many in the present day. During the late Qing dynasty and the Republican era, beyond the grave-robbing Daomen, the swindling Qianmen, and the Inqimen who dealt with the deceased, there existed the 4 great sects and the 8 minor sects within the folk Jianghu. The 4 great sects were the wind, horse, goose, and sparrow, while the 8 minor sects consisted of gold, leather, color, hang, critique, group, harmony, and willow. These encompass trades such as peddlers of plasters, vendors of knives, purveyors of steamed buns, illusionists, storytellers, physiognomists, sellers of insect and eye remedies, as well as itinerant knife sharpeners and practitioners of chest-breaking qigong. The successors of the renowned Wang Matzi scissors and Qing Feng steamed buns are, in fact, descendants of those within the 8 minor sects. Chen Jianxing claimed to be a disciple of Bai Chundian, an elder of the critique sect within the 8 minor sects, thus identifying himself as a storyteller. Numerous tales surround Bai Chundian, the most prominent being that he possessed the ability to narrate tales for ghosts. Similar to the performance of ghost operas in folk customs, the audience for these ghost stories was not of the living. In the old society, upon a person's demise, the family head would often commission the performance of ghost operas or the narration of ghost stories, akin to hiring a song and dance troupe for a modern funeral, to be heard by the spirits and to forge a karmic connection in the netherworld. Bai Chundian was such a figure. Unexpectedly, the unassuming Chen Jianxing harbored this identity. Chen Jianxing chuckled and said, "My apologies, Chen Ho-chin. After all, our 2 factions do not yield to each other. My name is not Chen Jianxing. In fact, I am Bai Jianxing. If I were to perish without revealing my identity, it would be a wretched end. Despite my miserable state, I am, after all, a member of the eighth sex. It would be best to transmit a message. By Jiansheng of the critique sect perished in the Moth Mountain of Shund. Let the news spread, so that my death is known by name. Chapter 44. Mist regret began to gnaw at me for having consented to this plan, so I suggested, Chen Tugin, perhaps we should consider an alternative route. Think of other methods. No need, he replied, shaking his head. Chun Holuan is correct. This is the swiftest approach, and besides, I may not necessarily perish. Our family, the Bai clan, possesses unique skills. Unique skills? What do you mean by that, Chin Tugin? I inquired, intrigued by the notion of these so-called unique skills. Come on, you two, follow me, he instructed, picking up a stone with a solemn expression. Let the stone serve as a wake-up call, and the cave function as an altar. Let us give it a try. Sure enough, as we entered, those creatures emerged once more, raising their arms and brandishing stones, prepared to strike. Chun Jianxing's eyes widened with fury. With a sharp sound, he struck the wall twice with the stone. In a powerful voice, he recited, a single wake-up call descends upon 6 divisions, from the sovereign to the subjects. A single command from the sovereign governs all officials, and a single command from officials governs the multitude. His cadence quickened and intensified as he continued. Monks speak of the Dharma, celestial masters discuss spirits. A single wake-up call traverses the world, addressing both man and spirit alike. The mountain demons before us, stone in hand, stood frozen, equally entranced. Quickly, let us depart. Chun Jianxing urged, his voice resonating like a clarion call. Once I regained my senses, I glanced at Hongjie, who wore a stern expression. He exchanged a look with Chun Jianxing before uttering a single word. Go. As we traversed through the throngs of mountain demons, they stared at Chun Jianxing in a daze, refraining from attacking either me or Hongjie. Upon passing through the crowd, Chun Jianxing's booming laughter echoed behind us. Ah, my esteemed gentlemen and ladies, today we shall not discuss the romance of the 3 kingdoms, nor shall we delve into the tales of Liaozhai. Today, we shall recount the tale of Wu Song slaying the tiger. He continued with a story about a vendor selling pancakes in Qinghe County. The further Hongjie and I walked, the fainter his voice became, until we finally emerged from the cave, utterly unable to hear him any longer. In the realm of tomb raiding, the descendants of the southern and northern factions were deeply at odds, harboring long-standing grievances. Who would have thought that, in the end, it was he who saved us? These esoteric arts, if not for the practitioners within their sect, remain utterly inscrutable. Once outside, Hongjie and I waited for half an hour, but Chun Jianxing did not emerge. She cast a long, contemplative glance at the cave, choosing not to speak further or continue waiting. Instead, she supported me as we departed. Before us lay a steep incline, devoid of a pathway and overgrown with wild grass. Upon discerning the lay of the land, I grasped a crucial truth. This immense subterranean structure was divided into 2 layers, resembling an inclined hourglass funnel. We found ourselves situated precisely at the juncture of this funnel. From the base of the slope, one could gaze upward, yet the top remained obscured. Hongjie steadied my arm, and together we began our arduous ascent up the slope. The grass was low, and the path was damp with dew, soaking our pant legs and rendering our shoes nearly wet through. After ascending the slope for half an hour, a faint mist began to rise ahead, rendering everything around me twofold more ethereal, as if I were ensconced in a dream. Let us rest, Yunfeng, Red Sister urged, supporting me as I settled onto the grassy ground. Much like the exertion of climbing, I indeed felt somewhat fatigued. At that moment, my stomach betrayed me, emitting a couple of rumbling sounds. We lost a backpack when we fell, Red Sister said weakly. The little provisions we had left, just some biscuits, are all consumed. She gazed at the seemingly endless incline, furrowing her brow. I wonder how much longer it will take to ascend. No, we must eat something, even if it is just fruit. Yunfeng, remain here. I will search nearby to see if I can find anything to eat. Once Red Sister departed, I was left alone on the grass. Initially, I felt fine, not overly concerned, but gradually, the fog thickened. Moments ago, I could see the path I had traversed. Now, looking down, I could discern nothing, just an expanse of white. As time ticked away, anxiety gripped me. With such sudden fog, Red Sister would surely be unable to see me. I feared she might misstep and encounter danger. Every 2 or 3 minutes, I would call out loudly, Red Sister, I am here. I am right here. I longed for her to hear me and find her way toward my voice. Yet I had miscalculated. I dared not venture away, for I understood that in such circumstances, if 2 individuals were to become separated, the wisest course of action was for one to remain in place. If both were to wander aimlessly, they might drift further apart. As dusk deepened and the fog lingered, I shifted from a seated position to lying down, my stomach rumbling with hunger. I contemplated holding my ground, believing that when dawn broke and the mist lifted, Hongjie would surely find me. Cold and famished, I succumbed to slumber on the grassy turf. The night was pitch black, perhaps well into the latter half. In a hazy state, I seemed to hear Hongjie calling me, Yunfeng, come here, I am here. Startled, I jolted upright, causing a sharp pain to shoot through my injured arm, eliciting a gasp. Surrounded by darkness, I sat on the ground, straining my ears to listen intently. Yunfeng, come here, I am here. The familiar voice emanated from behind me. Indeed, it was Hongjie's voice. Following the sound, I cautiously made my way in that direction, calling out, Hongjie, where are you? I can't see you. A voice responded from the darkness, Yunfeng, come here, I am here. I halted, furrowing my brow, sensing something amiss. Hongjie called out 3 times, and crucially, each time the content, tone, and pace were identical. Swallowing hard, I remained undeterred and shouted once more, Hongjie, where are you? As expected, Yunfeng, come here, I am here. My face turned pale as I cautiously stepped back. Reaching into my pocket, I felt the small hard object, the protective Gao box that Yao Yuman had gifted me, which she claimed could ward off evil. Previously, I had stowed this necklace away in my pocket, as it had been cumbersome. Clutching the red string amulet tightly in my hand, my mind began to wander into unsettling thoughts. The fog was dense and the ground damp. Had Hongjie lost her footing and met a tragic end? Was her spirit now seeking me out? Perhaps Hongjie's ghost feared for my solitude and sought to bring me along to keep her company. Chapter 45. Value in the darkness, Hongjie's voice echoed. Yunfeng, where are you? I'm right here. I crouched down, gripping the amulet firmly, burying my head between my knees. The ground was moist and obscured by mist, and I felt not only the chill and fear but also a profound loneliness. Our group had dwindled to just me. Regret washed over me for not heeding the warnings of Yao Yuman and for disregarding the advice to keep my head low. Seated on the grass, beset by hunger and cold, I inadvertently found my thoughts drifting to Li Jing. I mocked myself internally. If I were to vanish suddenly, if I were to perish here, would Li Jing remember me after all these years? Would she still recall Xiang Yunfeng? As I pondered these thoughts, the dawn began to break. A gentle breeze swept in from somewhere, dispersing the thick fog. At that moment, I caught sight of Hongjie, sprawled on the grass a few hundred meters away, stretching languidly as if just awakening. Hongjie! I rushed down, slipping and tumbling in the process. She noticed my approach and looked at me with joy. You're alive! How wonderful! Hongjie beamed at me, her face radiating happiness as she continued. The fog was so thick last night that I could barely move. Visibility was nearly zero. I could only ascertain my general location and dared not wander too far, fearing I might lose you. Thank goodness you're safe. She looked up at me, her expression one of surprise. No, I didn't hear anything, nor did I say anything. What's wrong? My mind raced as I recalled the voice from the fog last night, sending tremors through my hands. Why do you look so pale? Hongjie asked, furrowing her brow. It's nothing. I deliberately shifted the topic. Have you found anything edible? Hongjie shook her head in mild disappointment. No, it's just grass and trees around here. I couldn't find anything to eat. It's all right as long as we're safe. Going a day or 2 without food won't kill us. Yes, let us try to hold on. Having regained some strength, I reflected on the unsettling events of last night, growing increasingly uneasy about this place. Felt ominous. After a brief discussion, we resolved to leave this spot swiftly. We ascended, fastening the Gao amulet around my neck, bestowing it with newfound significance. In the face of the unknown, one instinctively seeks solace and protection. The amulet, gifted to me by Yao Yuman, served that purpose. After a few hours, Hongjie and I finally reached the summit. Above us lay the entrance to a cave. From this vantage point, the scenery unfolded like a picturesque painting, resembling a hidden realm. The cave's stone walls bore remnants of stone carvings, and one particular sculpture, despite its damage, depicted a theme of several magnificent horses. Hongjie pointed at this mural and informed me this should be the 8 steeds of King Mu. It is said that the 8 horses depicted in the 8 steeds mural each had names during their lifetime, much like the 6 steeds of the Zhao mausoleum accompanying Emperor Li Shimin. However, the passage of time has obscured these names. The spring and autumn annals mention the 8 steeds of King Mu, yet their names remain lost to history, unknown to all. This mural, recessed into the stone wall, measures nearly 2 meters in length and approximately 1.5 meters in width. Hongjie lamented the loss, expressing that if it could be taken away, it would undoubtedly fetch an exorbitant price on the black market. But Hongjie, these pieces are damaged, I remarked, pointing to the severed head of one horse. Look, half of its head is missing. Hongjie shook her head, saying, Yunfeng, your experience is limited. There are nuances you do not yet grasp. These stone carvings, imbued with special significance, retain their value even if shattered into 100 pieces. They can still attract a multitude of eager buyers, especially the foreigners with their prominent noses. They are quite enamored with our ancient stone sculptures. Are you familiar with the 6 steeds of the Zhao mausoleum? I nodded. Among them, the horses named Quamaluo and Saluzi were stolen by Lu Qinzai in the 1940s and sold to foreigners. We still have 4 remaining in our country: Shifachi, Qingzhu, Telebiao, and Baitu. Hongjie seemed pleasantly surprised that I could accurately name them and praised, Well done, you are correct. 2 of those were indeed stolen by Lu Qinzai. Now let me ask you, do you know how much they were sold for to the Americans? I did not know the answer, so I ventured a guess. 8,000? In the 1940s, the sum of money being discussed was astronomical. It was a fortune that common folk could scarcely accumulate over generations. This was a substantial amount in silver dollars, and I felt I was perhaps exaggerating the figures. However, Hongjie shook her head in disapproval and clarified. It was not 8,000, but rather 2 pieces, one sold to Philadelphia and the other to Pittsburgh, totaling 125,000 silver dollars. Such a staggering amount left me astonished. To put this in perspective, at that time, a complete courtyard residence within Beijing's Second Ring Road was valued at merely several hundred silver dollars. 125,000 silver dollars. That equated to the cost of approximately 153 such courtyard residences. Hongjie continued to enlighten me. This was merely one instance. Additionally, there was Yubin from Beijing's Lilikang who had pilfered a colossal stone sculpture depicting the imperial couple in reverence at the Longmen Grottos. In order to smuggle it out, Yubin shattered the sculpture into over 60 pieces, packing them into 9 crates, and subsequently sought individuals to reassemble it, ultimately selling it for 60,000 silver dollars to a man named Puel. Hongjie's words once again reshaped my understanding. I had previously believed that bronze artifacts and ancient jade were the most valuable treasures, yet I was astonished to discover that stone sculptures could command such high prices as well. Moreover, she remarked that while grave robbers are universally reviled, those like Lu Yu are merely the lesser evils in comparison. At that moment, as I gazed upon the stone carving of the 8 steeds of Mu Wang in the cave, it seemed to take on an even greater weight. I swallowed hard and inquired, Hongjie, we cannot possibly take this, can we? Do not dwell on it. This object necessitates specialized tools to shatter before it can be transported. Moreover, once it surfaces in the market, the likelihood of authorities tracing it back to us will escalate exponentially. Do you desire wealth or your life? I lament inwardly, regretting that we lack the requisite conditions to transport this item, yet I have witnessed it and been enlightened. Wait a moment, Sister Hong. This is the 8 steeds of King Mu of Zhou. How could they be found in the tomb of a southern feudal lord? What is the situation here? Do not inquire. I am equally perplexed. Sister Hong surveyed the cave, her brow furrowed. Such high-ranking artifacts exist here, and now we have discovered this stone carving. This so-called Jeho undoubtedly holds a status far superior to that of a feudal lord. The tomb was hewn from the mountain, hollowed out from the Moth Mountain, utilizing an abundance of northern blue stone for the ceiling, adorned with yellow intestines, featuring live burials, a multitude of rare plants sprawling across an expansive garden, and a distinct sacrificial pit. Sighing, Sister Hong remarked, "This is the most terrifying mausoleum complex I have encountered since entering this profession. Although the tomb owner is not a Zhou sovereign, they are certainly not inferior to one." As I reached this point, the identity of the tomb owner became increasingly enigmatic. History is profound, mysterious, and intricate, much like the stone carving before me. I had speculated that this cave might have served as a place for this feudal lord of the early Western Zhou to rear and store horses. My left arm hung limply, reluctant to exert itself, occasionally sending sharp pangs of pain through me, which I gritted my teeth to endure. At the end of the cave lay a tranquil pool of water. The water was murky and obscured, accompanied by the intermittent sound of dripping water. The surroundings were completely sealed, leading to a dead end. Our previous hopes dwindled significantly upon encountering this pool. I tossed a small stone into the water, and it plopped with a dull thud, revealing the considerable depth beneath the surface. "Jade, this is it. What are we to do? We've reached a cul-de-sac with no way out," I lamented, my voice heavy with despair. The surface was clouded, obscuring whatever lay below. Jade furrowed her brow and replied, "Not necessarily. To my knowledge, some underground rivers are interconnected. Perhaps over 2,000 years ago, this was merely a pit, devoid of water." I contemplated descending to investigate, but Jade shared her reservations. "Perhaps not," she said, glancing uneasily at the pool. A sense of panic began to rise within me, primarily due to my fear of water and my inability to swim. The murky depths concealed unknown hazards, and I was uncertain of where they might lead. Seemingly attuned to my apprehensions, Jade sighed. "At this juncture, we can only navigate by feel. If we are unable to locate the others, we may ultimately perish here." With that, she unfastened her clothing, displaying a boldness that left me taken aback. I dared not look. "Yunfeng, you stay here. I will be back in a few minutes. Keep an eye on my clothes," Jade instructed, testing the water with her foot. Without further ado, she plunged into the depths with a resounding splash, sending ripples cascading across the surface. Bubbles emerged on the surface of the water, only to subside into tranquility once more. Holding onto Hongjie's garment, I leaned over the edge of the pond, my gaze unwaveringly fixed on the water's surface. My palms were damp with sweat, a testament to my anxiety. The rhythmic sound of dripping water echoed around me, akin to the ticking of a clock. Time passed minute by minute. A minute flashed by, then 2, then 3. Yet, the surface of the water remained undisturbed. Just as my heart raced with impatience, a layer of bubbles formed on the surface, followed by a splashing sound. Suddenly, Hongjie burst forth from the water, gasping for breath. Upon reaching the shore, her joy was palpable. Indeed, our speculation about Yunfeng was not unfounded. Wiping her face, she excitedly exclaimed, "Beneath lies an upward stone passage, with steps leading up. Over 2,000 years ago, this place was devoid of water. It is likely that a seismic event caused the underground river to flood, completely submerging this area." I estimated that I could hold my breath for approximately 4 minutes before swimming out. "For minutes?" I frowned. "I can't manage that, Hongjie. I cannot hold my breath for such an extended period, and my hand lacks strength." I gestured towards my injury for her to see. Hongjie glanced at my arm with concern, then resolutely replied, "Just like before, I will grasp you and guide you through. We still have strength. Otherwise, in a day or two we might lack even the energy to enter the water, and at that point we would be trapped here, waiting for death. Let us rest for a moment and regain our strength." Cradling my face in her hands, she gazed intently into my eyes. "Yunfeng, you can do this. Believe in yourself. You will not perish here, nor will I." Subsequently, we rested here. Although Hongjie didn't explicitly state it, I was acutely aware that this was a singular opportunity. Failure to escape would mean permanent entombment. Overwhelmed by apprehension, I reclined on the ground, eyes shut, engaging in deep, measured breaths, a prelude to our aquatic venture. After what felt like an hour, the ambient light diminished. "Are we ready, Yunfeng?" I inquired, scanning our surroundings. Hongjia, leaning against the wall, remained in repose, offering no response. Dismissing it as auditory hallucination induced by pre-immersion anxiety, I resumed my recuperative posture. Are we ready, Yunfeng? Hongjia's voice echoed again shortly after I closed my eyes. Upon opening them, I observed her unchanged. I delivered a resounding slap to my own face. The sound reverberated, catching Hongjia's attention. What's wrong, Yunfeng? Why did you strike yourself? She questioned. Hesitant to admit the possibility of auditory hallucinations, I attempted to feign normalcy. However, the words that escaped my lips were not my own. What's wrong, Yunfeng? Why did you strike yourself? I was mimicking Hongjia's speech. A realization dawned upon her, draining the color from her face, as she uttered a somber inquiry. Who are you? Conscious and lucid, I willed myself to declare my identity. Yet, uncontrollably, I echoed, Who are you? Terror gripped me as I recalled Chun Tugong's earlier state. Hongjia and I had mocked him, attributing his behavior to mental instability. Now, I found myself mirroring his condition. Was I succumbing to madness? Is this the aftermath of the scent I inhaled from the yellowed intestines and the aged faces of the cypress? Yet, I distinctly recall Sister Hong also smelled it. So why is she unaffected? That voice? I heard it last night amidst the dense fog. Sister Hong, her face pale, looked at me and gestured for silence. Rising, she frowned and circled around me. Sister Hong said, Yunfeng, don't speak. Just listen to me. I covered my mouth with one hand and nodded. She continued, I ask you, have you experienced any hallucinations or auditory illusions? I nodded again, pointing to my ears to indicate that I had indeed heard something. From where did the sound first originate? Don't panic, think carefully. Last night, the sound was initially very close, clear, and then it seemed to drift away. The origin of the sound was right beside me. The protective amulet still hung around my neck, and I felt my pants pocket, which was empty and flat, containing nothing. Suddenly, my expression changed drastically. I remembered something, but how is it gone now? The cicada without legs. Did it run away on its own? The more I thought, the more frightened I became. Right in front of Sister Hong, I slowly pulled down my pants. Chapter 47, Reunion. As I pulled down my pants, revealing the side of my thigh, both Sister Hong and I were shocked. We never expected this. On the outer side of my thigh, near the pocket, there was a wound the size of a fingernail. The flesh was turned outward, purplish red, and somewhat festering. The key point was, I felt no pain at all. Pressing it gently with my hand, there was absolutely no sensation. As I pressed on the wound on my thigh, a viscous fluid oozed forth. At that moment, although Hongjia remained silent, I perceived a voice. Yunfeng, where are you? I am here. Those were the words I had heard on that foggy night. Observing Hongjia's expression, it was evident that this voice was one I alone could hear. She was oblivious to it. Wait, Yunfeng, don't move, Hongjia shouted, her eyes wide with terror, fixated on my wound. To my horror, I noticed that the flesh on the inner side of my thigh was visibly undulating, as if something alive writhed beneath the surface. Don't move. Endure it, Hongjia declared, producing a dagger. The sight of my own thigh in such a state filled me with dread. I bit down on my clothing, my gaze transfixed on the unfolding scene. The dagger was exceedingly sharp. Hongjia gritted her teeth and aimed for the area of my thigh that was faintly pulsating, then decisively plunged the blade in. As the dagger sliced through flesh, blood began to flow. I clenched my garment tightly, bracing for a surge of pain. Yet, to my astonishment, I felt naught but a dull, tingling sensation. Once the skin was breached, the source of the disturbance became evident. A yellow-brown worm, the very insect I had previously pocketed out of curiosity, a limbless cicada larva. With utmost caution, Hongjia used the tip of the knife to extract the worm. Upon its removal, the creature succumbed to death, and almost immediately, I began to feel an excruciating pain radiating from the outer side of the wound on my thigh. Hongjia tore her own clothing with the dagger, fashioning strips of cloth to bind the wound and staunch the bleeding. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she took a deep breath and reassured me, all done, you should be all right now. Sister Hong gazed at the lifeless insect sprawled on the ground, her brow furrowing as she remarked, such a peculiar creature. It did not occur to me until now, but I suddenly recalled a legendary insect known as the echo bug. For over 10 minutes, Sister Hong articulated her thoughts to me, and upon hearing her, I too was struck by the incredibility of it all. Ancient texts have documented this peculiar insect numerous times. Initially, our ancestors, lacking understanding, categorized this ailment among the most intricate and bizarre diseases. The Compendium of Materia Medica contains a reference to it. It mentions medicinal materials, the thunder pill, and the language of insects. How Li Shizhen treated it has been interpreted by later generations. It is said that Li Shizhen presented a list of medicinal materials to those afflicted with strange ailments, instructing them to read the names aloud. At first, the patients exhibited no peculiarities until they reached the name of the thunder pill, at which point they began to tremble and sweat profusely, appearing quite terrified. Subsequently, Li Shizhen incorporated the thunder pill into his remedies, and after brewing it for consumption, the patients indeed showed improvement by the next day. This narrative has become a part of folklore. Chun Jianxing has been trapped here for some time. Prior to our arrival, he had ventured inside multiple times. Is it conceivable that his mimicry of speech is due to the same affliction that has invaded my own flesh? Perhaps. Given the prolonged duration, Chun Jianxing's condition has deteriorated more severely than mine, leading to his vacant gaze and disoriented state before an episode. Conversely, because I discovered it earlier, I retained some awareness during my episodes. Initially, Chun Jianxing had no interactions with others, allowing this affliction to remain dormant within him. This line of thought seems to elucidate everything. The occurrence of this event is certainly not fortuitous. Although it was addressed promptly, it has undoubtedly impacted our imminent descent plan, rendering it considerably more challenging. An air of strangeness permeates the surroundings. The mountains are adorned with strange creatures, creeping vines, and unidentified flora, accompanied by the sounds of insects, burial pits, sacrificial altars, and stone carvings depicting galloping steeds. Ultimately, we find ourselves before a small pond. Hongjie conveys the urgency of our situation, asserting that once the bleeding from my leg ceases, we must proceed. As she rises, she declares, "Prepare yourselves. We shall plunge into the water and swim out." Hand in hand, we stand at the edge of the pond. Taking a deep breath, she turns to me with a firm reminder. "We are on the brink, Yunfeng. Stay determined and do not succumb to fear. Do you recall what I said earlier? We will both emerge alive." I grit my teeth and nod resolutely, replying, "I understand, Hongjie. I will give it my all." Inhaling deeply, I fill my lungs with air. I count to 3, and upon reaching 3 we will begin maintaining our synchrony. The distance is not far. I must hold my breath and cling to her tightly. 1, 2, 3. Jump! Without hesitation, as I count to 3, we leap into the water almost in unison. The water temperature is not as frigid as that of the underground river, yet visibility is low beneath the surface. I puff my cheeks, holding my breath, my legs flailing as I grasp onto Hongjie, allowing her to guide me through the depths. We swim in the direction of the steps below. There are no aquatic plants to ensnare our feet, yet an unexpected event unfolds. As I engaged in underwater activities, the bandage on my thigh became undone, resulting in a steady flow of blood cascading from the wound. The metallic scent of blood attracted a sizable black fish, approximately a foot long, which, though not particularly large, appeared to possess teeth. Its eyes betrayed a sense of terror as it tugged at me with immense strength, urging me to swim forward. This violent struggle consumed my oxygen rapidly, and soon I felt I was reaching my limit, the pressure in my lungs becoming unbearable. Blood continued to seep from my injury. Before long, I noticed a gathering of toothy black fish converging around me, drawn by the scent of blood. They amassed, honing in on me and Hongjie. The school of fish multiplied, and they began to pursue us with increasing fervor. I swam along the underwater steps, in a desperate bid for survival, when I spotted flickering red lights on the surface, resembling torches. Just as I reached my limit, I could no longer hold my breath and took a gulp of water. Pain shot through me as a black fish sank its teeth into my thigh. At that moment, 2 more fish approached, and as we neared the surface, Hongjie was also attacked. In a frenzy, she dragged me upwards, breaking through the water. "Help! Help!" I gasped, calling for assistance as piranhas bit into me. On the shore, the torches illuminated the scene. Boss Sun and Brother Sun, holding torches, stared at us in shock. Xiaohong, Yun Feng, they exclaimed. Without hesitation, they dropped their torches, fully clothed, and leapt into the water, pulling me and Hongjie to safety on the shore. Upon my leg, several dark fish clung tenaciously, and similarly, Hongjie bore a few on her arm, their mere presence evoking a sense of pain. Sangu suddenly struck his thigh with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "This is splendid. What is so splendid? Sangu, can't you see the state we're in?" After dealing with the few dark fish on our bodies through slapping and swatting, Hongjie turned her gaze towards Sun Lao San. It had been a few days since we last met, and Sun Lao San appeared worn and slightly thinner. He sighed and remarked, "The fact that we can meet again is a testament to Heaven's mercy. Xiaohong, you have no idea how much hardship Gu and I endured in our search for you and Yun Feng. San Gu, refrain from such futile talk. As long as everyone is safe, that suffices." Gu softly inquired, "Yun Feng, Xiaohong, have you made any discoveries down below? Let us confer." At that moment, my eyelids felt heavy, and with a feeble voice, I implored, "Gu, could you please attend to me first? I am nearly at my limit." Cough. "Just look at me," I added. "Hurry, Sangu, come and assist." Their backpacks remained intact, containing the emergency straps we had prepared earlier. After tending to our wounds and consuming some provisions, I began to feel somewhat better. Hongjie recounted our experiences over the past few days in a fragmented manner, leaving nothing concealed. Upon hearing her tale, Sun Lao San shook his head repeatedly, marveling at the vastness of the world and its wonders. To have ventured into a tomb of this nature in one's lifetime is truly eye-opening. Furthermore, Xiaohong, I am particularly curious about the individual you mentioned, Chen Jiansheng. Is he indeed a southern native worker? Did he genuinely come to your aid? I corrected him, saying, "It is not Sangu. This man should be referred to as Bai Jiansheng. According to his own account, he claims to be a descendant of the elder Bai Chuandian." This made things even more perplexing. Sun Lao San looked at me, his brow furrowed. I had heard of some renowned earthworkers from the southern faction, as I am also engaged in the same trade. However, I had no recollection whatsoever of this individual named Chen Jianxing. "What about you, elder brother?" I inquired. "No." Sun Lao pondered for a moment and replied, "I have heard of Ji Guichun, who is somewhat acquainted with Zhao Hengshui's group, but as for Chen Jianxing, he is indeed a stranger to me." Hongjie brushed her hair aside and calmly remarked, "Let us not dwell on this for now. It is likely that he has already perished, and without evidence, what is the point of overthinking?" Upon hearing this, I felt a pang of discomfort. Regardless of the authenticity of Chen Jianxing's identity, he had rescued both of us. Shouldn't we repay even the smallest kindness with profound gratitude? Are we not being excessively callous and oblivious to the intricacies of human emotions? Noticing my downcast demeanor, the elder brother seemed to have discerned my thoughts and chuckled. "Yun Feng, do not think that we are ungrateful. Although we are grave robbers, we navigate the underworld with a sense of loyalty and righteousness. However, the northern and southern factions are traditionally at odds. While there has been a slight thaw in relations, if we were to look back 2 decades, they would have been the sort to stab each other in the back. I must tell you, Yun Feng, there are reasons behind everything. Xiaohong's father, Chun Jiong, was once buried alive in Tibet due to a scheme devised by the earthworkers of the southern faction, who colluded to deceive him. Upon hearing this, my mind was left in a state of bewilderment. I was utterly unaware of such a circumstance. If this matter is indeed true, it would be a profound vendetta for Hongjie. It is no wonder that she has consistently regarded Chen Jianxing with disdain, even after he rescued us. I apologize, Hongjie, as I lowered my head while speaking. Her tone was calm, yet within those seemingly placid words, I could discern her unwavering resolve. I am aware that no amount of persuasion will suffice, Xiaohong, yet I implore you to adopt a more detached perspective. We exist at the very bottom of this underworld, and some individuals, regardless of our relentless efforts, remain impervious to our influence. Such is the fate we face. The leader's voice carried a tinge of melancholy as he spoke. What fate? As long as there is wealth, as long as there are people, what is fate? Tell me, leader, is my father's life not a life? Huh? Please, enlighten me. Suddenly, Hongjie erupted in a fit of rage, her demeanor becoming utterly hysterical. If 1 billion is insufficient, then let it be 2 billion. If 2 billion is not enough, then 3 billion. In this world, no one dares to provoke them, yet I, Chen Hong, dare. Hongjie completely lost control, her voice echoing in a frantic roar. I was entirely oblivious to the intricacies of this enmity, but witnessing Hongjie in this state was a first for me, and to be candid, it was somewhat terrifying. The Sun brothers fell into a contemplative silence, the atmosphere shifting uncomfortably. Cautiously, I ventured to inquire, "Brother, when Hongjie claims that no one dares to provoke them, who exactly does she refer to? Is it a single individual? Not even their leader?" The elder brother and the third brother exchanged a knowing glance. "No, it is not an individual. It is an organization, a gang, a collective of extraordinary individuals positioned at the upper echelons of the underworld." Extraordinary individuals? What manner of persons are they? I find myself somewhat perplexed. My superior gently patted my shoulder, saying, "Yunfeng, you are still young and do not need to know too much. Just understand this. These people are beyond our reach. We cannot provoke them, nor can we antagonize Yao Yuman, and even Yao Yuman's uncle, Yao Wenzhong, is not to be trifled with. Do not dwell on such matters. We will continue to persuade Xiaohong, and with time you will naturally come to understand certain things." I nodded, half comprehending, and refrained from further inquiries. If what my superior said holds true, then being young means that I will eventually grasp these matters. Let us forget this unpleasant topic. Yunfeng, Xiaohong, my companions and I have explored quite a bit up there and have discovered a rather peculiar location. It could potentially be the main burial chamber concealing the coffin of the tomb owner. My superior crouched down, casually picking up a stone, sketching and writing as he continued. "Look here, this resembles Fimishan. After days of trekking, we are now faced with two possibilities ahead. The first is that this grand earth palace spans across two mountains, stretching from Fimishan to Zhulongshan, akin to Qianling, which lies between Liangshan and Rushan. After much contemplation, I believe either hypothesis is plausible, and this is my current conjecture. Yunfeng, Xiaohong, if you have any thoughts, do share them. We must strive to unravel this mystery. Wandering blindly in such darkness would be quite embarrassing." The group fell into a profound silence, with Hongjie lost in contemplation. "Brother," I hesitantly raised my hand. "Oh, Yunfeng, what are your thoughts? Speak up. Take your time," said the elder brother. "I have organized my thoughts," I began. "We previously discovered a battle axe and the stone-carved image of the 8 steeds of King Mu of Zhou. Although we have yet to find the Emperor's exclusive 9 tripods and 7 platters, I believe it is merely a matter of time." Chapter 49. Unification of Earth. Hold on. Allow me to interject. It seems that Hongjie has emerged from her earlier emotional state. You all scribbling away here is of little consequence. I must ask you, elder brother, what is the purpose of our descent? Have we uncovered anything? The elder brother shook his head in despondency. Yet, his demeanor swiftly shifted. Although we did not find it, we did stumble upon this. He produced a half-smoked cigarette butt from his pocket. The remnants were tattered, but the brand label was still discernible. 5 golden flowers. "This is a 5 golden flowers cigarette," he asserted. "My younger brother exclusively smokes this brand. I have previously learned that such cigarettes are not sold locally and shunned. They are popular in the regions of Beijing and Hebei, while they are scarcely found in the south, making them a regional specialty. I am aware of that. During that time, the northern regions were rife with local cigarette brands, such as Guantang, Siki, Ingbin, Baishalin, Hongzhuan-Tu, and Monkey King, as well as Jasmine and Little Panda cigarettes, among others. Each area typically favored a particular brand. What struck me as peculiar was that the clothing previously pilfered by the short mule-like creature contained a half-pack of 5 golden flower cigarettes, which had been taken by Chen Jiansheng. The cigarette resembles the one often smoked by Ergu, and that garment undoubtedly does not belong to Sun Lao Er, as it is quite oversized, whereas Sun Lao Er possesses a slender physique, rendering it a poor match. However, Chen Jiansheng had previously mentioned that within their group, known as the Zhigua Chen Gang, one individual had perished, and he had stated that the deceased had a fondness for the 5-flower golden cigarettes. If this is merely a coincidence, it implies that at least 2 individuals share a penchant for this type of cigarette. Consequently, the The cigarette but discovered by the leader cannot serve as proof that Ergu had been present, nor can it substantiate his continued existence. Observing the leader's hopeful gaze, I found myself hesitating multiple times, reluctant to disclose the harsh truth. Should we ultimately fail to locate Ergu, then this discarded cigarette but would serve as a psychological anchor for their brotherly bond. Thus, I feigned delight and exclaimed in pretended surprise, "Indeed, dear brother, I recognize that the 5-flower golden is the brand Ergu typically smokes. He must have been here and he is certainly alive. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to smoke." Hong Jie, perceptive yet discreet, shifted the conversation by inquiring about our experiences. "Let us not dwell on it. The mere thought ignites my frustration. I believe I have mentioned to you that, in preparation for unforeseen circumstances, I specifically brought 4 detonators with me before descending." As the team's logistics officer, Hong Jie was well acquainted with such items. She nodded in acknowledgement. "Fire detonators, Type 9. 5, prepared by my subordinates, of course. I am aware of this. So, have you utilized them? How many did you use?" "Indeed," Lao San replied with a nod, "we used one, and it was thanks to this device that both the leader and I were spared from disaster." This tale is rather lengthy, and a brief explanation would scarcely suffice. When time permits, I shall share more with you. For now, however, I shall guide you to a location that I believe is connected to the main burial chamber. "Yunfeng, how is your leg injury? Are you able to walk, or shall I carry you?" I gritted my teeth and stood up despite the pain. "No need, brother. I can manage on my own." "Very well, a true man. I shall walk slowly. If you find it difficult to keep up, do not hesitate to speak up. Do not force yourself." I nodded in acknowledgement. At the base of Fei-Mo Mountain lies a grand tomb, with the upper level constructed entirely of stone walls in a palace-like structure, while the lower level consists of subterranean caverns. The area is riddled with underground rivers and concealed caves, creating a remarkably intricate layout. The Sun Brothers' torches were crafted by themselves, primarily burning old garments and dry twigs, which provided only a fleeting flame. Their intensity was already diminishing. Holding the torch, the Sun Brothers led me and Hongjie along a path beside a pool of water until we arrived at a certain place. Upon arrival, we were confronted by an impenetrable wall sealed with a mixture of Liuhua clay. This wall bore neither door nor window. It was simply a barrier. The terms Liuhua clay and diamond wall are modern nomenclature. The ancients did not possess such terminology. Within the realm of tomb raiding, there exists a saying, "The clay is blue with white streaks, wealth will come." The 3-part clay will bury the blue sky, while the diamond wall cannot be breached. The 3-part clay is of a milky white hue, composed of glutinous rice juice, clay, and manure. This material remains intact for millennia, exhibiting high hardness and stability, along with water-resistant properties. Beyond this, there exists 4-part clay and 5-part clay, with rumors of a 7-part clay, though none have ever laid eyes upon it. The leader immediately recognized that this wall was constructed from Liuhua soil, a fact that is indeed noteworthy. The terms Sanbai, Xiqing, Wuhui, and Luhuang refer to the colors of this mixed soil once it has solidified. As for the materials contained within Liuhua, the leader mentioned that only 5 could be surmised: the urine of young boys, copper water, clay, mulberry leaf powder, and glutinous rice juice, along with an unknown 6th ingredient. When these materials are meticulously refined and combined, then air-dried, they form Liuhua soil. Historically, it is said that even the cost of Sanha soil was quite substantial. An additional measure would increase its hardness proportionately. Thus the age-old adage that a bowl of Sanha soil could be exchanged for a bowl of meat. Walls constructed from Wuhui and Liuhua soil are referred to as Vajra walls. Officially, Vajra walls have been documented only once, and that was a 5-measure variant, belonging to the tomb of Emperor Wanli of the Ming dynasty. The archaeological team exerted tremendous effort to breach this formidable structure. Hongjie tapped on the dim yellow stone wall, her brow furrowed. Old 3, encountering this material leaves us at a loss. A Liuhua yellow Vajra wall is unheard of in our industry. Generally, when one comes across Sanha soil, it is treated with alum and vinegar, but I presume you have not prepared those items. Suddenly, a glimmer of suspicion crossed her face. The leader's expression darkened as he replied, "Back in the day at Dingling, behind the Vajra wall of 5 measures lay the coffin of Emperor Wanli. We have come this far. How could we possibly leave without inspecting its rightful owner? Hongjie glanced upward, her brow knitted with concern. Ultimately, we find ourselves within the tomb. The power of 295 fire detonators is considerable. Are you not afraid that the tomb might collapse and entomb us alive within? This matter has indeed been taken into consideration. However, Xiaohong, from your perspective, the fact that this underground palace has stood for over 2 millennia without collapsing is a testament to its reliability. Both Lao San and I remain confident in its integrity. If that is your decision, seeing that the leader is resolute, Hong Jie ultimately nodded in acquiescence, refraining from further persuasion. The 6 harmony earthen diamond walls serve to deter tomb raiders. Should ancient grave robbers encounter such an obstacle, their only recourse would be to circumvent it.
No cunning techniques,
including the use of the turning needle, would prove effective. Even masters skilled in the art of locating treasures would find themselves powerless. To gain entry, brute force would be the only option. Take, for instance, the 5 harmony earthen diamond walls of Dingling. How were they breached? It was accomplished by an archaeological team that hired 16 sturdy villagers, each equipped with a sledgehammer and a pointed chisel, taking turns every 2 hours. After 80 hours of labor, these robust men managed to create a hole in the wall after more than 20 days of relentless effort. Chapter 50. Conch, except for certain areas in Shaanxi where they are used for mining, the 9.5 detonators have essentially been outlawed due to their small size and significant destructive capability, coupled with low safety and stability, which pose societal risks. Consequently, their production and use have been prohibited, and existing stocks are being uniformly surrendered for destruction. Fearing that an excessive blast might collapse the underground palace, we deliberated and ultimately decided to commence with just one as a trial. After securing the detonator in the corner of the wall and extending the lead, the leader remained behind to ignite it, while for safety's sake, the rest of us retreated to a distance of 50 meters. The fuse was short, barely 30 centimeters long. Once the leader ignited it, he had to flee immediately. Any delay or stumble could lead to dire consequences. Should such a misfortune occur, losing an arm or a leg would be considered fortunate. The fire starter was not windproof, and I could see his anxiety as he struggled to ignite it several times before it finally caught. Once the fuse was alight, the leader sprinted toward us with all his might. The fleeting length of the fuse was a mere moment in time. With a resounding boom, dust billowed, debris scattered, and the ground trembled. The detonator did not fail to ignite. Its power was immense, causing a painful ringing in our ears. As the smoke began to dissipate, we hurried over to inspect the aftermath. Contrary to our expectations of the solid wall being obliterated, the dark yellow earthen wall bore only fine cracks within a meter radius from the blast, while the surrounding areas remained intact. This was a 95 detonator. Goodness, I knew it was tough, but I did not anticipate it would be this resilient. If we were to dig by hand, we would be at it for ages. The sight left the leader utterly astonished. Brother, let us bind 2 detonators together and blow them up. Seeing that one was ineffective, the third brother also became resolute. This was no simple arithmetic of 1 + 1 = 2. Connecting 2 detonators in series would exponentially increase their power. This was a technique reserved for mountain blasting. Following the same method, the leader once again risked his safety to ignite the fuse while we stood at a distance. Initially, perhaps due to worry and tension, his hands trembled several times, causing the fire starter to waver off course. As the fuse emitted smoke, the leader shouted and took off running as if pursued by a tiger. Hongjie crouched beside me, and we covered our ears with our hands. Once more, there was a deafening boom. The initial tremor was sufficiently formidable, yet this latest disturbance resonated even more powerfully. A considerable amount of rubble and earth cascaded from above, dislodged by the shockwave. The air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. It took nearly 10 minutes for the dust and smoke to dissipate. A crater had formed in the ground. Our efforts were not in vain. The formidable diamond wall before us remained largely intact, albeit ruptured by the force of a detonating explosive, creating a gaping hole measuring 67 centimeters in width. Within that darkness, the silhouette of something emerged as Lao San crouched down, illuminating the void with his flashlight. Indeed, there appeared to be a concealed chamber beyond the wall. A coffin. I glimpsed the coffin. Lao San exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Good heavens! The main burial chamber was hidden within this tortoise shell. The previous chambers were mere illusions. Allow me to venture inside first. You all follow closely behind. Agile and swift, Lao San was the first to slip through the opening. I found myself unable to muster strength in my arms, my legs injured, and it was Hong Jie who, with a firm push, propelled me forward. It's cold. So very cold in here. Upon entering, I sensed something was amiss. I had not anticipated such a stark temperature contrast, separated merely by a wall of diamond. A chill penetrated to my very bones, prompting a sneeze from Hong Jie. Subsequently, our gazes were drawn to the object lying horizontally at the center of the chamber. It was a massive white coffin. Astonishingly, it was a white coffin. Flanking it stood two statues of bronze generals, each towering approximately 1.8 meters in height. The bronze statue, clad in chainmail and adorned with a bronze helmet, wields a bronze longsword, its facial features intricately sculpted to resemble that of a living being. The sword exhibits signs of corrosion, its blade entwined with a layer of verdigris. Flanking either side are two imposing bronze figures, akin to vigilant sentinels, steadfastly maintaining their sword-wielding stance for centuries, as if guarding the sarcophagus before them, instilling a sense of trepidation in those who dare approach. The sarcophagus itself is substantial, for while the coffin alone is modest in size, the accompanying outer casing extends to dimensions exceeding 5 or 6 meters. Only the innermost core is designated for the interment of the deceased. What leaves me astounded, aside from the bronze effigies, is the sight of the white sarcophagus. Fortunately, as we draw nearer, the bronze guardians remain motionless, seemingly serving a deterrent purpose akin to that of a tomb guardian. Eldest brother touches the exterior of the white casing and suddenly exclaims, "Goodness, brother, from this vantage, the color resembles that of white conch." White conch, is it possible? Can such a material be fashioned into a coffin? I have neither seen nor even heard of such a thing. How could such craftsmanship exist in ancient times? What purpose did the individual resting within serve to warrant a sarcophagus of this material? The eldest son is equally taken aback. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he widened his eyes and trembled, saying, Old third, I just remembered something. It is a matter mentioned by the Eastern Han scholar Fu Shang in the Shang Shu Dezhuan. The account details how King Wen of Zhou, Ji Chong, was imprisoned by King Zhou of Shang, and a noble from the Shang dynasty offered a precious item, a piece of conch shell, to rescue Ji Chong. However, upon receiving the treasure, King Zhou immediately reversed his decision and had the noble executed by torture. This is what Fu Shang recorded. Upon hearing this, Hong Jie furrowed her brow and asked, Old boss, are you suggesting that this Shang noble, in his attempt to save Ji Chong, offered the so-called conch treasure, which is this white coffin before us? The old boss's complexion turned pale as he gritted his teeth and replied, There is no way to verify this. It is merely speculation. However, this underground palace dates back to the early Western Zhou period, and Ji Chong lived during that time. Leaving aside other details, the timeline aligns perfectly. Gazing at the imposing white coffin ahead, I recalled a scene from my earlier encounter with Huang Changti when I had seen a similar white coffin depicted on the stone wall murals. In that mural, numerous ancient figures knelt around the coffin, seemingly engaged in some form of sacrificial ritual. I had initially thought it was merely a hallucination induced by the scent of Huang Bai's aged face. No, that can't be right, Hong Jie quickly refuted. White conch, dragonfly eyes, flower glass, cat's eye stone, turquoise, white crystal, sapphire. These were once part of the Buddhist 8 treasures. Among them, the white conch is an organic material that is incredibly difficult to preserve. Not to mention the Western Zhou period, even in the Ming dynasty, such items are exceedingly rare unless some extraordinary preservation method was employed. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to remain intact for such an extended period. Listening to Hong Jie, the leader nodded thoughtfully. Xiao Hong, your observations are astute. However, we have been in this line of work for quite some time and have encountered our fair share of anomalies. Rather than dwelling on how to preserve them, let us consider one particular matter. If the accounts recorded by the Eastern Han historian Fu Shang are indeed factual, it could elucidate a significant point. This Marquis of Jie is related to King Wen of Zhou, Ji Chong. Chapter 51. The coffin in the dimly lit tomb chamber stood a massive white coffin, flanked by 2 bronze figures. The scene was unsettlingly bizarre, evoking discomfort in any observer. The leader expressed his unease. The owner of this tomb certainly defies convention. Instead of utilizing the main burial chamber, he has sequestered himself in this obscure corner. What could be the intent behind such a choice? Moreover, there are scarcely any funerary items present, merely these 2 bronze figures. At a glance, they resemble terracotta warriors. He illuminated the bronze figures with a flashlight. Perhaps this secluded spot possesses some auspicious feng shui. Crafted from conch shell, the coffin is remarkable. Third brother remarked with a hushed tone. This tomb's owner must possess considerable wealth. Watch closely. I shall unveil its secrets. With that, he produced a compact folding spade from his bag. This tool, akin to a military shovel, was adept not only for digging but also for prying open the coffin lid. The leader provided illumination, while third brother circled the coffin, searching for the tianjing. In ancient burial practices, whether for commoners or nobles, a small opening was deliberately left within the tomb. The coffin, too, would feature a small aperture, symbolizing the ascent of the deceased soul. This small opening is referred to as the tianjing. As we delve deeper into the Tang and Song dynasties, the term tianjing was transformed into mujing, and eventually during the Ming and Qing dynasties, it was referred to as huokou. In essence, these names reflect a continuity of purpose rather than a fundamental change. For reasons unknown, the temperature in this concealed chamber housing the burial coffin is notably low, almost frigid, approaching sub-zero conditions. Eureka! The third brother's eyes gleamed with realization as he halted at the northwest corner of the coffin. There, he discovered a rectangular aperture which he identified as the so-called tianjing. The principle of the coffin is quite comprehensible. It resembles the nesting dolls commonly known today, with larger containers enveloping smaller ones, requiring a layer-by-layer approach to access. There are also specific conventions regarding the number of layers. An emperor is interred with 4 layers of coffins, a feudal lord with 3, and a scholar with a single layer. Those of lower status are permitted only a coffin, devoid of additional layers. The joints between these coffins are crafted using mortise and tenon joints, without a single nail in sight. After a millennium, this intricate structure has become rather fragile. With a shovel, they exerted force to pry it open, and indeed, the outermost layer of the coffin began to loosen. Once a gap was created, the subsequent steps became straightforward. They merely needed to peel back the layers. The elder brother assisted, and the 2 seasoned veterans worked in harmonious collaboration, managing to unveil the first layer of the coffin in less than half an hour. To their astonishment, upon inspecting the next layer, they were taken aback. Beneath the layer of white conch was a black metallic coffin. Red Sister gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "It has oxidized. This is silver, a silver coffin." Was silver used in the Western Zhou period? Indeed, but in exceedingly rare instances. In the 1970s, an archaeological team from Shaanxi unearthed a silver coffin inscribed with the characters of Lady Yuling, a national treasure that is permanently prohibited from being exhibited abroad. Before us lies an impressive silver coffin lid, measuring several meters in length and width. Upon closer inspection, the oxidized black surface of the silver lid appears to be adorned with intricate engravings. With an air of excitement, third brother exclaimed, "We are witnessing something extraordinary. Just behold these 2 layers of the coffin lid. How remarkable they are. One can only wonder what treasures lie within the innermost coffin." Despite the vulnerability posed by the courtyard, considerable effort was required to open this layer of silver. Be careful. It's about to topple. Watch your feet. This object is quite heavy. Wait. Third brother. Look ahead. There's a stream. We observed a viscous black liquid oozing from the crevices of the silver lid, increasing in volume, accompanied by an overwhelming stench. Step back. The Sun brothers quickly retreated. The black liquid flowed incessantly from within the silver lid, pooling around us. Red Sister covered her nose and remarked, "Could this black liquid be the embalming fluid leaking from the coffin?" The eldest brother nodded in agreement. "It certainly appears so. Let us wait until it drains completely before we investigate further. By our previous observations, there should at least be 1 more layer of coffin inside." "Wait a moment. Something seems amiss," I interjected. "Look at those 2 bronze statues resembling terracotta warriors. Is there a pit beneath them?" Observe how the coffin liquid has seeped down, trailing towards the feet of the statues. Noticing my concern, the eldest brother's brow furrowed deeply. We moved closer, illuminating the area with our flashlight, only to uncover the hidden intricacies of the situation. Originally, surrounding the base of the bronze statue, there were numerous small openings through which the preservative fluid from the silver coffin flowed, seeping down along the edges of the statue's feet. The leader surveyed the surroundings of the main burial chamber and remarked, "It is likely that the tomb's previous owner designed this intentionally, aiming to prevent water damage from rain. Never mind that for now. It appears the coffin fluid has nearly drained. Third brother, let us pry open the final layer of the coffin. Be cautious." With a furrowed brow, Hongjie glanced around, expressing, "I feel an unsettling anxiety. My heart races." "Oh, it's nothing, Xiaohong. It's merely the chill in this place affecting you," reassured the Sun brothers as they worked in tandem, swiftly prying open the layer of the coffin. As the silver panel fell away, a flash of gold momentarily dazzled my eyes. The innermost layer of the coffin was pure gold, a golden coffin within a silver one. The beam of the flashlight illuminated the dazzling gold, reflecting luminously. Unlike silver, gold does not oxidize. After a millennium, it remains as resplendent as ever. This golden layer was adorned with intricate patterns, each vividly depicted. Among the designs were winged figures and celestial beings. One particular scene caught my attention. A row of armored soldiers, peculiar for the serpentine creatures coiled atop their heads. Upon closer inspection, these were not mere snakes. They were distinctly depicted with legs. Observing this imagery, Hongjie's expression turned grave as she contemplated deeply. Suddenly, she lifted her head, her face pale with alarm, exclaiming, "Leader, third brother, a legion of four-legged lizards coiled atop their heads. Is this not the legend of the ancient state of Guyu?" A golden radiance swept across our eyes as the leader, caressing the golden coffin lid, remarked solemnly, "That is merely a legend, not to be taken seriously." I never imagined that the tomb's owner was indeed a devotee of the ancient Guyu black sorcerers. Confounded by the meaning, I inquired further. At that moment, Hongjie elucidated. In the past, in the southern barbarian territories, there existed a small nation called Guyu. This Guyu is not to be confused with the later Yu state of the spring and autumn period. It predates it by a considerable margin. The southern Guyu is the progenitor of Chu's shamanic culture, and is also the origin of Miaojiang's poison sorcery. It is said that in ancient times, Guyu possessed a mystical army of four-legged lizards, undefeated in their conquests. Some even claim that as long as the lizard coiled atop a soldier's head remained alive, the soldier would not perish. Even when pierced by arrows or struck by blades, they would continue to fight fiercely. Surely not. Hongjie, this sounds utterly implausible. I expressed my skepticism. Hongjie nodded, acknowledging my disbelief. I do not blame you for doubting, for I too find it hard to believe. However, she gestured towards the motifs of the four-legged lizards, stating, "These lizards indeed exist, and in numbers. They are scientifically known as the Chinese skink, while the Hakka people and certain locales refer to them as dragon crawlers. I even killed one in my childhood and fed it to my cat." Third brother concurred, adding, "What Xiaohong says is true. There is nothing to fear about these creatures. In our region, we refer to them as dog women. The village children would catch them to play with." Chapter 52. Opening the coffin. Having grown up in Mo, where temperatures remain perpetually low, I had never encountered this creature known as the skink. The fetid, embalming fluid diminished, whereupon the Sun brothers exchanged glances and nodded in tacit agreement. The sable fluid trickled across the auric coffin lid, the confluence of gold and black creating a visually unsettling effect. "Let's get to it, third brother," one said. "A golden coffin and a silver casket. This is quite impressive. I'm eager to see what the owner looks like." The third brother nodded, and both simultaneously wielded their entrenching tools. The casket lid and coffin fit snugly, requiring considerable force to separate. A grating metallic screech ensued as the entrenching tools pried the auric casket lid away from the innermost coffin, bit by bit. After much effort, the golden casket was detached, finally revealing the coffin it had encased. This coffin was jet black in its entirety. Thanks to the excellent seal provided by the outer layers of the golden coffin and silver casket, the coffin itself was remarkably well preserved, showing no signs of collapse or deformation. The material used to construct this black coffin was blackwood. The eldest brother, who was in charge of selling our loot, had a keen eye and recognized it immediately. With a grave expression, he stated, "If I'm not mistaken, this is a blackwood coffin made of old locust wood." Blackwood locust wood? I gulped and whispered, "Impossible. Isn't it supposed to be golden Phoebe blackwood? Did they even use locust wood to make coffins back then?" "Yunfeng, you're only half right," he replied. "There are many types of blackwood, not just golden Phoebe. There's also red tune, scrub oak, cypress, Chinese ash, yew, and hemp mulberry. Common knowledge dictates that golden Phoebe blackwood is the rarest and most precious, but that's incorrect. The truly rare kind is blackwood locust wood. This wood remains intact for millennia, impervious to rodents and insects. Furthermore, from the perspective of feng shui, the essence of the locust tree is cool and belongs to the yin category, making it most suitable for preserving corpses." Hong Jie nodded at the coffin, clearly in agreement with the elder brother's opinion. The pitch-black, somber wooden coffin bore 5 bronze coffin nails. Third brother counted them twice and ultimately confirmed that there were indeed 5 nails. "Shall we remove the nails, older brother?" Third brother's expression grew somewhat grim. "Yes. Open the coffin and seize the fortune." However, just as the spade made contact with the coffin nails, an unexpected event transpired. The ancient locust wood coffin suddenly trembled, emitting a muffled sound from within. I thought I had misheard and was about to inquire if Hong Jie beside me had heard anything. When the coffin shook again, it was not a mere auditory illusion, nor was it a figment of my imagination. This time I heard it distinctly. There was evidently some living creature inside the coffin. I was startled, involuntarily retreating a few steps, stammering, There is something in the coffin." The son brothers swiftly stepped back, and third brother, his face ashen, exclaimed, "Impossible. The airtightness of a golden coffin and silver sarcophagus is so impeccable. How could anything get inside?" He implied that perhaps a rat had scurried into the coffin. "No, third brother, it may not be a rat." He immediately shot me a glare. "Do not utter ominous words. Yunfeng, whatever it is just a rat. Let us not frighten ourselves." After being reprimanded, I grew anxious and blurted out, "Third brother, let us flee. What if it's a zombie or a sticky rice dumpling?" As I uttered these words, I felt a chill running down my spine, and goosebumps erupted across my body. What nonsense is this about Zongzi? Having followed Wang into so many grand tombs, I have never encountered such a thing. "Yunfeng, do not speak in alarm. Open it." After old 3 uttered these words, he excitedly grabbed a shovel and took 2 steps forward, aiming directly at the coffin nails. We stood frozen, not daring to breathe, fearing we might disrupt him. As he pried off the 3rd coffin nail, old 3 leaned in closer, pressing his ear against the coffin lid to listen intently to the sounds within. After 2 or 3 minutes, he suddenly turned around, his eyes wide, and exclaimed, "There seems to be a sound of breathing inside." At that moment, I recalled the nightmare I had after losing consciousness, and thinking of the protagonist from my dream, I trembled and pointed at the coffin. "Third brother, please do not open it." But my warning came too late. He bellowed, veins bulging on the back of his hand, cursing, "There are no cowards among the northern faction. You cannot frighten me. Not a chance." With a couple of sharp clicks, the last 2 coffin nails fell away. He placed both hands on the coffin lid and forcefully pushed it open. Hongjie gripped her small dagger tightly, and the elder brother raised the shovel high, ready to strike down if anything dared to emerge from the coffin. As the coffin lid was pushed aside, old 3 stood with his back to us, frozen in place as though paralyzed. "What is it, old 3? What is inside the coffin?" Ignoring the elder brother's inquiry, he remained in the posture of pushing the coffin lid, unmoving. "Old 3, the elder brother shouted, lifting the shovel and rushing forward. Hongjie and I quickly followed to ascertain the situation. As I approached the coffin, my gaze fixated upon it, and it was not just the 3rd brother. Everyone, including myself, stood in stunned silence, utterly bewildered. Within the coffin lay a face we were all too familiar with. It was our 2nd brother, Sun Lianfu, who had been missing for 6 long months. The scene was eerily surreal. The atmosphere was cold and oppressive, and in the dark wooden coffin, Sun Lianfu's original attire had vanished, replaced by an oversized gray robe that made him appear significantly plumper, as though the fabric were filled with air. His complexion was an unsettling shade of blue, his lips a vivid red, and his brow furrowed in distress as he lay there, arms crossed over his chest in a pose that conveyed immense suffering. Second brother. Old too. The Sun brothers exclaimed in urgent unison upon regaining their senses. Who could have anticipated that the second brother, who had abruptly vanished 6 months prior, would suddenly reappear within a coffin of such extravagant design, surpassing even that of a feudal lord? The occurrence was far too bizarre, too mysterious. Had we not witnessed it with our own eyes, we would have deemed it unbelievable. Now, as Sun Lianfu lay in the coffin, his complexion a ghostly hue, with lips that glowed crimson, if one listened closely, a faint sound of breathing could be discerned. Upon a closer inspection of his chest, the subtle rise and fall was evident. The third brother's eyes were red-rimmed with emotion as he cradled Sun Lianfu's face, asking, "Second brother, what has happened to you? How did you end up in this coffin? Who has done this to you?" Months of hardship, half a year of sorrow, and the fears of the past all converged in that moment of reunion, transforming into 2 streams of tears. In an instant, the third brother leaned against the coffin, overcome with grief. "Do not weep." Upon witnessing this, Hong Jie scolded, a grown man crying like a helpless child. "Quickly bring out the second." Yes, Sangu suddenly understood, his hands flailing as he exclaimed, "Bring him out, bring him out." We all gathered around, eager to assist in lifting Ergu from the coffin. At that moment, I inadvertently brushed against the gray robe draped over Ergu's body. Looking down, I observed with clarity a peculiar movement beneath his garment, reminiscent of a snake writhing incessantly. Then, quite unexpectedly, a slender, dark yellow tail emerged from beneath his clothing, swaying side to side and brushing against me. In an instant, a chilling, slippery sensation enveloped me, devoid of warmth.
Ergi, erwachen.
Awaken. Deji's expression was fraught with anxiety as he shook Ergu repeatedly, attempting to rouse him. Suppressing my fear, I gradually peeled away the gray robe clinging to Ergu. Upon discerning the situation, our eyes widened in horror. There, resting upon Ergu's abdomen, lay a small 4-legged snake, entirely a shade of yellow-brown. This creature, it exhibited no fear, wriggling defiantly when captured. "Wait a moment, San." Hong Jie's face darkened as she pointed at the unconscious Ergu, saying, "Do not move yet. Observe what lies upon Ergu's belly." "What is this? A bronze tube?" I noticed, positioned approximately 5 centimeters from his navel on the right side of his abdomen, a greenish, rusted bronze tube, with a diameter of less than half a centimeter. One end of this corroded tube was attached to Ergu's belly, while the other end connected to the yellow-brown 4-legged snake. This scene bore an unsettling resemblance to a transfusion. Including myself, everyone was utterly terrified, completely bewildered by the situation before us. Unable to endure any longer, Sun Laosan finally reached his breaking point. He seized the stone dragon and, in an instant, brought his knife down, cleaving the creature in twain. The blade splattered blood, reminiscent of the slaughter of eels. Upon its demise, a copper pipe remained embedded in Ergu's abdomen, the wound appearing deeply punctured. He hesitated to remove it directly, uncertain of Ergu's condition, unwilling to risk exacerbating the injury. Our focus was solely on saving him, and we had no time to inquire how he had ended up in the coffin. The priority was to assist him first. "Laosan, be cautious of that pipe. Try not to disturb it," I urged. Sun Laosan nodded slowly, bending down to lift the unconscious Ergu into his arms. "Let South exit this place. There must be another route nearby, or how else could Ergu have descended here? We need to leave at once. To the hospital." The golden coffin and silver casket contained nothing but Ergu and that beast. There were no accompanying burial items, let alone any other valuables. Despite the myriad of uncertainties clouding our minds, without the parties involved speaking up, we could only engage in wild speculation, forever oblivious to the true events that had transpired. Suddenly, with an inadvertent step, Hong Jie's right foot landed on a stone slab, which sank 3 centimeters upon her weight. "Don't move." Upon noticing the situation, Dagu immediately shouted a warning. "Laosan, Keep an eye on Ergu. Everyone stay put and don't wander about. His expression was grave. Hongjia's face turned ashen. She maintained her stance, too fearful to move. Both Hongjia and I had previously encountered the intricate mechanism of the human-headed chime bells. Over 2 millennia ago, our ancient ancestors had already mastered the art of harnessing the gravitational pull and the attraction of meteoric iron to design such contraptions. At that very moment, the place where the coffin liquid had been flowing, the small orifices beneath the copper figure, suddenly began to emit white vapor inexplicably. In a matter of mere seconds, billows of white mist descended, as if a colossal steamer lay hidden beneath the earth. This vapor, rising from below, carried a herbal aroma. As I inhaled a trace of it, a wave of dizziness washed over me, causing my legs to weaken, and I collapsed. Others were similarly affected. Third brother was unable to support second brother and also fell to the ground. Subsequently, from the entrance of the main tomb chamber, the section we had blasted open with explosives, several beams of flashlight illuminated the scene. My head felt heavy and clouded, and the beams drew closer. Straining to glance while lying on the ground, I discerned about 4 or 5 figures, with one person leading the group. It was Chen Jianxing. My mouth moved as I attempted to call out, yet no sound escaped. Soon after, I lost consciousness and slipped into darkness. I do not know how much time passed, but upon awakening, a sharp pain throbbed in my head. I wished to move, only to discover I was utterly immobilized, my hands and feet bound tightly with ropes. Hongjia, elder brother, third brother, I struggled with all my might, shouting in desperation. Ah, youth is a blessing. You have a strong constitution, waking up the quickest, Chen Jianxing mocked, shining his flashlight at me with a smirk. Blinded by the intense light, I closed my eyes and shouted, Chen Tugan, you're alive. Why have you tied me up? Untie me at once. As his voice fell, several figures emerged from the shadows. I focused my gaze and discerned a total of 3 individuals, 2 middle-aged men and an elderly gentleman. The old man, with his silvery hair, was particularly striking due to his stature, which I estimated to be no more than 5 feet tall. He appeared frail and diminutive, akin to a child. Indeed, he was an old dwarf. Jianxing, is this the young man you mentioned? The dwarf scrutinized me from head to toe. Indeed. Chen Jianxing replied with a sidelong glance at me. Sir, the echo bug is at work on this individual. Oh, is that so? The dwarf seemed quite taken aback. Not comprehending the exchange among them, I raised my voice. Chen Tuching, what are you doing? What am I doing? Ha. Chen Jianxing shook his head and chuckled, pointing at me. You must be Yunfeng, right? Truly inexperienced in the ways of the world. Perfect timing. Chen Hoqin, you're awake. Please, share your thoughts. There's no need for restraint. Turning my head, I noticed Hongjia, her hands and feet bound, leaning against the stone wall, now awake and glaring at Chen Jianxing with unbridled fury. Stop it, Chen Hoqin. That look in your eyes makes it seem as though you intend to devour someone. Chen Jianxing shrugged, appearing utterly unfazed. Hongjia took a deep breath and spoke. You pretended to be insane, feigning madness to mimic my manner of speech, all to approach me and Yunfeng, thereby alleviating our concerns? Chen Jianxing snapped his fingers precisely. Hongjia coldly replied, the echo bug that Yunfeng captured was deliberately released by you. Chen Jianxing nodded magnanimously, acknowledging, indeed, the echo worm reacted to this lad. But alas, you discovered it ahead of time. I'm asking you, I continued, you were aware of the cavern's existence, weren't you? In other words, you trained those mountain goblins, and their attire was deliberately provided by you? Precisely, he confirmed. To educate these beasts, I regaled them with daily tales, all to hone their abilities. Of course, the ultimate objective was to lure you here, to lead you to the coffin. Hongjia's chest heaved, her anger palpable. We've been outmaneuvered, she declared. Understanding dawned upon me, and I exclaimed indignantly, Chen Tugong, we have no prior grievances with you. Why are you doing this? Oh, you inquire as to the reason. The diminutive, elderly dwarf approached slowly, explaining, it is inconsequential for you to know the rationale, as you shall not survive. There is no need for you to be privy to such knowledge. Jianxing, proceed, the dwarf instructed, retrieving a bundle of crimson incense sticks from his bosom and handing them to Chen Jianxing. before retreating a few paces. Very well, esteemed master. I shall commence immediately, Chun Jianxing responded, extracting 3 incense sticks and igniting them. Holding the smoking sticks, he bowed to Hongjie and me, saying, Esteemed members of the northern faction, please inhale the fragrance. May you find peace on your journey. Chapter 54. The Gate Society planting the incense sticks before us. Chun Jianxing knelt and gently stroked Hongjie's hair. Hold! Hongjie interjected sharply, her teeth gritted. There is something I wish to know. Chun Jianxing gently stroked Hongjie's forehead and smiled, stating, Didn't the adults say it was unnecessary for you to know anymore? Chun, you and this lad may leave first. As for the Sun brothers, they will arrive shortly. He continued, Despite our acquaintance, I must confess I have a certain fondness for you. However, it is unfortunate that you hail from the north while I am from the south. Our paths diverge. As he spoke, Chun Jianxing abruptly tore open the upper garment of Hongjie, revealing the black lingerie beneath. He produced a sharp dagger and lightly traced the blade across her skin, causing crimson blood to flow forth, eliciting a muffled groan from Hongjie. The dwarf and the 2 middle-aged men stood nearby, their expressions impassive, silently observing the scene. Do not harm Hongjie. Direct your aggression towards me. I struggled fiercely against my restraints. Damn you! A resounding slap echoed as he struck me. I spat blood and saliva, my gaze fixed with fierce intensity on Chun Jianxing. At that moment, Hongjie let out a cold laugh, saying, The descendants of Bai Chun from the 8 small gates have sunk to such despicable behavior. Moreover, she turned to the short, elderly dwarf, articulating each word with precision. If I, Chan Hong, am not mistaken, you are the infamous Su Qin's sword-bearer, are you not? You are affiliated with the Changchun Society. What is it that you seek among the tomb raiders of the south? Are you not concerned about tarnishing your reputation? Sister Hong continued, in the 3rd year of the Ming Hangu era, the Changchun Association was established. The association was proficient in feng shui, thievery, deception, and medicine, with over 1,000 martial artists passing through its ranks. In the 27th year of the Republic of China, Elder Chang Baba, a master of the earthly branch cannon fist, assumed the position of president, leading the 4 major and 8 minor sections. At that time, members of the association had infiltrated various industries, and its power had surpassed that of the White Lotus sect and the Heaven and Earth Society. After the 1970s, rumors spread in the underworld that the Changchun Association had disbanded. Sister Hong sneered, I knew it. Such a colossal entity couldn't possibly dissolve. It must have merely gone underground. Hearing Sister Hong's account of the Changchun Association, the dwarfed old man looked surprised. He exclaimed, I didn't expect a young girl like you to know so much. Sister Hong retorted, No, my father's death is inextricably linked to the Changchun Association. Even if I, Qin Hong, were to die here today, I swear to the heavens that as long as that person lives, I will avenge my father. Her eyes blazed with fury, her expression twisted in rage. Sir, stop wasting words with her. Let's act now, urged Chun Jianxing. The dwarfed old man waved his hand to stop Chun Jianxing and calmly asked Sister Hong, Girl, tell me, who was your father? From what you're saying, it seems the Changchun Association deliberately shielded your father's murderer. Seeing the old man's nonchalant demeanor, Sister Hong gritted her teeth. Chun Xiaohe. My father was Chun Xiaohe. Chun Xiaohe? The old man frowned, pondering for a long while before saying, one of the 8 eccentrics of Tianqiao. Your father was Chun Xiaohe. Could your grandfather be the coal horse glasses Chun of Yangqiao in Beiping? The elderly man bowed his head in silence, enveloped in a momentary stillness. After 3 minutes, he turned and commanded, Jianxing, this girl must not be harmed. For now, restrain her. Once we have completed our task and departed, release her. Release her. Chun Jianxing exclaimed urgently. Boss, what do you mean? This woman is known as a beauty mark and is quite famous in the northern sect. If we let her go and she spreads word of our activities, won't that bring trouble upon us from the southern sect? The old man turned to gaze at Chun Jianxing, his tone icy. That is your concern. Jianxing, remember, our alliance this time is merely a matter of mutual necessity. It does not imply that we are comrades. I have stated that she must not be killed, and that is final. Do you require me to reiterate my words? Despite appearing as a diminutive elder standing less than 5 feet tall, The gravity of his words drained the color from Chen Jianxing's face, and beads of sweat surfaced on his brow. With a resounding thud, Chen Jianxing knelt before him. I acted rashly, my lord. Do not take offense. Once our task is completed, I shall ensure this woman's release. Very well. The old man nodded in satisfaction. And what of this young man? Chen Jianxing gestured towards me. The elder, growing impatient, retorted, Did you not mention that the echo insect reacted to him? Indeed, Chen Jianxing replied, clasping his fists. Then remove his arm and cast it aside to see what happens. Understood. No sooner had the words escaped his lips than two middle-aged men, who had remained silent until now, stepped forward and roughly hoisted me from the ground. What are you doing? What do you intend to do? No matter how I struggled, it was in vain. The two middle-aged men effortlessly hoisted me up as if I were a mere chick. Hongjie exclaimed urgently, No, you must not only release me but also him. The old man shook his head, saying, Girl, I spare your life out of respect for the Kolai Chen. Back in Changchun during the meeting, Kolai Chen single-handedly eliminated the commanders of the puppet army. Your father, Chen Xiaowei, did not inherit Chen's prowess, and in your generation, young lady, the old man said with a shake of his head while gazing at Hongjie, you are even more fragile. Proceed, he said coolly. The two middle-aged men tightened their grip on my arms, their strength increasing until I could no longer contain my cries of pain. The sound of dislocated bones echoed clearly. Hongjie's face turned pale, and she shut her eyes. Once they released me, I crumpled to the ground like a puddle of mud, my arms rendered uncontrollable. My left arm, already injured, was now in a more severe state, both arms dislocated. Following their orders, the two men dragged me along, indifferent to Hongjie's pleas behind them. The journey lasted no more than 5 minutes before they brought me to the edge of a large pit. Before the pit lay a stone offering table, barren and void of any offerings. They produced ropes and bound me to the stone table with intricate knots. After confirming that I could not escape, one of them retrieved a small pouch from his belongings. He opened it and poured a fine powder into the pit. Subsequently, the two men departed hastily from the scene. Seeing them depart, I endured the pain, striving for self-rescue, yet to no avail. My arms were bound and devoid of strength. After several futile attempts, despair began to envelop me as the Sun brothers fell into unconsciousness and vanished without a trace. My spirits dwindled, leaving me at a loss for what to do. The pain coursed through my body, and hunger gnawed at my insides, gradually plunging me into hopelessness. Approximately 20 minutes elapsed when I suddenly heard a faint rustling emanating from the pit. Bound to the stone table and positioned face up, I could not discern what lay within the depths. I could only glimpse my own sides. Then I beheld a terrifying sight. From the pit, an array of stone lizards began to emerge, crawling onto the ground beside the stone table. These creatures varied in size, some over half a meter long, while others measured merely a few centimeters. In mere moments, a chill crept up my legs, and with a sense of dread, I looked down to discover two yellowish-brown lizards slithering up my limbs. Their tongues flicked in and out as their minuscule eyes seemed almost non-existent. Their bodies glistened as though coated in oil, and they advanced towards my upper body. One lizard coiled its body upon my chest, and from a distance of less than 20 centimeters, I could distinctly perceive the foul odor emanating from its form. I shook my body vigorously, attempting to dislodge the creatures, but to no effect. Rather, in the process, I inadvertently flung the protective GU box from around my neck, striking myself in the face. The small metal box collided with my skin, causing sharp pain, and with a resounding snap, it shattered open. Within the confines of the box lay a crumpled ball of yellow paper, a gift from Yao Yuman, which I had carried with me ever since. Faint inscriptions were discernible upon its surface. Gripping a corner of the paper with my teeth, I shook it vigorously. Before long, the yellow paper yielded to my bite, releasing a fine, pale yellow powder. Strangely, this powder was devoid of color and odor, yet the few lizards crawling on me recoiled in alarm, as if they had encountered a terrifying substance. In less than 2 minutes, I found myself entirely free of them. Upon the yellow paper, written in red brush strokes, were the words, "Life and death are fated, wealth and nobility reside in the heavens. Guard against hidden foes and visible pests. In the netherworld, tread carefully. Reading those words ignited a tempest within my heart. The talisman Yao Yuman bestowed upon me contained a 24-character prophecy. It seemed as though she had foreseen the secret plans shared between my elder brother and me. Could it be that this woman possessed the gift of divination? Moreover, I discovered a thin blade embedded in the bottom of the Gaowu box, reminiscent of a razor blade, yet even thinner and sharper. Risking a cut to my mouth, I endeavored repeatedly, and after numerous attempts, I finally managed to invert the Gaowu box, biting down on the delicate blade. With it, I severed the rope binding my upper body. Then, still clenching the blade, I freed my feet. I had observed on television how others treated dislocated arms. Yet I was no doctor. The process appeared deceptively simple on screen. I leaned against the wall and struck myself, each impact eliciting sharp pain. Perhaps it is the protection of a talisman, or perhaps I am merely a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. After several attempts, I was startled to hear a bone click, and to my astonishment, I had successfully reattached it. This was purely a stroke of luck. I then attempted to reattach my left arm, but that proved futile. Peering into the gaping pit, I noticed its profound depth, shrouded in darkness, with a chilling breeze wafting up from the abyss, sending shivers down my spine. Supporting my injured left arm, I concealed a small blade within the palm of my hand and cautiously tiptoed, striving to remain silent as I ventured forth. From the geographical layout of my surroundings, it appeared that I was still beneath the Moth Mountain, likely ensconced within some subterranean cavern. Pressing against the wall to shroud myself in shadow, I proceeded along the path for several minutes until I suddenly discerned a flicker of firelight ahead, accompanied by the faint murmur of conversation. I stealthily approached, overhearing a voice say, "Brother Chun, if we execute this scheme flawlessly and that corpse truly revives by siphoning human blood, we shall be immensely prosperous. You are aware, Brother Chun, that the vice president of the Changchun Society is on the brink of death, reliant on exorbitantly priced nutrient injections to sustain his life. If we provide him with that corpse, who knows, you might ascend from the 8 minor gates to the 4 major gates. I could even join the Changchun Society. Just imagining it fills me with exhilaration. We would be unstoppable. What kind of woman couldn't we attract? You're incorrigible. Do you aspire to join the Changchun Society merely for the sake of women? A real man should aim higher. Heh! A lewd chuckle echoed. My aspirations pale in comparison to yours, Brother Chun. You possess great abilities. Your comrades follow your lead without a second thought. As for me, my greatest desire in life is to marry a beautiful university student. The young man continued, with your elementary school education, why do you keep dreaming of a university beauty? What will you do once you join the Changchun Society? Why would you want to marry her? I would have her read to me every night. Yes, I would have her read Jean Ping Mei to me each evening. Just roll away, you fool. Their conversation ignited a surge of rage within me. I felt an overwhelming urge to rush over and slice them open with a blade. That wretched Chun Jianxing had previously concealed his true self so well. His acting could earn him a Golden Rooster award. I then overheard them discussing me and Hongjia. Brother Chun, the mixed aphrodisiac from Old Haegu is truly effective, as you witnessed just now, right? That seductive smoke was astonishing. Its effects remarkable. Chun Jianxing chuckled. Old Haegu-esque concoctions are indeed impressive. Previously, I deliberately had Chun Hong and that lad consume the fruit, and with the addition of this aphrodisiac to induce drowsiness, the results were exceptional. Impressive, Brother Chun. We managed to consume the antidote 3 days in advance, which proved effective. Brother Chun, you only arrived yesterday. Then how did you acquire this antidote? Chun Jianxing snapped his fingers with a sense of pride and declared, Young man, take note, this is where my brilliance lies. I prepared in advance, blending the antidote into the wine, which was stored in the soul jars of the sacrificial pit. I made it clear that I enjoy drinking, and thus, everything fell seamlessly into place. Didn't it? Ah, ha ha, you wretched scoundrel. I mentally cursed this old rascal and his ancestors for generations. Had I not eavesdropped, I might have remained oblivious to the trap set for me and Hongjia. The world is fraught with danger. One can know a person's face but not their heart. As Hongjia rightly pointed out, there isn't a decent individual among the southern faction. Although some matters remain unclear to me, I am aware that we have been ensnared. The individuals collaborating with Chun Jianxing in the tomb, including the deceased Ji Guochun, were all led to their demise by him. And who are the partners behind this scheme? What is the Changchun Society? I possess little understanding of these individuals. Hongjie, however, is well versed in such matters. Thus, I resolved to rescue her first, then seek out my elder brothers to extricate them as well. Aware of my own limitations, I followed them at a distance after their conversation concluded. In the absence of fire or flashlights, visibility is exceedingly poor here, which aids in my concealment. I stealthily trailed them without detection. I surmised they believed me to be dead or perhaps devoured by the four-legged serpents, thus lowering their guard. As I pondered this, my thoughts drifted to Yao Yuman. His visage materialized in my mind, and an instinctive sense warned me that the situation might be far more complex than I had envisioned. Following discreetly for approximately half an hour, I observed Chun Jianxing and the man halt their steps. Ahead, I discerned a concealed cave entrance, partially obscured by a layer of dried grass. With cautious hands, I parted the grass, and one after another, the two men slipped inside. After a brief wait of 3 minutes, I crouched and stealthily followed suit. Given the numerical advantage of the adversaries, I remained vigilant. At the slightest rustle or disturbance, I would seek refuge. I understood that I was the last beacon of hope for our group, and capture was not an option. The singular advantage I possessed was that while the enemy was visible, I remained in the shadows. Chapter 56. The flickering light within the cave cast eerie shadows. Ah, Pai-san, may I pose a query? Do you believe it is possible for a corpse to rise from the dead? Chen Gu inquired. I cannot say for certain, but it seems rather sinister, Pai-san replied. Consider this. When we extracted the remains from the golden coffin, we all bore witness, did we not? That body appeared merely deflated, its teeth protruding like those of a rabbit. Furthermore, the flesh on its face still exhibited some elasticity. It was utterly unsettling. I concealed myself at the cave's entrance, quietly observing and eavesdropping on their conversation. Chun Jianxing and the man, Pai-san, were engaged in discussion. Before them lay a massive translucent plastic container brimming with a liquid that resembled pale milk, though its true nature remained unknown. Additionally, I made another observation. Faintly, within the large plastic container, a dark shadow floated in the liquid. The silhouette reflected from the outside suggested it resembled a person. Don't move, you reckless fool. How dare you touch that water? Chun Jianxing suddenly admonished sharply. Hee. I'm just curious, the man known as Pai-san scratched his head. By the way, I have something to tell you, Brother Chin. After this outing, I should get a share of Chun Ji Gang's belongings, right? After all, it's just the two of us left. I'm not greedy. Just give me 30%. The man extended 3 fingers. A smile adorned Chun Jianxing's face. Of course, you've contributed as well. I promise you 30% it shall be. Wonderful. How generous. The excitement in Pai-san's eyes was impossible to conceal. San-air, you're curious about this thing, right? If you truly wish to take a look, do so, but be cautious. Remember, you're only allowed to have a glance. Chun Jianxing said, gesturing towards the plastic box with a grin. Really? I can go take a look? Chun Jianxing nodded. Go ahead. Just don't touch the water. With permission granted, the man tiptoed carefully towards it. Take a closer look in the middle. Chun Jianxing's deep voice echoed. In the middle? Seems like nothing is there? The next scene unfolded before my eyes in the shadows. I saw Chun Jianxing silently pick up a round stone from the ground. His footsteps were exceedingly light. San-air. Chun Jianxing suddenly shouted. Huh? What? Pai-san turned his head directly. Bang! In an instant, Chun Jianxing raised a stone high above his head, and with unerring precision, brought it crashing down upon Pai-san's forehead. A mere second later, 2 streams of crimson blood cascaded down the stone. Pai-san opened his mouth, and with a thud, collapsed to the ground, his forehead a gruesome mess. Bah! Chun Jianxing discarded the bloodied stone, gazing down at the prostrate Pai-san. 30%? How dare you demand 30% from me? What do you think you are? Not even half of that belongs to you. All of it is rightfully mine. He spat contemptuously, kicking Pai-san. He noted the lack of response and turned to survey his surroundings. That was close. He had nearly been discovered. Subsequently, Chun Jianxing dragged Pai-san's feet, pulling him towards a plastic box. Witnessing an act of murder had sent a wave of panic coursing through me. Pai San stood approximately 175 centimeters tall, but he was quite robust. Chen Jianxing perhaps slipped in his grip, failing to fully stow him away, and instead, with a loud thud, sent Pai San crashing down again, this time landing on the back of his head. To my astonishment, Pai San stirred awake. He was not dead. "You wretched scoundrel!" Bloodied and furious, Pai San struggled to rise. Chen Jianxing, flustered, pressed down on Pai San, gripping his neck tightly with both hands. Pai San's legs flailed wildly, desperately writhing and clawing at Chen Jianxing's face. Perish. Chen Jianxing's forehead bulged with veins, his appearance reminiscent of a demon. In but a minute or two, Pai San's complexion shifted from red to purple, and as Chen Jianxing's grip tightened, his hue turned a sickly shade of liver, ragged sounds emanating from his throat as if a phlegm lodged firmly within. At that moment, Pai San's neck slowly turned towards me. His face, swollen to a hue akin to that of a pig's liver, met my gaze directly. We locked eyes, and in an instant, I perceived a whirlwind of terror, rage, and fear within his expression. He raised his left arm high, pointing in my direction. Chen Jianxing seemed to be in a trance, utterly oblivious to Pai San's actions. 3 minutes later, Pai San's legs slackened, ceasing their struggle, his eyes bulging as they remained fixed upon me, unblinking even in death. Chen Jianxing descended from the corpse, wiping the sweat from his brow, panting heavily. After a brief respite, he rolled the body into a plastic frame. With a resounding splash, I watched as, in mere seconds, the milky liquid began to bubble and boil like water reaching a boil. The stench was overwhelming. Before my eyes, Pai San's body appeared to soften, gradually disintegrating and dissolving. Flesh, hair, bones. Everything. The entire process lasted less than 10 minutes. A living man, reduced to nothing but remnants. The liquid remained as white as milk, and for a fleeting moment, I thought I saw a shadow within, as if a head had shifted slightly. This was the epitome of corpse disposal. Gazing at his handiwork, a faint smile crept onto Chen Jianxing's lips, only to be swiftly concealed again. Covering the large plastic frame with a cloth, he clapped his hands, whistling cheerfully as he approached me, exuding an air of nonchalance. He was about to exit the cave. He narrowly avoided detection. Chen Jianxing ambled along, humming a tune, Zhang Jihua's Sailor. When facing adversity, he would often listen to it. The lyrics resonating, he says, "What is this pain in the wind and rain? Wipe away your tears. Don't be afraid. At least we still have dreams." His voice faded into the distance, and I muttered a curse under my breath. Hugging the stone wall, I stealthily followed. My curiosity was piqued by the large leather frame in the cave. I was convinced it concealed a secret. However, I had no time to investigate it now. I had to tail Chen Jianxing. Following him was my best chance to locate Sister Hong and the Sun brothers. I surmised that they had been separated after losing consciousness. "Chen Foreman." A voice broke the silence ahead. Peeking cautiously, I recognized one of the middle-aged men who accompanied the dwarfish old man. "Brother Jian." Chen Jianxing responded obsequiously. "Chen Foreman, where's the young fellow who was with you? I thought you were walking together." Chen Jianxing maintained a composed demeanor, patting his forehead as he chuckled. "Brother Jian, you mean Sanner? Ah, he's as troublesome as a lazy donkey. He suddenly had a stomachache and went to relieve himself. Judging by his condition, he won't be done anytime soon. He must have eaten something bad. Let's not wait for him, Brother Jian." The middle-aged man nodded at Chen Jianxing's explanation. "What's wrong, Brother Jian? What are you looking at?" Chen Jianxing asked, turning his head to look as well. I pressed myself against the stone wall, barely daring to breathe, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. "Nothing, it must have been my imagination. I've just been rather jumpy lately," the middle-aged man replied. Chen Jianxing was haunted by his inner demons, and with a feigned smile, he urged, "I also believe there is nothing of concern. Let us hasten, Brother Jian, to prepare for our next steps." Chapter 57. The experiment the man referred to as Brother Jian remained silent. Upon reaching a spacious area, they came to a halt. I observed a large military green tent rising from the ground, measuring over 10 meters in length, with a dome top and an entrance left ajar, resembling the yurts of Mongolia. They lifted the door flap and entered directly, while I lingered for 3 to 5 minutes before crouching down to follow. There was a gap in the door flap, and I cautiously peered inside. Within, 3 individuals clad in white lab coats and masks were present, surrounded by several unfamiliar electronic instruments on a table, alongside a small diesel generator that was operational. "How is the progress?" inquired a middle-aged man as he stepped inside. One of the individuals in the white coat responded, and to my surprise it was a melodious female voice, likely belonging to a young woman. She expressed her dissatisfaction, stating, "The conditions here are exceedingly harsh. I wonder how much our instructor was compensated to send us here. The conditions are less than 1% of what we have in our laboratory on the island." After a few complaints, she continued, "We have already examined the samples you provided." She pointed at a large monitor and added, "The data is quite peculiar. This biological specimen contains almost no moisture, yet some of its cells still exhibit vitality. Furthermore, within the sample's blood vessels, there exists a substance akin to a rare amino acid, which, under current conditions, is exceedingly difficult to extract. Speak frankly, why have you summoned us to study this?" "You speak too much," the middle-aged man replied coldly. "Fulfill your duties and take your payment. Do not ask questions that are not yours to pose." The young woman in the white coat became indignant, removing her mask. She was a strikingly beautiful girl, with sharp features, fair skin, and large eyes, appearing to be in her early 20s, resembling a mixed-race individual, fluent in Mandarin. "Hey, what kind of attitude is that?" the mixed-race woman exclaimed, her anger palpable. One of her male companions quickly intervened, advising, "Shaowen, don't be impulsive. The teacher instructed me to keep an eye on you and to prevent any foolishness." His implication was unmistakable. "We cannot afford to antagonize these individuals, so please exercise some restraint." Immediately, the peacemaker in the white coat interjected with a smile, "Rest assured, we are progressing swiftly. In 2 or 3 days we will be able to extract what you desire. After all, our conditions are challenging and we lack equipment, so we appreciate your understanding. We can grant you only 1 more day," the middle-aged man said, glancing at his watch. "By this time tomorrow, I must see the final results." Having uttered these words, the man promptly turned and strode outwards. In a moment of desperation, I concealed myself behind the tent. After the man had departed, Chun Jianxing nonchalantly settled into the chair, ignited a cigarette, and crossed his legs, exclaiming, "Unlike that fellow from before, I am a more amenable individual. I have heard tell that the substance extracted from that cadaver possesses the power to rejuvenate and grant immortality. Is there any truth to this?" The fair, white-coated woman, addressed as Shaowen, shook her head, replying, "We are still a considerable distance from that stage. Frankly, I do not believe our current technology is sufficient to achieve such a feat. There remain numerous inexplicable phenomena. The substance we have extracted is, at best, a mere semi-finished product." As she spoke, the woman produced a small glass vial containing a translucent, pale blue liquid. "This is the substance," she declared, gently swirling the vial. Chun Jianxing audibly swallowed, his gaze fixated upon the azure liquid within the glass. He inhaled deeply from his cigarette, allowing the smoke to slowly escape his nostrils, then chuckled, "Carry on as though I were not present." With that, he flicked away the cigarette ash and began to meditate. "You two continue. I am going to relieve myself," Shaowen suddenly announced, before turning and exiting the tent. The events transpiring beneath Fei Mountain remain largely enigmatic to me. Observing that she was alone, and a woman at that, I recognized the unparalleled opportunity before me. Her accomplice referred to her as Shaowen, but I shall address her as Researcher and, with measured steps, Researcher and ultimately chose to conceal herself behind a rock. She turned her head to survey her surroundings, and upon noticing no one in sight, she lifted her lab coat in preparation to crouch down. "Do not move." Seizing the opportunity, I swiftly approached her from behind, wrapping my arms around her and pressing a small blade against her neck. "Do not scream. If you do, I shall slit your throat." Who are you?" Her eyes widened in terror, her voice trembling. Chapter 58. Turning point. The woman inquired about my intentions, suggesting that if I sought money, she had it. "Why would I want money?" Would I venture to this wretched place for that? Aware that she hailed from a pharmaceutical company in Hong Kong, I fabricated an identity, claiming to be a police officer pursuing her. Police? Sir? Her expression was one of surprise. In this era, Hong Kong's police and gangster films were proliferating, with countless DVDs of infernal affairs and police stories circulating. This woman, though young, seemed to believe my casual assertion. Can you take me away? I do not wish to remain here any longer, she pleaded. If you cooperate with me, you may leave, I replied. All right, but could you please lower the knife? I am not a bad person and am willing to cooperate. I found her request rather dubious. Throughout history, those with wealth and power have always sought to preserve their lives. I doubted this so-called senior figure from Chongqing believed that this blue water could prolong her existence. Please, I have already confided in you. Just take me away. I do not wish to stay in this cave for another moment. I casually tucked the blue vial into my pocket and inquired, Are you aware of your whereabouts? She nodded, then shook her head. All I knew was that we were shunned. Beyond that, I was at a loss. We had been blindfolded prior to boarding the vehicle, and by the time we arrived here, the necessary instruments had already been prepared, including a blood analyzer. Let us not discuss that, I interjected. I have no interest in such matters. I assured her, I harbor no animosity towards you and have no intention of causing you harm without reason. However, given the peculiar circumstances, if you and your two companions wish to leave this place alive, you must agree to my terms. She nodded repeatedly, asking, What are your conditions? I proposed, Allow me to infiltrate your group, and in exchange you will act as my informant. These individuals typically concealed themselves beneath masks and protective gear. I had observed that one of the men bore a striking resemblance to me. If I donned a mask and the protective suit, refraining from speaking while impersonating him, it was likely that I would go unnoticed. This was a spontaneous plan, and upon further reflection, it might indeed be feasible. As the saying goes, one must take risks to reap rewards. I reiterated my sincerity, assuring her that as long as she did not betray me, I would not bring her any harm. Now, I commanded, Summon your male companion to come here. Researcher and looked perplexed and questioned my intentions. Do not concern yourself with that, I replied. Do you wish to escape or remain imprisoned? I do not wish for either. She stammered. Then do as I say swiftly. I concealed myself and reached down to pick up a slightly smooth stone from the ground. Ha, here you are. Shaoan, you truly are something. You come out to relieve yourself without any paper. The man gradually approached. Seizing the moment, I hastily ran up behind him and struck his head with a stone. Sugu, what are you doing? Researcher and questioned me. I swiftly removed the man's protective suit and mask, donning them myself. As I dressed, I reassured her, Do not worry, he will not die. If you wish to leave this place, you must assist me. Once I secured my mask, I transformed my appearance, masquerading as one of the researchers brought in by Chen Jianxing's group from the island. Researcher and examined the injury, gritting her teeth, Do not deceive me. Approaching the door, I adjusted my mask and lowered my voice. Remember my previous words. We shall take what we need from one another and remain undisturbed. Afterward, you can depart, and we shall never meet again. Understood? She paused for 2 or 3 minutes, then took a deep breath and lifted the curtain. Beauty, where are you truly going? Just now, I saw you call your colleague away and have them bring paper. You too. Could it be that you are going to? Ha! Chen Jianxing chuckled, casting a knowing glance in my direction. Researcher and retorted, Do not speak nonsense. It was merely to relieve myself. Suddenly, another man in a lab coat shouted at me, U-shaped tube. In a flurry, I scrambled to find it on the shelf, causing glassware to clatter. At that moment, aside from Researcher and both Chen Jianxing and the man in the lab coat turned to look at me. Cough. The research institutes and came to my rescue, saying, I have the items here. You see how my memory is. I used them this morning and forgot to put them back on the shelf. I subtly exchanged glances with Researcher N, who nodded in understanding. She then turned to Chen Jianxing and said, Hey, at this critical juncture, we require one more thing. To ensure the accuracy of our results, we need a living specimen, preferably a woman around 30 years of age. What do you mean? Are you suggesting we need a living person for the experiment? And it must be a woman in her 30s? Why didn't you mention this before? Chen Jianxing asked, astonished. Researcher and shot me a glance and sternly replied, I've handed this over to you. This is a crucial step. You'll need to figure it out. If those people inquire later about our lack of success, don't say I didn't inform you. Chun Jianqing's expression changed slightly. A few minutes later, he spoke in a low voice, wait here. I'll go find someone and see if we can meet your requirements. With that, he hurriedly pulled aside the leather curtain and exited. Shaowen, what is this? At that moment, another male figure in a lab coat clearly was unaware of the situation. Senior brother, don't concern yourself. This is a step assigned by the teacher, researcher, and brushed it off with an excuse. The passage of time felt agonizingly slow. Anne's words were precisely what I had previously articulated. I was gambling, betting that the only individual meeting the criteria here was Hongjie. I wagered that those people would not uncover the underlying issues and that the influential figure from Changchun would take this matter seriously. As time progressed, after about an hour, I recognized the sound of footsteps and realized my gamble had paid off. Chun Ho Chin, can you not be so obstinate? Enter. If you continue to be uncooperative, do not blame me for my lack of mercy. As the curtain parted, Hongjie was roughly pushed inside. Upon seeing her standing before me unscathed, my heart surged with excitement. I never imagined that my inadvertent plan would prove successful. All right, you may wait outside, researcher, and cast a glance at Chen Jianqing. That won't do. I have a mission and must keep an eye on you all. Chen Jianqing replied, shaking his head. Then can't you observe from outside? We could still escape. Researcher and exclaimed, what? Are you so shameless that you wish to watch a woman undress? Hongjie, her hands bound behind her, spat at me upon hearing the suggestion of undressing her. With a relaxed smile, she retorted, just a few little chicks. If you wish to take me on, come all at once. If I frown, I am no longer Chun Hong. I felt a bead of sweat trickle down my back. Hongjie's tongue was as sharp as ever. Hey, what are you thinking, woman? We haven't even spoken yet. And you act as if we intend to assault you, a male researcher questioned. With her hair disheveled, Hongjie smirked. Is it that you possess the intent but lack the courage? Just a bunch of little chicks. Your words are truly foul. Who are you calling little chicks? Stop. Li Gu, don't argue with this woman, researcher, and interjected. Shaowen, why do I feel as though you have transformed into an entirely different person today? Your words are incomprehensible, lacking coherence. Moreover, Li Zhang looked at me and said, and you, Lao Su, usually so talkative, what has happened today? Have you turned over a new leaf? Did you go out for a brief respite and lose your wits? I gazed at researcher and, locking eyes with her, she nodded slightly in acknowledgement. What on earth are you two up to? Playing a game of charades? Li Zhang inquired, taking a step back. Taking a deep breath, I fixed my gaze upon him and gradually removed my mask. As the mask slipped away, Li Zhang realized I was not Lao Su and was about to erupt in anger. However, researcher and swiftly gestured for silence, simultaneously indicating towards the door, suggesting that Chen Jianqing was outside. Hongjie stared at me, her eyes wide with disbelief. Her jaw clenched as she uttered two words. Yun Feng. Chapter 59. Partner up Shu. Hongjie, do not make a sound. I pointed towards the tense entrance. Hongjie remained in a daze when a male voice asked, Who are you? Where is Lao Su? I hurried to the entrance, peering cautiously outside. Turning back, I addressed Li, saying, You need not inquire about my identity. There is but one matter to discuss. Do you and she wish to venture outside? Li Gu, Lao Su is fine, this person might be. Researcher and whispered a few words into Li Zhang's ear. Li Zhang scrutinized me with suspicion, questioning my intentions. This Li Zhang is an intern who graduated from a renowned medical university in the country. Due to his family's connections, he has spent the past few years developing his career in the Hong Kong region, working for a private pharmaceutical company, much like researcher, and this particular pharmaceutical company is quite famous, frequently appearing in television advertisements. Regarding the so-called instructor who dispatched them, researcher and was evasive, which I discerned. Hongjie elucidated the ins and outs and quietly inquired, Yun Feng, what are your plans moving forward? I am aware of where boss and his cohorts are detained. How do you intend to rescue them? Upon hearing this, a wave of relief washed over me. The fact that Hongjie had a general idea of the location simplified matters considerably. Come closer, our course of action will be as follows. Will this be feasible? What if we are discovered? Li Zhang queried, raising an eyebrow upon hearing my plan. Setting aside the others, there's that diminutive old man, barely reaching 5 feet in height. You've encountered him before, haven't you? I nodded, affirming that I had seen him once. Li Zhang lowered his voice, recounting when we first arrived, we encountered several monitor lizards. Guess what ensued? The old man casually produced 3 throwing knives, each unerringly piercing the head of a lizard. What? Throwing knives? My eyes widened in disbelief. What era is this? Are there still people employing such implements? Why would I fabricate such a tale? I assure you, every word I speak is veracious. Had I not witnessed it firsthand, would I spout such nonsense? Li Zhang's demeanor suggested he was not lying. Consider this, should we be discovered, wouldn't he impale us all in an instant? At this juncture, Hongjie emitted a soft sigh. Yunfeng, he speaks the truth. In my youth, my father mentioned this individual. Father said that Su Qin carrying a sword, dwarf head, is a senior member of the Changchun Society. Within the society, my grandfather, Coal Horse Eyes Chin, was on par with this man. While not the most senior in terms of experience, he was still among the more seasoned members. This individual is adept with a 3.5-inch flying dagger. My father, during his lifetime, would often jest that the little rascal was perpetually armed with an unending supply of daggers, making it impossible for ordinary folks to approach him. Should our plans be discovered by him, it would undoubtedly spell calamity for us. My mind is preoccupied with many thoughts. It is not solely about that old man. Rather, there lies another pressing matter before us all. Even if we manage to evade that group alongside researcher, and how do we navigate our way out? Boom! Boom! Just as Hongjie finished speaking, a series of thunderclaps resonated above us, clear and distinct. The southern regions, characterized by abundant rainfall and scarce snowfall, often experience thunderstorms during this transitional period between spring and summer in Shund. As I listened to the thunder echoing from the cavern overhead, my attention was drawn to a large vat positioned in the corner. Contained half a vat of water, crystal clear, presumably for washing by researcher and S group. Noticing my unwavering gaze fixed on the vat, Hongjie softly inquired, Yunfeng, are you contemplating? I nodded in response, gesturing towards the thunderous sky above, with the thunder rumbling, let us take a chance. I wish to experiment. If this method proves effective, we may uncover an escape route. However, Hongjie hesitated to voice her thoughts. I understood her concerns. She likely doubted my capabilities, considering my youthful appearance and my previous silence regarding any relevant experience. The method I proposed may be unfamiliar to the average person, yet it is replete with instances from the annals of grave-robbing history. In the past, it was said that those from the north emphasized observation, inquiry, and deduction, while those from the south prioritized scent, exploration, and striking. There exists a subtle commonality between the two, yet upon closer examination, distinctions emerge. The term, meaning to observe, refers to the act of surveying the entire contour of the mountain peaks. The ancients placed greater emphasis on the geomancy of ancestral graves than contemporary individuals do. Practitioners in this field can discern an exceptionally auspicious site for a burial ground at a mere glance. Regarding the act of observation, there are various nuanced techniques. For instance, consider a scenario where an individual visits a rural expanse and notices a field of crops. While the surrounding vegetation flourishes splendidly, a particular section in the center appears withered and stunted. A grave robber, upon witnessing this, would immediately surmise that there is a significant likelihood, approximately 70%, that an ancient tomb lies beneath. The presence of a layer of compacted earth, often found in ancient graves, adversely affects the crop's absorption of moisture, thereby resulting in poor growth. This process is referred to as. Before delving into the aspect of, let us first discuss, and the term signifies the act of inquiring. Specifically, seeking information from the village elders who have lived in their ancestral homes for generations. By offering a few fine cigarettes, one might elicit local legends and tales from these venerable individuals, which often yield invaluable insights. An example of this is the tomb of the 9th son of Emperor Hongxi of the Ming dynasty, known as King Liangzhuang. A group of grave robbers gleaned information about his burial site from an elder in Liang village. The term refers to the practice of taking a pulse, which in the northern school is further divided into upper cutting and lower cutting, pertains to the point of entry, where grave robbers meticulously determine the optimal location to excavate in order to access the main burial chamber directly, metaphorically aligning with the notion of reaching the root of an ailment. Conversely, denotes the opening of the coffin within the tomb, a process governed by specific protocols. If the remains of the deceased are still present, the examination of the funerary objects should commence from the head, proceeding along the body to the feet. Finally, there is the notion of listening, which refers to the act of perceiving sound. This is the method I wish to employ in my quest for an exit. My inclination towards this approach stems from a conversation I had with my superior several months ago. He spoke of this matter, and I was deeply intrigued at the time. However, due to my limited experience in the field, I had not yet had the opportunity to experiment with it. My superior mentioned that, as he aged, he found this technique less effective, emphasizing the necessity of keen hearing to enhance its accuracy, which is also a matter of innate talent. He indicated that those who receive guidance and training are well suited for tomb raiding, while conversely, some individuals, despite their efforts, may find their hearing unresponsive. My superior remarked that such individuals, even devoid of natural aptitude, might struggle to utilize the art of listening for thunder. Upon hearing his words, I felt a surge of joy, for my hearing is not merely functional. In my youth, I often engaged in such practices, though I remain uncertain if this is what one might deem a talent. Chapter 60. Listening for thunder in our tent. There exists a rear door, which serves as the regular restroom for the few of them, as there are no facilities below, and it would be impractical to relieve oneself haphazardly. Having devised a plan, researcher and deliberately increased the diesel generator's power to its maximum, intending to mask the sounds of our maneuvering the large tank. Is it really that loud? Can I come in now? Chan Jianxing called out from outside, his voice barely audible over the generator's roar. Not yet. Hold on. Researcher and shouted back, we're halfway through. The instruments need to operate at full capacity. We will call for you once we are ready. Subsequently, Chan Jianxing muttered something outside, though it was unclear what he said. At that moment, two peculiar cries echoed from an unknown source. Coo! Coo! The sound resembled that of a certain bird, yet bore a striking resemblance to the crowing of a chicken. Was there a chicken being raised below? Hongjia! Hongjia! Seeing her lost in thought, I called out to her twice. It's probably just a mountain chicken or something similar. It's nothing, she remarked, diverting the topic as she gestured towards the water tank. Let us not dwell on trivialities. Let us commence. We began our task by emptying the water from the tank, pulling aside the leather curtain of the back door, and placing a shovel inside the tank. Subsequently, the few of us started to rotate the large water tank outward. The tank was exceedingly heavy, making it laborious to lift, so we had no choice but to roll it out bit by bit. There was a scent emanating from behind. Li Zhang cautioned, watch your step. Avoid walking over any areas where there are bundles of tissue paper. We wouldn't want to accidentally step in something unpleasant. Researcher and, upon hearing this, felt a bit embarrassed and offered a sheepish smile. The rumbling of thunder persisted. I wondered if it was raining outside. I silently prayed that the thunder would not cease, for if it did, my plan would falter. The large water tank was indeed heavy, and after a short while, Li Zhang could no longer endure the strain. Breathing heavily, he complained, carrying this cumbersome object, where are we supposed to go? If we have to continue for another hour or two, we won't just be caught by that group. We'll all collapse right here. Surveying our surroundings, I deemed the conditions adequate and informed him and Hongjia that we need not move any further. We would settle here. I pointed to a clear patch of ground in the center. After a brief clearing of the debris, I positioned myself and began to dig with the shovel. Fortune favored us. The earth beneath was devoid of substantial stones, and the soil was soft. Digging the pit, a laborious task, was naturally a man's domain. I alternated with Li, clad in a white coat, and after more than an hour, we succeeded in excavating a pit of moderate dimensions, perfectly accommodating the water tank we had rolled along our journey. However, upon hearing this, Hongjia's expression soured. With a furrowed brow, she remarked, different fields are like distant mountains. If you lack understanding, refrain from speaking thoughtlessly. If you truly cannot find the right words, at least utter something auspicious. Hongjie possessed a bold and unrestrained temperament, while researcher and was more timid, merely wishing to preserve her own safety. Consequently, she remained silent, her cheeks flushed, unable to retort against Hongjie's admonition. Come on, Yunfeng, since I have entrusted this to you, I place my faith in your abilities, Hongjie encouraged, casting a supportive glance in my direction. Nodding affirmatively, I took a deep breath, cautioning them to refrain from speaking so as not to disrupt my concentration, before I leapt directly into the water tank. Excavating a pit and burying the tank underground is a method known in tomb raiding as listening to the thunder. Legends speak of formidable earthworkers who could discern the whispers of the wind and the sounds of objects. Achieving such proficiency in listening to the wind and objects demands extensive training and cannot be accomplished without considerable experience. The surroundings fell into a profound silence. Then, a rumble resonated. The spring thunder boomed. The echoes continued, rolling like distant drums. Though researcher N and the others above might have felt little, I sensed the vibrations as my ears adjusted, and a smile crept upon my lips. Noticing my eyes flutter open, Hongjie gazed at me with anticipation, inquiring about the outcome. Hongjie nodded and remarked, "This gives us a general idea, preventing us from floundering about like headless flies." She turned to researcher N and inquired, "So, do you already know the way? Will you two venture forth on your own or accompany us? However, I must clarify that Yunfeng and I still need to find someone to rescue." Researcher N fell into contemplation, while Li Zhang swiftly arrived at a decision. After exchanging a few courteous words, Li Zhang entrusted me and Hongjie with a flashlight for illumination, and subsequently, the four of us parted ways. "Hongjie, are you certain this is the place? Why is there no one guarding it? Did the older brother and his companions get captured by that old man's gang?" I asked, gazing at the scene before me. On the ground lay a circular stone cover. Lifting it revealed a ladder, indicating that those who had come here previously descended via it. What struck me as peculiar was the complete absence of guards in the vicinity. Not a single soul was in sight, rendering it utterly unprotected. It hardly resembled a clandestine location for imprisoning individuals. To put it bluntly, it seemed more akin to a sizable rat hole. Indeed, this is the spot. I paid attention when I parted ways with the boss. They halted right here, Hongjie asserted, exuding confidence in her recollection. "Well then, since there's no one watching, let us descend and take a look," I replied. With that, I bit down on the flashlight and was the first to descend the ladder, with Hongjie closely following. Upon reaching the ground, I raised the flashlight to illuminate above. The ladder was approximately 7 or 8 meters high, and the rock walls of the cavern appeared to be not freshly hewn, as the exposed stones had largely weathered and smoothed over time. I inquired of Hongjie which direction we should take, and without hesitation, she resolutely pointed to the left, stating we should proceed that way. Her unwavering certainty took me by surprise, prompting me to ask, "How do you know this, Hongjie? Have you been here before?" She shook her head, replying, "No, I merely guessed. We must choose a direction after all. This is what I call a woman's sixth sense, which can indeed be quite accurate at times." I thought to myself, very well, we shall see how accurate this so-called sixth sense of yours truly is when we reach the end. Chapter 61. Into the trap following the path indicated by Hongjie, I illuminated the way with my flashlight and walked several meters until I stumbled upon a thin plastic bag on the ground, emblazoned with a brand typically found on supermarket shelves, used for instant bread. Strangely, there was no response from Hongjie behind me. "Hongjie." I turned to look. The surrounding darkness enveloped me, and I realized there was nothing but emptiness behind me. Not even a trace of her shadow. She had vanished. She had been right behind me just moments before. I frantically searched around, growing increasingly alarmed. I wanted to call out her name, yet I hesitated, fearing that the group lurking nearby might hear me. Sound travels remarkably well in confined spaces, and I dared not shout. Suddenly, as I shone my flashlight, I spotted a figure standing motionless in the northwest corner, facing away from me. Judging by the attire, it appeared to be Hongjie. She remained still, seemingly oblivious to my presence. I hurried towards her, raising my flashlight to illuminate her face. At that moment, I was struck by her pallid complexion and vacant expression. She showed no reaction to the beam of light. I directed the flashlight at her, and she didn't even blink. Suddenly, From the depths of darkness ahead, a series of bird calls echoed, eerily reminiscent of those we had heard earlier. Hongjie suggested they might be mountain chickens, urging me not to dwell on it. In that moment, flickering lights emerged from the obscurity, pulsating in intensity and distance, reminiscent of ghostly flames rising from the underworld. I instinctively tugged at Hongjie, retreating a couple of steps in a bid to flee, yet she remained steadfast, unmovable. The flickering lights drew nearer, and gradually, several faces materialized from the shadows. As I beheld these figures, despair enveloped me. I sensed that this was the end, a fatal conclusion to our endeavor, and our team was destined for annihilation. There were 5 individuals in total, 3 of whom brandished flaming torches. Among them were Xiao Tu, a lanky man, Jian Gu, a tall middle-aged man, and Chun Jiansheng, along with 2 others, a man and a woman whom I did not recognize. Xiao Tu stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression impassive. Chun Jiansheng, however, held his torch aloft, a smirk gracing his lips as he regarded me with the fascination one might reserve for a pet. The woman was tall and clad in black, her eyes a striking pale yellow. What drew my attention further was a pure white owl perched on her left shoulder, unrestrained by a leash. Its pupils were marked by vertical slits of the same pale yellow hue. The resemblance between her gaze and that of the owl was uncanny. Our eyes locked for a fleeting moment, and a chill coursed through me. Her stare was disconcertingly cold. The owl, stationed upon the woman's shoulder, emitted a low hoot. Upon hearing this creature's call, Hongjie flinched. Little Lu looked at me and said, "Little child, allow me to introduce this esteemed individual, Miss Wenyun, the heir to the art of bird's mouth gold. She specializes in training owls and wild yaks. If a person has previously ingested the so-called finger gold, Miss Wen can exert control over their fundamental movements through the sounds of birds. This can be regarded as an ancient technique from a bygone era, akin to the enchanting incense used by the old sea dogs." A mixture of astonishment and fury surged within me. It became evident that Chun Jiansheng and his cohorts were already aware of my plans. Chun had feigned ignorance, conveniently allowing me to impersonate a doctor and request Hongjie as a test subject. These individuals were merely toying with me. In other words, from the moment Hongjie stepped into the tent, she had been forcibly made to ingest that finger gold. She was already under the control of this woman who played with owls. No wonder Hongjie had deliberately claimed to know where Brother De and Brother San were imprisoned. Upon her arrival, she resolutely pointed to the left path, ultimately leading me here to confront these individuals. It was akin to capturing a turtle in a jar. It appeared that researcher N's group was also in peril. I had fancied myself a clever monkey attempting to turn the tide, naively believing I could rescue everyone single-handedly. Ultimately, I realized my lack of experience in the underworld. They were merely treating me as a fool. What perplexed me most was that if they had already uncovered my scheme, they had the manpower to seize me directly. Yet why did they go to such lengths to lure me here? Was there some significance to this place? I gazed at the little Lu with his hands clasped behind his back and, gritting my teeth, demanded why? I trust that your elaborate machinations are not merely aimed at toying with me, are they? Toying with you? The young rascal shook his head and chuckled. You overestimate yourself, my friend. You are but a small fish, ensnared by our bait. We are merely fishing for the bigger catch lurking behind you. What do you mean by fishing for fish? I cannot fathom your words. At this juncture, whether you choose to kill or maim, it is of no consequence to me. A foreboding sensation stirred within me, and I faintly discerned what he implied by big fish. Ah, Chun Jiansheng laughed. The lad possesses some audacity, yet I perceive it as mere bravado. With that, he turned toward the young rascal, his expression one of feigned charm. Esteemed sir, when might the big fish take the bait? I wonder if it lurks beneath the surface or hovers above. In my estimation, with your elusive 4-inch flying knife, any big fish daring to surface shall surely meet a grisly end. No need for flattery, the young rascal frowned. If my conjecture is accurate, there is at least one individual of my caliber on the opposing side. I hope it is not Wei Wentong or Beggar Lu. Chun Jiansheng exclaimed, Sir, did not Wei Wentong succumb to cancer over a decade ago? I have heard that Beggar Lu has also fallen victim to dementia and is now confined to a wheelchair. The little leader shook his head with a wry smile. 13 years have passed since the vice president seized power, and the once grand Changchun society is now on the brink of disintegration. Some individuals have either slipped into obscurity or, under the guise of illness, have departed from the organization to retire to their hometowns. Jian Sheng, although you are a descendant of the Bai Chun lineage, there are matters you remain woefully unaware of. Upon hearing this, Chun Jian Sheng fell into a contemplative silence, his expression revealing a hint of gravity. The little leader gazed into the darkness, murmuring to himself, I hope what lies within the underground palace proves useful and grants the vice president a few more years of life. Otherwise, the martial world shall once again be in turmoil. Observing the sentiments of the few individuals before him, I seized the opportunity and abruptly turned to flee, sprinting away with all my might. Without casting a glance behind me, I tore through the air in a desperate dash. I understood clearly that if I could first ascend the ladder and cover the opening above, I might still have a glimmer of hope. 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. Just as I was about to reach the ladder, I suddenly heard the sound of an owl hooting behind me, accompanied by the flapping of wings. Though one may run swiftly, one can never outpace a bird in flight. The owl landed precisely on my left shoulder, turned its head to scrutinize me, its pale yellow vertical pupils reflecting my entire visage. Yet I dared not move an inch. Chapter 62. Nocturnal conversations in the martial world. The cavern resembled a dungeon. Once the lid was closed, the light below was extinguished in an instant. A strong sensation enveloped me. I felt that if I dared to move even slightly, the white owl would immediately peck my eyes out. After the group of ruffians departed, only Red Sister and I remained confined in this place. It took her approximately 2 hours to regain her senses. She informed me that she still recalled the events that had transpired and had contemplated resistance, yet her body was unresponsive. We sat back to back on the ground, and she revealed some information regarding the owl woman. She mentioned that she had been forcibly compelled to swallow a small package, which was the so-called finger gold. My arm throbbed with pain, and I felt both cold and hungry. I struggled to ask. The owl is white, but what is contained within the finger gold that can so effectively control a person? Is it more potent than that old sea dog's mesmerizing incense? In the darkness, Red Sister weakly replied, Yunfeng, have you heard of a man named Partridge Whistle? Partridge Whistle? The one who can mimic the calls of all birds in the world. The Tomb Raider? Precisely, that is the individual. Such professions once belonged to a trade of illusionists. Their identities extended beyond mere tomb raiders. The male is called Partridge Whistle, while the female is referred to as Partridge Granny. This vocation is already rare, and female Partridge Grannies are even scarcer, almost non-existent. The person we encountered earlier is indeed a genuine Partridge Granny. I never anticipated that there would still be such a young one. The term illusionists refers to those who practiced tricks in the past. According to Red Sister, many within this trade possessed genuine skills. The Partridge Whistle and the Partridge Lady each possess unique skills. One learns the songs of birds, while the other drives them away. Within this realm lie numerous secrets that ordinary individuals cannot comprehend. In the tumultuous old society of the last century, as the art of skinning began to crumble, some chose to continue their lives on the streets as performers, while others, influenced by foreign art troupes, ultimately decided to join circuses and perform abroad. Among them, the most renowned duo were Hong Yangzi and Zhu Lienkui. Zhu Lienkui had once performed for Empress Dowager Cixi in the palace, leaving her greatly pleased. She even instructed son Dianying to bestow a small yellow fish upon him as a token of appreciation. Zhu Lienkui possessed 4 remarkable skills: the ability to project his voice over great distances, fishing with an empty rod, the art of paper restoration, and the stunning feat known as flying water from a large bowl. The latter was particularly his signature act, as no one else in the entire realm of skinning could perform it. In 1898, Zhu Lienkui made his American debut with the circus, and the oriental magic of flying water from a large bowl astonished the entire foreign magic community. From that moment on, every performance by Zhu Lienkui was met with overwhelming crowds, with audiences captivated by his artistry. At that time, major foreign theaters vied fiercely for his talents, with each eager to host this mysterious magician from the East. The theaters offered exorbitant weekly salaries to attract him, and ultimately, he chose the Boston Theater, which offered him a staggering weekly pay of $1,013. An astonishing sum considering it was 130 years ago, when $5 could secure a concubine. During the same period, another master of illusion named Chang Liansu emerged in the circus, who claimed to have completely unraveled the secret of the Great Bowl of Flying Water. He even issued a challenge to Zhu Liankui. That winter, this astonishing magical duel from the mysterious East graced the headlines of foreign tabloids. Amidst the snowfall that year, the theater was filled with foreign spectators eager to witness this confrontation. As the appointed time arrived, Zhu Liankui and Chang Liansu exchanged courteous bows, greeting each other as Brother Zhu and Brother Cheng. To ignite the atmosphere at the onset of the duel, both parties showcased their signature tricks, a segment known as the reveal. Chang Liansu's remarkable act was the gunshot on a living target, but unexpectedly, shortly after the performance commenced, a mishap occurred. It was reported that a blackbird suddenly flew into the venue, with witnesses claiming it was a crow, while others insisted it was a different species. Initially, the audience paid no heed to the bird, but to their astonishment, it abruptly landed on the barrel of Chang Liansu's gun and inadvertently pulled the trigger with its talon. A gunshot rang out. Chang Liansu collapsed, lifeless. As the duel ended in failure for him, Zhu Liankui was declared the victor by default. His great bowl of flying water trick thus became an unsolvable enigma. In the darkness, I could not discern Hong Jie's expression, but I heard her say, although Zhu Liankui comes from a background in the leather trade, he does not possess any skills with birds, nor is he adept at the partridge call. However, I recall my father, Chen Xiaohe, mentioning that Zhu Liankui had a concubine whose surname was Yi. Before marrying Zhu Liankui, she was a partridge performer, but she ceased her profession after their marriage. After contemplating the various intricacies involved, I furrowed my brow and said, Sister Hong, could it be that the circus performer Chang Liansu truly possesses the ability to unravel the secret of the flying water bowl? In other words, Zhu Liankui fears the exposure of his own secrets, which is why he dispatched his concubine, the partridge woman, to eliminate Chang Liansu, orchestrating an unfortunate accident? If that is the case, does it imply that the woman tending to the owl beside Xiao Lu just now bears the surname Zhu? Is she a descendant of Zhu Liankui and his concubine of the Yi family? Sister Hong replied, the matter is not so straightforward. My father often spoke of Zhu Liankui as a man of great integrity within the martial world. He would never stoop to such despicable acts. However, after Chang Liansu's accidental death, Zhu Liankui issued a divorce decree to the partridge woman of the Yi family. Despite these events transpiring abroad, very few in our country are aware of them. Yunfeng, you possess a sharp mind. With careful consideration, you should be able to discern the truth. Perhaps back then, Zhu Liankui genuinely wished to engage in a fair competition with Chang Liansu to determine who truly is the foremost in their craft. Yet, his partridge concubine, perhaps fearing her husband's defeat or for other reasons, ultimately resorted to her own ability to command birds to eliminate Chang Liansu. With the only rival gone, Zhu Liankui became disheartened, unable to surmount this hurdle, and ultimately divorced the partridge woman. The rights and wrongs between Zhu Liankui and the partridge woman are difficult to judge. Among these two masters of their art, there may have been mutual respect, and Ye's partridge woman acted to protect her husband. But one thing is certain. Chang Liansu was blameless. He became the victim in this tragic affair. I inquired further, Sister Hong, considering you ingested the partridge woman's secret recipe, finger gold, will you remain under her control indefinitely? Sister Hong patted my shoulder and sighed. Indeed, I will be, but not imminently. The partridge woman's control over me necessitates a temporal hiatus from the previous instance. The finger gold encases not genuine gold, but a medicinal concoction. I am acquainted with several individuals from the Black Miao tribes of southern Yunnan on the outside, who possess the means to resolve the finger gold within me, contingent upon our successful egress. Egress? We shall undoubtedly effect our egress, Sister Hong. You must harbor faith in yourself. Perhaps succumbing to exhaustion, Sister Hong's spirits waned. She lamented, throughout these years I have associated with various tomb-raiding factions. Though I am loath to admit it, I am cognizant that my father did not impart my grandfather's skills to me. He posited that young women should not engage in perpetual martial pursuits. My father avowed that contemporary life has improved, rendering the unorthodox methods of the old society obsolete. I ought to secure a respectable match and dedicate myself to domesticity. At this juncture, Sister Hong's countenance underwent a sudden agitation. Her teeth gnashed audibly. Had my father bequeathed grandfather's coal horse saber to me, he would not have met such a grievous demise. Verily, I am merely a woman. Yet, were I to possess my grandfather's abilities, were I adept at wielding the coal horse saber, I would assuredly embark northward, brandishing the blade, to assail the northeast, to assault the Changchun assembly, to extirpate that coterie of decrepit individuals, to obliterate those who brought ruin upon my Chun family in bygone years. In the aftermath of her agitation, Sister Hong dissolved into inconsolable sobs. In the year of our acquaintance, I had never witnessed her weep. Enshrouded in darkness, Sister Hong wept silently, her upper torso undulating with subtle tremors. At this moment, she was no longer the infamous and wanton Chen Hong, but merely a wounded woman, and I a mere youth, over a decade her junior. Lacking in ability, I had only recently entered this realm, untouched by the so-called world she spoke of. In the darkness, I gently embraced Hong Jie, hoping to offer her some semblance of solace. Hong Jie's grandfather was the legendary Kolai Chun. I pondered in my mind what he must have looked like. Was he a scholar adorned with round spectacles, wielding a coal-cutting saber? By the calculations of time, if he were still alive, he would be considerably older than the young rogue. The young rogue had claimed that the Kolai Chun single-handedly stormed a stronghold, annihilating an entire battalion of enemy commanders. If this master were indeed alive, I mused, he would not allow his descendants to be imprisoned and suffer such indignities. Chapter 63, Medicine. Thus far, this affair had ensnared numerous individuals. The young rogue had mentioned that the owl woman was not of the Zhu lineage but rather belonged to the one family, named Wen Yun. The woman, in her 20s, was a paragon of brilliance, a remarkable figure even in the antiquated society of yore. It appeared that the young rogue had gathered a significant assembly of experts around him. Just then, the dungeon cover was abruptly lifted. Down you go. Behave yourself, or if you attempt to flee again, you've seen the fate that befell your friend. Haven Tiu, Researcher N, her hair disheveled, was pushed down the ladder, and shortly thereafter, a burlap sack was thrown down from above. The sack, round in shape, contained an unknown substance, rolling several times upon hitting the ground before coming to rest beside Researcher and Ba. The individual spat towards us and closed the lid once more. Are you all right? Did you sustain any injuries? I inquired, concerned for her well-being, as she had been pushed down the ladder. I hurried over to assist her. Researcher and repeatedly murmured, we shouldn't have run, we shouldn't have run, we mustn't run. Yunfeng, speak to her. She is frightened, suggested Hongjie, shaking her head upon observing Researcher N's demeanor. Aware of this woman's timid nature, I gently reassured her. Look, it's me. Do not be afraid. Where have your two companions gone? After 5 minutes, her gaze became a tad more lucid. Trembling, she pointed towards the burlap sack that had been thrown down from above. With curiosity, I glanced at the sack and cautiously approached to untie it. Inside, it was wrapped in a layer of plastic. I reached in tentatively, feeling what seemed to be a spherical object. What could this possibly be? Supporting the opening of the sack, I squinted in the dim light to examine it closely. What is it, Yunfeng? Hongjie inquired, noticing my stunned silence. Taking a few steps back, I stammered in horror, a human head, its old Suez head. My words seemed to agitate Researcher N, who began shaking her head and murmuring frantically, it will be our turn soon. It will be our turn soon, we are next. Where is Li Zheng? She cried out in despair. He is dead, dead, they are all dead. Researcher N sat on the ground, legs crossed, her eyes wide with terror, as if she had witnessed something truly horrific. A living person just hours ago seemingly well. The image of Dr. Li Zhang in his white coat lingers in my mind. This man had made a pact with me, promising that if we both emerged alive, I should seek him out at Times Square in Causeway Bay, Hong Kong. Little did I expect that just a few hours later, it would come to this. Sister Hong inquired sternly of Researcher N. Tell me, who is responsible for the deaths of these two? Was it the little gang leader? He went to great lengths to bring you here, investing considerable resources to transport so much medical equipment. True, you may be frightened into fleeing, but even so, you hold substantial value to him. Why would they commit murder? Could it be? Sister Hong regarded researcher and with suspicion pressing, "Is there more to their deaths than meets the eye? You must know something. Speak." I do not know anything, I have seen nothing. I beg you, do not ask me anymore." Researcher and frantically tugged at her own hair, pulling out large clumps. In the darkness, Sister Hong rose and approached her, squatting down to meet her gaze. Researcher, her eyes filled with confusion, lifted her head. With a swift motion, Sister Hong unleashed 3 resounding slaps across her face, each strike echoing painfully in my ears. Blood trickled from the corner of Researcher N's mouth as Sister Hong coldly stated, "Are you awake now? If this is insufficient, I would not hesitate to provide a few more." With blood staining her lips, Researcher N sobbed, "It was the medicine. It was the corpse. The corpse that bit old Sue, the one submerged in water. Explain clearly. What is that drug? What is the corpse? Whose corpse is it?" Hongjie demanded fiercely. Instinctively, I reached into my pocket, feeling the cold touch of something. I pulled out a glass vial containing a pale blue liquid. "Is this the drug?" I inquired, raising the vial. Upon seeing the liquid, Researcher N's pupils dilated. Her body trembled as she nodded incessantly. I frowned and asked, "Didn't you say this substance was useless, merely a half-finished product? You mentioned that with current technology, it was utterly unattainable." "No, that's not true. We were wrong. The teacher was wrong. The teacher should never have sent us to shunned." She pointed at the glass vial in my hand, her voice quivering. That is not of this world. It is a monstrous thing." "What do you mean? A monster?" I thought she had lost her mind, especially after witnessing our companion's demise. When I and Hongjie dismissed her, Researcher N suddenly seemed to go mad. Seizing an opportunity, she snatched the glass vial from my grasp. "Don't come any closer," she shouted, raising the vial high. As she moved, the pale blue liquid inside swayed perilously, threatening to spill at any moment. "Step back. I will show you with your own eyes. Once you see, you will understand I am not insane. Every word I speak is the truth. You must believe me. Please, don't be so agitated. Just put the vial down. We believe you." But Researcher N disregarded our pleas, walking determinedly towards the sack containing old Sue's severed head. As the Researcher N opened the burlap sack, her hands trembled uncontrollably as she carefully lifted the severed head of Lao Su from within. Despite the dim lighting, I could discern the gruesome details. Blood trickled from the corners of Lao Su's mouth. His eyes bulged unnaturally, and he remained forever unblinking in death. A strikingly beautiful young woman in her 20s held the freshly severed head aloft, creating an atmosphere of sheer horror and the macabre, and bit the cork of a glass vial, prying it open with her teeth. She then pulled back Lao Su's upper lip and dripped 3 drops of a pale blue liquid into his mouth. Time passed slowly, each second stretching into eternity. Steadying the head, N's voice quivered as she implored, "Look, see if what I say is true." No sooner had she spoken than an astonishing event unfolded before my eyes, raising goosebumps all over my body. Suddenly, Lao Su's eyeball twitched. This was indeed a decapitated head. The entire spectacle lasted less than 3 minutes, after which it returned to its previous stillness. The head lay motionless, its eyes devoid of movement, indistinguishable from how it had been moments before. We believed. Quickly, put it down." As N relaxed her grip, Lao Su's head tumbled away with a soft thud. Hearing is deceiving, but seeing is believing. It had merely taken 3 drops of that pale blue liquid. I could not help but wonder what would occur if someone consumed an entire vial. Could it truly possess the power to rejuvenate a notable figure within the Changchun society, transforming them back into youth? And pretended to return the glass vial to me. But I recoiled. After witnessing that spectacle, I dared not carry such a thing with me. What if I were to trip and shatter the vial? Taking a deep breath, I endeavored to regain my composure, as the unfolding events defied my comprehension. No, it's not a cadaver," she exclaimed, her eyes darting about in trepidation. "It's a specter, festering with purulence, its hair cascading to an excessive length, its stature diminutive, unclothed, resembling a wizened crone." This evoked a recollection of a scene I had previously witnessed. I had been a witness to Chen Jianxing's act of stoning Pai San'er to death for demanding his share of the spoils. I had observed Pi Sanner's corpse undergoing complete disintegration within the confines of the large leather frame. I had noted that the opaque silhouette of a being with limbs, vaguely human in form, was submerged in the frame's viscous, whitish fluid. A conjecture formed in my mind. The golden and silver coffins had contained my second brother, but the tomb's original occupant was nowhere to be seen. Had they extracted the original corpse and immersed it in the leather frame? My second brother had been missing for several months. When we discovered him, 2 salamanders were latched onto his abdomen. Chun Jianxing and his associates had deemed my brother's blood unsuitable, a circumstance that had left him in a perilous state. As dread mounted within me, beads of perspiration formed on my brow. The research associate had stated that it was not a corpse but a wizened crone with long hair, short stature, and a body festering with purulence. Prior to our descent into the tomb, I had been at the Starlight Grand Hotel, celebrating Li Jing's birthday. It was there that I encountered Yao Yuman and several men in suits. Yao Yuman had summoned me to dine with them on the 2nd floor. During the meal, she produced a compass, the needle of which swung erratically, consistently pointing in my direction. I distinctly recall her uttering a particular phrase. Yao Yuman chuckled and remarked, "Yunfeng, behind you stands a toothless old woman, watching you eat." Chapter 64. A Life in Peril. At that time, I did not dare to disclose this incident to Hongjie. I shook my head in denial. It was simply impossible. Yao Yuman's words were likely just a jest, devoid of any deeper meaning. Perhaps I was overthinking it. In a daze, I leaned against the wall and succumbed to sleep, feeling as though I had slumbered for an eternity, when suddenly, a commotion disrupted the silence. It turned out that the guards, fearing we might perish from thirst, had lowered a bucket of water with a rope, within which floated a wooden ladle. Hongjie, researcher, and "Come quickly, there is water," I exclaimed. "Let us drink." My thirst was overwhelming, and disregarding all caution, I scooped a ladle of cool water and poured it down my throat. I was unafraid of the possibility of poison. If they intended to kill me, they would not resort to such elaborate means. Since they had chosen to keep us alive, it was evident that we served some purpose to them, a notion that Hongjie certainly understood. However, researcher held a different perspective. She gazed at the clear water in the bucket with trepidation, fervently shaking her head. "No, we cannot drink. There must be poison in the water. It's fine. Look, I've drunk so much and am unharmed. Your lips are parched and cracked, researcher, and you truly need to drink." I offered a ladle of water to her lips. Not drinking. I was taken aback by the strength she suddenly exhibited as she violently swatted the ladle away. It struck the wall and all the water spilled. "You!" I felt a surge of frustration and urgency. Realizing her mistake, she buried her head between her legs, weeping like a lost little girl. Sighing deeply, I felt the anger that had recently surged within me dissipate significantly. Putting myself in her shoes, I realized she had witnessed the demise of her companions, leaving her utterly alone. A timid girl, after all. Was there something on the wall? I noticed Hongjie fixated on the stone wall. To be precise, it was not merely a stone wall. The wall beneath was crafted from rammed earth, its surface a pale yellow, remarkably solid, likely constructed during the same period as the cave itself. It might have once served as a small burial pit, ultimately left unused for some peculiar reason. Suddenly, Hongjie rose and approached the wall, gently gliding her hand over its surface. This particular spot had been moistened by water from earlier, the remnants of a ladle. Intrigued, I stepped closer for a better look. The rammed earth was rapidly absorbing the water, and I could discern, faintly, the outlines of several human faces emerging. Strikingly, these faces were all agape, eyes shut tight. Startled, I rubbed my eyes and peered again. No illusion, indeed. The resemblance grew clearer with each glance. The earth absorbed the water swiftly. Once it dried, those outlines would vanish. Hongjie furrowed her brow, remaining silent and tense. She stood up, grasped the water bucket, and began ladling water onto the wall, pouring it steadily. The rammed earth wall was finally saturated. Soon, an entire wall was adorned with the outlines of countless faces. Over 100, they clustered densely, indistinguishable in gender, all sharing the same expression. Mouths agape, eyes closed, staring directly at us. Researcher and, terrified, began to shriek incessantly. Useless fool. Silence. Hong Jie snapped, turning to kick researcher and several times. I hurriedly intervened, pleading for an sake. With a pained expression, I mentioned that I had just consumed water and currently had no urge to relieve myself. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, I inquired about the meaning of Red Sister's words. She shook her head and said, Yunfeng, I suspect this place is not merely an abandoned and useless burial pit. Those who were interred here may have been transformed into a form of sacrifice, embedded within these walls. Noticing my confusion, Red Sister took a deep breath and clarified, this is still only a conjecture. Perhaps when you urinate against the wall, it might reveal something. I have encountered a similar situation before. The term sacrifice was used during the Shang and Zhou dynasties, while in the spring and autumn and warring states periods, it was referred to as spirit pillars, and in contemporary times we call it living piles. Living piles? I echoed, recognizing the term. Red Sister explained that this phenomenon still exists today, albeit rarely. The concept of living piles is a terrifying architectural practice passed down from ancient times. In the past, due to the lack of advanced engineering techniques, many large construction projects frequently resulted in accidents and fatalities. The ancients, ignorant of the underlying principles, interpreted these tragedies as punishments from the gods or vengeful spirits. To appease the wrath of these deities and expel wandering souls, homeowners would entomb individuals, particularly children, alive beneath the foundations of their buildings, ensuring the successful completion of their homes. The person thus interred was known as a living pile, condemned to guard this spot for eternity, unable to reincarnate. In modern discourse, there is a phrase that captures this notion. To construct a grand bridge, one must sacrifice lives. If one doubts this, they may consult the history of bridge construction. It is said that for a certain renowned bridge project, the estimated toll was set at 50 lives. When the decision was made to construct the Haizhu Bridge, the military governor of Guangzhou was the superstitious warlord Chen Jitong, a man deeply engrossed in various forms of sorcery and mysticism. Regardless of the magnitude of any situation, he would invariably resort to divination to ascertain auspiciousness. His household was populated by a dozen or so fortune-tellers, the authenticity of whose abilities remained questionable. Consequently, rumors circulated among the populace, suggesting that within the concrete foundation of the Haizhu Bridge, Chen Jitong had interred numerous mentally challenged individuals, both male and female, who had been utilized in the creation of the foundation piles. Hongjie claimed that such superstitions evolved over time, initially referred to as, after waiting for less than an hour, I felt the urge to relieve myself and inquired with Hongjie about where I might do so. She gestured towards a section of the wall, advising me to aim higher. She mentioned that the combination of youthful urine and aged vinegar possessed acidic properties that could soften the earthen materials. Unsure of the veracity of her claims, I complied with her instructions. During my school days, such antics were not uncommon. Our school's boys' and girls' restrooms were separated by a mere wall. Mischievous boys in our class would often target that very spot, forcefully directing their streams upwards like powerful water guns, inevitably provoking shrill cries and curses from the adjacent girls' restroom. In the aftermath, they would boastfully shout across the partition, "What's the matter? Not satisfied? Come on. Try urinating back." There is a humorous saying that goes, "In my youth, I could defy the wind. Now I merely dampen my shoes." This quip reflects the jest surrounding a man's advancing age. In the midst of my vigorous prime, after Hongjie had withdrawn, I gazed upon the earthen wall before me and commenced to relieve myself. The stream surged higher, resembling a fountain, leaving the researcher behind me utterly astonished. Within a mere 3 minutes, the earthen material, having been doused, indeed appeared to have softened considerably. Upon witnessing the situation, Hongjie's expression brightened with joy. She fixed her gaze on a specific spot and began to strike forcefully with a sharp stone. Numerous fragments of gray clay began to tumble down, and a small pit was created in the wall by her vigorous efforts. However, the good fortune was short-lived, as soon the rammed earth became too hard to break through. Hongjie, drenched in sweat, turned to me, panting, and said, "Yunfeng, we have a chance to escape, but it all depends on you." "Ah, surely not. The thickness of this rammed earth wall is unknown, and there may even be remains of sacrifice buried within. If we were to proceed in such a manner, How could I possibly gather enough virgin boy's urine? How much water would I need to drink? I am but a human, not a watering can. Chapter 65. Breaking the wall. Hong Jie spent a considerable amount of time persuading me, and eventually, I was swayed. As the old adage states, with sufficient effort, an iron pestle can be ground down to a needle. Hong Jie earnestly emphasized my significance, which left me feeling somewhat elated. Initially, I did not understand why she insisted on the virgin boy's urine, but she explained that it is mildly acidic, whereas that of an adult man is slightly alkaline. Thereafter, I continuously drank water, using a ladle to quench my thirst. When my belly was full, I leaned against the wall to rest, and at the slightest urge, I hurried to relieve myself. My strikes were precise, always aimed at the same spot. As soon as the rammed earth softened, Hong Jie would commence her vigorous assault with the stone. The debris that fell from the wall was discreetly piled into a corner, covered simply with burlap sacks, with Lao Su's head nestled among the mound of earth. Otherwise, an inadvertent glimpse of a severed head could be utterly terrifying. I am unaware of the criteria for water intoxication. Regardless, I have been incessantly hydrating myself and urinating against the wall. I perceive a generalized edema throughout my body as a consequence of this excessive water consumption. Perhaps 2 or 3 days have elapsed. On this particular day, we were abruptly alerted by the resounding echo of the stone lid being dislodged. "Quick! Quick! Someone is coming!" I vociferously exclaimed. Instantly, Hong Jie and the research fellow, rose to their feet, strategically positioning themselves to obscure the recessed area in the wall and the small mound of earth in the corner. This maneuver had been meticulously rehearsed over the preceding days, and we had successfully employed it on previous occasions. We were cognizant of the fact that the individual delivering our sustenance would not descend into the depths, but would merely cast a cursory glance from above, ensuring the presence of all 3 of us. The provisions consisted solely of plain steamed buns, conspicuously dry and cracked, ostensibly indicating a bare minimum for survival. I addressed the figure above. "Greetings, brother. Would it be possible to provide us with an additional container of water? We have depleted our supply." Exasperated, the individual directed the beam of a flashlight downwards, scrutinizing the nearly empty water receptacle. He retorted, "Good heavens, are you all bovine creatures? You've consumed 2 entire containers of water in a matter of days. Even cattle are not as prodigious in their consumption." Concealing my trepidation, I elucidated, "My apologies, brother. The young lady has been afflicted with diarrhea recently, possibly dysentery. If she does not maintain adequate hydration, she will succumb to dehydration, resulting in her demise." I gestured towards the research fellow, who was reclining against the wall, her complexion pallid. "Bah! That explains the overwhelming stench of urine upon opening the aperture. Affix the container to the rope and retreat. Maintain a safe distance." "Understood. Understood." I promptly secured the empty water container to the rope and retreated to a safe distance. A few days ago, the ladder was removed, and a bucket was gradually pulled up, its lid subsequently closed by unseen hands. After waiting for less than half an hour, a full bucket of water was lowered by a rope. This individual worked with remarkable efficiency, leading me to speculate that perhaps they had received instructions, unwilling to let us encounter any misfortune. After all, one can endure hunger for several days, but the absence of water can lead to dire consequences. It seemed the person had moved away, and then, Red Sister and I exchanged a glance. The wall was not as thick as we had imagined. We toiled tirelessly, day and night, and the indentation on the wall grew progressively larger. Red Sister gently tapped a few times, noting the sound here was distinct from elsewhere, suggesting we were on the verge of breaking through. She expressed her confusion, remarking, "It's strange. This is not what I expected. I thought we would uncover the remains of those who perished here, yet there is nothing." I advised her against overthinking, considering the multitude of uncertainties we faced. We had yet to ascertain where this wall might lead. It could very well connect to a subterranean river or a precipice, which would spell disaster. It was evident that those individuals were unaware of this situation, implying that what lay behind the wall might be an undiscovered location. The specifics would only become clear upon exploration. Hours passed, and a gentle breeze wafted in. It was open. My heart soared with joy. The entrance had been breached as the wind flowed inside. With one final strike, The last layer of earth fell away, revealing a half-meter-wide dark opening, through which a slight cool breeze entered. Red Sister strained to peer outside. What? How could this be? What is it, Red Sister? What do you see outside? Have you discovered something? Who allowed you to follow us? Red Jia raised an eyebrow, observing Researcher N's intention to flee with us. Researcher N, nervously clutching the hem of her garment, pleaded softly, "Please, let me join you. I do not wish to die. I assure you, I will not hinder your escape." Such a coward, Red Jia remarked with displeasure, turning away and ceasing to speak, seemingly entrusting the decision to me. Researcher N, with her disheveled hair and soiled face, gazed at me with a pitiful expression. Red Jia, why don't we bring her along? She has contributed to our progress thus far. I softened, advocating for her. Very well, Red Jia replied, pointing at her, you can come with us, but you must go first. Having previously struck Researcher N, Red Jia was aware of her status as a mere test subject. Anne's fear of the dark, cavernous hole was palpable, yet her fear of being abandoned by us loomed larger, leaving her silent. We urged her forward, allowing her to crawl through first. After 5 minutes of waiting, Researcher N's voice echoed back, I am fine. The ground here is a bit muddy, you should come too. I was the second to pass through, with Red Jia being the last. Something felt amiss as I landed. The ground was unexpectedly slippery and muddy. Observing my surroundings, I realized the terrain was treacherous, akin to walking on the silt of a riverbed. I turned to Red Jia, inquiring if she had any knowledge of this place. Pondering deeply, Red Jia mused, Yunfeng, do you recall the wooden hill we encountered when we first entered? Is that why you reacted that way? I gazed at her. You must be overly suspicious, Hong Jia. Have you forgotten that Sangu and the others mentioned it? The scent of Huang Bai can induce hallucinations. None of that was real. Besides, there are only 3 of us here, yet you claim to see 6 individuals in the mural. I surveyed the eerily silent surroundings and remarked, could it be that the other 3 are among us, yet invisible? Ghosts, perhaps. Chapter 66. Crisis. Stop with the nonsense about ghosts. I don't know. Let's move and put some distance between ourselves and this place. Watch your step, Hong Jia declared, striding ahead. Oddly enough, there was no sign of significant water accumulation on the ground, yet the path was exceedingly muddy. Help! Help me, I have no strength left. Researcher N faltered after only a few steps. Grab my hand. With a firm pull, I freed her from her predicament. Just follow closely behind me, and step only in my footprints. Avoid straying. Understood. The terrain grew increasingly treacherous. I noticed that the mud, which previously only engulfed our ankles, now threatened to swallow our calves after just a few minutes of trudging through. Truly, one fears what one anticipates. I had worried about encountering such a scenario. Remaining stationary was not an option, as those individuals would undoubtedly pursue us. We had no choice but to forge ahead, yearning to escape this quagmire. Suddenly, a startled cry from Hong Jia pierced the air. Yunfeng, she cried out desperately. I saw Hong Jia mistakenly step into the wrong spot, and her entire body was rapidly sinking down. Hurry! Help! Alarmed by the sight, I quickly called for Researcher N to assist in pulling Hong Jia up. It is often said that panic clouds one's judgment. Had I not rushed over, perhaps I could have avoided the same fate. In my frantic haste, I dashed forward only to find myself sinking alongside her. We 3 clasped hands, all of us descending together, and soon the mud engulfed us up to our thighs. Hong Jia, drenched in sweat and panic, shouted, Don't move, don't struggle. However, this only temporarily slowed our descent, as it was evident that we were still gradually sinking deeper. Quick! Think of a solution, Researcher N cried out in fear. I reminded myself to remain calm. As the sole male among us, it was imperative to maintain composure. I understood that if we lost our focus, it would lead to our demise. Sweating profusely, I anxiously scanned my surroundings, contemplating a strategy. I attempted to lean back while relaxing my legs, ceasing my frantic thrashing. I endeavored to shift my weight from sinking downward to reclining backward. Soon, I realized this tactic was effective, as my lower body ceased its descent. I shouted to them both, Point your toes up, lean back. Hong Jia and Researcher N immediately adopted my approach, striving to shift their center of gravity. The advantage of this method was that it increased the surface area of our bodies against the mire, yet we remained trapped, merely floating in a state of half-submersion. At that moment, it would have been fortuitous to have a tree root or some driftwood by our side. If only such a thing existed, we could have clung to it and extricated ourselves from this dire predicament. Alas, there was nothing, and thus we remained in a stalemate for nearly 2 hours, each of us paralyzed by fear of moving, aware that any motion would lead to our descent into the abyss. We maintained our position, utterly exhausted. In a feeble voice, Hongjie lamented, "Yunfeng, it seems there is no hope left. We are destined to perish here." No, that cannot be. Surely there is a way. We must find a way. I implored Hongjie to hold on. I lack the strength. I cannot endure any longer, murmured researcher, and her complexion ashen. No sooner had she uttered those words than her body began to sink at a visibly alarming rate. My heart raced with desperation, yet I was powerless to act. With tear-filled eyes, I shouted, helplessly watching as researcher and sank further into the depths. In that critical moment, I glanced towards the shore and spotted a slight figure not far from us. It was difficult to discern whether it was male or female, appearing somewhat childlike. The individual wore a hat woven from grass and tattered clothing, anxiously pacing in place, evidently concerned for our plight. It was this decaying piece of wood that they had thrown to us. Survival took precedence. There was no time for contemplation. I seized the wood, laying my upper body upon it. Hongjie, too, immediately grasped the makeshift lifeline. "Hand! Quickly! Give me your hand!" Researcher and had already sunk significantly, but in that fleeting moment, she glimpsed a glimmer of hope, igniting a fierce will to survive. Researcher and shouted as she pulled her hands out. Seizing the opportunity, Hongjie and I grasped her wrists from either side. "Pull," I urged. "Hongjie, with all your might." I exerted every ounce of strength I possessed. Fortunately, Researcher and was slender and light, and with the support of the floating log, we summoned all our strength to finally haul her up. The effort left my left arm in excruciating pain. I had long assumed my previous injury was a fracture. However, after a few days, the pain had subsided, leading me to suspect it might have been a misjudgment, perhaps a ligament tear or a hairline fracture instead. Not far away, the diminutive figure wearing a bark hat waved his arms excitedly, bouncing and gesturing at us in celebration of our rescue. Hongjie, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, exclaimed, "Hold on to the log." All three of us together. I counted to 3, signaling for us to exert ourselves. 1, 2, 3. Forward. Let us go. Ultimately, perseverance bore fruit. With the aid of the log, the 3 of us managed to ascend to safety. It was this log that saved us, or rather, the person from earlier who had aided us. Exhausted, I bent forward, resting my hands on my knees, panting heavily, and then looked up in that direction. Where are the others? To my dismay, the hat-wearing individual had vanished. The area was now desolate, devoid of any presence, save for a trail of footprints left behind. Our lower bodies were caked in mud as I approached the prints, furrowing my brow in realization. The imprints in the mud were unmistakably made by bare feet, yet there was something distinctly amiss. Generally, individuals possess 5 toes on each foot. However, the footprints left behind distinctly reveal only 4 toes, a fact that is unmistakably clear. Recalling the slender figure of the person we encountered earlier, akin to that of a child, a look of alarm passed between Hongjie and me. Simultaneously, we blurted out, "Mountain demon!" These footprints, coupled with the height, could not possibly belong to a mere individual, nor to a child donning a straw hat. They unmistakably belonged to the mountain demon we had seen previously. I gazed at Hongjie. Incredulity etched across my face, and remarked, Hongjie, could it be that creature saved us? How is that conceivable?" Hongjie scrutinized the line of footprints extending into the distance and solemnly replied, "Yunfeng, did you notice? That creature wore a hat woven from tree bark and was clad in tattered rags scavenged from who knows where, appearing utterly disheveled. If it truly were a mountain demon, it should not belong to the same clan as the previous ones adorned in black hats." This line of footprints stretched onward into the ominous darkness ahead. Pointing to the ground, Hongjie stated, "If that creature indeed saved us, it at least indicates that it harbors no ill will towards us." Let us follow this trail of footprints and see where it leads. Chapter 67. A startling revelation. Having suffered a significant setback earlier, we narrowly escaped calamity. Thus, we proceeded with heightened caution this time. Following the footprints, we soon arrived at the entrance of a diminutive cave, where the tracks ultimately vanished outside. Although referred to as a cave, it would be more aptly described as a hole, with the entrance barely measuring 1 meter and 40 centimeters in height, necessitating that any adult must bend to enter. "Let us venture inside," said Hongjie, gazing at the cave's entrance. Researcher and appeared to exhibit symptoms of claustrophobia, her fear palpable. I reassured her not to dwell on her apprehensions, suggesting that perhaps there was nothing within. Merely a small cave, devoid of any threat. "Mind your head, be cautious." Hongjie frequently reminded us to remain vigilant. The cave extended approximately 40 to 50 meters, allowing us to stand upright at its far end. Upon inspection, we observed remnants of burnt twigs and charcoal strewn across the ground, alongside rudely fashioned stone pots. In one corner, a significant pile of straw lay, seemingly intended for resting. I swallowed hard, pondering, how could animals manage to kindle a fire for cooking? "Hongjie, look at these stone tools on the ground. Could it be that the mountain ape has reverted to the ways of the cave dwellers?" "No," Hongjie replied, surveying her surroundings. "These are unmistakably traces of human habitation. I do not believe such creatures could possess these skills. It simply does not make sense."
Humans.
"Where are they?" I wondered aloud, rummaging through the straw pile in search of hidden individuals. Though I found no one, a significant discovery awaited me. I unearthed a concealed olive-green backpack. "Look, come quickly. We've made a find," I exclaimed, convinced that something noteworthy had transpired. Eagerly, I placed the backpack on the ground and opened it, eager to uncover its contents. After thoroughly inspecting each compartment, we unearthed a considerable assortment of items. "Who does this belong to?" I began to inquire when suddenly, Hongjie pointed towards the cave entrance, whispering, "Listen closely. There are footsteps, someone is approaching." Upon closer listening, I discerned footsteps approaching ever closer. In haste, I picked up a stone from the ground, clutching it in my hand as a weapon. I thought to myself that if Chen Jianxing and his group were indeed pursuing us, it would be prudent to strike first. Before long, a figure emerged from the cave's entrance. Just as I raised the stone, poised to strike this person's forehead, they suddenly looked up, and our eyes locked. To my astonishment, it was none other than Yao Yuman, a face I recognized all too well, having not seen her for several months. She stared at us in disbelief, clearly taken aback by our unexpected appearance. We stood there, gazing at each other for 2 or 3 minutes. Yao Yuman pointed at the stone I was gripping tightly and, breaking the silence, chuckled, "What's this, Xiang Yunfeng? After months apart, is your first instinct to try and kill me?" After regaining her composure, Hongjie nodded at Yao Yuman in acknowledgement. Only researcher and remained frozen in place, appearing utterly bewildered. "Please have a seat." Yao Yuman gestured towards a pile of hay. Once we were seated, she turned to me and said, "This is a long story. To be honest, I am quite surprised to encounter you all here. Where are the Sun brothers? Have they encountered any trouble?" My expression darkened, and I sighed. "Eldest brother and third brother have been captured. I have no idea where they are being held. As for the second brother, his fate remains uncertain." Yao Yuman shook her head, saying, "I had warned you back then, but you chose not to listen. At this point, there's no one else to blame. We had initially planned to reveal ourselves in a few days, but it seems you stumbled upon us unexpectedly." "So, Mizu, is this what you mean?" Hong asked, gazing at Yao Yuman. After a contemplative pause, she murmured, unforeseen, that this would be the case. Growing impatient, as their cryptic exchange eluded me, I interjected. Hong shook her head, replying, "Yunfeng, haven't you discerned it by now? From the outset, we were kept in the dark. Ironically, we acted secretively, concealing it from Batu. Alas, Batu is here as well. How can that be?" Yao Yuman urged me to temper my agitation as she recounted the sequence of events. Took a while for me to fully grasp the situation. I was at a loss for words. It was only upon this serendipitous encounter with Yao Yuman that the truth was unveiled. From the very beginning, Batu had never departed from Shund. Our actions transpired right under his watchful gaze. He was fully aware of everything. Ms. Yu, why didn't you dissuade us initially? And why keep this concealed from us? I inquired after a moment's consideration. Dissuade you? She chuckled, regarding me. Did I not attempt to dissuade you? The question is, did you heed my counsel? I grumbled, that was you. Why did Bata feign ignorance? Had he personally intervened, my elder brother and I would have listened. No, Yunfeng, you've misunderstood the situation. Hong Jie began, her voice laden with gravity. The entire affair is far more intricate than it appears. Wang Batu has his own concerns and motivations. In truth, from the moment I laid eyes upon those skeletal remains, Batu foresaw that you would inevitably descend into the tomb and unearth the subterranean palace. He understands the nature of the Sun brothers all too well. The plan that Wang Batu and I devised together actually began on that very day. Hong Jie inhaled deeply, fixing her gaze upon Yao Yuman as she continued. This is no longer merely a conflict between the North and South. The petty thieves from Changchun have also become involved, and there are even connections to certain pharmaceutical conglomerates in Hong Kong. Are you and Batu aware of this? Chuckling mirthlessly, Yao Yuman smoothed her bangs and retorted, this is the interstitial layer of the subterranean palace. I've been residing here for the past 3 or 4 months. What could possibly be happening that I wouldn't know about? My eyes widened in astonishment. 3 or 4 months. So, besides the stone door within the subterranean palace, there are other entrances that allow access. Sister Yu, you mentioned that this place is actually the interstitial layer of the palace. How did you come to learn of those people's movements? I have allies who gather intelligence for me, naturally. With that, she snapped her fingers. Moments later, 2 diminutive figures wearing straw hats emerged from the mountain cave. Upon seeing Yao Yuman, they began chattering incessantly. Yao Yuman gestured towards them, saying, I've given them names. The male on the left is called D, and the female on the right is called. As she finished speaking, the creature named D actually removed its straw hat. It possessed an elongated face, yellowish-black fur, a red nose, and 2 wisps of white hair on either side of its nasal groove. Its appearance was undeniably bizarre. Then, it began to pucker its lips in my direction, as if it were about to kiss me. Chapter 68. The intricate game. Noticing my troubled expression, Yao Yuman offered me a reassuring smile. You need not fear. They have been tamed and generally do not pose a threat to humans. Ah, you misunderstand, I replied. While I mentioned they had been tamed, I never claimed to be the one who did it. I lack such skills. Then who is the tamer? I inquired with curiosity. Her smile faded as she regarded me seriously. That individual is not present at the moment, but we shall soon encounter him. Chen Hong, you must have heard of the renowned Qi Lu in the circles you frequent? Sister Hong pondered for a moment before responding. I have not met him personally, but I have heard whispers. Qi Lu's prowess in animal taming was quite famous in Tianjin, and it is said he employs a unique ancestral technique. Indeed, Yao Yuman affirmed with a nod. In truth, the mountain macaque reigns as the sovereign of the wild. These creatures possess remarkable intelligence and can exhibit extreme ferocity. Even tigers and leopards fear them in their territory. Taming such beings requires a willingness to confront danger, and even descendants of Qi Lu have shed blood in the process. I found this entirely plausible. Despite their relatively small size, akin to that of monkeys, their brutal nature is undeniable. Their propensity for cannibalism raises the chilling possibility of them preying upon humans as well. At that moment, Sister Hong furrowed her brow and inquired, Where is the head now? Where is he at present? From Sister Hong's tone, I detected a hint of tension. I recalled that Xiao Lu Tu had once mentioned he was keeping us around to lure a bigger fish, targeting those behind us. I surmised he must have some awareness of our connections, yet with the vast expanse beneath Feima Mountain, he could not ascertain whether those individuals had descended or concealed themselves. The head and little Chiu have navigated the tumultuous waters of society for half a lifetime. Little Chiu, a member of the Changchun Society, is surrounded by formidable and extraordinary individuals. I surmise that the head's intent to remain concealed is to secure victory from the shadows. In truth, these two are engaged in a game of chess, a match within a match. Although reluctant to admit it, I, along with Hongjie and the Sun brothers, have been manipulated like pawns on a chessboard. Little Chiu's ulterior motives remain unknown, and reflecting on the events of the past few months, I am overwhelmed by a sense of helplessness, for I am still far too inexperienced compared to these individuals. They possess vast networks within the underworld, ensnaring one another in intricate plots both overt and covert, until the final confrontation when all cards are revealed. No one can ascertain who will triumph. Ultimately, as the matters surrounding the Jiao Ho tomb unfold, it boils down to the strength of one's capabilities and connections within the realm. At this juncture, I posed a question to Yao Yuman regarding the Jiao Ho. Leaning against a haystack, she squinted and replied, "The one entombed within the golden coffin and silver sarcophagus is not the tomb owner, Jiao Ho." Previously, I had asked a friend to inquire at the National Museum's historical archives, and this friend uncovered a lead. During the Han Dynasty, there was a historian named Ban Chao, who, aside from authoring the book of the later Han, was deeply passionate about the study of Western Zhou history. In his surviving work, The Book of the Zhou Kings, he mentions Jiao Ziho, noting that he had a beloved daughter, who tragically succumbed to a debilitating illness at a young age. In his sorrow, Jiao Ho expressed a desire to be buried alongside his cherished daughter after his death, a matter he duly reported to the Zhou Emperor. Ancient scholars placed immense importance on rituals and moral principles. The burial of children alongside their parents contravenes familial propriety. If Ban Chao's assertions hold true and the Son of Heaven permitted this act, it becomes evident from this episode that the stature of the Marquis of Jie was exceedingly high during that era. The golden coffin and silver casket do not contain the Marquis himself. Could it be that his youngest daughter lies therein? I was taken aback upon hearing this news. Whose corpse could possibly be submerged within that large leather case? Could it truly belong to the Marquis? I inquired of researcher and who claimed to have witnessed a corpse that bit. Could they not discern whether it was male or female? At that moment, Yao Yuman sighed deeply and responded, "That is indeed the Marquis's youngest daughter. Her golden coffin and silver casket were breached by that group, and Changchun society sought to subdue her. I had foreseen that trouble would eventually arise. You ought to be aware that this entity is, in fact, the most terrifying of all." "Do you mean she has risen from the dead?" I asked. "No, it is not a mere resurrection. From the perspective of geomancy, this is a millennium-old corpse of an unseen specter. If his youngest daughter has transformed thus, I shudder to think of what the Marquis has become now. Our preparations may prove futile." I inquired whether she was preparing black donkey hooves, as I had often heard that such items were essential for confronting these phenomena. Yao Yuman let out a derisive laugh. "Black donkey hooves? Consider this, in all the great museums, do you find any ancient geomantic talismans made from black donkey hooves? Surely not," she continued. "Those were only produced in abundance after the Republic of China. As for their connection to tomb raiding, I cannot say. Inzishur is a concept rooted in ancient geomancy and the study of earth veins. It is evident that one cannot merely employ such entities without caution. None of us have truly encountered this phenomenon, yet I have heard my uncle mention that should one come across it, the ancient corpse-binding ropes and the inclusion of spirit money, as passed down from the Shaanxi region, might prove beneficial. This matter delves into the realm of Xinyan techniques. The ancient corpse-binding ropes from Shaanxi are naturally linked to the local tradition of corpse guiding, which is a regional folklore. It stands alongside the rituals of the Northeast jumping god, the Miao ethnic group's cultivation of gu, and the southern practices of descent, collectively regarded as the four major folk arts. Tracing back through history, these practices indeed correlate with Xinyan techniques. The term Xinyan is first referenced in the Book of Lu Ban, while it is said that the latter volume of this text documents the art of Yenxing. Presently, Xinyan techniques may be inaccessible to the average person, yet Yenxing practices are frequently encountered. For instance, one often sees Yenxing flower money and offerings to mountain spirits in antique markets, as well as the traditional door gods during the New Year and the crossing of fire basins during weddings. These are all remnants of folk Yenxing techniques. The authenticity of Shaanxi's corpse guiding is a matter for another discussion, especially since cremation has become the norm. However, in ancient times, the integrity of the physical body was regarded as sacred, with the notion of returning to one's roots after death firmly established. Originally, those guided in Shaanxi were soldiers who perished on the battlefield. The corpse-binding ropes and spirit money were tools employed by the Shaanxi corpse guides to manage the deceased, and Yao Yuman's suggestion to utilize them against Yin Zishur seems plausible. Researcher and is now utterly bewildered. and I too feel a surge of anxiety within. I silently pray that these implements will serve their purpose. Should they fail, the consequences are indeed daunting. We now face not only the people from Changchun, but potentially the legendary Inzi corpse as well. It seems prudent to be cautious. After all, caution is the key to longevity. Chapter 69. Researcher. And after a brief tidying up, Yao Yuman insisted that we must leave this place, as the small band of ruffians could arrive at any moment. She mentioned that the timing was not yet right for a direct confrontation with them. I inquired about what she was waiting for, and why others were not making an appearance. Yao Yuman shook her head and cryptically stated, "You will understand in due time. In any case, you all must remain vigilant. This is not a game. Lives are at stake." I was eager to learn about the leader's plans, but this woman remained tight-lipped, and I felt hesitant to press her further. Thus, I followed her, curious to see where she would lead us for refuge. "Can you understand their speech?" I asked. "Do not look at me with such eyes. I am a human, not a monkey. How could I possibly comprehend what these beasts are saying?" Yao Yuman replied solemnly, gazing ahead. "Listen closely to their calls. 3 long and 1 short signifies safety ahead, while 3 long and 2 short indicates danger. This was imparted to me by a descendant of the Chilio family." I was intrigued, realizing that even primates, when specially trained, could possess such abilities. As I stared into the encroaching darkness, I asked, "Sister Yu, you must have been here for quite some time. Where does this path lead?" "It's hard to say. The terrain down here is quite intricate, and without a map, I usually refrain from wandering about aimlessly," she replied. Suddenly, the 2 mountain monkeys clearing the way began to screech loudly. Upon closer inspection, the cries resemble a peculiar pattern. Yao Yuman raised his hand, cautioning, "Be wary. They are issuing a warning. There may be danger ahead, for we are in a concealed layer that has eluded discovery until now. Perhaps we should take a detour and explore another path." Researcher gazed into the enveloping darkness, a flicker of fear crossing her features. Hong Jie frowned, expressing her discontent. "It's merely the cries of 2 creatures. There may be nothing at all. The foremost taboo in tomb exploration is to instill fear within oneself." She turned her icy gaze upon Researcher and, warning, "Speak carelessly again, and you shall no longer accompany us." I, Researcher stammered, lowering her head, unable to meet Hong Jie's eyes. Yao Yuman illuminated the ground with his flashlight, revealing something intriguing. It appeared to be a shed skin resembling that of a serpentine creature. "Isn't this the shed skin of a 4-legged lizard? How can such a thing shed? Is it not rather large?" I bent down to touch it. The snake skin protruded slightly from the earth, most of it still concealed beneath the mud. As I probed it with my hand, I noted the skin had begun to weather, suggesting it had remained here for quite some time. Typically, such skins measure only a few decimeters. Those exceeding half a meter are considered anomalies. However, judging by the visible portion of this snake skin, its length far surpasses that dimension, given that much of it lies buried in the sediment, leaving us uncertain of its true size. Yao Yuman surveyed the surroundings with her flashlight and remarked, "Given the environment, it is evident that there are no stone dragons native to Shund. The presence of such creatures in the subterranean caverns beneath Fama Mountain may be linked to the original occupant of the tomb, possibly indicating a unique lineage of stone dragons. These beings are cold-blooded animals, possessing underdeveloped brains and devoid of self-awareness. Furthermore, their senses are highly specialized solely for the purpose of hunting. They are incapable of recognizing static targets, let alone discerning identities. Their behavior is beyond human control." "Indeed, I concur," I added in agreement. "Sister Yu, we have previously encountered that secluded back garden. It is plausible that the late Jiaho had an affinity for rare flora and fauna, exhibiting a peculiar collecting obsession. Wait, be cautious. There is something amiss underground." Hong Jie suddenly shouted. Squeak! Squeak! 2 mountain monkeys scrambled up the protruding rocks, fixated on a particular spot below, shrieking in frenzy. "Retreat! Huddle together," Yao Yuman urged, her expression grave as she produced a dagger from her bosom, gripping it tightly in her palm. To the left, illuminated by the flashlight, I suddenly noticed an unusual bulge beneath the mire. Moments later, a reptile exceeding 2 meters in length, with a mottled yellow-brown body, emerged from the depths of the mud. It lay on the ground, merely 10 meters away from us, hissing as it flicked its long tongue. Everyone stood paralyzed with fear, unsure if this creature was a lizard or a large monitor. Surely, one bite from it could sever a human head. Do not make any sudden movements. Cannot identify static objects. Yao Yuman remained the calmest among us. The creature hissed and slithered towards us, its movements awkward and ungraceful. Suddenly, without warning, Researcher turned and sprinted away. Don't run, Hongjie shouted, but it was too late. The creature dropped onto all fours and swiftly pursued the fleeing researcher, and its speed far exceeding that of any normal human. It sank its teeth into her calf and began dragging her away. Help! Help! Save me! She cried, frantically waving her arms in agony. Bang! 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 For shots rang out in quick succession. Yao Yuman, her face set like ice, raised her pistol and fired. The creature immediately released its grip, and researcher crawled towards us, covered in mud and bleeding profusely from her leg. I rushed over to pull her to safety. After staggering a few meters, the creature lay still. Summoning my courage, I approached it and discovered it was lifeless. Yao Yuman's shots had struck true, each one hitting its mark. Yao Yuman appeared remarkably composed, seemingly unfazed by the sudden turn of events. We must leave at once, I urged, realizing that the gunfire would surely alert others to our position. But what about her? Can she walk? I gestured towards Researcher N, who was now sitting on the ground, her pants torn and her injury a gruesome sight. This is all her fault.
Hongjie flamed angrily.
Otherwise, we would not have so hastily revealed our location. The group from Changchun must be hurrying toward us now. Let us go. Hongjie grasped my arm firmly and urged me forward. Yao Yuman said nothing. We abandoned Researcher and, leaving her alone in this place. She wiped her tears and looked up at me, her gaze seemingly pleading. Save me. I felt a pang of compassion and turned to Hongjie, imploring, why don't we take her with us? Look at her. She seems so pitiful. We cannot simply stand by and watch her perish. Hongjie gritted her teeth, about to respond, when suddenly, bang, a gunshot rang out. Researcher and fell backwards, lifeless. Yao Yuman wiped the barrel of her gun and, with an air of indifference, uttered two words. Let us go. Chapter 70. Pursuit. I stared in shock at the fallen researcher and, have you lost your mind? I rushed over and saw her wide-open eyes, devoid of breath. A bullet lodged in her forehead. She was dead. I had previously abducted her in a desperate bid for survival, but I never contemplated truly killing her. Just moments ago, she was a living being, and now she lay cold, a corpse. My eyes welled with tears as I turned and shouted, why? We could have left without her. Why did you have to take her life? In the end, it would bring trouble to us all. You, my friend, are fortunate. You entered this line of work under Wang Baheo. Had you been with that group from the south, you would have already been buried in the ground in a black market deal. So what will it be? Do you intend to remain here with this corpse, or will you continue to follow us? Let us go, Yunfeng, sighed Hongjie. I recognized the validity of her words, yet I found myself. You all go ahead. I will catch up shortly. Very well, as you wish. If it is to be, then let it be. Yunfeng, hurry. After their exchange, they proceeded forward. I gently laid Researcher down and covered her eyes with my hand. I am truly sorry. You should not have come to Shund. Alas, now you are reunited with old Su and Li. Together in this journey. I smoothed her legs, wishing to afford her a semblance of dignity. At that moment, a small blue glass vial rolled from her pocket, unbroken, coming to rest at my feet after a couple of spins. Gazing at the closed eyes of Researcher an inexplicable thought struck me. Does this actually work? I twisted open the vial's cap and held it to her lips, raising my hand to administer a third of its contents. I stepped back, anxiety coursing through me. Yunfeng, hurry. What are you dawdling for? Hongjie called from ahead. I'm coming, I replied, hastily stowing the glass vial in my pocket. I had intended to dig a grave for her, but our lives were in peril, leaving no time for such rituals. I cast one last lingering glance at Researcher and before sprinting to catch up with Hongjie. Noticing my somber demeanor, Hongjie furrowed her brow and asked, what is it? Have you developed feelings for that woman? No, no, that is not the case. I hastily waved my hands. It was merely a fleeting encounter. After all, having spent a few days together, it is only natural to form some attachment. There is no need for deceit. I can discern your lingering sentiments for that woman. Were I in your position, I would behave similarly. When one fails to sever ties decisively, chaos ensues, yet Yao Yuman has committed no transgression. I lowered my head, feeling an emptiness within, and replied, I understand, Hongjie. Rest assured I can distinguish between priorities. That is good to know, she said, patting my back. I offered my apologies to Yao Yuman, acknowledging that I should not have raised my voice so earlier. She nodded in acknowledgement, saying little more, then brought her fingers together to emit a sharp whistle, summoning the 2 mountain goblins to heed her command. They possessed keen hearing, able to detect the slightest disturbance within a kilometer radius. I instructed them to remain vigilant behind us. After continuing our journey for over an hour, we encountered a boulder standing over a meter tall, obstructing our path. Yao Yuman suggested we rest behind the stone for 10 minutes before resuming our trek, taking the opportunity to consume some provisions and replenish our energy. Hidden behind the large stone, we shared compressed biscuits, and Hongjie took a couple of sips from her water bottle before passing it to me. I gulped down several mouthfuls of water and swallowed the dry ration, wiping my mouth afterward. Sister Yu, I did not expect you to possess a firearm, and you handle it with such precision. Might I have a glimpse? I have never seen the genuine article before. Never mind. I would be reluctant to entrust it to you. What if it were to discharge accidentally? Generally, travelers are disinclined to utilize such items, and I would rate my accuracy as merely average, considerably inferior to my brother's skill. This was a gift from my uncle for self-defense. After all, one must always remain cautious of others. Her demeanor remained serene, and her tone was light-hearted. I could not help but marvel inwardly. Who would dare to cast their eyes upon you, lest they wish for their own demise? A bullet to the head would leave even the most stoic expression unyielding. As long as you refrain from instigating trouble with others, we ought to consider ourselves fortunate. As for the short-haired Yao, when she mentioned, the sole impression he left on me was one of reticence, a hint of something deeply concealed. At that moment, a mountain macaque, which had been roaming freely, suddenly appeared before us, gesticulating wildly. Yao Yuman's expression shifted dramatically. We must go. Quickly, he urged. That group is upon us. Swifter than I had anticipated. This cannot continue. We will inevitably be discovered. She turned to the macaque and commanded, lead us to a nearby hiding place. Crevices, subterranean caves, or any suitable shelter will suffice. Hurry! Remarkably, the creature seemed to comprehend her words and promptly dashed away. Quickly, follow. With its assistance, we navigated through the terrain, and soon we found ourselves at a narrow mountain crevice. It was deep yet barely wide enough for a single person to slip through. The 3 of us concealed ourselves within. Before long, we could hear voices from outside. Brother Jin, these fellows are remarkably swift. Despite our haste, we have yet to catch a glimpse of them. Another man chimed in. Indeed, Brother Jin, those rascals can truly run. Did you see that 4-legged beast that had its head smashed? There was a significant amount of blood on the ground. I could smell it, and it was human blood. Surely, someone among them must have been injured, and we shall inevitably catch up. Hiding in the crevice, I exchanged a silent glance with Hongjie. Was it merely blood? Had they not noticed anything else? What of researcher and S-body? Could it be? I swallowed hard, daring not to voice my thoughts. Let us move forward. This group cannot escape. As I watched them depart, I secretly exhaled in relief, narrowly avoiding detection. Hongjie remarked that was a prime opportunity. You should have taken the shot. With your precision, it should have been effortless, no? Yao Yumen shook his head. The one they call Brother Jian is not someone you would recognize. He has been closely associated with Xiao Lu Tu in recent years and rarely appears in the underworld. Not only is he formidable in combat, but he also has a godfather within the Changchun society, who has advised the leader to avoid offending him, lest it lead to complications. Hence, I refrained from taking his life. Oh, and who is his godfather? Someone who commands such respect from the leader. Do share a name so I might ascertain if I am familiar with him. Yao Yumen regarded Hongjie with a serious expression and replied, his godfather is currently confined to a psychiatric hospital, and his surname is Xie. Hong Jie's pupils constricted. Xie. Xie Qi Rong? Is it possible he is still alive? Chapter 71. A reunion. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Follow me. Yao Yu Men then led us to a secluded corner, surrounded by stones that provided ample concealment. Upon our arrival, I inquired, "You mentioned that Brother Jian's godfather is called Xie Qi Rong. Is this individual male or female? What is his background? It seems evident that you all regard him with considerable apprehension." Hong Jie furrowed her brow and remarked, "The Changchun Society encompasses a myriad of individuals from all walks of life, including some formidable outlaws. The current state of the Changchun Society is far from the peaceful facade it presents. Since the late 1990s, it has gradually divided into the old school and the new faction. The woman who controlled people using a white owl and a small gold coin belongs to the new faction, while the gang led by Xiao Lu is of the old school. There have been rumors circulating in the underworld that Xie Qirong once annihilated the entire family of a descendant of Swallow Li San and violated his wife and daughters. Coincidentally, the meteoric figure from Beiping, Wang Xiaoyuan, is also a descendant of Swallow Li San. So, did Wang Xiaoyuan seek revenge for his fellow disciple? I inquired. Hong Jie shook her head and replied, "Later, Wang Xiaoyuan was defeated by Xie Qirong and had both of his eyes gouged out. In a single night, he transformed from the extraordinary hero of Beiping into a blind man. In order to confront Xie Qirong, the president of the Changchun Society dispatched 7 masters, and only then was order restored. It was a matter from over a decade ago. Who would have thought that he is still alive?" Hong Jie sighed. Yao Yuman glanced at Hong Jie and nodded. "You possess considerable knowledge. It seems you have gathered ample intelligence about the Changchun Society." Hong Jie clenched her fist and then slowly relaxed it. "Let us set this aside for now," she said. Yao Yuman whistled, summoning a mountain gibbon. She produced a round pendant from her bosom and hung it around the gibbon's neck. "Plans have changed. We need to meet in advance. Lead us to the person." The gibbon sniffed the orb and immediately began to chatter excitedly as it leaped away. Winding through the rugged terrain, we followed the mountain demon for an extended period until we arrived at the entrance of a cave. Suddenly, another mountain demon leapt out from an unknown direction. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that this one also bore a small orb hanging from its neck. The 2 mountain demons, adorned with these spherical pendants, entered the cave together. After approximately 5 minutes, as the time seemed right, Yao Yuman stood at the cave's mouth and called out. The left twist reveals a fierce tiger, the right twist unveils an azure dragon, the upward twist flows like water, and the secret twist reveals the willow of Qi. Shortly thereafter, the sound of footsteps echoed from within the cave, and a middle-aged man emerged, holding a torch aloft with one hand. This man had fair skin and distinct features, though a large burn scar marred the left side of his face. Trailing behind him was the mountain demon, resembling a devoted servant. Yao Yuman offered a slight bow and said, "I am Yao Yuman of the northern faction. I extend greetings on behalf of my uncle, Yao Wanzhong, to the Qi Lu family." The middle-aged man nodded with a smile and replied, "There is no need for such formality. You may call me Lu Yushan." Yao Yuman shook her head, stating, "One must not disrupt the hierarchy. Since you have said so, I shall dare to address you as Brother Lu." The man smiled and nodded in agreement, showing no dissent. It was only later that I came to understand why Yao Jie held this man in such high regard. In times past, the Qi Lu family of Juhe Tianjin was a prominent lineage, and its descendants no longer needed to resort to street performances for sustenance. In 1942, Hunan faced a devastating drought, which was then compounded by a locust plague, affecting millions, with the eastern and central southern regions, particularly Zhemadian and Shiping, suffering the most severely. In those years, the head of the Qilio family was Lu Yuan, who held a prominent position within the Changchun Society, becoming a notable figure of that era. Everyone who encountered him would respectfully address him as Master Lu. Upon arriving in Hunan, he was profoundly affected by the sight of countless starving victims, which brought him to tears. The Lu family, having exhausted over a century of accumulated wealth, devoted all their resources to purchasing grain for the relief of the suffering populace. Yet their efforts proved to be but a drop in the ocean. This led to the subsequent famous incident known as the Gray and Yellow Grain Warehouse. In the winter of 1942, on the 17th day of the 12th lunar month, an extraordinary event unfolded. This incident, alongside later occurrences such as the Harbin cat-faced old lady's resurrection and the ghostly happenings at Guangzhou's Lichi Bay, was recorded among the top 10 curiosities. Witnesses reported an overwhelming presence of countless large rats and weasels that invaded the streets that night, numbering in the tens of thousands. These rodents moved in swarms, coming and going, and in a single night, they emptied the local grain warehouses belonging to the occupying forces. The rats and weasels delivered the stolen grain to the starving victims, saving untold lives. In the aftermath, the occupying forces launched an investigation, ultimately attributing the scheme to Lu Yuan of the Tianjin Lu family. The Lu family faced catastrophic consequences, losing not only their ancestral home but also suffering the execution of many family members. The valiant Lu Yuan met his demise heroically. Thus unfolded the gray and yellow grain warehouse incident in Hunan in 1942. To this day, a temple dedicated to the mouse immortal remains preserved in a mountain west of Zhemadian, a unique testament to history that honors mice. Although the Qiliu family of Tianjin has since fallen into decline, they continue to be respected in both the underworld and the righteous paths. Naturally, I hold deep respect for the heroic deeds of these individuals from that era. Upon entering the cave, Lu Yushan inserted the torch into the wall and beckoned us to sit down for a discussion. Brother Lu, according to our plan, we shouldn't meet for a few more days. However, due to the matters concerning Yunfeng and Chen Hong, we cannot afford to wait any longer. Where are the leaders and those two? Yao Yuman glanced around. Lu Yushan gestured behind him. Look, aren't they arriving? As three individuals entered. Upon seeing the elder at the forefront, I instantly leaped from my seat, exclaiming in surprise. The old man, clad in black attire, despite his graying temples, possessed a pair of radiant eyes. It was Wang, the leader. Yunfeng, it has been several months since we last met. The leader approached and warmly patted my shoulder. Wang Xianxing, this must be the young man you mentioned? I turned to look at the speaker, who was dressed in tattered rags, garments seemingly untouched by laundering for years, now encased in a layer of dark patina. His hair was disheveled, resembling a bird's nest, obscuring half of one eye. His appearance was that of a beggar, yet his gaze was remarkably bright and pure, reminiscent of an infant's innocence. Yao Yuman bowed respectfully to this ragged figure, addressing him as Master Lu. The leader introduced another assistant, who was considerably older, standing at a height similar to that of Hongjia. Clad in black, with a head full of white hair and numerous age spots on his face. He carried a dark blue cloth bag and stood there with a slight hunch, exuding an aura of despondency. Yunfeng, this is Master Zhao from Shaanxi, the leader introduced. A shiver ran down my spine as I realized this was the Master Zhao, the corpse handler brought by the leader from Shaanxi, which explained his somber demeanor. I promptly lowered my head in deference and respectfully addressed him as Master Zhao. The hunchbacked old man squinted at me without a word, then coughed and said, Yunfeng, Xiaohong, are you regretting it now? Regretting not heeding my advice? Especially you, Yunfeng, who teamed up with Lao San to trick me into going to Dongguan for fun. What kind of fun did you have? How did you end up here? He patted my shoulder, looking at me and Sister Hong, and said, The world is treacherous, Yunfeng Xiaohong. Let this be a lesson for you. His eyes narrowed as he gazed at the flickering torch on the wall, murmuring, The Changchun society is formidable, but I, Wang Xianxing, am no pushover. Whoever dares to mess with my people, be they human or ghost, will have to answer for it. Chapter 72. Calculating positions. Sister Hong lowered her head, and I couldn't see her expression. Boss, are you really sure about this? No matter the outcome, whether the Sun brothers can be rescued or not, we will have offended the Changchun society. The boss smiled and said, Xiaohong, this whole situation wasn't initiated by us. They've gone too far. You know what Lao Er would say if he were here, don't you? Sister Hong suddenly looked up and smiled. Lao Er would definitely say, To hell with them. Boss Wang, allow me to interject, Lu Yushan asked at this moment. How did your earlier reconnaissance go? Did you find anything? I almost forgot the main business, the boss said. Looking at Yao Yuman, Miss Yao, we've narrowed it down to about 200 meters. But to pinpoint the exact location of the coffin, we'll need the Fatu compass from your Yao family. Yao Yuman nodded, indicating his awareness that everything had been prepared, and that it sufficed to ascertain the approximate location. Subsequently, He, along with the Shaanxi Corp's transport master, led a small group out of the cave. Along the way, I inquired about the head's whereabouts in the past few days, to which he replied that he had been searching for the place of extreme een. In other words, beneath the entire Moth Mountain, there lay two sites of extreme een. One was the burial site of the Jeho's coffin, as it was essential to inter a corpse in an area of extreme een to nurture a een-infused body. The other was that hidden chamber, the secret room, where golden coffins and silver sarcophagi were concealed, emanated an intense chill, for it was indeed a site of extreme een. However, that was not the coffin of Jeho, but rather that of his youngest daughter, and I speculated that this individual had chosen an even more sinister location for himself. Yao Yuman, well-versed in the arts of feng shui and mechanisms, had associates who shared similar expertise, which implied that they too were in search of this final site of extreme een. The head's intention was to locate Jeho's coffin ahead of the others, thereby using it as leverage to negotiate for the release of our elder brother and third brother. As he had commenced his preparations months in advance, it appeared we were indeed a step ahead. As we traversed the path, a sense of familiarity washed over me, and I was taken aback when the head led us to the site. Before me lay a vast pit. Indeed, it was this very place. I stood in stunned silence and asked, "Head, is this the extreme een site you mentioned?" To be precise, it was at the bottom of the pit, which was shrouded in darkness, obscuring all visibility. He gestured downward with his hand. "No, don't go down. There are four-legged snakes below." I urgently recounted my previous encounters to them, yet their expressions remained devoid of emotion, as if they were already aware of the events I described. "Oh, you young one, what is there to fear from a bunch of little insects? They cannot possibly devour you." The beggar surnamed Lu chuckled lightly. "You are mistaken, Lu," I exclaimed. "Those little insects can indeed consume a person. We have previously encountered a monitor lizard over 2 meters long. Could easily bite off a person's head." "Oh?" Lu Yushan inquired with curiosity. "A monitor lizard over 2 meters long? Did you witness it with your own eyes?" Yao Yuman nodded in affirmation. Lu Gu. Yunfeng did not lie. It was indeed more than 2 meters long, and I was present at the scene. To my surprise, instead of being frightened, Lu Yushan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "How wonderful! After all these years, I have neither seen nor even heard of a monitor lizard of such length. It would be splendid if I could encounter one. I shall see if I can tame it. However, Brother Lu, monitor lizards are cold-blooded creatures with intellect far inferior to that of a macaque." It matters not. A monitor lizard is still a lizard, akin to a snake, and snakes and rodents dwell together. I have my methods. Let us not dwell on such matters. We shall discuss them once we reach the bottom of the pit. After all, last time we descended, we did not encounter anything of significant size, merely some small insects. He gestured towards a rope that hung down from a distance. "We shall descend first. Yunfeng and Xiaohong, you two follow behind. Be cautious and hold tightly to the rope." The group slid down the rope to the bottom of the pit, and the impression left by the beggar Lu as he descended was profoundly etched in my memory. He grasped the rope with one hand, not even casting a glance at the precipice beneath him, sliding down several meters with remarkable ease. His agility was akin to that of a swallow, and his strength was astonishing, surpassing even that of a youthful individual like myself. Upon reaching the pit's bottom, Lu Yushan produced an incense stick from his pocket and ignited it with a lighter, holding it aloft. A wisp of blue smoke gradually ascended. The scent of the incense was peculiar, one I had never encountered before. It was delightful, reminiscent of Vietnamese agarwood, yet distinct upon closer inspection. Curiously, after lighting the incense, not a single four-legged serpent appeared in the vicinity. Lu Yushan waved his hand to fan the flames, attempting to enhance the incense's burn, and explained, "This is a snake-repelling incense crafted from old sea dog ingredients. Four-legged serpents are still snakes, and their sense of smell is acute. Upon detecting this fragrance, they keep their distance, too wary to emerge and cause trouble." He illuminated the surroundings with his flashlight and then remarked, "Miss Yao, it is your turn. This compass, known as the small Fateo compass, is often employed for surveying mountains and determining dragon veins, focusing on identifying grand trends, whereas the smaller Fateo compass is more suited for assessing burial sites and locating graves. As mentioned earlier, The area at the bottom of this pit spans approximately 200 meters, and when viewed from above, it assumes an elliptical shape. Yao Yuman provided each of us with a small magnet. Though modest in size and seemingly unremarkable, Yujie assured us that this was no ordinary magnet. This type, known as the Lu Ming magnet, is crafted by infusing a standard magnet with red cinnabar and burying it under a willow or locust tree for a year and a half. Once the time has elapsed, the magnet is excavated and cleaned. The Lu Ming magnet is specialized in feng shui, exhibiting a heightened sensitivity to certain unique magnetic fields. Subsequently, he instructed us to stand at the edges of the southeastern, southwestern, northeastern, and northwestern corners, each holding a magnet, while she herself, with a grave expression, stood at the center, delicately balancing a small disc. At that moment, if a red line were to connect us, an observant person would immediately discern that we formed a perfectly inwardly concave pentagon, precisely 1 meter apart. Then he called out from a distance, "What do you think?" Yao Yuman furrowed her brow, gazing intently at the compass in her hand. After a moment of contemplation, she remarked, "The pulse indicates an opening well, the qian signifies an opening well, the ping denotes an opening well, yet the ku shows no response. The pulse corresponds to the angular wood dragon, the qian to the heart rabbit, the ping to the mouth fire monkey, and the ku to the wall water snake. The water snake transforms into a dragon. The timing is the heart rabbit. At 4:30 on the compass. Yunfeng, proceed 70 steps to your left front," she instructed me. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. "I have reached you, Yujie," I called out from my position. "Next, dig a small hole in the ground with your hand, then bury the magnet you hold within, covering it thoroughly with soil, ensuring it does not protrude." I complied with her directions, excavating a small pit before placing the 6 Ming magnets inside and covering them with earth. "Done, step back," Yao Yuman commanded, surveying the corners around her before lowering her gaze again to the compass. Finally, she nodded at the position, asserting, "Here, the deviation will not exceed 1.5 meters. The aura is dense, and the magnetic field of the 6 Ming magnets is remarkably strong." She pointed decisively to the spot, proclaiming, "There must be something underground there." Chapter 73. Resurrection. The head carried a foldable whirlwind shovel, which, compared to the Luoyang shovel, excavates soil with greater alacrity. The distinction lies in one emphasizing meticulous soil exploration while the other prioritizes efficiency in digging. After making the necessary markings, the head beckoned me to join him in our descent. As we commenced the excavation, the upper layer of soil was relatively soft. However, as we delved deeper, we discovered that the soil became increasingly compact, ultimately unearthing not the expected pale clay, but rather a type of soil adorned with a faint white frost, reminiscent of the frost that blankets the earth in winter. When I touched it with my hand, it felt astonishingly cold. The hunchbacked elder from Xiangxi had been observing silently. Upon witnessing this scene, he raised his eyebrows and remarked, "An extremely in location. It appears we have indeed found the right place. If a corpse has lain here for over 2 millennia, it would be challenging to avoid the accumulation of yin energy." This individual was quite ruthless, burying 18 generations of descendants alongside him. Despite our vigorous efforts, we were strangely devoid of sweat, and I distinctly sensed a drop in the surrounding temperature by several degrees. For a fleeting moment, I questioned my own vision, as it seemed that the breath I exhaled transformed into visible white mist. In the realm of tomb raiding, a proficient soil worker using a whirlwind shovel is deemed competent if they can excavate 2 to 3 meters in depth within an hour. Skilled laborers like Ergu and Sangu could manage at least 4 meters. The head was performing adequately, while I felt somewhat inadequate. My sluggish pace stemmed from the hardness of the soil and my relative inexperience in this endeavor. "Wait, something feels amiss. Everyone, halt!" Suddenly, Beggar Lu interrupted us. "What is it, Lu?" the head inquired, turning to him. As we came to a halt, the sound of scraping earth abruptly ceased. The beggar Lu, with his eyes shut tight, moved his ears back and forth as if straining to perceive some subtle noise. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. He swiftly turned and illuminated the area above with his flashlight. In that moment, the beam of light pierced through the darkness like a spotlight, revealing a shadowy figure. We beheld a person clinging to the rock face like a gecko, head down, gazing directly at us. Just that fleeting glance. I stumbled back a few steps, my whirlwind shovel slipping from my grasp and clattering to the ground. Trembling, I pointed towards the rocky wall and stammered, "Ayan researcher." The figure on the wall, the researcher, had her head bowed, her hair cascading down, obscuring her face. I recognized her attire instantly. It belonged to the researcher. How could this be? She was supposed to be dead. My face drained of color in sheer terror. Hong Jie, equally horrified, shared my disbelief, for we had both witnessed the lifeless body of the researcher. What in the world is this? Yao Yuman cursed through clenched teeth, drawing her sidearm without hesitation, firing 2 shots without a moment's thought. Bang! Bang! One shot veered off, hitting the rocky wall, igniting sparks as the bullet collided with the hard surface in the darkness. The researcher on the rock face spread her limbs wide and, in a startlingly swift motion, began to descend like a gecko. The speed was astonishing. "Be careful," I shouted, raising my whirlwind shovel as a weapon. The researcher moved with such velocity that the flashlight in my hand swung to follow her. Bang! Bang! Yao Yuman fired 2 shots in quick succession, both hitting their mark. Researcher N's body merely shuddered, yet her pace remained unrelenting, and in the blink of an eye, she crawled right in front of Yao. "Sister Yu, be careful," I shouted, unable to suppress my fear. Grabbing the whirlwind shovel, I swung it toward this creature's head. With a resounding smack, I felt as though I had struck not a human skull, but something as unyielding as stone. The recoil sent a jolt of pain through my hand, nearly causing me to lose my grip on the shovel. In that fleeting moment, clarity dawned upon me. This was no timid beauty. Researcher N, her complexion was as pale as tree sap, her veins a ghastly shade of purplish black, and her eyes were entirely scara. Moreover, her mouth was agape, revealing a set of blackened teeth, from which dark liquid continuously dripped. The rope, as if guided by fate, ensnared Researcher N's neck. With swift precision, the old man from Shaanxi wound the rope several times around his hand and yanked it tight. "What are you waiting for?" he bellowed at me. I hurriedly joined him, gripping the rope with all my might. Researcher N now possessed immense strength. The 2 of us struggled in vain against her as if we were losing a tug-of-war match. I pressed my legs into the ground, desperately leaning back. If a living person were to be pulled by a noose around their neck in such a manner, their head would surely be torn off. Suddenly, with a loud crack, the rope snapped. The force of my pull sent me sprawling backward. The hunchbacked old man gasped in horror. My binding rope for corpses. My body felt as though it were about to fall apart. A tempest of anger and urgency surged within me. Rising to my feet, I exclaimed, "What a wretched rope!" It snapped with the slightest tug. Researcher N appeared indifferent to both me and the old man from Shaanxi, as if harboring a deep-seated resentment towards Sister Yu. With half a corpse-binding rope ensnaring her neck, Researcher N lunged at Yao Yuman, aiming to bite her throat. "Watch out, girl!" Lu Yushan bellowed in alarm. In a moment of peril, Sister Yu swiftly shoved the entire barrel of her gun into Researcher N's mouth, effectively jamming her teeth. Gripping the gun barrel, an abundance of dark liquid dripped from her mouth, splattering onto Sister Yu's forehead. Bang! 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 A cacophony of gunfire erupted as Sister Yu, her face twisted with fury, relentlessly pulled the trigger until the magazine was empty. At such close range, the bullets entered through her mouth and exited from the back of her head, obliterating it completely. "Beggar, why aren't you making a move?" Lu Yushan shouted frantically. With a sharp sound, reminiscent of a sword being unsheathed, I was momentarily taken aback as Beggar Lu drew forth a gleaming soft sword from his waist. This sword, akin to a belt, was coiled around him. In the blink of an eye, a head soared through the air before tumbling to the ground and rolling twice. The entire sequence transpired in mere seconds, as Beggar Lu severed Researcher N's head with a single stroke. Still alive. I struggled to articulate my disbelief. Beggar Lu approached with curiosity, crouching down to inspect. Grasping Researcher N's hair, he lifted her head, revealing she was not yet dead. At this moment, Researcher N's eyes were still moving, her mouth opening and closing like a fish gasping for air. It was peculiar. This was not a resurrection. What on earth was happening? The Beggar Lu, tugging at Researcher N's hair, looked on in astonishment. Witnessing this bizarre scene, I felt as though my very soul was about to flee in terror. The old man from Xiangxi exclaimed vehemently, "This is neither a resurrection nor a false resurrection. What in the world is this? No wonder my binding ropes are utterly ineffective." At that moment, Hong Jie seemed to have an epiphany, casting a doubtful glance in my direction. I lowered my head, feeling a twinge of guilt, unable to meet her gaze. She had been present during the incident involving old Su, having witnessed everything firsthand. Yao Yuman had nearly been bitten to death, and I realized I was in deep trouble. I pulled a small glass vial from my pocket for them to inspect. It contained a pale blue liquid, still half full. "What is this?" the head asked, peering at the vial with confusion. Before I could explain, Hong Jie inhaled deeply and interjected, "Head, everyone. I suspect this substance is what the Changchun Society has been coveting all along." Chapter 74. The accompanying offering quickly dispose of it. "Are you planning to celebrate the new year with that thing, beggar?" Lu Yushan glanced at the severed head. Indeed, it was no prize. Lu carelessly tossed it aside. With researcher and decapitated, her body ceased to move. Although it was a beheading, what was perplexing was the minimal amount of blood flowing from her neck. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the faint signs of coagulation at the wound. After glancing skeptically at the small glass vial, she clearly doubted its efficacy, unable to believe that such a potion could revive the deceased. Master Zhao of Xiangxi lamented the fraying rope with deep regret, sighing incessantly. "The Zhao family has dined on the misfortunes of the dead for generations. Who would have thought that one day, the ancestral binding rope for corpses would fall into disrepair in my hands? I am unfilial, utterly unfilial." Observing his continuous lamentations, I could not help but interject. "Master Zhao, it is not that I doubt you, but what kind of rope is that? It is merely a flimsy string that snaps at the slightest tug, utterly incapable of binding anything. I at least am unscathed." "That is reassuring," he replied, urging everyone to focus. "Given that we have come this far, we must not falter at the final hurdle." Yunfeng continued digging. Without uttering further words, I picked up the whirlwind shovel and resumed my task, daring only to gaze at the ground beneath my feet, unwilling to glance at the severed body of researcher N. At that moment, Lu Yushan spoke up. "Are you too weary? Shall I summon my friends to assist?" I understood that his friends undoubtedly referred to those mischievous mountain spirits. "No need, Brother Lu," I replied, shaking the whirlwind shovel in my hand. "Your friends are likely not even as tall as this shovel. How could they possibly dig? We appreciate the sentiment, but excavating tunnels is our forte. Just observe." Lu Yushan nodded in acknowledgement and refrained from further interruption, while Master Zhao, the corpse handler, grew increasingly inquisitive. He relentlessly inquired about the composition and origin of the potion contained within the glass vial. The only ones privy to its ingredients and preparation were researcher N and his colleagues, all of whom now lay lifeless. From where could I procure such knowledge? I was asked to question with a hint of impatience, prompting me to weave a fabrication, claiming it was actually corpse oil, extracted from the bodies of the deceased. As for the precise method, I would rather not elaborate, for I am unaware. If one wishes to inquire further, it would be prudent to consult Mr. Zhao, Lu Jianxing, and Little Chiu. They are surely in possession of the knowledge. "Ah, I see." The elder pondered momentarily before lapsing into silence. The excavation grew increasingly profound as I and the leader leapt into the pit to dig, shoveling earth continuously. Suddenly, with a clang, the leader's shovel struck some metallic object, and an unsettling hush enveloped the surroundings, the sound echoing sharply. "What has emerged? What is it?" Sister Yu inquired, rushing over. The leader sifted through the soil and unearthed a tarnished bronze artifact. This peculiar bronze piece bore an unusual shape. Despite having encountered numerous bronze items before, I had never seen one quite like this, nor could I identify its name. The object was a flattened oval with a lid, tightly sealed, revealing faint engravings of some animal motif. Judging by its form, it bore a striking resemblance to the modern electric hand warmers. Its state of preservation was rather poor. I sensed that even the slightest touch might cause it to disintegrate. Upon closely examining the outlines of the design on the lid, the leader remarked with suspicion, "Could this not be a depiction of a tomb guardian creature? Look closely." Does this not resemble the clam-shaped stone carvings unearthed in Puyang, Hunan, decades ago? Yao Yu nodded repeatedly after inspecting it. You may be onto something. It truly bears a resemblance. If memory serves me right, that particular archaeological site in Puyang dates back to the late Neolithic period, significantly earlier than the Western Zhou. I could not comprehend their conversation, so I inquired of Sister Yu about the nature of this being. She explained that it resembles a creature with the tail of a monkey and the head of a pig. When it was unearthed years ago, no one recognized it. Later, scholars discovered that its prototype bore a striking resemblance to an animal described in the ancient Shan Haijing, also called being. Thus, this term was coined. Within the industry, it is believed that the piece from Puyang is a unique specimen. However, it was surprising to find another bronze artifact adorned with the same motif. How precious it is! Alas, it is regrettably covered in black rust, rendered almost worthless. I sighed, expressing my lament for this valuable bronze piece. Black rust is a term used in the tomb raiding community, representing the most undesirable type of corrosion. Such rust typically indicates a provenance from filthy pits, which yield items of the lowest market value and poor quality. To elaborate further, the practitioners of this trade categorized the patinas of bronze artifacts from the Shang and Zhou dynasties to the Warring States period into 4 distinct types. Just as jade connoisseurs discern the quality of jade, the bronze trade also employs a system of pricing based on rust type. The first type is dry green rust, also known as flat rust, characterized by a uniform green hue, commonly found in the northern regions such as Hebei, Shaanxi, and Inner Mongolia. The second type is mercury rust, which specifically refers to items retrieved from water, presenting a white layer that is toxic. Bronze artifacts with mercury rust must be treated before handling. Otherwise, one risks poisoning. The third type is red-blue anti-lead rust, commanding the highest prices in the industry. Old Master Sun once advised that one should never clean red-blue anti-lead rust artifacts using killing methods, as such treatment would drastically reduce their value. Finally, we have the black rust currently observed on this bronze artifact. The presence of black, dry rust on the bronze artifacts indicates the existence of a filth pit beneath, a term that refers to unsanitary locations such as dung heaps, latrines, pigsties, and sheep pens. Raising its head, the bronze artifact inhaled deeply and grimaced, detecting an unmistakable stench reminiscent of excrement. Indeed, seasoned tomb raiders possess remarkably sensitive noses, and we naturally do not question the words of such an experienced individual. Continuing to excavate, we gradually unearthed 2 additional bronze items, each bearing the same black rust. The forms of these newly discovered artifacts were peculiar. Each was distinct from the other. One lid was adorned with the engraving of a small figure swimming, its body covered in scales, thrashing amidst the water. The final piece was even stranger, depicting a creature with a tiger's head and 8 legs, its neck entwined with a 4-legged serpent. Could these 2 artifacts be ancient totems once revered by the ancient Yu kingdom? Hongjie inquired, her voice tinged with astonishment. Xiaohong, what do you know about this? Bao Tou asked. Hongjie nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Bao Tou, these are indeed those 2 items. I have long been fascinated by ancient biological legends and have perused the classic Shan Haijing more than once. This small figure, adorned with fish scales and swimming in the water, is known as Zoshu, while the creature with the tiger's head and 8 legs is called Juchi. The first artifact we unearthed is indeed referred to as Bangsu. These motifs were once objects of veneration in the totemic culture of the ancient Yu people. Bao Tou, Yunfeng, continue your excavation. I suspect there may be more treasures to uncover. Hongjie mused, resting her chin on her hand. Yunfeng, do you recall the designs on the golden coffins and silver sarcophagi? I certainly remember. The golden coffin and silver sarcophagus are adorned with engravings of soldiers, upon whose heads rest 4-legged serpents. Indeed, Hongjie nodded affirmatively, stating that the soldiers of the ancient Yu kingdom bore such serpents, which presumably served as their prototype. She gazed solemnly at the assembly and declared, the clues are interconnected. This Jeho is not merely a prominent noble of the Western Zhou, but may also be a descendant of a certain faction of the ancient Yu people. Otherwise, Jeho could not have incorporated these totemic elements into the tomb. These totems, embodying ancestral deities, are not merely decorative. Thousands of years ago, they represented a form of script a pictographic writing of the ancient Yu civilization, which remains indecipherable today. No one knows the significance of these animal motifs. However, a deceased professor had published a note before his passing, in which he suggested that these ancient motifs might be the origin of oracle bone script. Chapter 75. The hidden wealth. As for the origin of oracle bone script, it remains an enigma. Both the ancient Yu and ancient Shu civilizations are prehistoric cultures. Aside from the occasional discovery of scattered motifs, historical records provide scant information about this civilization that predates the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Our understanding is largely attributed to Hongjie's extensive knowledge. Otherwise, we would be utterly in the dark. At this juncture, I suggested, Yunfeng, let us intensify our efforts. We must accomplish this task before that group arrives. The presence of burial artifacts indicates that the main coffin is not far off. Just as we pushed aside the slate, a foul odor suddenly wafted up from beneath, assaulting our nostrils. Not only I, but also the expressions of others indicated that everyone had sensed it. Initially, when covered, the odor was undetectable, but upon removal, it was overwhelmingly foul, reminiscent of the stench from a latrine during the scorching summer months. I pinched my nose and exclaimed, "Why is it so foul? Please tell me this isn't truly a cesspool below." Being the nearest, I was assaulted by the stench, nearly retching. However unpleasant a latrine may be, it must still be accessed. The coffin of Jiao Ho lies buried beneath. Yunfeng, you sprightly fellow, being lighter in weight, this isn't particularly deep, you are most suitable for this task. We shall lower you with a rope, and you can descend with a flashlight to assess the situation. What? I stammered softly. You can't be serious about making me jump into a latrine. 5 minutes later, a rope secured around my waist, I received a final admonition from the leader to remain cautious. Subsequently, several of them began to lower me like a water bucket. It was not very deep. I barely descended 5 meters before my feet touched the ground. Shining my flashlight upwards, I signaled the leader with a gesture indicating a safe landing. The rope was lengthy, so I refrained from untying it. Should there be any large, four-legged creature lurking below, they could swiftly pull me back up. Illuminating my surroundings, I quickly discerned a massive bronze coffin lying horizontally in the northwestern corner. Its lid was encrusted with dry, dark rust, and a layer of decayed moss clung to it. Upon further inspection, I realized that apart from this coffin, there was nothing else in sight. The closer I approached, the more pungent the odor became. Initially, I suspected a latrine below, but now, upon closer inspection, it seemed that all the foulness emanated from within this bronze coffin. Could it be that this coffin contained nothing but excrement? How can it still smell so foul? Even if it were excrement, how could it retain its stench after over 2 millennia? I shouted loudly, reporting the situation to those above. "Boss, come down quickly and see this. There's a coffin." Shortly after, they descended, gripping ropes. We circled the bronze coffin several times, yet found no way to open it, as the lid and the coffin itself were sealed with molten copper, impossible to pry open by brute force. "Step back. Let me try," said Beggar Lu, drawing the gleaming, flexible sword from his waist. The sword, known as the King of Weapons, and the flexible sword, a peculiar variant, can be both supple and rigid when wielded skillfully. It takes decades of practice for an ordinary person to master such a weapon. Beggar Lu, renowned in the martial world, lived up to his fame, as evidenced by his swift decapitation of researcher and with a single stroke. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed as Lu's sword precisely pierced the seam of the coffin. With a forceful pull, a small gap appeared between the lid and the main body. Although bronze is not as hard as cast iron, it is still metal, and the fact that the sword penetrated it directly speaks volumes about the strength of that strike. "Quick! Get the shovel. Pry it open." Seeing this, the boss eagerly wedged the whirlwind shovel into the gap beneath the lid. The stench was unbearable, and we all covered our noses and mouths with our clothes. Despite being sealed with molten copper, after more than 2,000 years, the bronze had corroded severely. Once a breach was made, the rest was merely a matter of exerting a bit more effort. After tinkering for over an hour, Ding Ding Dong finally pried open a corner of the coffin lid with a steel shovel, utilizing both his weight and the principle of leverage. As soon as that corner was ajar, a visible plume of black smoke erupted from within the coffin. Being closest to the source, Bauto shouted, "Danger! It's the miasma of the dead." He quickly retreated, narrowly escaping the ominous cloud. I was a moment slower to react. I managed to flee but still inhaled a small amount. Instantly, I felt a wave of dizziness wash over me, accompanied by a sudden warmth in my nose, followed by a trickle of blood. "Do not move. Lie flat immediately. Could be fatal," the elder from Shaanxi shouted urgently. I hurriedly lay down on the ground, and within a minute or two, the dizziness escalated, and a tightness gripped my throat, as if an invisible force were constricting my neck. Breathing became increasingly laborious, and my limbs began to tremble uncontrollably. "Hold him down." Bauto's face shifted between shades of fear and determination, as the others firmly restrained my arms and legs. "Open your mouth and swallow it whole. Don't bite." The elder from Shaanxi produced a small black pill from his bag and swiftly placed it in my mouth. I swallowed the black pill hastily, and then he retrieved a small self-sealing bag containing a handful of fresh, green willow leaves. He stuffed the leaves into my mouth, instructing me not to chew or swallow, but to hold them there without release. After about 5 minutes, he finally said, "That should be sufficient. Now spit it out, but be cautious not to swallow." As I expelled the willow leaves, I noticed that their once verdant hue had transformed entirely into a deep black. Observing the darkened leaves I had expelled, the elder let out a sigh of relief, remarking, "It's fortunate that you inhaled so little. Had it not been for the items I fortuitously brought along, you wouldn't have survived beyond 10 minutes. Although my head still swam slightly, I could sense a gradual recovery. With great effort, I rose to my feet and expressed my gratitude to the elder for his timely intervention. The elder, relieved to see me unharmed, earnestly stated, "It's a good thing I brought old Zhao with me, the miasma of the dead. As tomb raiders, we dread encountering this phenomenon. Once one inhales such essence, even the strongest among us would not endure for more than 10 minutes. At that moment, the elder from Shaanxi squinted at the bronze coffin, his expression grave as he declared, "There is indeed a miasma present, and it is so dense that it has turned black. This indicates that the occupant of the coffin has not yet decomposed. A coffin containing only white bones would not harbor such a potent miasma." He continued, "If the corpse were to rise, should our ancestral binding ropes fail, we would have no choice but to resort to the mouthful of money. As for whether the mouthful of money can suppress it, I can only shake my head and pray for the protection of our ancestors, leaving it to fate." With that, he retrieved a bundle from his pocket, wrapped in several layers of plastic, the innermost layer covered in newspaper. The elder carefully unwrapped the newspaper, revealing a coin made of pure gold, bearing the patina of age. This gold coin, merely 3 centimeters in diameter, was a small flat coin, inscribed with the characters in Gontong Bao in seal script, elegantly crafted in an ancient and robust style. I was taken aback, for I recognized this coin. This Yingantongbao was minted by the rebel leader Li Shun during the Chunhua period of the Northern Song dynasty. It ranks among the top 50 ancient coins, being exceedingly rare, with only 1 iron cash coin and 1 copper Zhiwu coin discovered to date, both of which are exceptional treasures. Moreover, the one in the hands of the old man from Shaanxi is crafted from gold, an unprecedented find never recorded in any historical catalog of coins. It appears to be a unique specimen. In Chapter 76, A Final Encounter, upon seeing me lost in thought, the old man shot me a proud glance and said, "This Yingantongbao has indeed been passed down in my family. My ancestor was a spear-wielding officer in the service of General Li Shun. Besides ensuring the safety of the general, our forebears were also responsible for gathering and tending to the fallen on the battlefield." I pondered to myself, it is no wonder that such a family heirloom, being one of a kind, would have a historical significance. Should this gentleman choose to part with it, the mere auctioning of this remarkable ancient coin could yield a fortune that his descendants might never exhaust. Subsequently, the old man, with a tense expression, grasped the mouth of the coffin and looked toward the headman, saying, "It should be about time. Let us proceed." The headman, with a serious demeanor, nodded in agreement. It was impossible to simply push open the heavy bronze coffin lid by hand, so we employed a different method. We used the steel handle of a shovel as a lever, inserting it to pry it open, applying the principle of leverage and gradually shifting it. As we exerted our strength, the bronze lid emitted a series of unpleasant and jarring scraping sounds. The previous ominous aura lingered in the air, and with a resounding thud, the heavy coffin lid, weighing nearly 1,000 pounds, crashed down, sending a cloud of dust swirling into the air. Master Zhao, clutching a handful of coins, remained on high alert. As I lowered my head, we simultaneously illuminated the interior with our flashlights. The sight within the coffin was so gruesome that, despite my mental preparation, my stomach churned violently, nearly causing me to retch. It was utterly repulsive. No wonder it reeked so foully. The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically as we beheld the scene. The coffin was entirely filled with the lifeless bodies of over 100 four-legged snakes, intertwined in a grotesque display, resembling a twisted braid. Each was in a state of decay, with clusters of maggots writhing amidst the putrid flesh. With a somber demeanor, the leader inquired, "Where have the bodies gone? Why are there only these wretched creatures? What has become of Zhao Ho's remains?" Undeterred by the gruesomeness, he gritted his teeth and, using a shovel-like tool, began to scrape through the decaying mass of serpents. As he continued, he suddenly paused, realization dawning upon him. Something is amiss. There is a partition within this coffin. There is another layer beneath. Yunfeng, come quickly and assist in removing this detritus, the leader commanded, turning his gaze towards me. The stench emanating from the coffin was unbearable as we diligently excavated the rotting serpents. The surface of the shovel glistened with a white layer under the flashlight's beam. Maggots, which truly revolted me. After clearing a significant portion, it became evident, just as the leader had suggested, that a partition existed within the coffin, with the mass of snakes laid out upon it. I struck the ground with a spade, and from the sound, I could ascertain that there was space beneath. At that moment, Yao Yuman suddenly spoke up, urging, "Wang, Baotou, look quickly. Is there not a small hole in the middle?" Indeed, upon her prompting, both Baotou and I noticed an irregularly shaped small hole in the center. This hole was narrow at both ends and wider in the middle, resembling a certain type of keyhole. "Ah!" Hongjie exclaimed, a hint of suspicion in her voice. "I believe I have seen something like this before." She raised her gaze to me and inquired, "Yunfeng, do you remember that bronze artifact?" "Bronze artifact? Which one?" "The bronze axe. That ceremonial vessel." "Precisely that very item," Hongjie said, pointing at the small hole. "It is narrow at both ends and wider in the middle, and I estimate that the size and width are quite similar." "How is this possible?" Baotou's expression darkened. He turned to the beggar Lu Yi, expressing a desire to enlist his help in attempting to open this barrier like before. However, to our surprise, Lu shook his head after inspecting it. "There is no point in trying," he stated. "Even if we did, it would be futile. The coffin lid was previously cast with molten copper, and the lid and coffin are separate. Moreover, after a millennium, it has corroded significantly, which is why I was able to open it before." He gestured towards the barrier and continued, "You see, this barrier was crafted as a single piece. It is integral. I cannot open it. Explosives might do the trick, though. Dynamite. Indeed, we possessed it previously. The detonators were tucked away in Hongjie's bag. We had used two, leaving some remaining, but subsequently we were apprehended, and that group confiscated our backpacks." Hongjie glanced at Baotou, who shook his head, stating that he did not carry such items on his person. Silence enveloped everyone. If only we had ample time, we could devise a method to breach the partition within the coffin. Alas, we were pressed for time. According to Baotou's conjecture, that group might already be en route. At that moment, I raised my hand and hesitantly suggested, "What if we consider retreating?" "No," Baotou replied, determined not to concede so easily. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the cave, and I glimpsed several beams of flashlight piercing through the darkness, along with faint murmurs of conversation. Startled, I took 2 steps back and exclaimed, "We must flee. They are coming." "Flee? Where would you escape to, burrowing underground?" Lu, the beggar, unsheathed his soft sword, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. Yao Yuman, her expression grim, brandished her small pistol, methodically loading each bullet into the magazine. Veins throbbed at Baotou's temple as he quietly instructed us. "Remember, follow my lead." I tightened my grip on the whirlwind shovel, swallowed hard, and fixated my gaze on the cave entrance. The footsteps drew nearer, and the beams of light multiplied. As they rounded the corner, I was the first to spot Qin Jiansheng leading the way, followed by a group of familiar faces I had encountered before. Xiao Lu Tu, the owl woman Jian Gu, among others. Some of them wielded machetes, while others brandished firearms, their numbers surpassing ours twofold. Despite our hurried efforts, we ultimately encountered them. However, it appeared that the leader had no intention of retreating. At that moment, both factions found themselves face to face. "Oh, is that you, Qin Hong? And this fellow here? So you've been hiding out here?" Qin Jiansheng flashed a flashlight directly into my eyes. Hong Jie regarded her coldly, uttering not a single word. The leader raised his hand to signal us to refrain from any rash movements. From the northern faction, Wang Xianxing acknowledged the leader with a nod. As tensions mounted between both groups, the leader of the opposing faction stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, and stated, "Wang Xianxing, I know you, and I am aware that you have long since descended from your perch. Truly, you are a master of concealment. I have sent people to find you without success. So, what is it to be? Have you decided to stop hiding, or do you wish to challenge me?" The old man. With a scoff, Qin Jiansheng suddenly chuckled. "With so many of us here, including Jian Gu and Wen Jie, do you really think these insignificant tunnel rats dare bare their teeth at us?" I felt a surge of fury, the youthful impulse boiling within me. At the mere command of the leader, I would charge forward with a shovel in hand. After all, death is but a return to the earth. The humiliation of being pursued and captured had become unbearable. I would rather confront them head-on than endure this indignity. If death awaits, so be it. The leader maintained a calm demeanor, sneering, "Indeed, we cannot provoke the Changchun society. We are, in fact, mere rats. However, a cornered rat can still bite, wouldn't you agree?" Ding! The crisp sound resonated, and Xiao Lu noticed the figure behind him. Beggar Lu flicked his fingers against the blade, grinning as he said, "Old Su Qin, it's been over a decade, hasn't he it? Though I am no longer in Changchun, I occasionally find myself reminiscing about you, you old rascal." Chapter 77. Negotiations. So many years have passed, and we have all aged. I wonder if you, Su Qin, still have the prowess to wield that sword of yours. Perhaps we should test it out and see whether the 33 concealed daggers within your garment are swifter, or... My sword? Xiao Lu squinted, casually remarking that he hadn't expected the person Wang Xianxing summoned to be him. What's wrong? Can't possibly be me. Besides myself, there's also him. Beggar Lu pointed his sword at Lu Yushan. My lord, this beggar can't be asking for. Qin Jiansheng seemed to realize something, his face growing grave. Xiao Lu raised an eyebrow and said, "State your terms." He appeared somewhat wary, fully aware of his own capabilities, and understood that what truly concerned his adversary was the group of allies he had brought along. The leader, with a cold expression, declared, "Our terms are straightforward. Surrender the Sun Brothers, and then we shall split the contents of the bronze coffin evenly. Is that all? If those are your only demands, I agree," Xiao Lu replied coldly. The leader shook his head. "That's all." "My lord," Qin Jiansheng interjected, pointing at them, "we have the numbers. Why should we concede to their demands? How will you justify this to the assembly?" Smack. "Esteemed sir." Qin Jiansheng covered one side of his face, his expression one of utter disbelief. The young leader, without even glancing at Qin Jiansheng, spoke coolly. "I stand by my word. We only require the corpse within the coffin. All other burial items shall remain with you." Though reluctant, I could discern the current situation. Both parties were wary, knowing that should conflict arise, the casualties would be numerous. I was acutely aware that without Tianjin Qilio and Beggar Lu, they would never entertain negotiations with the leader. Ultimately, the young leader harbored disdain for the leader, and for those of us who delve into tomb raiding. 10 minutes later, each side stood at a distance, the atmosphere seemingly calm yet rife with unspoken tension. No one could be certain if the other would strike first. Everyone remained on guard. After listening to the leader's words, the young leader cast a glance at the partition within the bronze coffin and turned to Qin Jiansheng, asking, "Is what they said accurate? Where is the bronze axe now?" Qin Jiansheng hastily waved his hand, replying, "Esteemed sir, I fear no one would believe it if I told them. I stumbled upon it by chance, and in an effort to lure Qin Hong, I buried it. I never anticipated that those brutes would later unearth it and take it away. You know well, sir, that I endured considerable hardship training those ruffians. This matter is not insurmountable, Lu Yushan interjected. As long as the item remains in their possession, there will be a way to retrieve it. He then whistled, and shortly after, a baboon adorned with a pendant trotted in eagerly. At that moment I noticed something peculiar. As he whistled, the white-headed eagle perched upon the woman's shoulder flapped its wings restlessly several times. The woman, who introduced herself as one, managed to soothe it after a few attempts. Lu Yushan gently patted the mountain spirit's head and calmly instructed, "Go, fetch the item." The mountain spirit obeyed and returned with a bronze artifact in hand. This was indeed the bronze axe that had been stolen earlier. Similar to the bronze chime bells I had encountered before, it was still operational after over 2,000 years, showcasing the remarkable ingenuity of ancient mechanisms. At that moment, this bronze coffin resembled a large mechanical box, and we held the key to unlock it in our hands. "Yunfeng, it's your turn." He suddenly handed the bronze axe to me. Instantly, all eyes were fixed upon me. Under such scrutiny, I felt somewhat uneasy, yet I remained silent and extended my hand to insert the bronze axe into the small hole on the coffin's partition. With a crisp click, the bronze axe fit perfectly into the hole, as though they were one. I first attempted to twist it to the left, but there was no response. Then, I tried turning it to the right, yet still nothing happened. Sweat began to bead on my forehead, and my hands trembled slightly. At that moment, Yao Yuman advised, although mechanical boxes of the past were intricate and delicate, they often possessed a flaw. "Yunfeng, try moving it up and down first, then aim for a 45-degree angle to the left." Realigning the bronze axe, I heeded Sister Yu's guidance and began anew. Gradually, I managed to turn the bronze axe to a precise 45-degree angle. Upon hearing two distinct clicks, followed by the rasping sound of dragging chains, a collective gaze was immediately drawn towards the source. The bronze partition within the coffin, manipulated by unseen chains, began to slide open incrementally to the right. Unexpectedly, a jade burial shroud was revealed beneath the partition. The gold threads of the shroud remained intact, while the jade pieces exhibited a greenish hue. Upon closer inspection, it appeared that a figure was concealed beneath the shroud. Although the formal invention of jade burial suits is attributed to the Han Dynasty, this artifact demonstrated that their rudimentary forms existed as early as the Western Zhou Dynasty. Yu Go, the leader of the grave robbers, gestured to a middle-aged man beside him. The man swallowed hard, visibly apprehensive. The prospect of disturbing a corpse from over 2 millennia ago was undoubtedly unsettling. I quietly inquired of the Xiangxi elder, Uncle Zhao, "What do you make of this? Is there a nourished corpse beneath the jade shroud?" The old man clutched the coin in his hand, his countenance grave. Just then, Yao Yuman tugged me back. "What is it, Sister Yu?" I asked. Yao Yuman's expression was solemn as she showed me her ancestral geomantic compass. I was taken aback to see that all 3 needles, the seam needle, the north needle, and the main needle, were aligned on a single line, pointing directly at the bronze coffin. This phenomenon is exceptionally rare. Yao Yuman whispered that, under normal circumstances, only the main needle, the longest of the 3, would oscillate during the compass's operation. However, the current alignment of all 3 needles on a single line is known in feng shui as a line of yin. I promptly asked her what would happen when a line of yin appeared on the compass. Yujie whispered in my ear, "Yunfeng, remember, if anything happens, turn around and run. Do you understand? The path you discerned during the thunderstorm may lead to the surface." I nodded, my heart racing, my palms clammy with anxiety. The man slowly reached out, intending to lift the jade mat, but suddenly his hand froze mid-air. At that moment, the flashlights in everyone's hands began to flicker erratically. Uncertain whether it was due to low battery or some other reason, the lights dimming and brightening inconsistently. Chapter 78. The lifting of the corpse. Chen Jianxing smacked his flashlight and yelled at the man, "What the hell are you hesitating for? Hurry up." The man gritted his teeth, steeling himself, muttering something under his breath. He seized a corner of the jade mat and yanked it with force. The main figure was revealed. Jieho had made his appearance. The bolder individuals rushed forward to take a look. Though fear gripped my heart, curiosity prevailed, and I cautiously approached. Upon witnessing the scene, the man who had lifted the jade mat suddenly leaned over the coffin, retching violently, as if he were expelling his very last meal. Then, I saw it and they saw it too, especially the esteemed Zhao from Shaanxi, whose face turned ashen. Inside the coffin lay a male corpse, remarkably preserved after 2 millennia, though its garments had long since decayed. The skin was sunken and shriveled, yet the facial structure was strikingly large, as if it had been rehydrated in water. The male corpse lay with closed eyes, the lower lip curled up, completely obscuring the upper lip. Long hair cascaded down both sides of the body. Upon closer inspection, the fingernails of the corpse were still growing, their tips tinged with a purplish-black hue, exceeding 5 centimeters in length. How to describe it? It was as if the entire corpse had swollen into a round football, but this football had been punctured and deflated by a kick, the facial features appearing as though they had been pressed into place rather than formed naturally. The entire visage was coated in a pale, viscous pus, stretching and stringy. No one should touch it. Zhao, the elder from Shaanxi, suddenly shouted. The young man, with a sideways glance, inquired, "Oh, what do you mean, sir?" The old man, with a grave expression, replied, "You know exactly what I mean. A millennium without decay, hair reborn, buried 7 feet underground. This corpse has already transformed into a spectral entity. Once it comes into contact with human energy, it could rise at any moment. Do you know the consequences if a spectral entity were to awaken?" "Oh, is that all? Do you have anything else to say?" The young man responded calmly. "We have a prior agreement. I value the face of my friends in the martial world. Since we dared to come, we would not be unprepared," he concluded, gesturing with a wave of his hand. Immediately, a middle-aged man stepped forward from the group. This man, in his 50s with a handlebar mustache, held in his hand a coiled black thick rope. "A binding rope for corpses? Young man, did you also come from Shaanxi? Does your ancestry bear a name?" Upon hearing this, the old man from western Hunan's countenance darkened. The Qin family has always guarded their domain, abstaining from the partisan strife of the Jianghu. For generations, they have dwelled in seclusion at the foot of Tiger Hill. How is it that your lineage has become involved? Since there was a prior agreement between both parties, I implore Master Zhao to grant passage. I have already apprehended a younger individual. Thus, subduing this elder one should be no challenge. Even if the corpse were to rise due to human contact, I am confident that I possess the ancestral expertise to restrain it. I surmised that the corpse they had retrieved from the golden and silver coffins was likely the younger daughter of Marquis Jie. As for why my second brother had meticulously arranged her within those coffins, I suspected there was some concealed secret. I discreetly felt my trouser pocket, speculating that it might be connected to the vial of blue liquid I carried. Researcher and had confessed before her demise that the corpse had transformed into a monster, claiming to have witnessed old Sue's fatal mauling. Thus, it was probable that the cadaver had reanimated. From the expressions of Master Zhao and the man, I could discern that this self-proclaimed descendant of the Qin family held a significant position within their corpse-driving profession. Given that little thiefhead had invited him, it indicated that he possessed genuine abilities. At that moment, the foreman patted Master Zhao's shoulder, and with a sigh, Master Zhao relented and stepped aside. Observing the man's meticulous actions, Master Zhao explained to us, "This man's background is not ordinary. Pay close attention. He is now putting on gloves, which are no ordinary gloves. They are crafted from a mixture of pig bladder and baking soda. Wearing these gloves when handling a corpse can isolate the human aura, preventing the corpse from reanimating. He is preparing to tie the corpse-binding rope. Notice how he keeps his head turned away while tying the rope. This is to prevent his breath from reaching the corpse's face. Innourished corpses are rare, let alone one that is over 2,000 years old. The Changchun society desires this innourished corpse because its existence is far rarer than that of Egyptian mummies. In my entire career, with the soil of the grave nearly reaching my neck, this is the first time I have encountered a innourished corpse of such caliber. Rarity indeed adds value." The middle-aged man, with his pig bladder gloves on, tilted his head and skillfully wrapped the corpse-binding rope around the corpse. Finally, he pulled out a very old burlap sack, clearly aged, with 2 characters written in red cinnabar: a void face. He swiftly and firmly placed the sack over the corpse's head, his movements quick and precise. In just a few minutes, the sack was secured, the rope tied, and the entire process executed with smooth, unhesitating fluidity. After completing these tasks, The man turned and nodded at the small leader. With a wave of his hand, Chen Jiansheng and another man hurried over, carrying a long bamboo pole. As the middle-aged man bound the corpse with rope, he left a knot. Chen Jiansheng threaded a bamboo pole through the knot and shouted, with one breath, "Lift!" The deceased stirred but did not rise. Veins bulged on Chen Jiansheng's forehead as he bellowed, "It's heavier than a dead pig. Lift!" Gradually, swaying slightly, the two men used the bamboo pole to hoist the corpse out of the coffin. Once they had secured the body, the little leader spoke up. "The item requested by the Changchun Society is now in hand. I am no longer interested in anything else. The agreement remains valid. If you are unafraid, follow me. Upon arrival, I shall naturally hand over those 3 individuals to you." Having said this, he turned and walked away. The others followed suit, cautiously retreating, seemingly wary of us, perhaps fearing a sudden ambush from behind. "Let us follow them to retrieve the people," I said as I stepped forward. I caught up to the leader and whispered, "Leader, are we truly going to let this go? Have you not seen how our second brother appears? We have no idea what has transpired. This group must be employing some dark sorcery. They placed our brother in the coffin to let the 4-legged serpent drain his blood. We cannot simply let this slide." The leader squinted at the retreating figures of the group ahead. My plan was just beginning. Chapter 79. Cave 9. From the outset, the two groups were not aligned. We navigated the path with caution, maintaining a distance between ourselves and the little leader-s faction. It would not be an exaggeration to say that both groups harbored ulterior motives. Bearing the cadaver of the Inzisher, Chen Jiansheng and his cohorts alternated in shouldering the bamboo poles, thus impeding their pace. At that juncture, Hongjie confided in hushed tones that she had surreptitiously appropriated the foreman's rucksack and, under the cloak of secrecy, had secreted the 3 bronze artifacts exhumed from the sepulchre within. Cognizant of the coveted status of these bronze relics in the clandestine markets, I harbored apprehensions regarding Hongjie's intentions to liquidate them. Per Yao Yuman's prior admonition, the dissemination of such singular bronze pieces into the black market could precipitate dire consequences, potentially leading to our interrogation by authorities. Sensing my trepidation, Hongjie elucidated in a subdued voice, "Rest assured, I possess the means to handle this matter. Upon our departure, I shall liaise with contacts in Hong Kong, facilitating the sale of these items through intermediaries. These couriers are adept at their craft and possess their own networks. Provided we refrain from flaunting them in the local black market, no suspicion shall be directed towards the foreman." As we conversed, we reached our destination. Chen Jiansheng, with the bamboo pole resting upon his shoulder, conveyed the corpse into a tented enclosure. The small ringleader inquired of the gatekeeper regarding any developments, to which the man responded deferentially that all was in order. "Lure, escort these individuals to Cavern 9 and liberate the 3 detainees." The man raised an eyebrow in retort. "Sir, release those 3? That is, perhaps imprudent." "Yes, I understand." The man nodded deferentially and gestured towards us, saying, "You few follow me." As he was leaving, Beggar Lu paused beside Xiao Lutu and said with a smile, "Old Su Qin, you're getting on in years, yet you still run around for the association. They appreciate you, but is it worth all this effort to come to Shund just to tie up this ancient mummy? Perhaps you should change your name from Su Qin the Sword-Bearer to Su Qin the Corpse-Bearer." "Haha." Xiao Liuto's expression shifted slightly, and I noticed his right hand subtly lifting. Beggar Lu placed his hand on his waist, his smile suddenly vanishing. After a moment, Xiao Lutu lowered his hand, shook his head, and said, "I follow the association's orders, old beggar. Don't push your luck." Beggar Lu chuckled, patted his shoulder, and walked past him. Seeing Beggar Lu approach, I quietly asked, "Uncle Lu, Xiao Lutu seems wary of you. Is it because he can't beat you and is afraid?" "Beat me? Not at all," Beggar Lu replied, shaking his head. "It's not about who can beat whom, young man. It's about the different forces we represent. But never mind, you wouldn't understand. Just take your people and leave quickly." I pursed my lips, thinking how his cryptic words were just like the boss's. Earlier, the boss mentioned having some plan, but when I asked, he dodged the question, revealing nothing. Cave 9 was simply an underground cavern, a common geological feature beneath Fei Mountain, especially along the underground riverbanks. I surmised that the cave number 9 is a name concocted by this group, Perhaps there exist cave number 8 and cave number 7 as well. Upon halting before the cave's entrance, the man activated the strobe function of his flashlight, illuminating the interior with a rapid flicker. After disabling the strobe, he beckoned us to follow him inside. Within the cave, we encountered a formidable iron door, secured on either side with wrought iron brackets affixed to the wall. This door was impressively robust, with solid iron pipes embedded within, each as thick as a child's arm. Suspended from the center of the door was a substantial iron padlock, which any discerning observer would recognize as a fixture installed by this group upon their arrival. "Ah, it's you, Brother Lu." A voice emerged from within as the individual rummaged for keys while scrutinizing us. "What business do these people have, Brother Lu?" Ayuan Lu replied, "There's no need for so many questions. These are friends of the elder. They are here to collect the goods. Just unlock the door and let them in. Furthermore, the elder asked me to convey a message. He appreciates your efforts guarding cave number 9, but rest assured, we shall soon be departing. Once we are out, the elder will ensure that your share is sent to your sister." I observed a notable reaction. Upon hearing the term collecting goods, the man's hand searching for the keys hesitated momentarily. Moreover, upon digesting Brother Lu's final words, a subtle shift in his expression became apparent. Yet, based on these slight gestures and micro-expressions, I could not ascertain anything definitive. It might have merely been an instinctive response. With a smile, he replied, "Understood. So, it is indeed for the goods. Apologies for the delay. My eyesight seems to be failing me, making the search for keys quite the endeavor." With a click, he unlocked the padlock. "Please follow me. I shall lead you there." After traversing the cave for 5 or 6 minutes, we encountered a bend ahead. The man guiding us illuminated the path with his flashlight, stating, "Once you turn this corner, you will find the person you seek." At that moment, Zhao from Shaanxi, who had been rather silent throughout the journey, suddenly gazed forward and remarked, "I have an unsettling feeling about this." "Oh?" Lu, the beggar, inquired with curiosity, "What feels off? Does little Lu dare to harm us?" "As long as my old acquaintances are still alive, he wouldn't have the audacity. Not to mention him, even those few in the association would think twice." The man laughed, spreading his hands wide in a gesture of feigned innocence. "See, as you say, I have been instructed by the esteemed one to bring you here for the delivery. How could I possibly wish you harm? That's not right." Yao Yuman's pupils constricted as he glared at the man's empty, outstretched hands, demanding sharply, "Where is the key? What happened to the key you were holding moments ago?" In an instant, an unsettling sensation coursed through me, tightening the skin on my scalp. The man continued to smile, saying, "Sixth brother and the esteemed one assured me they would take good care of my sister. My entire existence revolves around her. She is the only one who matters in this world." Without warning, Yao Yuman drew her pistol, disengaged the safety, and aimed it directly at the man's forehead with a steady hand. "Speak. What are your intentions?" The man remained silent, closing his eyes. Yao Yuman's complexion paled, as if she sensed an impending danger, and she hurriedly retrieved a small talisman from her bosom. We all saw it clearly. The small needle at the head of the path was now aligned straight ahead, pointing ominously towards the bend. It was a sinister sign. Suddenly, from around the bend, the sound of heavy chains dragging and clinking against each other grew louder. Chapter 80, Suppressing the Corpse. In the darkness, the noise of chains being pulled intensified, tightening everyone's nerves. Suddenly, the man grabbed the barrel of the gun, looking at Yao Yuman with a mad laugh. "Haha, too late. In a few minutes, it will be feeding time. The little one hasn't been fed for 2 days. You will all die. All of you will die. Don't mind him." Master Zhao from Shaanxi hastily rummaged through his cloth bag, urgently saying, "The nourished corpse is immensely strong, with skin as hard as armor and no sense of pain. It fears no ordinary weapons. Strike first. Let's go." As he spoke, he pulled out a family heirloom, the Ingon Tongbao coin, said to have the power to suppress corpses and ward off human breath. Bang! Yao Yuman, with a frosty expression, mercilessly shot through the man's calf. Despite the excruciating pain and cold sweat, the man did not cry out. Instead, he grinned painfully, "Die, die, let's all die together, haha." Led by Master Zhao, who held the Tongbao coin, the leader and I walked at the forefront. As we approached, the clinking of chains grew louder, and the unseen became more terrifying. Our previous path was blocked. This was undoubtedly the plan of the petty thief leader. The situation did not unfold as anticipated. The beggar, Lu, wore a grim expression and uttered not a single word. The little gang leader opted against a direct confrontation with us, instead resorting to such a nefarious scheme, intending for us all to be fed to the undead. Several flashlights were turned to their highest settings, and as we turned a corner, we illuminated the path ahead. Despite having mentally prepared ourselves, the sight of what lay shackled by iron chains still sent a shiver down our spines. The chains bound a diminutive corpse, swollen and distorted, standing at barely 1.5 meters tall. Perhaps due to having been submerged in that ominous white box, the body exhibited severe decay, with large patches of putrid flesh marred by numerous pockmarks on its head, chest, abdomen, and calves. The nauseating stench of rot mingled with a noxious chemical odor, assaulting our senses. Furthermore, the visage of this undead creature could not merely be described as terrifying. The pallid, decaying flesh of its face, riddled with depressions of various sizes, evoked both disgust and horror. It seemed to sense the presence of the living and began to thrash violently, causing dust to cascade from the walls as the iron chains threatened to break free at any moment. The elderly man from Shaanxi popped a pill into his mouth, brandishing a handful of coins as he shouted, "Beggar, open your mouth." With a swift motion, Lu unsheathed his soft sword, taking 2 bold strides forward, and thrust the blade toward the creature's gaping maw. The speed of the thrust was astonishing. Even I could hear the whoosh of air as it sliced through. With a crack, the sword pierced its mouth, and Lu exclaimed, "No, it's biting down." In an instant, a strange sound echoed as the iron chains affixed to the wall snapped apart. The beggar Lu was taken aback, and with a powerful kick, he drew forth his soft sword, propelled by the force of the recoil. "Retreat, quickly." Upon seeing the only binding iron chain severed, Master Zhao of Shaanxi turned to withdraw. Yu Jie was the first to reach the iron gate, desperately shaking it, but the heavy lock held it fast, rendering it utterly unyielding. Breathless, the others rushed to the gate, when suddenly a man's anguished scream echoed from behind. The man, shot through the calf by Yao Yuman, was incapacitated. "Master Zhao, we cannot escape. Think of something," the head shouted in desperation. The elder pondered for a moment, his expression grave as he addressed us. "The corpse-binding rope is no longer viable, and utilizing the cache with a mouthful of difficulty is significantly more challenging. Our retreat has been blocked, and to deal with this millennia-old corpse's sinister energy, there is but one method." He revealed a concoction made from yellow cane mixed with mugwort. Looking at Lu, Yu, and me as he stated, "Only 3 remain. Keep them in your mouths. They will protect against the corpse's malevolent aura." After speaking, the elder handed each of us a small black pill. This pill resembled the one I had consumed earlier, designed to ward off the corpse's energy. The sound of chains dragging upon the ground echoed once more, and the elder gazed ahead, instructing, "Please remember, there are only 3 pills, and the opportunity for close contact is singular. If we fail to subdue this entity, we all may." In the darkness, the head flicked on a flashlight. A small shadow appeared ahead, and upon closer inspection, it seemed to carry a dripping human arm. The beam from the flashlight startled the creature. "It's coming." I hastily placed the pill given by the elder into my mouth. Bang! 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 With unwavering aim, Yao Yuman discharged 3 shots at the entity, yet its form merely faltered. "Charge!" the aged man commanded, his grip tightening around the gilded coin as he surged forward. Gritting our teeth, the 3 of us steeled ourselves and followed suit. In this moment, survival hinged on our resolve. To falter was to perish, while to fight offered a glimmer of hope. The cadaverous figure reached out, but with a flick of his wrist, the mendicant Lu deflected the grasp with his supple blade. Propelling himself off the wall, he soared through the air, his legs transforming into ballistic projectiles that struck the ghoul squarely in the face. Staggered by the impact, the creature collapsed, whereupon Lu Yushan and I seized the opportunity, pinning it down from either side. With swift precision, the Shaanxi elder moved to force the golden coin into the creature's maw. However, the initial attempt was thwarted by the ghoul's frantic struggles. At such close quarters, the stench of decay and putrescence was overwhelming. even with the medicinal pellet in my mouth. The creature's strength intensified, and I strained with every fiber of my being, feeling my grip begin to fail. Quickly, I can't hold on much longer. In the throes of desperation, the old man, driven by fierce determination, thrust his right hand forward without hesitation. Zhao! The ghoul clamped its jaws firmly onto the elder's wrist, drawing forth a torrent of blood. His face paling from the loss, the old man, with unwavering focus, pressed down and released his grip, lodging the radiant, age-worn coin, concealed within his palm, directly into the ghoul's throat. The effect was instantaneous. A searing aroma emanated from the creature's mouth, mingling with the fetid stench, inducing nausea. The ghoul's movements gradually subsided, and within moments, it lay motionless upon the ground. The elderly man gazed at the beggar Lu, panting heavily as he urged, "Quick, quick!" Beggar Lu nodded, and with a swift motion, he unsheathed his soft sword, striking down with precision. In a flurry, Hong Jie rushed over, retrieving bandages from her bundle and hastily assisting the old man in staunching the bleeding. She wrapped the bandages tightly, knowing that even the slightest looseness would render them ineffective. On the ground lay the lifeless body of the Yin-Zi corpse, utterly still, resembling an ordinary half-decayed cadaver. The elder from Xiangxi had lost his right hand. However, I perceived no semblance of despair in his eyes. Instead, I sensed a feeling of relief and accomplishment emanating from him. It required no great effort. A mere wrapping would suffice. For an ordinary person bitten by such a creature, even with the best medical intervention, survival beyond a month would be improbable. This entity harbored a plethora of bacteria found within coffins, corroborating the folklore that any individual bitten by a zombie, regardless of the wound's severity, would not survive. Upon hearing the old man's words, Beggar Lu immediately drew his sword, exclaiming, "If that is the case, old man, having been bitten by the Yin-Zi corpse, you also transform into one. If so, allow me to send you on your way. In 3 days, as long as I can escape, I have ways to save myself. I turn into a zombie. Why the urgency?" Chapter 81. Sealing the grave separated by mountains and paths, the intricacies of this situation elude me. I surmise that Master Zhao's implication was that being bitten by this creature is akin to a lizard bite. Both harbor bacteria, necessitating prompt action within 3 days to avert life-threatening consequences. Gazing at the motionless corpse on the ground, I remarked, "Zhao, how long can this bribe last? Is there a time limit, lest we find ourselves facing a resurrection?" There was no need for further effort. The key had been found. Just as I uttered those words, Hongjie emerged from the crevice in the wall with a set of keys. In what seemed like the blink of an eye, that individual had concealed the keys. I surmised that the hiding place must be in close proximity to the iron door, as she jingled the keyring. After testing each key, we successfully unlocked the iron door and exited the 9th cave. Armed with a flashlight, we surveyed our surroundings but found no sign of the group. I inquired, "What is our next course of action?" After a moment of contemplation, the leader replied, "The small ruffian is treacherous, yet I suspect the boss and his crew are imprisoned nearby. Let us explore the vicinity of the 9th cave." Regrettably, the Sun brothers were not confined within the cave. After walking for another half-hour, the leader suddenly exclaimed, "Turn off the flashlight. There is something ahead." We extinguished our lights and crouched low to observe. The structure of the cave amplified sounds, and I discerned voices ahead. Damn it! After guarding this cursed place for so long, it seems we are finally nearing the end. Once I'm out, I must find 3 women to relieve this pent-up frustration. It's been unbearable, one voice lamented. Enough of the complaints. Jian said we must swiftly escort the captives and ensure a clean exit. The bounty for this job is substantial. Once we're out, you can indulge as you please. The 2 men finished their cigarettes and turned back into the cave. The leader cast a glance at Beggar Lu, who nodded and said, "2 ordinary men. I shall handle it. Await my signal." After uttering those words, he unsheathed his soft sword and stealthily approached the wall. In a mere 10 minutes, a flashlight flickered towards us from the cave, and the leader gestured for us to proceed. Upon entering the cave, we discovered the 2 sentinels lying lifeless in a pool of blood, while Beggar Lu gnawed on his flashlight, meticulously cleaning his soft sword. It was evident from Lu's ruthless demeanor that he was harboring a deep-seated anger. At that moment, the leader abruptly raised a hand, signaling for silence. Listen closely. I strained my ears and discerned faint wailing emanating from the depths of the cave. Without hesitation, Beggar Lu, sword in hand, advanced towards the sound. As we rounded the corner, we were met with the sight of 3 individuals sprawled on the ground, bound and gagged with rags. These 3 were none other than the long-lost Sun brothers. Brother, eldest. Upon loosening the bindings, the eldest brother clutched the leader's hand tightly, his expression a mix of relief and fervor. I knew it. I knew you would find us. The eldest appeared disheveled, his clothes unchanged for months, exuding a pungent odor, perhaps due to prolonged dehydration and malnutrition. His lips were cracked, and he had noticeably withered, his face etched with fatigue. The leader immediately inquired about the second brother's condition. Supported by Hongjia, the third brother stood, his complexion ashen, gritting his teeth as he reported, "Second brother has been like this, awake, then asleep, then awake again," without uttering a single word. The leader shook his head, sympathizing with their suffering. "You've all endured so much. For now, let us exit and devise a plan to tend to the second brother. Yunfeng, carry him on your back, and the rest of you lend a hand." I hoisted the second brother onto my back and said, "Lead the way." Earlier, during the rain, I had attempted to discern our route by listening for thunder. From our current location, the path out appeared to lie in the northwest direction. Of course I know. How could I not? Without knowing the way, we cannot descend, I replied. I had also left a substantial gift for those individuals. Upon finding the Sun brothers, the expression on the leader's face became significantly more relaxed. What kind of gift, you may ask? Do not inquire, you shall discover in due course. We were numerous, thus we divided into 2 groups upon our exit. One faction, led by Beggar Lu, was tasked with scouting ahead, while the other group, which included myself, was responsible for tending to the injured. We had scarcely walked for an hour when the leader began searching the stone wall for something. I inquired, and he replied that he had marked the path with a talc pen prior to our descent. If our general direction remained correct, the exit should be nearby. Indeed, as he had anticipated, the leader located the mark he had made on the wall. Following the cave and the signs, we traveled westward until we finally reached the exit. This direction perfectly aligned with my earlier deduction based on the sound of thunder. Emerging from the cave, we found ourselves able to ascend to the surface. The entrance to the tunnel above was a considerable distance from the one we had initially descended. "Miss Yao, how is the inspection of the items progressing?" the leader inquired, his demeanor stern. "You all proceed first. I shall detonate the detonators. Should the path behind us be sealed, it will be sufficient to trap that group entirely." This was indeed the plan the leader had articulated before. Once we rescued the Sun brothers, we would collapse the tunnel with explosives, effectively sealing off the bandits within. After a mere 10 minutes, while supporting the injured Zhao, I heard a resounding explosion echo behind us. In the distance, dust swirled around the collapsed cave. After a brief moment, I emerged from the thick cloud of dust and smoke, covering my mouth with my garment. "You harm my people, and I shall obstruct your path." This premeditated strategy was indeed a masterstroke. What good is it to possess the corpse of the sinister one if one cannot escape? Without sustenance or means of exit, it would inevitably lead to death, a certain end. As the sun reached its zenith, a group of individuals suddenly appeared on the slopes of the Moth Mountain. Most of them were covered in grime, among them an elderly man with a severed hand. Shielding my forehead with my hand, I gazed up at the long-missed sun and murmured, "At last, at long last, I behold the sun." Upon reaching the modest dwelling we had rented at the foot of the mountain, Yao Yuman made a phone call and arranged for 2 vehicles. As we parted ways, the Beggar Lu clasped his fists and said, "Wang Baotou, I shall assist you this time," thus repaying a favor. "It is best if Xiao Lu too is dead. If not, you will surely face retribution from the Changchun society, especially since that so-called Brother Jian's godfather is Xie Qirong. Should you encounter trouble in the future, simply go to the Zhao Wang Hotel in Handan, Hebei, and seek me out. There, I shall ensure your safety." Wang Baotou reciprocated with gratitude. "Thank you." Chapter 82. Boss Zhao Lu Yushan and old Zhao departed in the afternoon. With old Zhao's hand severed and seemingly affected by the aura of death, Wang Baotou felt compelled to offer him 100,000 yuan as a token of gratitude. Lu Yushan smiled and shook his head, insisting that their assistance was not motivated by monetary gain. Observing the departing figures, I reflected inwardly. This is the essence of navigating the world, the true power of connections. People risk their lives to help without seeking payment, all for the sake of face. I, Xiang Yunfeng, wonder when I shall possess such influence. The situation concerning my second brother is rather bleak. I suggested taking him to the hospital, but he shook his head, insisting that it was futile, for it was not an ailment that could be cured there. He mentioned he would reach out to a friend in a Miao village in Guangxi for assistance. Presently, my brother appears almost dazed, exhibiting an acute sensitivity to light. The curtains must be drawn tightly. Moreover, he has lost the ability to feed himself, only consuming food when someone else offers it. If no one is there to feed him, he simply abstains. Even more alarming is the gradual yellowing of his pupils, the cause of which remains a mystery. Though he has been rescued, the duration of his life remains a significant concern. The following day, he entrusted me with a task, to locate a certain Mr. Zhao, a proprietor in the local antique market. He instructed me to have Mr. Zhao contact his superior and arrange a meeting, indicating that there were goods to be sold. I was fully involved in this endeavor, and I understood his intentions clearly. We had previously sold only half of the batch of bronze artifacts, from which I personally profited over 100,000. It seems my brother wishes to expedite the liquidation of the remaining items. As I have mentioned before, such bronze artifacts predominantly find their market in Hong Kong. Some antiquities, once unearthed and subsequently auctioned in Hong Kong, can be legitimized, while others, particularly larger lots, cannot. Often, these inevitably end up in the private collections of affluent individuals in Hong Kong. Selling to such patrons is the safest option, for they possess ample funds and have no intention of reselling. Consequently, this renders us relatively secure. No matter how skilled the police may be, they cannot penetrate the sanctity of those private collections. I surmised that the Mr. Zhao my brother instructed me to find is likely associated with those who engage in trade with Hong Kong. This is a significant transaction, encompassing not only that batch of bronze artifacts but also the 3 pieces brought out by Hongjie and me, which are intricately engraved with the mysterious totems of the ancient Yu Kingdom. The value of these bronze artifacts is exceedingly high. I estimate that even a price of 1 million would attract buyers. It is essential to recognize that 1 million at the turn of the millennium is equivalent to 10 million or more in today's market. There exists a quaint antique market in Shund, specifically in Fengnan district, where I found a sparsely populated venue. Following the tips provided by the market leader, I entered an antique shop named Sandlich. The proprietor, a rotund man surnamed Zhao, is colloquially known in the industry as Zhao Sanpeng. Feel free to browse, young man. My shop is filled with treasures, all vintage items, he said. Noticing the lack of patrons around, I lowered my voice and said, Boss Zhao, Wang Xianxing sent me. He instructed you to contact your employer, indicating that there are goods available for sale. Upon hearing Wang Xianxing's name, the corpulent man's demeanor shifted immediately. He locked the shop door and instructed his staff to draw all the curtains. Once we were in the inner room, the plump proprietor poured me a cup of tea and quietly inquired, Young man, how many items are up for sale this time, and what is the quality? What size of container will suffice? This was a coded exchange within the realm of illicit dealings. With a serious expression, I replied, There is both donkey meat and dragon meat. A bowl will not suffice. We will require a vat. Dragon meat, exclaimed the plump boss, slapping the table in excitement. Is it true? How many pieces? After a moment's contemplation, I held up 3 fingers. Goodness, he said, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. If this matter is mishandled, my wife will be the one to see me off in the end. He did not shy away from it. He made a phone call in my presence, speaking in a Cantonese dialect. The portly boss frowned as the call progressed, and he rambled on in a manner I could not comprehend. However, I caught the last phrase clearly. Damn it. The chubby boss looked at me with a troubled expression, seeking an explanation. Initially, I was taken aback, perplexed by the situation. It turned out that the person he was communicating with was also a runner from the port, someone who could liaise directly with the financier. Yet, the latter had stipulated that while they would accept the 3 pieces of dragon meat, We had to personally deliver them to a designated location for inspection and transaction. This posed a dilemma. The goods were likely still in shunned. How could we transport such a large quantity safely? Oh, you intend to offer a discount? How much of a discount are you considering? I inquired. I nearly erupted in frustration. A total of 200,000? This included those 3 ancient bronzes adorned with the Guyu pattern? Each piece was worth far more than 20,000. You are far too greedy, my rotund friend. All right, inquire about it, the chubby boss said with a hearty pat on my shoulder, smiling. If we can strike a deal in the end, rest assured, my young brother, I shall not let you go unrewarded, you know? I did not respond to him and turned to leave the antique shop. The implication from the boss was quite clear. This batch of goods was challenging to sell, and he wished to acquire it at an exceedingly low price. If I could facilitate this transaction, he would personally compensate me. Of course, such dealings would have to remain a secret between us. However, he overestimated my capabilities. Upon returning to the inn, Batu was on the phone. Once he finished his conversation, he inquired, "How did it go, Yun Feng? Have you established contact with Boss Zhao?" I replied candidly there was a hiccup. Batu, the runner from Boss Zhao's side, is hesitant to take the goods. He insists that we must personally deliver the items, likely out of fear. Furthermore, Boss Zhao wishes to privately acquire all our goods for 200,000. 200,000. Batu was taken aback, then chuckled. That rotund Zhao. This isn't our first dealings with him. Does he think we are fools? 200,000 as a means to brush us off? I nodded in agreement. Indeed, Batu, this price is utterly absurd. Should we not keep the goods for ourselves? Keep them? Batu poured himself a cup of tea and shook his head. That's not an option. We are tomb raiders, not collectors. Cash in hand is the most beneficial. Chapter 83. Parting, setting down his teacup, Batu furrowed his brow and said, Yun Feng, always remember this. Anticipate potential dangers. Fat Zhao is merely a second-hand dealer. His profit margins are akin to ours, reliant on audacity. To attain wealth, one must possess a modicum of courage. However, I suspect he isn't entirely deceptive. This transaction is substantial, and relying solely on a runner from Moro Street will not suffice. Moro Street is renowned as Hong Kong's most illustrious antique street, consisting of 2 parallel lanes. What Batu referred to is actually Moro Upper Street. The narrow thoroughfare is lined with dozens of antique shops. In earlier days, it was a treasure trove of national relics. While the sheer quantity of items may not compare to Panjiayuan or Shenyang Road, in terms of quality, it far surpasses the latter. My initial foray into the antiquities circle of Moro Street occurred during this operation. In earlier years, numerous items transitioned from Moro Street to Sotheby's and Christie's, a fact that many may be unaware of. For instance, the renowned Yuan blue and white vase, known as the Ghost Valley Descends, which fetched over 200 million at auction in 2005, had first appeared on Moro Street back in July 2002. I later learned from friends that a man from the mainland, surnamed Lin, purchased it for 14 million, and it remained in his home for less than 3 years before being auctioned again for an astonishing 260 million. Reflecting on the situation, I inquired, "So, what you mean is after a moment of contemplation?" He replied, "Chongchun has not yet taken note of us. This presents a splendid opportunity for us to extricate ourselves. I plan to relinquish 30% of the profits and collaborate with someone who possesses the necessary connections. Perhaps that will suffice." I raised my gaze and asked, "Who is this person?" He tapped the table twice and said, "The master of severing dragon veins, the underground monarch of the northern tomb raiders, Yao Wenzhong." I was momentarily taken aback. I had heard of him but had only interacted with his niece, Yao Yuman. Unsure, I asked, "Is he reliable?" "About that. Let us give it a try," he replied. On the third night, shortly after 8 o'clock, the sound of brakes echoed outside, and a Santana halted in front of the inn. A man in his 50s emerged from the vehicle, clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding a reserved demeanor and a calm expression. He was greeted respectfully by my companion, who said, "After your arduous journey, Mr. Wang has prepared a feast for you, esteemed sir." This man, Yao Wenzhong, was the uncle of Yao Yuman, and it was my first encounter with him. From the words of the head, I learned that this individual tends to operate independently. He certainly maintains a team, yet the majority of his subordinates have never laid eyes on him. In the hotel that evening, the drinking companions included the head, boss Sun, Hongjie, and myself, totaling 4 individuals. Yao Wenzhong did not touch the cutlery. After taking his seat, he calmly remarked, "Wang, we have met twice. Have we not? My niece has informed me of your experiences." The head responded, "Indeed, Master Yao. Our first encounter was at a northern faction gathering in Hainan, and the second was 2 years prior at a bed exchange event on the 2nd floor of Huawei Hotel in Panjiayuan." I had previously assumed that the head and Master Yao were quite familiar, but it became apparent today that this was not the case. While the head was well acquainted with Yao Yuman, he had only met her uncle, Yao Wenzhong, on 2 occasions. Yao Wenzhong, twirling his empty teacup, sighed. "After a lifetime of experience, I have encountered corpses, yet the ancient Yin corpse from the Western Zhou period is exceedingly rare. To survive, it requires an impeccable combination of geological structure, temperature, environmental conditions, and the balance of yin and yang, as well as skilled craftsmen." Yuman inquired, "Wang, did you blow up the entrance?" The head nodded. "That was the first time I, Wang Xiansheng, had ever seen such a thing. Had I not been adequately prepared and called for assistance, we would likely have perished within." He paused. "We shall discuss that later. Let us not dwell on it for now." The head then spoke earnestly, "Master Yao, as I mentioned over the phone, there are parties in Hong Kong who are able to accept our goods, but the delivery is quite troublesome. If we collaborate, leveraging your connections, I, Wang Xiansheng, will allocate 30% of the proceeds to you after the payment is received. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Yao Wenzhong smiled, his lips curling into a grin. 30%. Wang, you are quite the big spender. To be candid, no one else can assist you with this matter, but I do possess a modicum of influence in the local waterways. While it may require some effort, I believe it is feasible. Wang, laughing heartily, echoed the sentiment of the advisor. He proposed traveling directly to Zhonggang by boat. As long as we and our cargo reach Zhonggang, there will be no need to trouble the advisor further. I have my own means. Thus, over the course of a meal, the 2 men solidified their plan, with Sun Lauda occasionally contributing suggestions, all focused on ensuring the absolute safety of their goods. It is important to note that a 30% profit is not a trifling amount, but rather a significant portion of the total value of the cargo. Despite Yao Wenzhong's considerable reputation, he remained grounded. To put it plainly, he had a keen appreciation for wealth. 13 years hence, he met his demise at the hands of a gun. Also entangled in matters of money, traveling from Shun to Hong Kong via airplane or train would undoubtedly be impractical for transporting such items. Given the thriving local fishing industry, a company named Hongxing Fisheries was identified. The plan devised by Wang was as follows. Second brother, unable to care for himself, would remain at the hotel under the watchful eye of third brother. Wang and Sun Lauda would fly to Hong Kong empty-handed, and upon their arrival, they would meet with a local broker on Moro Street. Meanwhile, I and Hongjie would stay aboard the ship to oversee the cargo. As for how to navigate the waterways to Zhonggang City, that responsibility would lie with Yao Wenzhong and the arrangements made by Hongxing Fisheries. The agreed departure time was set for midnight the day after tomorrow. Yao Wenzhong assured that a pickup truck would arrive to assist with loading the goods, and he would coordinate the logistics. Once the cargo was aboard the vessel, they would leave the rest to fate. The subsequent morning, my elder brother and I procured 2 large wooden crates. We meticulously encased the copper artifacts in bubble wrap, ensuring each piece was carefully arranged. Newsprint was utilized to fill any voids, and finally, the lids were secured with wooden slats and fastened with iron nails. At this juncture, my thoughts lingered on a particular individual, Li Jing. I felt an ardent desire to see her before my departure, as it was plausible that our paths would never cross again. On the eve of embarking on the ship, I ventured alone to Li Jing's residence. The memory of her playfully tossing a pillow at me while scolding me remained vivid. After a period of 10 minutes, I emitted a sigh and turned to leave. "Xiang Yunfeng, is that you?" A familiar voice suddenly echoed from behind me. I halted and turned around. In the span of over a month, Li Jing's countenance appeared somewhat wan. Initially composed, her eyes gradually began to redden. She hastened towards me and stood before me, her lower lip gently caught between her teeth. "Xiang Yunfeng," she inquired, "why didn't you dare to knock on the door?" I I am leaving. No, I don't want that money, she retorted. Upon reflection, I added, Li Jing, I did deceive you previously. Your surmise was correct. I am not a student from the number 1 high school. My hometown is in Mo, and I only completed junior high school. Upon hearing this, Li Jing's emotions surged. She seized my arm and exclaimed, Then tell me, what exactly do you do? Are you a purveyor of narcotics or a loan shark? You nonchalantly dismiss 50,000 yuan, as if you possess considerable wealth. You are unwilling to confide in me, is that it? Very well, I shall report you. Huh? I wore a puzzled expression. What would you report me for? Li Jing's face flushed crimson, and he suddenly gritted his teeth and said, I'll report you for raping me. Chapter 84. The Voyage. I don't care. Li Jing said unreasonably, if you don't tell me what you do, if you don't tell me where you're going, I'll report you. Well, I might as well not have come on this trip. It would have been better to just leave quietly. Although I was young, I had learned a lot about human relationships and social etiquette in the half year I had been with the boss, and I knew what could be said and what couldn't. After careful consideration, I lied, telling Li Jing that my family was actually in the business of smuggling foreign goods. Indeed, in those 2 years, many people in the southern regions had made fortunes by smuggling foreign goods, a somewhat shady industry, especially with electronics. Seeing Li Jing stunned, I added, Xiao Jing, actually, the Sony Walkman I gave you on your birthday was smuggled by my family. Seeing Li Jing's expression, I breathed a sigh of relief. She seemed somewhat convinced because the Sony Walkman was very expensive, costing as much as 2 months' salary for an ordinary person, and how could a student like me without a job afford it? After a few minutes, Li Jing, with tears in her nose, said, Xiang Yunfeng, where will I find you in the future? I don't plan to go to university. After graduating from high school next year, I'll go work. My mom says I'm not good at studying, and going to university might not lead anywhere, so it's better to enter an electronics factory early. Don't, I said, looking at her, you must not go to an electronics factory, Xiao Jing. If you go there, you're ruined. Understand? Listen to me. You must go to university in the future. Knowledge changes destiny. Li Jing stopped crying, and she was amused by my words. After contemplation, Li Jing demurred, citing her family's precarious financial circumstances. She mentioned that her elder sister had informed her that university tuition would amount to over 20,000 yuan for 4 years, a sum she wasn't even certain she could afford, given her uncertain prospects of admission. I presented Li Jing with 20,000 yuan and disclosed my family's address in Mo. Anxious to alleviate any potential burden on her conscience, I proposed a pact. Xiao Jing, let's make a promise. Upon your graduation in 5 years, you're welcome to seek me out in Mo. Thus, on the arched bridge that evening, Li Jing and I forged an agreement. She avowed that she would persist in her studies and, upon graduating, would undoubtedly come to Mo in search of me. She bade me to await her arrival. Later that night, a verdant Great Wall pickup truck arrived punctually at the inn, around 1 in the morning. After the 2 large wooden crates were loaded, Hongjie and I boarded the pickup. We were en route to a fishing vessel arranged by Hongxing Fisheries. It was a legitimate, mid-sized working fishing boat. Aside from Hongjie and myself, I observed 4 crew members. The captain was a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, whom the pickup driver addressed as Old Hua. Old Hua directed the crew in unloading our crates. Upon seeing our accommodations, Hongjie's brow furrowed in displeasure. Old Hua had assigned us to a storage room adjacent to the engine room. The room was rife with dust and devoid of even a bed, save for 2 old mattresses laid out on the floor, evidently a hastily prepared arrangement. The captain, Old Hua, apologetically stated, I'm sorry, but you 2 will have to make do. I only received orders this afternoon to take you to Zhonggang City. The conditions are indeed somewhat Spartan. Hongjie voiced her discontent, remarking, you call this somewhat Spartan? Yao Shirya pockets 30% of the foreman's earnings, and this is the rat hole he arranges? We find ourselves in a rather dismal situation, lacking even a window which feels stifling. However, Old Hua scratched his head and reassured us. There is a metal plate on the hatch cover of the engine room. When the time is right, you can simply lift the plate. As for meals, rest assured breakfast, lunch, and dinner will be served without fail. After imparting this information, Old Hua entrusted us with a walkie-talkie, tuning it to channel 16, indicating that only he would receive communications on this channel, while other crew members would remain oblivious. Should any situation arise, we were to call for him directly. Traveling from Shun to Zhonggang has become quite swift, taking merely a few hours. However, during that time, the journey was considerably slower, as this vessel needed to maintain a facade of normalcy while fishing, resulting in a pace akin to that of a snail stop and go. Hongjie, being more accustomed, fared well, but as a northern landlubber, it was my first time aboard a ship, and I succumbed to seasickness that very night. Old Hua repeatedly urged us to refrain from venturing out. Should we encounter an inspection without crew identification, it would spell trouble. He suggested that if the urge to breathe fresh air became unbearable, we could step onto the deck after 1 o'clock at night. The young lad, Duya, in his 20s and quite talkative, noticed the lackluster demeanor of both Hongjie and me. Occasionally, when he brought us meals, he would engage us in conversation, sharing numerous maritime tales. I, in turn, recounted a few stories from my northeastern homeland about the legendary Maobao and the yellow weasel, leaving Duya in a state of astonishment. On the fourth night, around 9 o'clock, while Hongjie and I were passing the time playing cards in the storage room, the walkie-talkie crackled to life with Captain Hua's urgent voice. I pressed the button and inquired, "What is it?" The situation had deteriorated. Inspectors were arriving. I attempted to stall for a few minutes and sent Duya over. "You all should quickly follow Duya and let him guide you to hide." Just as Lao Hua finished speaking over the intercom, a loud knocking echoed from outside the door. Upon opening it, Duya, visibly flustered, hurriedly handed me and Hongjie 2 raincoats, insisting we put them on and follow him. After exiting the wheelhouse, Duya whispered into the intercom, "Uncle, what is the situation now? Is it safe to go on deck?" After a few minutes, the red light on the small intercom flickered, and Lao Hua's voice came through. "Duya, that group is checking the forms in the control room. Quickly take the 2 of them to hide in the fish hold. You have 5 minutes before they come over. Go. Hurry," Duya urged, leading Hongjie and me as we pushed through the small door of the wheelhouse and stepped onto the deck. In the center of the deck lay a manhole cover, beneath which was the fish hold, filled with several tons of dead fish, the stench potent enough to suffocate. Lifting the cover revealed a ladder, and under Duya's urging, clad in our raincoats, Hongjie and I hurriedly descended. With a clang, the cover was shut, plunging the fish hold into darkness, the foul odor overwhelming. Almost simultaneously, we heard voices coming from the deck. "What are you doing? Why weren't you here during the roster check? Where's your crew ID?" Duya quickly replied, "Uncle, you just called for me? I didn't hear. It seems I forgot to charge my intercom last night." Old Hua chided with a smile. "You young lad should be more mindful. You claim to have learned so much, yet you neglect to charge the walkie-talkie. You simply lack the memory." Turning to the others, he suggested, "Shall we take a look at the employee storage?" "Not yet. That area is likely the fish storage. Open it and let me have a glance." Chapter 85. Evasion. At that moment I thought we were doomed. In the darkness, Hongjie clutched my arm, gasping for breath. I could feel her muscles tense with anxiety. What to do? What to do? We cannot simply sit here and await our demise. A sudden spark of inspiration struck me. I devised a rather unconventional plan. On the deck, Old Hua was vociferously calling out, evidently trying to alert me and Hongjie. I could hear the voice of Duya. The fish storage reeked of dead fish, and I thought it best if everyone refrained from looking further. "Hey, you talk too much. We are conducting a routine inspection. Just open it, will you? Stop the nonsense." The situation could no longer be concealed. Duya intentionally knocked twice on the iron plate before lifting it directly. Instantly, several beams of strong flashlight illuminated the space below. Captain Old Hua, with a smile, said, "Ladies and gentlemen, behold the unchilled dead fish. The scent is quite pungent. There is a ladder here. If you wish, you may descend and continue your inspection." With a loud clang, Old Hua slammed the iron plate shut, placing one foot atop it while grinning. "Understood, understood. Should any situation arise, please report it proactively. Have you dined yet? If not, I can prepare some fresh catch for you." "No, thank you." The voices of those men grew increasingly distant. Once they departed, Hongjie and I swiftly emerged from the pile of dead fish. We were overwhelmed by the noxious fumes. Feeling as though the stench of decaying fish permeated our nostrils and ears, making us retch uncontrollably. If anyone wishes to experience this odor, I suggest purchasing a fish in the summer, letting it sit for a week, and then curling up under the blankets with it, covering your head. I assure you, the memory will be indelible. Once the inspection concluded, Do Yaozi pulled me and Hongjie out of the fish warehouse, our heads spinning from the experience. Lao Hua arranged for us to receive a few bottles of Huaxiang Jingqi liquid, claiming it would invigorate our spirits. Gradually recovering, Hongjie, with a grim countenance, inquired of Lao Hua how much longer it would take. Lao Hua asserted with unwavering certainty that we would arrive at the Zhonggang wharf by around 7 the following evening. I asked, Captain, our cargo hasn't been inspected. Has it? He assured me, rest easy, everything is fine. I concealed those 2 boxes in the crew's quarters. Disguised as a wardrobe, they were none the wiser. However, he added, if I may ask, what exactly is in your boxes? Knowing I should refrain from prying, I opted to remain silent, focusing instead on the money I was to receive, while Hongjie was still fuming over the fish warehouse incident. The remainder of the day passed without incident, and as we approached Zhonggang Wharf, the distant sound of numerous ship horns filled the air, signaling fishing vessels slowly making their way to shore. Boss Sun personally came to greet us. He had rented a closed seafood wholesale truck and found a driver, while he himself drove a Nissan. Yunfeng, Xiaohong, you've worked hard. This journey was no easy feat, he remarked. Brother, where is the head? I asked, puzzled. The head is currently engaged in discussions. I will take you to a resting place first. There are matters that are not convenient to discuss at this moment. After enlisting the assistance of Old Hua and Diazai to load the crates onto the small truck, Boss Sun gestured for Hongjie and me to enter the Nissan. I inquired with a hint of perplexity, brother, won't our goods be accompanying us? I gestured towards the seafood wholesale truck. Boss Sun demurred, explaining that the matter required some maneuvering. He elucidated that navigating the customs checks at the pier was a complex affair, necessitating a 30% concession to Yao Wenzhong to leverage his connections. Over the past few days, Diazai and I had forged a close friendship. He extended an invitation to visit their fishing vessel during its 3-day layover in Central Harbor. Following our farewells to Old Hua and Diazai, Boss Sun ignited the Nissan and conveyed Hongjie and me away from the pier. For those familiar with the locale, the former Central Harbor Pier is now the ocean terminal in Tsim Sha Tsui, a mere 5 kilometers from the antique haven of Upper Lasker Row in the Special Administrative Region. Our lodgings were a guesthouse-style inn, discreetly nestled within the city's labyrinthine alleys, providing a more secure haven than a grand hotel. The 2 sizable crates brimming with bronzes would undoubtedly attract attention during inspection. The onus was on Yao Wenzhong to orchestrate a plan to ensure the truck's safe passage. The area pulsed with nocturnal vibrancy, adorned with an array of open-air eateries and roadside stalls, creating a somewhat chaotic ambience. At that time, the young and dangerous films were immensely popular. I watched the DVDs at a classmate's home in Mo, never anticipating that I would one day have the opportunity to step onto the territory of Chan Ho Nam. This wave of young and dangerous culture persisted for several years, with the image of the knife wielded by those donned in white towels becoming a symbol of aspiration for countless wayward youths. Iconic figures from the underworld, such as those from Eternal Legend, The Dragon's Return, and One Man Against the World, all originated from this region. After taking a few sips of water, Baotou remarked, the boss and I arrived a couple of days ago. We had already contacted 2 individuals prior, and this afternoon we met another. All these brokers have expressed keen interest in our goods. It appears that this trip is proving worthwhile. We should certainly be well fed and well compensated. Upon hearing this, I felt a surge of joy. Baotou, have you estimated how much we can sell this batch for? Yunfeng, you are quite the money enthusiast, Baotou chuckled. Though we haven't finalized any deals yet, securing a modest profit is a certainty. What Baotou meant was that we could expect a baseline price in the low millions while aiming for a higher figure. Although the prospect of a few million might not seem daunting today, it is essential to remember that this was the early 2000s. At that time, Old Ma sought to sell the billion-dollar value of Penguin Software for merely $3 million. As long as these brokers from Morrow Street see the goods in person, our business transaction will be secured. Everything is in place save for the final approval. We await the truck's passage through the checkpoint at the Zhonggang port. Baotou analyzed the situation and contacted Yao Wenzhong, who confirmed that everything was in order. If no unforeseen issues arise, our small truck should be released by tomorrow morning. That night, I found myself tossing and turning, unable to sleep. When I departed from Shund, I carried a small bag with me, and aside from myself, no one was aware of its contents, a small bottle of blue liquid. Rising from my bed, I retrieved the tiny glass vial from my bag, observing the fluid within, resembling flowing blue water. My thoughts drifted to the group led by researcher, and yet alas, they were all deceased. I recalled Li Zheng mentioning that if I ever reached Hong Kong, I could locate him at Times Square in Causeway Bay. Now it seemed that opportunity had slipped away. Lost in such musings, I gradually succumbed to slumber. Chapter 86. The shipment don't sleep. Wake up, Yunfeng. It's time to get to work. I was roused from my slumber by Boss Sun's voice, having stayed up late the previous night. Seeing the joy etched across his face, I surmised that our shipment had finally been released from the dock. Upon inquiry, my assumption was confirmed. The small truck had just arrived at the inn. Boss Sun was beckoning me to help unload the vehicle. As I opened the rear door of the truck and removed the seafood that served as a mere distraction, 2 large wooden crates were revealed at the back. The nails sealing the crates remained intact. The innkeeper, a woman in her 50s accustomed to hosting mainland tourists, spoke Mandarin quite well. Upon noticing us unloading, she mistakenly assumed we had purchased furniture and eagerly offered her assistance. We politely declined, assuring her that we could manage without causing any damage to her wooden floor. Only then did she sheepishly retreat. We moved the 2 large crates into Boss Sun's room, secured the door, locked the windows, and cranked up the volume of the television to its maximum. With that, we began the rhythmic task of prying open the wooden crates with a hammer. Upon opening the box, we beheld its contents, and only then did we collectively exhale in relief. The copper artifacts were meticulously arranged, with bubble wrap and newspapers intact. Not a single item was amiss. This batch included a variety of exquisite items: goblets, containers, ceremonial vessels, tripods, beans, grains, and small horse-drawn components, showcasing a remarkable diversity. Most notably, there were 3 bronze pieces adorned with the ancient totem, the precise academic nomenclature of which remains elusive to me. It is not merely my ignorance. Even the knowledgeable leader and Yao Wenzhong were unfamiliar with this form and design, claiming it was their first encounter with such artifacts. Our attempts to glean information from auction catalogs and archaeological records have proven fruitless. Although we may lack the proper terminology, this does not diminish their value, as they could potentially be one-of-a-kind treasures, akin to the gold masks of the Sangsingdui civilization, yet distinctly representative of the ancient Yu kingdom. In the afternoon, the leader summoned 3 local brokers from Molo Street to the inn to examine the goods. These individuals spoke fluent Cantonese, and as they inspected the items, they frequently exclaimed in admiration, "Monkey Sai Lei," a phrase expressing their astonishment. While assessing the artifacts, they busily snapped photographs to send to their employer. Their primary motivation was to secure a commission, and they incessantly boasted to their boss about the exceptional quality of our offerings, hoping their patron would be inclined to make a purchase, thus ensuring them a substantial reward. They inquired about the leader's psychological price and the minimum acceptable offer, so they could relay this information to their employer. Should the boss find the price negotiable, he would personally visit to inspect the items and finalize a contract. The leader, however, deliberately adopted a firm stance. We leave together, no individual sales, no less than 500. Any lower and we shan't discuss further. A collective gasp resonated among the brokers. 500, that was a substantial sum. Acquiring a piece of Qianlong imperial porcelain would amount to a little over 100,000, rendering the value of this lot equivalent to 50 such pieces combined. At that moment, one of the brokers excused himself to answer a call on his flip phone. Shortly after, he hastily returned, brandishing the phone. As confirmed, he announced, "My employer is interested." So quickly, I exclaimed, taken aback. Could a deal worth millions be sealed with just a glance at a multimedia message and a brief phone call? Who's the buyer? Is he as affluent as Hong Kong's wealthiest magnate? Even Batu seemed surprised. He had anticipated some haggling when quoting the price of 500, but the current situation suggested he might have undervalued the items. The broker relayed that the magnate would arrive in 2 hours, and, provided the artifacts matched the photographs, He was prepared to offer upwards of 500. Elated, Batu instructed Lauda to arrange a banquet, as they eagerly awaited the arrival of the esteemed buyer. True to his word, the magnate arrived punctually in a sleek, black, extended Alfa. Upon arrival, the chauffeur opened the door, and a silver-haired gentleman in his late 60s emerged. "Welcome, welcome. Please come in." Batu greeted him with a smile. The ruddy-faced, portly gentleman, exuding affluence, waved his hand, stating that dining could wait. He preferred to examine the three-dragon flesh artifacts first. Batu nodded in agreement and clapped his hands. Son Lauda turned and exited the room. Moments later, Lauda returned, cradling a bundle wrapped in yellow cloth. Within lay one of the three bronzes, the one adorned with gold and silver inlay, depicting the 8-hand totem of the ancient Yu kingdom. The gentleman retrieved a pair of spectacles from his pocket and donned them, before meticulously putting on white gloves. Having meticulously examined the bronze artifact, the elder took a deep breath and inquired, "The authenticity of this piece is beyond reproach. Do you happen to know its provenance?" Batu responded, "This appears to be a ritual bronze from the ancient Yu culture. Judging by your expertise, sir, I won't attempt to deceive you. This piece was unearthed from a significant Western Zhou burial pit." The elder's eyes gleamed with interest. "Might I inquire as to the identity of the interred?" he asked. Batu, without reservation, stated, "A feudal lord from a southern fiefdom, Jie Ho Dai Zi." The elder nodded contentedly. "It seems my intuition was correct. For decades, I have been in pursuit of artifacts from the ancient Yu. The relics passed down from the Yu are no less significant than those of Sangsingdui. This type of bronze is known as Ewuzu Jia, crafted specifically for the sacrificial rites of the ancient Yu black shamans. There exists a small fragment of one in the Baoji Museum, but no one has ever laid eyes on a complete specimen, until now. Would it be possible to examine the other two pieces?" Batu assented, instructing his lieutenant to retrieve the remaining items. The white-haired elder was captivated, studying them with intense fascination for well over 10 minutes, without uttering a single word. Batu cleared his throat, prompting the elder to regain his composure. Including these three pieces, the elder began, "I would like to acquire the entire collection, packaging them all together. Would 500 suffice?" Batu feigned hesitation, replying, "You see, sir, the quantity is rather limited. I have yet to receive any other offers. To sell so hastily might prove imprudent." The elder chuckled softly. "Ah, I understand perfectly. You believe that my swift acceptance implies that you are underselling yourself? If the matter concerns remuneration, that can be easily rectified. I am prepared to offer you 550. However," the elder continued, "many do not recognize the artifacts from the ancient Yu culture. The lack of acknowledgement in the community signifies their obscurity. The price I have offered you is quite generous, and you may inquire elsewhere to confirm. If you wish to sell, we can finalize the contract right now, and I can provide the payment today. So what do you say? Will you sell or not? Be decisive." After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "How shall the payment of 550 be made? I require it to be settled in one lump sum. You may choose between cash, bank transfer, or a check. Then let it be a check." He resolved to sell the entirety of the items to the silver-haired elder. "There is one more matter. Upon receiving the payment, you must maintain confidentiality regarding my association with XX Company. Likewise, once the goods are in my possession, there should be no trace leading back to you." The elder stood up and, as he walked away, called out, "Bring someone to accompany me to collect the money." Chapter 87. Who Seeks Me in Hong Kong? There is an abundance of affluent individuals, and for such patrons, the quality of goods outweighs concerns about price. The transaction is primarily conducted in two phases. One representative remains at the hotel to oversee the merchandise, while I, along with Hong Jie, accompany the buyer to retrieve the payment. Once we receive the funds, we will inform the representative, enabling them to directly take possession of the goods. This method safeguards the interests of both parties and also mitigates the risk of underhanded exchanges. The silver-haired elder's surname is Li, though I shall refrain from disclosing his full name. Their business operates as a family enterprise, encompassing real estate, tourism, catering, and investment, and holds a prominent status within the local affluent circles. Adjacent to Morua Shangjie, nestled on the northern mountain, stood a villa, into which Hong Jie and I followed him. The reception room of the villa was decorated with understated opulence. A masterpiece by Su Beihong, depicting galloping steeds, adorned the central wall, flanked by Huang Zhou's donkeys and Qi Baishi's shrimp. I was particularly captivated by a colossal snowy landscape of Mount Li attributed to the Yuan dynasty painter Huang Gongwang, spanning over 20 square feet. My profound impression stemmed from the knowledge that, 9 years hence, Huang Gongwang's dwelling in the Fujian Mountains would merge into one, becoming a national treasure. To this day, I surmise that Huang Gongwang's snowy landscape remains secreted away in Hong Kong's Li family. The air was redolent with the fragrance of Longjing tea. After a delicate sip, I savored its lingering aftertaste, before setting down the cup and remarking, "My ancestral home is Mo, in northeast China." The elder chuckled. "Indeed, you possess the audacity typical of those hailing from the 3 provinces of Liaoning. At such a tender age you exhibit such boldness, you are destined for greatness." I demurred. "You flatter me, sir. I am merely a humble errand boy, trailing behind the foreman." Upon hearing this, he countered, "There is no need for self-deprecation. Youth is a treasure in itself." Hong Jie and I engaged in leisurely conversation with the elder. Through our interactions, I discerned that he harbored a penchant for collecting artifacts from obscure ancient kingdoms, such as Lulan, Western Xia, Yalong, Ancient Dian, Ancient Shu, Shangxiong, and the Guge Kingdom. Such acquisitive predilections of the affluent are often beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Crucially, these items are exceedingly rare, with the vast majority being unique specimens. In other words, this individual had undoubtedly engaged with grave robbers on numerous occasions, possessing a comprehensive understanding of our profession. He evinced a keen interest in the tomb raiding profession, expounding upon topics ranging from the Luoyang shovel to the art of locating ancient tombs, articulating his points with remarkable clarity. Upon concluding his discourse, he inquired, "Well, what do you think? Am I correct in my assessment?" Indeed, much of what he articulated is fundamentally accurate. However, those of us well-versed in the field can discern that his understanding leans more towards theory than practical experience. Although he has had considerable interactions with tomb raiders, it is evident that he has never personally descended into a grave. For instance, he stated that when using a Luoyang shovel to extract soil, one should twist left 3 times and then right twice. This assertion is incorrect. The true method involves twisting left twice and right twice, as this ensures an even layer of soil is lifted without any spillage. The elder, without hesitation, donned his glasses to inspect the matter and, upon confirming its accuracy, proceeded to fill out the amount directly. It was a transfer check. He handed it to me for inspection. Being unfamiliar with such documents, I sought verification from Hongjie. He explained, "The check is valid for 10 days, so please remember to cash it. I will ask the finance department to procure a check holder, and be cautious not to crease the check." After a thorough examination, Hongjie stood and extended her hand, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Li. We look forward to a pleasant collaboration." The elder smiled and shook hands with Hongjie, replying, "My friends have mentioned that the situation has become quite tense recently, so do remain vigilant. You can rest assured about my private collection. It will not be disclosed." Hongjie then notified that the initial payment had been received, and shortly after, we departed from the villa. This street was both narrow and crowded, yet it boasted a plethora of fine items. Qing dynasty official kills were displayed prominently in the glass showcases of the street-side shops. With the hope of uncovering a hidden gem, I inquired about the prices, only to find that the shopkeepers were quite astute. Attempting to find a bargain under their watchful eyes proved exceedingly challenging. As I perused the offerings, I was suddenly tapped on the shoulder from behind. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am Wang Yuan," he said with a smile, extending his hand. I did not recognize this individual and was uncertain of his intentions. What did he mean by this? "I apologize, but I did not comprehend your words. I have other matters to attend to, and I feigned calmness as I intended to leave." He continued to smile, saying, "My friend, pretending to be oblivious while fully aware is not wise." Given the explicit nature of his statement, it was evident that the information had been leaked. I replied, my voice tinged with anger, "Was it those brokers who informed you?" "Not at all," the man with the piercing gaze denied. "Brokers at their level place utmost importance on credibility. They would rather sell their own mothers than betray their benefactors. If you wish to know how I am aware, Then follow me to a certain location. Are you out of your mind? I scoffed. After all this talk, you reveal nothing and expect me to accompany you? What reason do I have to follow you? Very well, the choice is yours, he retorted before turning away. Researcher and has requested your presence. My heart raced, and I could no longer maintain my composure. Who is this person? How could he possibly know Researcher and? It was impossible. I had witnessed Researcher and's death with my own eyes. His body severed and lifeless. As I watched him walk further away, I clenched my teeth and decided to follow. I was convinced that Researcher and was indeed dead, and I needed to uncover the truth about this man, who he was and what his intentions were. He entered a Volkswagen Passat, and after the engine roared to life, the vehicle remained stationary, clearly waiting for me. I opened the door and took a seat in the passenger side. He smiled at me and said, "There we go. I do not intend to harm you, so what is there to fear?" We drove along Morrow Street, proceeding north along Queens Avenue, passing Bin Road and Yahua Street, until we finally crossed Deccan Street. In the distance, I spotted a large neon sign illuminating the night. Times Square. This individual astonishingly drove me to Causeway Bay. Times Square is replete with numerous shops and office buildings. Upon disembarking, I followed this person, ultimately coming to a halt at No. 85 in the northwest corner of the square. On the tiled wall, the address plaque bore the name of a company, Tianlin Pharmaceutical Research Division. A sense of familiarity enveloped me, as if I had heard someone mention this place before. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through me as recollection struck. Beneath the Moth Mountain, there was a man in a white coat named Li Zheng from Researcher and S Team, who once uttered a phrase to me. "When you get out, you can find me at number 85, Times Square, Causeway Bay." Could it be him? Chapter 88. Number 85, Times Square. Researcher and had explicitly stated that Li Zheng was deceased, yet I remained perplexed about the identity of this bespectacled man. However, one thing was certain. The trio led by Researcher and had ventured to Shund to assist the Changchun Association, and this bespectacled gentleman must possess some knowledge. Number 85, Times Square, houses a remarkably modern pharmaceutical company. At that time, many large companies in the mainland had yet to implement access control cards, yet Tianlin Pharmaceuticals had adopted them, employing the most advanced fingerprint recognition technology of the era. The bespectacled man instructed me to wait in the conference room. A few minutes later, a young and attractive girl arrived bearing tea and snacks. Her attire suggested she was of a secretarial nature. The bespectacled man departed, but the female secretary remained, sitting sideways with her black stockings tightly clasped, smiling as she said, "Mr. Xiong, please do not feel constrained. The boss has instructed me to take good care of you. Should you have any needs this evening, do not hesitate to reach out to me." The secretary's words were rather explicit, and I thought to myself that this woman was indeed provocative, clearly a temptress. "Please don't trouble yourself." I glanced at the time and remarked, "I'll wait another 3 minutes. If the person seeking me hasn't appeared by then, I shall take my leave." Just as the words left my lips, the sound of a card being swiped at the entrance echoed. "It's a rare occasion for you to visit, young sir. I couldn't possibly allow you to leave without extending my hospitality as a host." The man who entered was clad entirely in black, still sporting a sun hat and oversized sunglasses indoors. "You are my brother. It seems fortune has blessed you with a forgetful mind. Have you truly forgotten me? We once moved a water vat together, you know." "Li Zheng. You're Li Zheng," I exclaimed, abruptly rising from the sofa and pointing at the man. Yuan, please excuse us for a moment. I'll call for you if needed." The man gestured to the female secretary. She rose, cast a fleeting glance at me, and departed with the rhythmic click of her heels. Once she was gone, only the man and I remained in the conference room. Despite his disguise, the sun hat and sunglasses, the more I scrutinized him, the more certain I became. There was no mistake. This was indeed Li Zheng, whom I had encountered at the foot of Moth Mountain. Indeed, I am Li Zheng. The man removed his hat and sunglasses. He had undergone a significant transformation. His hair and eyebrows were gone, leaving him bald. Upon closer inspection, his eyes appeared abnormal, resembling those of a patient with jaundice, the eyeballs tinged with yellow. "Researcher and informed me of your demise. How have you become like this?" Li Zheng stroked his bald head, squinting as he replied, "The tale is a long one." I believed him, for my own circumstances were similar. The reality was that Sister Hong had been under control, and our every action was being observed. It was only natural that we were apprehended. Li Zhang donned his sunglasses and continued speaking. "When Shaowen and I were captured, you must have heard about Lao Su's predicament. They fed him corpses. I was supposed to meet the same fate, but fortune favored me, and I managed to escape. It was sheer willpower that propelled me out. Had it not been for my teacher's intervention, I would likely not have survived." Li Zheng's words flowed lightly, yet I could sense the turbulence beneath his calm facade. He kept his sunglasses on, seemingly fearful of the light. "My young brother, news has emerged from Moro Street about a batch of Western Zhou bronze artifacts. The seller is from the mainland. I inquired through a friend about the appearances of those sellers, and it became evident that they are part of your group. This unsolicited invitation is a request for your assistance." Assistance? What kind of assistance? I was bewildered, unfamiliar with the surroundings, unsure of what he needed from me. Li Zhang regarded me seriously. "Do you still carry that vial from Shaowen? If so, the teacher wishes to negotiate a price. The whereabouts of the corpse are now unknown, yet the item you possess is readily available and of utmost importance. I have become this way due to the infection from that item. I am light-sensitive, my vision now plagued with astigmatic spots, and my hair is gradually falling out. If I could obtain that vial with the help of my teacher and the laboratory, I might still have a chance. You must help me." Li Zheng's earnestness permeated his words. I found myself in a state of confusion, grappling with numerous uncertainties. After further explanations from Li Zheng, I gleaned this crucial information. He had contracted a form of active bacteria from the tomb of the mustard seed. It is highly probable that the injury is related to the Yingji corpse, as the second brother bears a resemblance to it, particularly because his pupils are gradually turning yellow. Li Zhang mentioned that according to his teacher's research, there exists a type of bacterial spore on the Yingji corpse. He cited the example of the German microbiologist Kramer, who discovered similar pathogenic bacterial spores on the mummies of pharaohs. These spores can remain dormant on mummified remains for millennia. Much like the infamous curse of Tutankhamun, a group of archaeologists who entered the tomb of Tutankhamun met with untimely deaths within a few years. Biologist Kramer posited that the sequential deaths of those archaeologists were linked to these active bacteria. I inquired of Li Zhang, "So, are you suggesting that researcher and believes this substance can indeed heal and save lives?" "No, it's different," he replied. Using a ballpoint pen, Li Zhang sketched 2 circles on a blank sheet of paper. "Look, based on my teacher's studies, these 2 circles represent a certain type of invisible active bacteria, both in a state of slumber. If awakened, they would transform into this," he added, drawing a smaller circle within one of the larger ones. "This unknown bacterium, which has been dormant for thousands of years, once activated, becomes the inner circle. If there were a method to apply this inner circle solely to the human body, my teacher believes it would indeed yield miraculous effects, potentially even reversing aging." I was taken aback, astonished. Could such a substance truly exist? Might it be the elixir of immortality sought after by emperors throughout the ages? Changchun would undoubtedly be aware of the implications. Otherwise, they would not go to such lengths to seize a corpse. I pondered internally whether I should entrust the item to Li Zhang and that so-called teacher. After 5 minutes of contemplation, I resolved to delay my decision. I said to Li Zhang, "The item is indeed in my possession, but not with me at the moment. I have entrusted it to a friend's residence. By the way, how about that woman from earlier? Shall I arrange for her to accompany you tonight?" "Ah," he referred to that provocative female secretary named Yuan, and Li Zheng's unexpected remark caught me off guard. Noticing my astonishment, Li Zheng chuckled and clapped his hands, summoning the secretary once more. "Mr. Li, you called for me? Go and relax for a bit." Chapter 89. An incident at that time. There were 3 most renowned nightclubs in Hong Kong: Chinatown, the Grand Fortune, and a venue called California Red, which was operated by foreigners. Chinatown resembled a private club, while the Grand Fortune catered to the wealthy public, featuring a diverse clientele, including numerous third-rate celebrities who had performed there. Li Zhang introduced me to the fact that the general manager of the Grand Fortune was a friend of his teacher, who was affectionately referred to as the doctor within the affluent circles of Hong Kong. This was merely a pseudonym. Li Zhang deemed it inappropriate to disclose the individual's true identity. The doctor, akin to several local feng shui masters skilled in the art of fortune-telling, was quite sought after in that era, known for his ability to heal and prolong lives. The drive from Times Square in Causeway Bay to the Western District took over an hour. Li Zhang arranged for a Nissan to transport me, with the secretary Yuan accompanying me in the vehicle. During the journey, the secretary engaged me in cheerful conversation, inquiring about my singing abilities and whether I had any particular requests for Ms. Wu. She referred to the dance ladies not merely in the literal sense, as this term later evolved in the mainland to denote princesses, primarily there to entertain guests through dancing, drinking, and singing. If one wished to engage further, it hinged on two factors: one's attractiveness and wealth. The affluent did not impose themselves. Everything was based on mutual consent. I had never encountered such a scene before, so that evening was indeed an eye-opener. The manager of the wealthy individual personally attended to us, declaring that the guests of doctors must be treated exceptionally well, with all expenses waived, and that the dance ladies could be chosen at will, with an abundance available. The room I entered was designated as Room A. The female secretary explained that the rooms were rated from S to D, with Room A being second only to Room S. Initially, I had intended to be placed in Room S, but due to unforeseen circumstances, I was reassigned to Room A. This room spanned approximately 70 to 80 square meters, adorned with a plush red carpet. Once the drinks and snacks were served, the general manager of the affluent individual called over the intercom, and a stream of beautiful young women entered, all possessing splendid figures, with some appearing to be of a similar age to mine. Seated on the sofa, I felt somewhat uneasy. Noticing this, the female secretary smiled gently and pointed to two fair-skinned young women, saying, "You two, please stay. The rest may leave. Call if needed." As the male manager escorted the others out, the two dance ladies promptly settled beside me, one on my left and the other on my right. The girls sweetly greeted me, saying, "Good evening, boss. I am Mir." "Good evening, boss. I am Schwer." The evening unfolded with singing, drinking beer, and playing cards. At that time, I was still too young. That evening, I was hazily intoxicated. I awoke in a hotel room, with no recollection of my actions after drinking, only a throbbing headache. The hotel receptionist informed me that it was those two dancers and the female secretary who had carried me to the hotel, but they had since departed. I could hardly believe it. Outside the inn, police cars and ambulances were stationed, while the landlady anxiously took notes with the officers. From a distance, my first thought was that something had gone terribly wrong. Our identities had been exposed, and I feared that the head and brother Hongjie had been apprehended. My face turned pale with fright, and I dared not approach. I casually purchased a newspaper to shield my face, pretending to read it, and inquired of the newspaper vendor what had transpired, why there were police present. The vendor, a local, spoke in a standard Hong Kong dialect, animatedly recounting a tale laced with alarming words such as home invasion and murder. I worried for the head and brother Hongjie, but at that moment, I could only wait until the police departed before daring to enter. I waited for over 2 hours, my palms sweating with anxiety. Once the police left, I stealthily entered the inn and, taking advantage of the lack of attention, slipped into the head's room. The floor had been tidied up, and beneath the stool, I discovered a small shard of porcelain. I recognized it as the teacup the head often used, an antique Kangxi 5-colored cup, adorned with images of the acrobatic performers from operas, ones I had personally handled before. In addition to the fragment, there was a patch of dried blood on the floor, unmistakably indicating that something dreadful had occurred to the head. My heart raced with worry. I even began to suspect that the buyer had regretted issuing a check and had resorted to a treacherous act of betrayal. There is also Yao Wenzhong, whose suspicion cannot be dismissed. It is imperative that I ascertain the whereabouts of everyone and the circumstances surrounding them. Unable to contact anyone, I contemplated my options and decided to take a risk by approaching the proprietress, as I had just seen her taking notes and she must surely know what transpired last night. Upon seeing me, the proprietress was startled. She glanced around to ensure no one was present and swiftly locked the door. "What brings you here? Do you have any idea the trouble you've caused me?" she exclaimed, her tone filled with ire. I inquired about the whereabouts of the others with whom I had been staying. She stomped her foot in frustration, pointing at me indignantly. With this incident, who would dare to stay in my guest house? It's over. All over. Her sole concern was for her business. My expression darkened, veins protruding on my forehead as I gritted my teeth and demanded, "Tell me where everyone has gone and what happened last night." The proprietress, wary of my demeanor, hesitated before finally revealing the sequence of events. She recounted that while I had been intoxicated by that group of women, a grave incident had occurred at the inn. It was terrifying. The woman with a mole on her face stabbed that old man multiple times with a fruit knife. How could this be? Impossible, I protested vehemently, unable to fathom that my longtime companion, he too, could commit such an act. I refused to believe it. Seeing my disbelief, the proprietress clutched her chest and insisted, "You must believe me. You simply did not witness it. I saw it with my own eyes." The woman with the mole on her chin had a gaze as if possessed by a ghost, and without uttering a word, she plunged the knife into him. Terrified me to my core. The old man has been stabbed several times in the back and is currently undergoing emergency treatment in the hospital. A critical condition notice was issued last night, but they have been unable to locate his family for signatures. Thus, his fate remains uncertain. Where is my elder brother? Which hospital is that old man in? The man inquired anxiously. The proprietress, noticing the absence of others, whispered, "I haven't mentioned you to the police, so they likely have no knowledge. The wounded man is being treated at the central hospital. The police are also searching for that woman. They probably haven't found her yet, as they just took my statement. As for your elder brother, I haven't seen him since last night. Oh, and there is something else," the proprietress added. "I find it quite eerie. How could I not say that the woman is possessed? You should quickly seek a capable individual to investigate." The incident occurred just past 1 o'clock last night. At around 12:30, I got up to use the restroom and saw the woman standing alone in the courtyard, staring up at the apple tree, completely motionless. It was terrifying. I was perplexed as to why she was out there at such an hour, and when I looked closer, I noticed a pair of glowing green eyes in the tree. Soon after, the unfortunate events unfolded. SNT that frightening? Chapter 90. Alone in search of opportunity, the entire sequence of events transpired too rapidly and unexpectedly, and I had the misfortune of being absent last night. I slumped on the bed, cradling my head in despair, overwhelmed by the gravity of Hongjia's situation. Just yesterday afternoon, she had collected the payment check. Could it be that the allure of money prompted her to act so ruthlessly? If that were the case, I could hardly believe it, nor did I wish to entertain such a notion. Currently, to uncover the truth behind last night's events, I must confront Hongjia directly and demand an explanation for her actions. The tale spun by the proprietress about the haunted apple tree never crossed my mind. A rational person would hardly believe such nonsense. The central hospital, bustling with people and rife with gossip, left the fate of the patient uncertain. Disguised in a duckbill cap and sunglasses, I infiltrated the hospital, determined to catch a glimpse of the patient myself. This matter pertains to intentional harm, and after inquiring with the nurses, I made my way to the intensive care unit. Through the glass window of the ward, I beheld the patient, oxygen mask in place, their body swathed in bandages, lying pallid upon the bed. A nurse approached and inquired if I was a family member. I was informed of the outstanding charges, needing to pay over 40,000 yuan for the surgery and ICU bed fees. I claimed to be a friend of the patient, offering to cover the surgical costs but requesting a 2-day extension. The nurse informed me that the final deadline was 2 days hence, as the ICU expenses were exorbitant, and the hospital could only allow a 2-day delay. Failure to pay by then would result in the cessation of medication and transfer to a general ward. I nodded in acknowledgement, assuring her that I would settle the debts within the stipulated time. Afterward, I inquired if I might be permitted to see the patient. The nurse hesitated, furrowing her brow, and replied, "The police left just 2 hours ago, and they instructed us to notify them if the patient regains consciousness. The injuries are severe, a ruptured spleen and a punctured colon. Although you claim to be a friend, it is advisable that you refrain from entering." Her words, though cautious, hinted at a glimmer of hope. Thus, I earnestly pleaded, flattering her with endearments, addressing her as sister in my desperate attempts. After much deliberation, the nurse glanced at the time, gritted her teeth and said, "All right, you are permitted to enter for only 3 minutes. When the time is up, I will tap on the glass. You must exit immediately upon my signal. Do you understand?" I nodded repeatedly, assuring her that I would not make her job difficult. Once I donned the isolation gown, the nurse opened the ICU door and allowed me to enter. On the hospital bed, he lay with his eyes closed, a visage of torment that nearly brought me to tears. Just yesterday, he had been perfectly fine. How could a single night transform him so drastically? My brother was missing, and Hongjie was nowhere to be found. They had left me alone in Hong Kong. What was I to do next? The 3 minutes passed in a fleeting moment, and before I could utter more than a couple of words, the nurse outside rapped on the glass to signal that my time was up. Upon leaving the room, the nurse handed me a form and a carbon pen, instructing me to complete the admission paperwork, which included details such as name, age, and place of origin. As I leaned over the reception desk, engrossed in filling out the form, I suddenly spotted 2 uniformed police officers approaching from down the corridor. I overheard their conversation. "Lee, sir, I believe this incident is merely a case of ordinary intentional injury." According to the hotel manager's statement, those individuals had traveled from the mainland for tourism. "Lee, sir, you are on the verge of a promotion. Mishandling this minor affair could adversely affect you. I suggest we downplay it and follow the standard procedural protocol." Sighing, the other officer shook his head and replied, "Xiao Zhao, have you not noticed that something about this incident seems amiss?" I inquired yesterday. The records at Yenmen indicated that the injured elderly man arrived by plane 6 days prior. As for the assailant woman mentioned by the innkeeper, there are no flight records, no records from long-distance buses in Shenzhen, and not a single trace of her boarding a ship. "Xiao Zhao, how do you suppose she arrived?" The young officer chuckled as he rubbed his hands together. "Lee, sir, isn't it a coincidence that the surveillance cameras at the guest house malfunctioned last night? Eyewitnesses claimed to have seen the attack firsthand. For now, we can only classify that woman as a primary suspect. We found her registration at the inn under the name Chen Hong, and we have already issued a request for assistance. She surely cannot escape Hong Kong." The seasoned officer, hearing this, teased all that cleverness wasted elsewhere. "This woman managed to slip in unnoticed. Do you really think she cannot slip out? Stay vigilant." As the two conversed and approached, I lowered the brim of my hat and quietly retreated. Upon exiting the hospital, I reflected on my situation. Alone and powerless, lacking local friends, the task of finding Hongjie and Dage by myself seemed insurmountable. Their previous dialogue had illuminated my path. I needed to undertake 2 urgent matters. The first was to gather funds swiftly, as the head's medical expenses exceeded 40,000. I had left a significant portion of my share in Shund with Li Jing, and what remained was insufficient, falling short by 20,000. The second task was to review the surveillance footage. The officer had mentioned the guest house's cameras had failed last night. A striking coincidence, surely indicative of foul play. I resolved to uncover who was orchestrating this scheme against us. It was imperative to get to the bottom of this matter. In the early evening, around 5 or 6 o'clock, I made my way directly to the Zhonggang Pier, where the fishing vessel Hongxing Fisheries had yet to depart. I sought out the captain, Old Hua. "Young brother, what brings you here?" Old Hua asked softly, noticing my grim expression. "Have you fallen into the water?" In their lingo, falling into the water meant being targeted or captured. Old Hua was affiliated with Hongxing Fisheries, which acted as an intermediary for Yao Wenzhong. Yao Wenzhong had a penchant for wealth, and I initially suspected that he might engage in underhanded dealings. However, upon reflection, I found this notion to be flawed. Given our joint venture, if Yao Wenzhong were indeed of such a nature, Old Hua's demeanor upon seeing me would not have been so untroubled. Rather, they would undoubtedly have sought to eliminate me. "I wish to meet your boss," I asserted, referring to the head of Hongxing Fisheries. Upon hearing this, Old Hua shook his head vehemently. No, I'm merely an employee. I have no influence with the boss. How could I possibly take you to meet him? Young brother, I see potential in you, but heed my advice. Steer clear of matters concerning my boss. Otherwise, you might find yourself bound and cast into the sea to feed the fish, a fate I have witnessed all too often. I gazed intently at Old Hua and took a deep breath. Old Hua, I do not require you to escort me to meet anyone. I merely ask that you relay a message. What message? He inquired. You tell them this. I, Xiang Yunfeng, fear not death. A mosquito's bite may swell, yet it shall not deter me. If we do not clarify this matter, no one shall find peace. Old Huo widened his eyes in astonishment. You young man, I offer you sage counsel, yet you remain obstinate. Why must you be so reckless? Sensing the tension escalating, Old Huo's nephew, Diazai, tugged at my sleeve. Uncle, do not be angry. Allow me to speak with Yunfeng. Diazai pulled me into the crew's quarters. I still hold a fondness for Do Yazai. We are of similar age and consider each other friends. Do Yazai pulled out a cigarette and asked, care for one? I shook my head, replying that I did not smoke and urged him to indulge instead. Lighting the cigarette, he tossed the lighter onto the table, smoke billowing from his nostrils as he stated, no need to seek my uncle. If I truly wished to meet the boss of Hongxing Company, I could facilitate that. He happens to be in Hong Kong at this very moment. Chapter 91. Hongxing, is what you said true? Is the boss really there? What's his name? Do Yazai flicked the ash from his cigarette and chuckled. What would I gain from deceiving you? Just the day before yesterday, the boss hosted a dinner and requested fresh crabs. My uncle sent me to deliver the crabs, and I distinctly saw the boss accompanied by his driver. Subsequently, Do Yazai remarked that having shared such crucial information, I should reciprocate by revealing what transpired on my end. After much contemplation, I chose to confide in Do Yazai, narrating the entire sequence of events. He listened in utter astonishment, repeatedly slapping his own face in disbelief. Goodness, Yunfeng, you mean those 2 large wooden crates on the fishing boat were filled with antiques? You are involved in tomb raiding. I managed a wry smile and nodded in affirmation. Additionally, you mentioned someone named Chun Hong stabbed your boss and then vanished with a check for 5 million. Now your boss is hospitalized, and you find yourself short by over 20,000. Correct?
Indeed, Yazai.
I am at a loss as to how to proceed. What's so difficult about that? Just wait. He crouched down, rummaging beneath the bed for a few minutes until he produced a locked tin box. With a key, I unlocked the iron box, which was meticulously filled with a considerable amount of cash, seemingly amounting to tens of thousands. Duya, with a touch of sorrow,